case of Brianna Zunino. A lot of people are concerned that an autopsy is scheduled today to identify a woman's body that was found in Reno, Nevada, on Friday. There is a possibility that it could be the missing college student, Brianna Dennison. The body was found in a field on the edge of the campus of the University of Nevada, which is less than 10 miles from the house where Dennison was last seen in the winter of 2008. Brianna Zunino Dennison, a vibrant 19-year-old college student with a bright future, vanished without a trace, sending shockwaves through the community and igniting a relentless search for answers. As news of Brianna's disappearance spread, an army of volunteers, law enforcement agencies, and concerned citizens came together, determined to bring her home safely. Brianna's family and friends, gripped by fear and uncertainty, clung to hope while sharing stories of her infectious laughter, unwavering spirit, and love for life. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months as the search intensified. The quest for answers led investigators down a dark and twisted path, uncovering a heinous series of crimes. Law enforcement tirelessly pursued leads, meticulously piecing together the puzzle surrounding Brianna's disappearance. Their dedication and determination remained unwavering in their pursuit of justice. This is the story of Brianna Zunino Dennison, a young woman whose life was tragically cut short, but whose memory continues to inspire. Brianna Zunino Dennison was born on March 29, 1988, to Jeff Dennison and Bridget Dennison. Her mother lovingly called her Breezy because she reminded her of a refreshing breeze on a cool summer day. When Brianna was 6 years old, her father passed away, which was a difficult time for the family as the loss of a loved one always is. However, she persevered through the pain with the support of her loved ones. She spent her childhood in Reno, Nevada, and her mother's native town of Mendocino, California. Brianna's passion for traveling and world cultures took her to Hawaii, New York, Mexico, Jamaica, Japan, Italy, Egypt, Hungary, Austria, and France. She studied abroad in Rome, Italy, for a year with her family. Her ability to connect with people from all walks of life became part of her radiant personality. Brianna was raised in a tradition that valued children as the most precious possessions. Her relatives and close friends instilled in her the importance of being a loving, spiritual, respectful, and trusting human being. She had a deep affection for children and animals, particularly her dog, Ozzy. Brianna graduated from Reno High School in 2006 and was a sophomore at Santa Barbara City College, where she was majoring in child psychology. On January 20, 2008, Brianna returned home to Reno from sunny Santa Barbara during the winter break to visit some friends and family. She and her friends had attended events organized by Summer Winter Action Tours, LLC, a travel agency that catered to students. They also attended the Martin Luther King Jr. Gala weekend in Reno, which Brianna had reportedly attended in the past. On that specific day, she was last observed alive at approximately 4 a.m. Pacific time at her friend's house near the University of Nevada campus on McKay Court in Reno. She had gone there to sleep after attending a party at the Sands Regency on North Arlington Avenue. When her friend woke up the next morning around 9 a.m., Brianna was nowhere to be found. A small bloodstain was noticed on the pillow where Brianna had slept that night, and her cell phone, purse, and shoes were all left at the house, which prompted her friend to alert Brianna's parents and local authorities. When investigators arrived, they assessed the crime scene. In the following days, detectives conducted a forensic investigation of the McKay Court residence where Brianna was staying when she was abducted. They found DNA on a doorknob that belonged to an unidentified male. The investigators were able to confirm that the blood on the pillow belonged to Brianna and began focusing on a kidnapping scenario. The detectives began searching the University of Nevada, Reno area for Brianna, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, joined the search efforts. The DNA found on the doorknob the night Brianna disappeared was linked to at least 2 sexually motivated attacks in the same area in the previous months, one on November 13th and the second on December 16th, 2007. On January 29, 2008, a woman from Reno claimed that she knew another victim who had revealed that she was raped at gunpoint in a garage on the University of Nevada, Reno campus in October 2007. However, the victim had not reported the crime. The investigators released a description of the potential suspected perpetrator based on this information, which was considered a positive lead. Identifiers used by women who had been sexually assaulted by the suspect were used to track down the perpetrator. The detectives began interviewing nearly 100 registered sex offenders who live within a mile of the McKay Court home, but none seemed to be responsible for Brianna's disappearance. Around 1,700 people, including Nevada's then First Lady, Dawn Gibbons, wife of then Governor Jim Gibbons, volunteered to participate in a physical search of a 100-square-mile area to find Brianna, who went missing, but to no avail. On February 15, 2008, a man named Albert Jimenez in Reno was just returning from his lunch break at a Subway restaurant. As he was walking by the road, he noticed bright orange-colored fabrics standing out among a pile of discarded tree limbs lying in a ditch near a Reno business park. When he approached closer, he discovered neon orange socks, which were attached to feet, which at first he thought was a mannequin, but later turned out to be a woman. Jimenez had heard about Brianna Denison's kidnapping, but didn't think the victim resembled the photographs he had seen on billboards. Jimenez did not have a mobile phone, so he promptly returned to his workplace, EE Technologies, to call the Reno police. When the police arrived at the South Reno lot, Jimenez was informed that the victim was Brianna Denison. As an autopsy report had confirmed that the body found in a field near a Reno business park was hers, Brianna had been assaulted and killed. A piece of underwear was also found near Brianna's body, along with DNA evidence from the perpetrator and an unknown female. The police believed that the underwear did not belong to Brianna and might have been left there too to taunt the investigators. The police then asked anyone who recognized the underwear as theirs to come forward, as they might have information about the perpetrator's identity, but no one came forward. On January 29, 2008, the Reno police released a description of the unknown perpetrator. The person in question was also linked to at least 2 sexual assaults in November and December 2007, and a woman claimed to have been raped in a parking lot in October. Previous victims had provided enough detailed information for the police to sketch a suspect. An item of underwear was found near Denison's body, along with the killer's DNA and the DNA of an unidentified woman. The police stated that the item of clothing did not belong to Denison and may have been left near her body to taunt the investigators. The police are asking anyone who recognizes the item of clothing as theirs to come forward, as they may know the identity of the perpetrator. On Tuesday, November 25, 2008, 27-year-old James Michael Bella from Sparks, Nevada, was arrested and taken into custody at the Washoe County Jail. He was charged with murder, first-degree kidnapping, and sexual assault. Bella was apprehended while he was dropping off his son at the Stepping Stones Children's Center in Reno. Bella had already provided the police with a DNA sample collected from a doorknob in Brianna's friend's house. The detectives also discovered that Bella was a former Marine and had been previously arrested in 2001 for threatening his former girlfriend's neighbor with a knife. On Wednesday, November 26, 2008, during a press conference held by the Reno Police Department, it was confirmed that the DNA collected from Bella matched the DNA found at the crime scene, positively linking him to the murder of Brianna Denison and a previous sexual assault. It was also revealed that a friend of his girlfriend had turned in Bella via the secret witness program on November 1, 2008, after Bella's girlfriend had confided to this friend that she had found underwear unknown to her in Bella's truck as they were coming back from Washington State, where Bella had taken a job in March 2008. News media reports of Brianna's case, including a police sketch of the suspect and a description of a vehicle used in another rape, the month before Brianna's abduction, began circulating. Bella was questioned by detectives about his atrocity after the secret witness tip came in, but he denied his involvement and declined to provide a DNA sample. Bella's girlfriend was also questioned and gave police permission to obtain DNA from her 4-year-old son, whom Bella had fathered. The test confirmed that his direct relative, Bella in this case, had left a DNA sample collected at the home where Brianna Denison was abducted and at the other rape that had taken place the prior month. On his way to Washington, it was also revealed that Bella had sold his truck in Idaho, which matched the description of the vehicle used in the previous sexual assault. At the press conference, officials mentioned that the vehicle was being returned to Reno to be searched and used as evidence in the case against him. On Thursday, May 27, 2010, Bella was found guilty of the murder of Brianna Dennison, and after deliberating for about 9 hours, the jury returned a guilty verdict for all counts against Bella, which included kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder. The defense attorneys argued against the death penalty, stating that Bella suffered an abusive childhood due to an alcoholic father, that he had been a productive member of society before his crimes, and that he was a model prisoner. However, the jurors did not accept these mitigating factors and handed out the death sentence. On July 30th, 2010, Bella was sentenced to 4 additional life sentences for multiple counts of rape and kidnapping associated with attacks on 2 victims before Brianna's abduction and murder. Over the years, Bella's appeals have been denied. The story of Brianna Zunino Dennison is one of resilience, heartbreak, and the unyielding pursuit of justice. Brianna's family, who faced unimaginable pain and uncertainty, stood strong in their fight for justice. Their unwavering determination became a beacon of hope for others facing similar tragedies. The legacy of Brianna's story reaches far beyond her case. It has sparked crucial conversations, inspired community initiatives, and brought awareness to the issues of violence and safety. Law enforcement's tireless efforts ultimately led to the apprehension and conviction of the individual responsible for Brianna's abduction and murder. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to finding justice showcase the power of teamwork and determination. As we remember Brianna, we hold on to the memories of her vibrant spirit, her love for life, and the impact she had on those who knew her. Her story serves as a reminder of the importance of community, compassion, and standing up against violence. In the end, Brianna Zunino Dennison's legacy will live on not only through the love of her family and friends, but through the collective efforts to create a safer world for others. Jennifer Wilbanks was born on February 28, 1973, in Georgia, where she spent her entire life surrounded by family, friends, and work. It was in Duluth that she met her fiancé, John Mason, who was also 32 years old. John came from a wealthy family that owned a private medical clinic in Duluth. His friends described him as a kind and caring person who was always willing to help those in need. Jennifer and John had been dating for about a year and seemed like the perfect couple. Everyone who knew them was excited when they announced their engagement. The wedding preparations were underway and a lavish ceremony was planned for April 30th, 2005, with several hundred guests invited. However, just 4 days before the wedding, on April 26, 2005, John reported Jennifer's disappearance to the police. He claimed she had gone for an evening run and never returned. John initially tried to find Jennifer on his own, but eventually sought help from law enforcement. The next day, April 27th, a massive search operation was launched involving over 300 police officers and volunteers. They combed through the wooded areas and water bodies along the route Jennifer was supposed to run. Given the urgency of the situation, even off-duty police officers were called in to assist. One of the search teams found potential clues, including clothing, sneakers, and a strand of long, dark hair. All of these findings were sent to the lab for examination. Jennifer's family distributed flyers with her picture and posted them around the city, hoping someone might have information about her disappearance. The media picked up the story, and billboards with her image appeared around town. The police searched the home she shared with her fiancé, John, but found nothing suspicious. As the investigation continued, Major Donald Woodruff of the Duluth Police Department announced that Jennifer's disappearance was being treated as a criminal case, with the FBI and Georgia Bureau of Investigation involved. Despite a second day of searching, no signs of Jennifer were found. Her family was shocked and distraught, and they reached out to radio and TV stations to publicize her disappearance, suggesting that she might have been kidnapped and taken out of state. Jennifer's family begged her possible kidnapper to release her. The cable news channels extensively covered the story, raising questions about her disappearance. Jennifer was just 4 days away from her wedding. Her relatives, visibly distraught, made emotional appeals during press conferences and interviews. In this photo, a visibly distressed John Mason is shown comforting his mother-in-law. If you're familiar with true crime stories, you may have already pieced together the events surrounding Jennifer's disappearance. As the last person to see Jennifer alive, John became the subject of suspicion when searches yielded no results. investigators sought to uncover the truth behind John's wholesome image. To those who knew him, he appeared to be a law-abiding citizen who attended church every Sunday and couldn't harm a fly. He was asked to take a lie detector test, but he declined. Instead, he took a private polygraph test with his lawyer present and gave the results to the police. However, this unusual action only heightened the detective's suspicions about John Mason. The test results did not conclusively determine whether John was involved in his fiancée's disappearance. To investigate potential motives, detectives conducted a thorough search of their home and seized 3 computers. Notably, no signs of a struggle or evidence of a crime were found in the house. On the day before the wedding, Jennifer's family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find her, either dead or alive. The police held a press conference to announce that they were ending the active search. According to the police chief, they had exhausted all possible leads in the area and found no clues, leading them to call off the search. John Mason attended the press conference but did not speak to reporters. Jennifer's uncle speculated that John was simply unsure of what to say, which only fueled speculation about his involvement in her disappearance. Initially, the police found some items, including clothes, shoes, and a lock of hair that they thought might be connected to Jennifer's disappearance. However, further investigation revealed that these items had no link to her case. The only suspect with a potential motive was John, and journalists were closely following him, making it seem likely that he was involved in her disappearance. However, no concrete evidence had been found. The next day, which was supposed to be Jennifer's wedding day, people gathered to pray for her safe return. On the evening of April 29th, John received a mysterious phone call from an unknown number. When he answered, he was shocked to hear Jennifer's voice on the other end. She told him that she had been kidnapped, taken to an unknown location, and forced into a physically intimate situation. She was crying and said that after everything was over, she was released, but now she was lost and didn't know where she was. John was overcome with emotions as he spoke to Jennifer, trying to remain calm to keep her calm as well. He was relieved to know she was alive, but soon a new end development would arise. After talking to John, Jennifer called 911 and reported her alleged kidnapping and release, stating that she was unsure of her location. The police investigation into Jennifer's disappearance led them to a payphone in Albuquerque, New Mexico, over 1,400 miles from her hometown of Duluth, Georgia. When officers arrived at the scene, they found Jennifer, who was reunited with her relieved family. The family praised the efforts of the community and the media, believing their attention had persuaded the supposed kidnapper to release Jennifer. However, during her interview at the police station, authorities noticed discrepancies between Jennifer's account of her ordeal and her actual appearance. She claimed to have been held captive by a man and a woman in their 40s, tied up in a blue van. But when FBI agents questioned her, they found numerous inconsistencies in her story. Confronted with these discrepancies, Jennifer confessed that she had fabricated the entire kidnapping. Jennifer had actually left her fiancé, John, by telling him she was going for a run and instead boarded a bus to New Mexico. She explained that she had been overwhelmed by the pressure of her upcoming wedding and couldn't cope. Further investigation revealed that Jennifer had a history of problematic behavior with 3 prior charges of shoplifting. Jennifer was involved in several incidents of theft before her infamous kidnapping case. In 1996, she stole $37 worth of goods from Walmart. The following year, at the age of 24, she was accused of stealing $1,740 worth of merchandise from a supermarket. She paid for the damages and completed community service, which led to the theft charges being dropped. However, in 1998, she was caught stealing again with damages amounting to $98. There were also allegations of theft from families who had hired her as a nanny. These thefts were considered minor, and she managed to avoid imprisonment. After her disappearance and subsequent return, the attention shifted from the thefts to the large-scale search operation conducted by the state of Georgia, which cost nearly $60,000. Jennifer attributed her disappearance to the overwhelming pressure of her impending wedding. With numerous tasks to complete and limited time, she felt stressed and pressured. Authorities later stated that the wedding had become too much for her to handle. Duluth Police Chief Randy Belcher clarified that Jennifer's fiancé was innocent of any involvement in her disappearance, despite initial suspicions. Jennifer Wilbanks, dubbed the runaway bride, apologized publicly to her family, friends, and community for her disappearance. When she returned, her fiancé, John Mason, immediately gave her back the engagement ring she had left behind, signifying his ongoing commitment to their relationship. According to Mason, his commitment to Wilbanks was solidified when he proposed and gave her the ring, regardless of their unfinished wedding plans. Following her return, Wilbanks sought medical treatment to address underlying issues that contributed to her escape. However, her troubles persisted, and she was charged with making false statements related to her disappearance. This led to a guilty plea for perjury, resulting in 2 years of probation, 120 hours of community service, and a restitution payment of over $15,000 to the city. The situation took another turn when Wilbanks sued her now ex-fiancé, John Mason, in 2006. They had ended their engagement, and Wilbanks claimed that Mason had exploited her trust during her treatment by selling the rights to their story for $500,000 without her knowledge. He allegedly used the funds to purchase a house, registered solely in his name, and then kicked her out after their breakup. Wilbanks sought $250,000 as compensation for her share of the house and an additional $250,000 in damages. After the failed wedding, John Mason filed a countersuit against Jennifer Wilbanks, claiming he suffered emotional distress from being left at the wedding, suggesting she might have been involved in her own disappearance. In December 2006, both parties dropped their lawsuits, reportedly as part of a settlement. Meanwhile, Jennifer's notoriety caught the attention of global media, making her a temporary celebrity. In the aftermath, several products emerged, such as a runaway bride action figure in a hot sauce called Jennifer's Hightail in Hot Sauce. A musical play based on her story opened in Duluth, Georgia in March 2008. Even a photo of her fiancé, John Mason, appeared in the house for the 2008 movie, The Grand. Eventually, John Mason married another woman in 2008 in a small ceremony at his parents' home. Jennifer also got married in 2010, but her marriage ended after 11 years, and she still resides in Georgia. This case takes us to Rockdale, a village in the state of Illinois, located a little over 40 miles west of Chicago. May the 13th, 1997 started out like any other typical day in Rockdale, Illinois. The sun was beating down relentlessly on a building construction site, where heavy machinery and workers were busy moving debris and waste from a dusty landfill. Amidst all the chaos and noise, Kevin P. McGowan, an archaeologist from the prestigious University of Illinois, was quietly and methodically sifting through the layers of refuse and debris, searching for any hidden artifacts or historical remnants. But little did he know that he was about to stumble upon something far more shocking and disturbing than he could ever have imagined. As his eyes sifted through the layers of debris, his trained eyes noticed something peculiar. There, buried neath the dusty landfill in Rockdale, Illinois, was a bone unlike any other in the pile. He felt a jolt of excitement as he carefully extracted it from the debris. His heart raced with anticipation. It was covered in dirt and grime, evidence of its long-forgotten existence. With a gentle hand, he wiped it clean, revealing its true shape and size. The bone seemed to tell a story of its own, whispering secrets of a time long past. But as he examined the bone more closely, he realized with growing horror that it was a human's bone. The archaeologist, along with his assistant, had stumbled upon the remains of a human body. According to the police, the remains were found at about 10:15 a.m. on September 3, 1978, several hundred yards northeast of Mound Road in Moan Avenue, on the outskirts of Rockdale. As his discovery sent shockwaves through the dusty landfill in Rockdale, he quickly called the sheriff's office, and the authorities were quick to respond. What started as a routine archaeological research in an unincorporated Joliet Township turned into a full-blown investigation when a human bone was discovered on the premises. The police, arriving at the scene in a flurry of activity, cordoned off the area to begin their investigation. It was apparent to investigators that they were dealing with a homicide case. It seemed that whoever buried the body underground was trying to conceal it from the world. The remains had been unceremoniously buried, hinting at a cruel and inhumane act. The investigators could tell that the victim had been murdered because only one bone was discovered, which means that the person would have been cut into pieces, and the other body parts would have been scattered at different places, adding a sense of urgency to their work. They were determined to uncover the truth behind this heinous crime, and the hunt for answers had begun. The stakes were high, and the weight of responsibility on their shoulders was immense, but they were ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. The discovery sent shockwaves through the community, prompting law enforcement officials to launch a thorough investigation. Who was the deceased, and how did the person end up buried in the landfill? These were the questions on everyone's mind. The investigation was far from easy. It would take years of tireless work, countless interviews, and the latest scientific breakthroughs to solve the mystery. The officers stood around the partial remains of the body, their eyes locked onto the grisly sight mixed with curiosity and concern. It was clear that something had disturbed the rest of the body, and the officers couldn't help but wonder where the other body parts were. The scene was quickly secured, and detectives were called to investigate further. With their experience and expertise, they hoped to uncover any additional skeletal remains that might provide vital clues to solving this macabre crime. Amidst the rubble and debris, the investigators painstakingly combed through the construction landfill, the layers of brick, stone, and wood. As they dug deeper, what they discovered became more gruesome and chilling. Skeletal remains, broken and fragmented, emerged from the debris. The source of this debris was traced back to the Rustcraft building, a massive 3-story structure with a full basement that once dominated the Juliet skyline. The investigators knew that they had their work cut out for them as they delved deeper into this bone-chilling discovery. In the world of forensic investigation, pathologists are the skilled professionals who meticulously examine the human body and its tissues to unravel the secrets of death. However, in the case of the unknown remains, authorities take a slightly different approach. Instead of a traditional pathologist examination, the remains undergo an anthropological examination. This fascinating field involves the study of human skeletal remains to determine age, gender, ancestry, and other characteristics that can help piece together the identity of the deceased. With only partial skeletal remains recovered, it was a daunting task to piece together the clues and unravel the secrets. They managed to glean some fascinating insights into the life of these mysterious bone fragments, revealing a glimpse of the past and perhaps even unlocking some secrets of the person's untimely demise. From just fragments of bones, pathologists were able to put together some fascinating details about the unknown person on October 14, 1997. The bones were of a woman. She was estimated to be in her youth, somewhere between the ages of 15 and 24 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. She stood between 5 and 5 foot 10 inches tall. Despite her incomplete remains, these details allowed them to imagine what this young woman might have been like in life and spark a sense of curiosity about her untold story. Without any identity to be followed, the person whose bones were found was given the name Rockdale's Jane Doe. Forensic pathologists were unable to determine any other distinguishing features about her appearance. Was she fair-skinned or olive-toned? Did she have auburn hair or jet black locks? The answers to these questions, like the woman herself, were buried in the ground and lost to time. Yet, despite the lack of information, the pathologists remained undaunted in their quest for answers, knowing that even the smallest detail could make all the difference in solving this perplexing case. As the investigators looked towards the timeline of events, a poignant realization dawned upon them. The unknown woman had likely lived and died in the years leading up to the demolition of the Rustcraft building in 1986. What was her life like during those tumultuous years, and what led to her untimely demise? The world around her was changing rapidly, with new technologies, cultural shifts, and political upheavals reshaping the landscape. Was she a witness to these changes, or was she struggling to survive amidst the chaos? As the investigators pondered these questions, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sadness for the woman whose life had ended in such a tragic and mysterious manner. When they dug deeper into the history of the mysterious building, in whose rubble the remains were found, they uncovered a treasure trove of information that left them intrigued. It turns out that this ancient structure had been used by numerous companies since its inception in 1907. It was once a majestic factory, a towering structure, which was struck by disaster in 1992. The flames of a ferocious fire raged through the building for 2 long days, devouring everything in its path. The flames reached high into the sky, licking at the clouds like a vengeful beast, taunting the brave firefighters who fought bravely to contain the inferno. But their efforts were in vain, and the once magnificent factory was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, a solemn reminder of the destructive power of fire. Before its demise, the factory had become something of a heaven for the local homeless population. The building was far from safe, but for those who had nowhere else to go, it provided shelter from the elements. However, it was also known to be a hotbed of criminal activity, with nefarious characters lurking in the shadows. As the smoke cleared and the ashes settled, the city knew they had to act fast. The once towering factory had become a ticking time bomb, posing a threat to all who ventured near. With heavy hearts, the decision was made to demolish the building, but the question remained what to do with the rubble. A stroke of genius provided a solution that the debris should be carefully cleared, leaving behind a barren wasteland where the factory once stood. However, the remnants of the wreckage were not discarded, but rather repurposed. The basement of the factory was filled with the remains of the building, providing a solid foundation for what would come next. When they investigated further, they learned that in 1995, a curious decision was made to uproot the building's remains and relocate them to a new location in Rockdale, where the bone fragments were found. Their theory that the woman was killed elsewhere and then buried in this spot was confirmed when the pathologist informed them that the body of the unknown woman had been disturbed not once, but twice after death, suggesting that someone had been present at the original factory location. The mystery surrounding the woman's demise only deepened with this disturbing revelation. In 2009, hope emerged when the Will County coroner, Patrick K. O'Neill, formed a dedicated team to bring justice to the forgotten victim. The cold case unit embarked on an arduous journey, meticulously piecing together every detail of the case. Over the years, forensic anthropology studies were conducted. DNA was extracted and entered into the vast National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database, NAMIs, and the profile was tirelessly searched in CODIs, the FBI's combined DNA index system. The team even turned to the latest in FBI technology, commissioning a specialized unit to create a facial reconstruction of the unknown woman. Yet each lead was pursued and ultimately eliminated, leaving the team with more questions than answers. On June 8, 2022, the Will County Coroner's Office teamed up with Othram, a forensic DNA sequencing laboratory, to solve the puzzling cold case of Rockdale's Jane Doe. Armed with cutting-edge technology and a determination to solve this long-standing riddle, the teams set out on their quest, but it wouldn't be easy. Previous attempts at DNA testing had failed, leaving little hope for a breakthrough. However, the Will County Coroner's Office was undeterred and even contributed funding to support the new round of testing. With advanced forensic DNA testing at their disposal, the team was determined to crack the case once and for all. And with the help of a crowdfund campaign that raised additional funds and support from the community, the team was finally able to move forward with their investigation. The stakes were high and the pressure was on, but the team was ready to do whatever it took to bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Kristen Middleman, the Chief Development Officer at Othram, knew the importance of identifying the perpetrators or victims of a crime. And that's exactly what Othram was able to do in this case. The experts at Othram were determined to crack the case, and they knew that advanced DNA testing was the key to unlocking the mystery of the unknown woman's identity. Through forensic-grade genome sequencing technology, they were able to extract key genetic information from the skeletal remains, enabling them to construct a comprehensive genealogical profile. But that was just the beginning. With dogged determination, the Othram's in-house genetic genealogy team then took over, tirelessly researching the family tree to create an investigative lead for law enforcement. Their dedication paid off, and the breakthrough they were hoping for finally emerged. The lab was able to uncover a match of possible relatives, providing the veteran investigators with a crucial lead. It was the moment they had been waiting for, the break in the case that could finally bring some closure to this unsolvable mystery. The investigation was far from over, but this breakthrough gave them renewed hope. Once the leads were returned to law enforcement, cold case investigators interviewed several people in Illinois, Texas, and California. After years of painstaking investigation, the answers finally came to them. Othram's advanced DNA testing had led them to a man in California named Christ O'Brien, who they believed could be the key to unlocking the mystery of the unidentified woman. Cold case investigators from the coroner's office quickly made their way to his house and interviewed him, and discovered that he had a sister who he had not seen since 1984. Could this missing sister be the unidentified woman they had been searching for all these years? To answer this question, they collected DNA from Christ O'Brien and sent it to the Othram labs for further testing, and the subsequent KINSNP testing confirmed that Christ and the identified woman were half-siblings. His long-lost sister had finally been found, thanks to the tireless efforts of law enforcement and the cutting-edge technology of Othram. On March 3, 2023, after 26 years of being a nameless victim in a cold case, the woman who had been found in the ruins of an Illinois factory in 1997 finally had a name: Marie R. O'Brien. Born in the charming town of Aurora on July 16, 1966, Marie was a daughter, sister, and friend to those who knew her. Elder brother Christ O'Brien was someone she looked up to and loved dearly. And though her life was tragically cut short, Marie's memory will now live on with dignity and warmth, as her loved ones can finally lay her to rest with a sense of closure. Marie R. O'Brien was a bright and cheerful student at Golden Rule Charter School, where her outgoing nature and friendly demeanor earned her many friends. Her trusting nature, however, often raised concern among those who cared about her. Her elder brother, Christ O'Brien, described her by saying that she often placed her trust in random strangers too easily, a trait that may have ultimately led to her tragic fate. Despite her brother's efforts to contact her after 1984, Marie disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a void in the lives of those who knew her. Marie R. O'Brien may have been a woman of few words, but her actions spoke volumes. Her community in Aurora knew her as a true gem, a kind-hearted soul who always put others first. From a young age, Marie's talents were evident to all. She was a creative force, and her passion for art was undeniable. Her paintings were breathtaking and were cherished by all who received them. But Marie's generosity extended far beyond her artistic talents. She was always willing to lend a helping hand, and her selfless nature was an inspiration to all those around her. It's no wonder that she was so well loved by her friends and family, who couldn't get enough of her infectious warmth and charming personality. Though her time was tragically cut short, Marie's legacy lives on through the lives she touched with her kindness and creativity. But the case is not yet solved. There are questions that still linger in the minds of Marie's loved ones. Who took her away from them? As they wait for justice to be served, they hold on to hope that the perpetrator will be caught and closure will finally be within reach. For Christ, Marie's older brother, the wait has been agonizing. Every day he wonders who could have done this to his beloved sister and why, but he remains determined to see the case through to its end, to bring peace to Maria's memory and justice to her name. The search for answers continues, and the family's faith in the investigative team never wavers. This case today takes us to Bucks County in the state of Pennsylvania, the fourth most populous county in Pennsylvania with a population of over 640,000 people. This county seat is the city of Doylestown. It has a total area of 622 square miles and is bounded by the Delaware River on its southeastern side. It was here, near the river, that a shocking discovery was made in 1986. June 15, 1986 was a quiet and seemingly peaceful Sunday morning in Buckingham Township in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. As it was the end of the weekend, most people spent their mornings sleeping in after their late nights out on Saturday. Others looked to their hobbies for some solace, and a fisherman from Buckingham Township decided to spend his morning by the Delaware River doing what he loved best: fishing. He set out from home with his gear, ready to spend a relaxed day trying to get some good catches in the Delaware River. Nothing could have prepared him for what he was about to discover. Instead of fish, he was going to catch something else entirely on the banks of the river. He arrived at the river and was walking along the bank near the Mooresville boat ramp, looking for a good spot to establish himself, when he noticed something white sticking out of the shrubbery at the side of the riverbank. Curious, he went closer to see what it was and recoiled in shock when he realized it was a human skull. He looked around to see if there were any more bones or remains scattered near the skull, but could find nothing. Knowing he had to do something, he initially thought of calling the police, but since he did not know how long it would take them to get there, he took matters into his own hands and picked up the skull and took it to the Buckingham Township Police Department so they could investigate the matter. When the Buckingham Township Police Department received the skull, they were at a loss as to how to investigate this matter due to the condition of the skull and the fact that no other remains were found other than the skull. There was little investigators could do to identify the unknown person or even attempt to describe any physical characteristics the person may have had. From examining the skull, they were able to determine that it belonged to someone white, but they could not determine the sex or the age of the victim, except that the victim had been less than 70 years old. Other than this, they had no other information about who this victim could have been, which made the investigation almost impossible to conduct as there was so little to work with. They tried to look through missing person cases at the time to see if any of them matched the scant information they had, but there was no way to determine if the skull belonged to any of the people they looked at. Eventually, with so little to work with, the investigation began to grow cold. Since only a skull was found with no other remains, there was no burial held and the skull was stored away as evidence as it was the only clue available to investigators at a time. They hoped that in the years to come with advances in science, the skull would be of use in the future with no other leads to follow. The victim was classified as unknown, and the case went cold. In October 2019, 33 years after the initial discovery of the skull near the Delaware River, during a probe of a homicide investigation, Bucks County detectives took possession of the skull, but eventually relinquished it to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. Later that year, the Coroner's Office entered the skull into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS database under the ID UP 62362. They hoped that perhaps it would help jog the memory of someone who had been searching for their missing loved one all of these years. But unfortunately, no one came forward as the details surrounding the victim were still not very useful in helping someone identify them. All that was known now, even with advancements in science since the initial discovery, was that the skull belonged to a man who had been under 70 years old and was white. Even though this information was put into NAMUS, eventually the case went dormant again for another 3 years. Then in September of 2022, 36 years after the initial discovery, Bucks County detectives went and retrieved the skull from the Bucks County Coroner's Office. Over the past few years, a number of cold cases from around the country had been solved through a revolutionary new DNA testing method called genetic genealogy. It used DNA testing and family trees to identify possible relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years. Bucks County detectives were hopeful that this amazing new technology would be useful in providing them with a breakthrough in this Jane Doe that they had been chasing for over 3.5 decades. They had almost given up hope of ever solving this case due to how little information they had. But finally, after 36 years, they believed genetic genealogy might actually give them the chance. They sent the skull off to Othram, an organization based in Texas that specializes in forensic genealogy testing. Since forensic testing is an expensive process, the funds needed for testing the skull were contributed by AudioChunk, a podcasting platform that hosts a number of true crime podcasts. Once the funds were secured through AudioChunk's help and generosity, the forensic investigators at Othram got down to work. First, they developed a viable DNA extract from the skull, and then used a forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Their in-house genealogy team then tested this profile against other profiles within their system to find if there were any matches within their databases that could lead them to relatives of the Jane Doe who were still alive in 2022. After a few short weeks of waiting for results, they were led to a 49-year-old woman residing in Florida, whose DNA partially matched the profile they had developed from the skull. From the percentage of the match, ophthalmologists believed that this woman could possibly be the daughter of Jane Doe, who had remained unidentified all these years. They provided these leads to the Bucks County detectives, who went to interview the woman on January 4, 2023, to see if her father had been missing for over 3 decades. The woman, whose name was not released to the public, revealed to the detectives that her father had in fact gone missing when she was only 11 years old. A subsequent test comparing the woman's full DNA results with the profile author had developed confirmed a parent-child relationship between their individual samples. Detectives had finally made a breakthrough in identifying the Jane Doe, and they learned that his name had been Richard Thomas Alt. Richard Thomas Alt was born in 1954 in the city of Trenton in the state of New Jersey. While not much is known about his early life, he spent all of it within Trenton itself, where both his parents doted on him dearly. He remained close to his parents as he grew into an adult, and since they lived in the same city, he would often spend time with them. Sometimes in his late 20s, he met a young secretary named Lorie Hacking and was instantly smitten by her. The two of them quickly got into a relationship and were still together at the time when Richard went missing. The last recorded time of Richard being seen alive was on Christmas of 1984. When he visited his parents in a spirit of festive cheer, they had a wonderful time together, and when he left, his parents had no idea that this was the last time they would see their beloved son. Over the next few days, they began to grow increasingly concerned as there was no form of contact from Richard, which was very unusual. They tried to call him, but got no response. And when they tried to call his girlfriend, Lorie, to find out if she knew where he was, they could not get in touch with her as well. Finally, in January of 1985, they reported him missing to the police. A missing persons report was generated and a description of Richard was sent out to the public. In it, he was listed as 5 feet 10 inches and weighing 140 pounds. He was a Caucasian man with medium to long strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. The description was put out to the public in hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, but no one did. His girlfriend, Lorie, who no one could find as well, was also reported missing at the time. Sadly, 3 months later, on April 20th, 1985, 2 men who were fishing from a boat in the marina on the Delaware River in Trenton found the body of Lorie Hacking floating on the water. When they called the authorities, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis, as her prints were in the system, as she had been previously arrested for a drug charge. Her death was never solved and remains an unsolved homicide even today. But at that time, police suspected that foul play was involved in both her death and the disappearance of Richard. Richard's skull was only discovered over a year later, but took over 3 decades to be identified, and the events surrounding both his and Lorie's deaths remains a mystery even today. Once Richard was identified in 2023, Bucks County authorities closed their investigation into his death and disappearance due to lack of evidence of any crime being committed in Bucks County. The investigation into his and Lorie's death is now being carried out by the Mercer County Police Department, under whose jurisdiction it falls. They have asked that if anyone has any information that might be useful to the investigation, they should come forward. In a statement to the press, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew D. Weintraub can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years. That wait is now over for Mr. Alt's family. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family. He also specifically thanked Othrim, acknowledging that the case could never have been solved without their technical expertise. He hopes that genetic genealogy and the expertise of institutions like Othrim will continue to provide breakthroughs in cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so many years. The case of Chris Watts, Shannon Razusek and Christopher Watts, both from North Carolina, met in 2012. Shannon was from Aberdeen, and Chris was from Spring Lake. They tied the knot on November 3, 2012, but not everyone was thrilled about their union. Chris' parents, Cindy and Ronnie Watts, didn't attend the wedding, with Cindy later explaining that she didn't get along with Shannon and didn't like how she treated her son. A year after getting married, Shannon and Chris moved to Frederick, Colorado, marking a fresh start in their lives. They were excited to start a family and eventually welcomed 2 daughters, Bella Marie, born on December 17, 2013, and Celeste Catherine, Cece, born on July 17, 2015. Shannon had been diagnosed with lupus, a chronic autoimmune disease, at a young age. Despite the challenges this presented for getting pregnant, Shan-en defied the odds and became a mother twice. She was known for her kindness, compassion, and positivity, and was determined to create a happy life for herself and her family. Shan-en was a loving and exceptional mother, and her vibrant personality drew people to her. Every morning, she would send her friends heartfelt texts that read, "Good morning, beautiful," making them feel cherished and uplifted. Her daughters, Bella and Cece, were the center of her universe, and she devoted herself to nurturing and supporting them. Shan-en was active on social media, sharing videos that offered a glimpse into her daily life and that of her daughters. Her friends and family cherished these videos, which showcased her warm personality. In many of these videos, Shan-en expressed her deep admiration for her husband, Chris, portraying him as a loving husband and father. However, those close to the family found Chris difficult to connect with on a deeper level, as he tended to keep to himself. Despite their reservations, Shan-en's family and friends accepted Chris because of her deep love for him. However, the couple was struggling financially, and in June 2015, they filed for bankruptcy due to a heavy mortgage, multiple car payments, loans, medical bills, and significant credit card debt. At the time, Chris worked at Anadarko Petroleum, while Shan-en worked at a children's hospital call center. However, by 2016, Shan-en had changed careers, becoming a consultant for a multi-level marketing company, selling a nutritional supplement administered through a patch. Shan-en loved her job, and it showed. As her coworker Cynthia DeRosette put it, she had a way of making everyone she met feel her positive energy. Despite being happy with her life, Shan-en had one wish: to have a baby boy to complete her family with her husband and 2 daughters. In spring 2018, Shan-en got an unexpected but wonderful surprise. She was pregnant again. Overjoyed and excited, she wanted to capture her husband Chris's reaction, so she planned to surprise him on May 28th with the news. Further tests confirmed Shan-en was having a baby boy. Shan-en and Chris chose the name Nico for their new baby. When they told their daughters Bella and Cece they would be big sisters, the girls were happy. In the summer of 2018, when Shan-en was pregnant with Nico, she visited her family in North Carolina, while Chris stayed behind in Colorado for work. Shan-en took her daughters, Bella and Cece, to visit Chris's parents, Cindy and Ronnie, despite having a strained relationship with them. During the visit, Cindy prepared a snack for Cece, without considering Shan-en's prior warning about Cece's severe nut allergy. As a result, the snack contained peanuts, which put Cece's life in danger. Shan-en was deeply disturbed by this incident, feeling that Cindy had recklessly disregarded her granddaughter's safety. Shan-en expressed her outrage and disappointment in a text message to Chris, accusing his mother of intentionally trying to provoke her by putting Cece's life at risk. She urged Chris to confront his father about Cindy's behavior, implying that if Chris didn't take action, it would suggest he was complicit in his mother's harmful actions and that Shan-en's concerns for her children's safety were justified. While Shan-en was visiting her family in North Carolina, she noticed a sudden change in Chris's communication style. He stopped responding to her messages and calls, leaving her confused and concerned. When she asked him what was going on, Chris explained that he had taken on more responsibilities at work due to the arrival of new employees, but reassured her that everything was fine. A week later, Chris flew to North Carolina to spend time with Shan-en and their 2 daughters, Bella and Cece. The girls were excited to see their father and ran to hug him as soon as he arrived. Chris was enthusiastic in his greeting, scooping them up in a tight hug. However, his greeting to Shan-en was noticeably colder. Instead of a kiss, he simply nodded at her. Shan-en felt hurt and surprised by Chris's distant behavior, and she couldn't help but confide in a friend about her growing concerns through a text message. Shan-en felt like she was living with a stranger, not the man she married. She was saddened and confused by the change in Chris. When they were in the same room, he refused to talk to her, and instead, they communicated through their phones. Shan-en sent a heartbreaking text to her friend, explaining the situation, and even shared a photo of them sitting on separate couches, facing away from each other. Shan-en suspected that Chris might be interested in someone else, which shocked her friend. However, her friend disagreed, saying that Chris loved Sean and too much to do that. But Sean N was devastated because Chris had told her that he no longer thought they were compatible. This was a huge surprise to Sean N, who had always believed their love was strong. Chris had confessed to Sean N that he had hoped getting her pregnant would change his feelings, but it didn't. Sean N was devastated to hear this, as she treasured their relationship and thought their love could overcome any obstacle. Desperate to save her family, Sean N proposed that they attend couples counseling to work through their issues. However, Chris refused. Sean N was willing to do whatever it took to rescue their relationship, but she realized Chris was not willing to meet her halfway. Despite her best efforts, Sean N came to understand that Chris was unwilling to compromise on anything. After their return to Colorado from North Carolina, the family settled back into their routine. However, Sean N soon left for another business trip, this time to Arizona. During her trip to Arizona, Shanann's friends noticed a change in her behavior. She seemed confused, distressed, and not her usual cheerful self. One evening, while they were all in their hotel room, Sean N opened up to her friends about her concerns. She told them that Chris had expressed doubts about their relationship and refused to go to couples therapy. On August 11th, while Sean N was still in Arizona, she received a notification on her phone about a restaurant charge on her and Chris' account. The amount of the charge raised her suspicions, and she wondered if Chris was having dinner with someone else. This made her feel uneasy and doubtful. When Sean N returned home from her trip on August 13th, her friend Nicole Atkinson drove her home. Their doorbell camera captured Sean N entering her house at around 1:48 a.m. The next morning, Shanann's friends became worried when they didn't receive their usual good morning messages from her. They knew she had an important doctor's appointment at 9:30 a.m. and were concerned that something might be wrong. When Sean N missed a 12:30 p.m. business meeting, her close friend Nicole Atkinson became alarmed. As the day went by with no word from Sean N, Nicole's concern grew. She sensed something was off. Feeling a strong urge to act, Nicole drove to Shanann's house. As she arrived, she felt a knot in her stomach. Shanann's van was parked in the garage, and her daily shoes sat by the front door. Nicole knocked on the front door, hoping Sean N would emerge, explaining that she had overslept after her flight the previous day. But there was no response. One of Shanann's friends contacted her husband Chris, telling him they couldn't reach her. Chris reassured them, thinking Sean N might have taken their daughters to a friend's house. Shanann's friends were puzzled by Chris's response because they had all been in touch with each other, and none of them knew where Sean N was. She had no plans to meet up with any of them. As a result, her friends told Chris they planned to contact the Frederick Police Department to report Sean N and their daughters, Bella and Cece, as missing. However, Chris did not want to involve the police. One of Shanann's friends, Nicole, was so worried that she went ahead and called 911 to report the three missing. After Nicole's call, a police officer from the Frederick Police Department arrived at the Watts home. The officer's body cam footage showed Nicole's distress as she explained what she knew about Sean and her daughters. When Chris arrived, he approached the officer, but unlike Nicole, he did not appear to be very concerned, despite his wife and daughters being missing. During a search of Sean and Chris's home, the officer found Shanann's purse, which contained her medication and that of her two daughters. This finding concerned Shanann's friend Nicole, but Chris, her husband, remained unusually calm. The officer also discovered Shanann's wedding pants on the bedside table. Afterwards, the officer and Chris went to a neighbor's house to review the footage from their security camera. A camera captured footage of Chris's driveway and garage, showing him opening the garage door, moving around and leaving the house at 5:28 a.m. When Chris watched the footage with the police, his behavior changed. He became nervous and fidgety, which didn't go unnoticed by his neighbor, who suggested to the officer that Chris wasn't acting normal. Chris's reluctance to search for his wife and daughters, Bella and Cece, raised concerns among Shanann's friends, who found it incomprehensible that he wasn't worried about their disappearance. As the investigation unfolded, the police canvassed the neighborhood, asking residents if they had seen Sean or anything unusual. The FBI and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation joined the search the next day, along with the Boulder Police Department's cadaver dogs, which searched the property and inside the house. During the search, an officer handling a cadaver dog commented that the house smelled of cleaning products and seemed unusually clean. The officer's suspicions were raised by a comment, leading them to inspect the cleanliness of the home more closely. The presence of cleaning products hinted that someone might have tried to hide evidence or erase potential clues. While his house was being searched, Chris gave an interview to 2 Denver news stations outside his residence. During the interview, Chris claimed that he and Sean hadn't argued before she left, but he did mention they had an emotional conversation. Chris appealed to whoever was holding his family, begging for their return and expressing his desire to be reunited with them. He emphasized that his house felt empty without them, but his behavior during the interview raised concerns. Chris appeared cold and unemotional, which surprised those who knew him. Shanann's friends, who watched the interview, were disgusted by Chris's nonchalant demeanor, finding it strange and contradictory to his plea for his family's return. On August 14th, Special Agent Coda conducted an interview with Chris. During the conversation, Chris suggested that Sean might have taken the girls to a friend's house to unwind. Meanwhile, the police station received a flood of tips about possible sightings of Sean and the girls. The department received various photos, which Chris was asked to review to see if he could identify his missing wife and daughters. However, he was unable to provide any identifications. Agent Coda also asked Chris about his marriage to Sean during the interview. Chris claimed that he had never been unfaithful to Sean and, to the best of his knowledge, she had never been unfaithful to him either. He explained that they were the type of couple who would confide in each other if they ever felt tempted to stray. One notable aspect of Chris's behavior during the interview caught Agent Coda's attention. Chris frequently made hand movements towards his neck. Agent Coda's intuition was growing stronger, suggesting the movements might be pointing to a more sinister truth. During the interview, Agent Coda stepped out briefly to share his concerns with the other officers, suspecting Chris might have strangled Sean. As the hours ticked by with no sign of Sean and her daughters, the loved one's anxiety turned to desperation. Despite their fears for Shanann's safety, they held onto the glimmer of hope that Bella and Cece might still be alive. The lack of updates from the authorities only added to their distress. After a 3-hour interrogation, Chris was released from the police department, but the police instructed him to return the next day, August 15th, for a polygraph test. Here's what happened. Chris agreed to take a polygraph test to help with the investigation into his family's disappearance. On August 15th, Chris picked up his father from the airport and went to the Frederick Police Department, where Tammy Lee from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation administered the test. During the test, Chris denied any involvement in his family's disappearance and claimed not to know where his wife Sean was. However, the results of the test were not in Chris's favor. This led the detectives to strongly suspect that Chris was responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughters. Tammy Lee, a highly skilled polygrapher, confronted Chris about the test results. Chris admitted that he had caused Sean emotional pain, but denied physically harming her. He also confessed to having an affair with a coworker named Nicole Kessinger, which he deeply regretted. Despite his confessions, Chris still denied any involvement in his family's disappearance. At one point, he asked to have his father, Ronnie, present during the interview. The officers were hesitant, worried that this might lead Chris to ask for a lawyer. Chris' father was allowed to accompany him in the interrogation room, a risky move that detectives hoped would prompt Chris to confess. And it worked. Chris admitted to killing Sean but claimed he did so because she had harmed their daughters, Bella and Cece. However, this excuse was immediately met with skepticism by Shanann's friends, who knew she would never hurt her children. In fact, Sean was eagerly awaiting the birth of her 3rd child, a son named Nico. During the interrogation, Chris disclosed the location of Shanann's body, which he had buried in a shallow grave at one of his work sites. He also revealed that he had disposed of his daughters' bodies in oil tanks. Despite this, Chris continued to deny any involvement in their deaths. Even after being arrested and taken into custody, the detectives never believed Sean was responsible for harming her daughters. In the end, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. At the sentencing hearing for Chris, the judge expressed outrage over the brutal crime Chris had committed, calling it the most inhumane and vicious one he had seen in his entire career of handling thousands of cases. Years later, Chris confessed to murdering his wife Sean and in their bed. According to Chris, he strangled her after she discovered his infidelity and threatened to take their daughters away. Chris then put Shanann's body in his truck and drove to his work site with their 2 daughters. Tragically, Chris admitted to killing his daughters one by one at the site, with one daughter forced to witness the murder of her sister before meeting the same fate. The case of Tara Baker. Tara Baker was born on January 20th, 1977, in East Point, Georgia. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother later remarried. She is the eldest of 4 siblings. From an early age, she showed a strong interest in the legal system with the desire to pursue a career as a lawyer or judge. She would often engage in mock trials with her stuffed animals, create contracts with her relatives, and even write letters to politicians, including the President of the United States, to express her opinions. After high school, attended Georgia College, where she earned 2 bachelor's degrees in just 3 years, graduating in 1999. She then enrolled at the University of Georgia, one of the top law schools in the country, located in Athens, a small town close to her parents' home. To avoid dorm life, rented a house with 2 other university students, one of whom she knew from college. Tara worked at a prestigious law firm in downtown Athens, covering her expenses and gaining valuable experience in her future profession. In January 2001, Tara spent a lot of time studying at the university library. On the evening of January 18th, she went to the library to study with a friend. Her friend left the library around 7:30 p.m. Tara stayed behind, calling her friend at 9:46 p.m. to check if she had arrived home safely, mentioning that she would head home soon. The next day, around 6 p.m., Tara's mother, Virginia Baker, received a phone call from a woman who identified herself as a detective. The detective tells Virginia that they need her daughter Tara's fingerprints for their current investigation. Believing it was a prank, Virginia hung up, but her curiosity got the better of her. She decided to call the Athens police station to verify the call. Police said the caller was actually a forensic detective, and they further informed her that there had been a fire at Tara's home. The detective explained that they were trying to locate Tara, but so far, they had only found one of Tara's roommates who had been out at the time of the fire. The other roommate was also missing, and investigators suspected that the unidentified body they found might be one of them. Virginia was desperate for information and asked the detective to describe the room where the body was found. The detective's response sent a chill down Tara's spine. The room was filled with Tara antique items, which she had spent years collecting. Virginia and her family immediately drove to Athens to see what was happening to their daughter, hoping that it was just a misunderstanding and that Tara was safe. Upon arriving at the police station, they were forced to wait for several hours without receiving any updates. Eventually, a detective emerged and delivered the devastating news. The body found in the house was indeed Tara's, and her death was a result of murder, not the fire. However, the detective was exhausted and declined to answer any questions. Before departing, he shared one crucial detail. Tara had inadvertently left behind a clue. Fragments of the perpetrator's skin were found under her fingernails, which could potentially aid in identifying the killer. Tara's family was shocked, confused, and hopeless by the news. Despite their requests for more information about Tara, the police remained silent, not providing any further details. The family of Tara Baker was left in the dark about her murder investigation. Despite their repeated attempts to get information from detectives, they were met with silence. The local police department never reached out to them, forcing the family to constantly call and visit the station to beg for updates. Through persistence, they were able to gather some details about the case. Firefighters were called to Tara's address on January 19th at approximately 11 a.m. in response to a fire. After extinguishing the flames, they found Tara's body inside. The medical examiner's report confirmed that she had been murdered, with signs of strangulation and stabbed wounds. It appeared that the killer had set the fire to destroy evidence after Tara's death. However, the police refused to share the medical examiner's report with Tara's parents, leaving them without crucial information about her murder. The family also discovered that some evidence may have been destroyed by the firefighters. Unfortunately, this is not uncommon in cases like this. Investigators may not have properly secured the crime scene, which could have resulted in the loss of evidence. As Tara's family sought answers about her death, they were met with a lack of transparency and disrespect from the police. They were not kept informed about the investigation, were often treated rudely and unprofessionally. In an attempt to hold the police accountable, they began to record their conversations and filed complaints, but these efforts yielded no results. The family sought the advice of a renowned criminologist. However, the local police department would only allow him to review the case materials under one condition. He was not to share any information or findings with Tara's relatives. This left Tara's family unable to find answers about her death. Tara's family waited 10 years to get her death certificate. After writing to the state governor, they finally received it, but it didn't give them the answers they were looking for. Instead of explaining what caused her death, the certificate simply stated that she died from multiple injuries without providing any further details. Despite the police continued their investigation, but their actions raised several questions. When Tara's body was discovered, firefighters immediately called the police, recognizing that a murder had taken place. But the crime scene was seriously destroyed due to extensive damage from the fire and water used to extinguish it. Furthermore, the family later discovered that some surviving items at the crime scene were not examined for fingerprints. Tara's laptop was found missing from her room, but other valuables were intact. Since there was no evidence of forced entry, investigators suspected that Tara was familiar with her killer and had voluntarily allowed them into her room. Although the crime scene was heavily damaged due to the fire, investigators established that Tara's two roommates were away from town at the time, leaving Tara home alone. Because it was difficult to determine the exact time of death, medical experts narrowed the window down to a time frame of 10 p.m. when Tara left the library to 11 a.m. when neighbors called the fire department. The likelihood of the crime occurring during the early morning hours, given the speed at which the fire spread. The police investigation uncovered two significant leads. One involved a witness who reported seeing a middle-aged white man running down the street on the morning of the murder, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans despite the winter weather. Additionally, the police discovered a suspicious phone call made to Terrace University a few days before her death. A heavily intoxicated man had called the university's student information line. The man managed to correctly provide Tara Baker's name and request her phone number. Although the phone call was highly suspicious, the police were unable to identify the caller. Meanwhile, Tara's boyfriend became an immediate person of interest in the investigation. He provided an alibi which was verified by the police, but they continued to view him with suspicion. Police have repeatedly questioned him and asked him to provide additional biological samples, answer additional questions, or undergo a lie detector test. Tara's boyfriend was asked to identify her body after the fire. He had traveled from another city to Athens as soon as he heard the news. Although Tara's parents were already in town, the police requested that the boyfriend make the identification. However, he was not allowed to enter the house. Instead, a police officer took a photograph of the body and showed it to him on a camera screen. The boyfriend was shocked and unsure if the body was Terry's. To confirm, he asked to see a pair of earrings he had given her. The officer retrieved the earrings from the body Terry's and showed them to him. After seeing the earrings, the boyfriend confirmed that the body was indeed Terry's. The police then shifted their focus to a male student who had a reputation for being troublesome. Several female students reported that he had repeatedly asked them out on dates, despite being told no, and made them feel uncomfortable with his behavior. The student had also asked Tara out multiple times, despite knowing she had a boyfriend. Detectives investigated the student, but found no evidence linking him to the crime. They even asked Tara's friends to monitor the boys, but this did not bring any new progress. Detectives began to focus on another suspect, a guy who was Tara's co-worker. When they interviewed his co-workers, they discovered that his behavior in the days leading up to the murders was very strange. Specifically, he had stopped socializing with a group of close co-workers. Additionally, just days before the murders, he had told Tara that he would not be able to attend her birthday party, which was scheduled for the day after the murders. On the morning of January 19th, one of Tara's co-workers tried to convince him to attend birthday celebration, as Tara had been hurt by his initial refusal. When the colleague visited the attorney's office, however, he was nowhere to be found. This was unusual, as the attorney was typically present at the office in the mornings. A check of his work schedule revealed no meetings or appointments, adding to the mystery of his absence. His behavior raised suspicions after Tara's murder. He was absent on the day of the murder, but the next day, he visited a colleague's home and acted strangely. Many suspect that he regularly used illegal drugs, which may have contributed to his erratic behavior. The coworker noticed several fresh scratches on his neck, which were notable because several pieces of skin were found under Tara's fingernails, suggesting that she may have scratched her attacker in self-defense. When questioned about the scratches, he claimed he got them from a cat and denied any involvement in Tara's murder. However, when asked about his suspicions regarding the killer, his response was unusual. He screams that Tara's father is the culprit, but he cannot produce any evidence to back up his accusations. Furthermore, he resigned from his position just a few months after the murder and left the state. It is unclear whether the police compared his DNA with the samples found under Tara's nails, but they have not shared any information about this aspect of the investigation, even with Tara's relatives. The police discovered that he was married, but still secretly dated 2 female colleagues. This revelation could explain his unusual behavior and unexplained absences from work. Both women also suspected that he was using illicit substances. However, police found no evidence to prove his involvement in the murder and eventually cleared him as a suspect. The detectives also investigated the maintenance company employees who had access to the house where Tara lived. They had a spare key, which might explain why there was no sign of forced entry. Unfortunately, this lead also yielded no results. Since then, the case has had no new clues. The police continue to search for new suspects and witnesses, but they are keeping many details about their investigation under wraps to avoid it being undermined. The investigation into Tara's murder continued over the years, with several new leads emerging, but it did not yield any results for the investigation. One witness reported seeing an African-American man near Tara's house on the day of the fire, while another claimed to have seen blood on a classmate's notebook shortly after the murder. Despite police efforts to pursue these leads, they ultimately led to dead ends. Tara's parents offered a $77,000 reward in hopes of generating new leads. The detective team working on the case changed several times, but they all encountered considerable difficulties due to lack of evidence. The fire in Tara's room burned most of the evidence, leaving the police with few clues to investigate. 19 years after Tara's murder, a podcast about her case was released, generating renewed interest and attention. The podcast gathered information from Tara's family and individuals connected to the case, re-examining the evidence and helped reinvestigate the case. The police department took notice of the podcast, leading to better cooperation between detectives and Tara's family. For several months, detectives reviewed all available information and evidence using modern DNA analysis tools to re-examine the evidence. Their efforts paid off on May 13, 2024, when police announced that they had finally arrested the perpetrator 23 years after the murder. The suspect, Edric Lamont Faust, 48, was arrested, but police did not reveal how they identified the suspect, citing the need to keep some information secret to protect ongoing legal proceedings. Investigators only mentioned that modern DNA analysis tools and other biological evidence played a crucial role in Edric's identification. Further details of the case were not disclosed at the press conference, and police chose to withhold evidence to avoid compromising Edric's trial. However, his arrest documents revealed that he was accused of assaulting Tara. Additionally, a piece of skin was found under Tara's fingernails, which was used to extract the killer's DNA using modern DNA analysis tools. The police had likely known about Edric for years due to his long history of crime, which included multiple arrests. At the time of Tara's murder, He was 25 and lived in the same city as she. Despite this, the police initially found no evidence suggesting that Edric knew Tara. It wasn't until recently, thanks to advanced DNA analysis, that Edric became a suspect in the case. Detectives only started investigating him a few days before his arrest. Edric is currently in jail awaiting trial. Police are confident that they have found the right person as they obtained irrefutable DNA evidence. As a result, Edric was denied bail and Tara's case is now considered closed. Tara's family finally finds out the truth after 23 years, thanks to a new team of detectives who reopen the case and solve it. The crime took place in Green Bay, a city in the U.S. state of Wisconsin, located on the shore of Lake Michigan. With a population of around 104,000 people, it is the third largest city in the state. Known for its strong football culture, Green Bay is home to the Green Bay Packers, one of the most successful teams in the National Football League. The city has a diverse economy, with industries including healthcare, education, manufacturing, and tourism. Visitors to Green Bay can explore attractions such as the National Railroad Museum, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the historic downtown district. It was here in Green Bay that a tragic murder took place in 1986. On April 18, 1964, a bright-eyed baby girl was born. Her name was Lisa Holstead. Raised by a strong, resilient single mother named Judith Karen Pearl Thompson, Lisa's childhood was not without its challenges. Her father, Frank Holstead, was absent from her life, but that didn't stop Lisa from shining bright. From an early age, she exhibited a curious mind and a creative spirit that defined her life. She grew up with two loving older sisters, Deborah, who was 3 years older, and Susan, who was 2 years older than Lisa. They were always there for her, to lend a listening ear or as a shoulder to cry on. Lisa felt a sense of security and warmth with them that could not be easily replicated. Her older brother, Stephen Holstead, who was 5 years older than her, was her protector and always looked out for his little sister and made sure she felt safe and loved. Despite the financial struggles of being raised by a single mother, their love for each other was unwavering. Judith worked tirelessly to provide for her children, and her love for them knew no bounds. Lisa Holstead had a passion for horseback riding and was also artistic and sketched during her spare time. However, her life took an unexpected turn when she got pregnant at the age of 17 and gave birth to her beloved son, Jeremy, in 1981. Despite the challenges she faced, Lisa was a loving and devoted mother who doted on her son. She worked tirelessly to ensure that Jeremy had the best life possible. Her kind, outgoing, and creative personality shone through as she raised Jeremy on her own, just like her own mother had raised her and her siblings. Lisa Holstead was a woman of courage and independence. Despite the comfort of living with her family, she yearned for something more. So, she made the brave decision to move across the country to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams in 1981. After some time, she realized that what she truly wanted was a stable and peaceful life for her and her son, Jeremy. She found that in the town of Green Bay in Wisconsin, where they settled and made a home in 1982. While she never attended college, Lisa was determined to continue her education and took a goal-oriented, non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute between 1983 and 1984. By the time she returned to Green Bay in 1986, Lisa was only 22 years old, but she had already accomplished so much. With her son by her side, who was now 5 years old, she was ready to take on whatever challenges came her way in this new chapter of their lives. She had even found love again with a man named John Sott, with whom she shared a cozy home in Green Bay. The couple enjoyed simple pleasures like fishing and playing darts together, and even had a quirky collection of pets, an eel and a bird named Herbie. Lisa's love for her family and her zest for life were evident in everything she did, and she cherished every moment spent with her loved ones. However, fate had a cruel twist in store for her, and her bright future was tragically cut short. On August 12, 1986, the moon was high in the sky in Wisconsin as Lisa and John embarked on a late-night adventure. Lisa and John seemed to be having a great time, their competitive spirits shining through as they played game after game of darts. But as that night came to a close, tension began to rise, and the alcohol seemed to take its toll. When they were driving back home, the car came to a stop at the intersection of Mason and Taylor Street at 2:30 a.m. Lisa and John had been having an argument, and she opened the door and stepped out in the cool night air. The argument with John had left her feeling frustrated and upset, and she needed to clear her head. She told John that she would walk home and that he could go ahead and get some rest. He hoped that she would come back soon and that they could make up and put this argument behind them. As the hours passed and the sun began to rise over the quiet town of Green Bay, John's worry grew into a gnawing sense of dread. Lisa still hadn't returned, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. He scoured the streets and alleys, calling out her name, but there was no response. Desperately, he made his way to the police station and reported her missing, and his heart was heavy with fear and uncertainty. After just an hour of John reporting her missing, a gruesome discovery was made by two unsuspecting workers in the Kenures Nature Park. It was an ordinary day for the workers as they made their way along the riverbank. Something caught their eye, a hand jutting out from the water's surface. Intrigued, they pulled their truck to a stop and approached the water's edge. What they found there would haunt them forever. The lifeless body of a woman lying partially unclothed, as if she had been cast aside like an unwanted object. They immediately called the authorities, and within minutes, the officers from the Green Bay Police Department arrived at the scene and were met with a gruesome sight. The unknown woman's lifeless body lay in the marsh, surrounded by tall reeds and murky water. The detectives tried to secure the area to gather any evidence. As the detectives combed through the marsh in search of any clues that could lead them to the woman's identity, they stumbled upon a small piece of fabric poking out from under the murky waters. With a sense of urgency, they waded through the marsh to retrieve the fabric, and upon closer inspection, they discovered an identity card hidden in the back pocket of a pair of jeans. It was then that they were able to confirm the victim's identity as Lisa Holstead. When they approached her body, they saw the telltale marks on her neck, grim evidence that she had been strangled to death, and the case was ruled as a homicide. The autopsy report delivered a gruesome account of Lisa's final moments. Her blood alcohol level was found to be sky-high, clocking in at a staggering 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit at that time. The autopsy further revealed that she had suffered from multiple wounds that left her body streaked with blood, a sight that could haunt even the bravest of souls. Worse still, the medical examiner's findings pointed to a heinous sexual assault as the primary cause of her death. The only hope they had was the foreign DNA sample that they had managed to extract from the victim's body. The discovery of the DNA was like finding a needle in a haystack for the police. They knew it was a crucial piece of evidence, but they didn't have a suspect to match it to. The tiny sample was carefully stored away like a precious gemstone. The detectives hoped that someday, technology would catch up to the potential of this evidence and give them the answers they desperately sought. The news of Lisa's death spread like wildfire, leaving a trail of grief in its wake. Her boyfriend John was shattered by the loss of the woman he loved, racked with guilt for the final argument, and haunted by the fact that he could have done more to keep her safe. Her family was plunged into a world of pain and confusion. The police moved swiftly to investigate, interviewing everyone who might have had a motive to harm Lisa. Detectives followed up on every lead, questioned every suspect, and revisited the crime scene numerous times in the years that followed, but nothing seemed to break the case wide open. They even went back to the drawing board numerous times, piecing together any possible lead or hint that could lead to the identity of Lisa's killer. But their efforts were met with dead ends. The passage of time only seemed to add another layer of obscurity to the case. Evidence deteriorated and potential suspects slipped out of sight. The case was eventually archived and sat gathering dust on a shelf for over 30 years. But in 2020, after 34 years of the case lying cold, hope again flickered as Detective David Graff from the GBPD reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation. With dogged determination, he and his team combed through the old case files, and their eyes fell upon a small vial, forgotten in the back of the storage unit. Inside was the key to unlocking the case, the DNA of the perpetrator. It was time to bring in the latest forensic technology behind her brutal murder. He reached out to a pioneer in the space, a company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy, hoping to unlock the secrets of the killer's identity. This cutting-edge technology would not only reveal more about the suspect, but also provide a fascinating insight into the killer's familial connections. With this new knowledge, the detective was finally able to unravel the twisted web of this cold case. The DNA was sent for analysis in June 2020, and when the results came back from the lab, the Green Bay Police Department found themselves with a wealth of information about their suspect. With every bit of information gleaned from the DNA analysis, the police were one step closer to the killer. The police started carefully tracing the family trees of distant relatives of the person. Piece by piece, they constructed a web of connections until they had built 10 to 15 different family trees. As the investigation progressed, they scoured databases and websites to find groups of people who could potentially be related to the victim. After much investigation and digging, they stumbled upon a group of individuals living in other states. Following their trail, they found a connection to Wisconsin, and finally, the trail led them to Green Bay, the very place where the brutal murder took place. The police found a family member who had been living in Green Bay in 1986, the same year the crime was committed. Finally, after countless hours of work, they found a suspect whose DNA potentially matched the sample taken at the crime scene. The long-awaited breakthrough had come at last. The man was Luke Griffin, and investigators found that Luke already had a history of violence against women, including strangulation, and had been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the heinous crime of second-degree sexual assault. What shocked them the most was that Luke had a previous conviction for sexual assault in 1981, a fact that had gone unnoticed during the initial investigation. It seemed that the police had missed a vital clue that had been right in front of them all this time. However, thanks to the groundbreaking technology of forensic genetic genealogy and the tireless work of Detective David Graff and his team, Luke's past finally caught up with him. With a suspect in their sights, the investigators knew they had to be absolutely certain before making an arrest. They needed to test Luke Griffin's DNA against the profile from the crime scene. So, in September 2020, the police embarked on a thrilling mission to track down their prime suspect, Luke Griffin, who had moved to the city of Racine. The Green Bay detectives joined forces with the Racine County authorities, the FBI, and DCI to put Griffin under surveillance, hoping to uncover evidence against him. The hunt was on for Luke, and the authorities were not going to let him out of their sights. They trailed him to another town in Wisconsin, watching his every move. On September 18, 2020, while they were watching him, they saw him disposing of some beer cans in a dumpster and carelessly tossing a cigarette butt on the ground. Little did he know that these seemingly insignificant acts would lead to his undoing. The discarded items were quickly collected by the police and sent back to the lab for further DNA testing. The results came back on September 29, 2020, and the authorities were ecstatic. The DNA was a perfect match to that found at the crime scene over 3 decades ago. On October 28, 2020, at around 6 a.m., there was the sound of handcuffs clicking into place. As Luke was escorted out of his home, neighbors peeked out from behind their curtains, whispering amongst themselves as the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail. In the interrogation room, Luke sat stone-faced as he denied any involvement in the murder. When the questioning intensified, Luke's resolve began to waver, and he finally confessed to having a sexual encounter with the victim. But he claimed that his memory of that night was hazy at best, citing intoxication with drugs and alcohol as the reason for his confusion. As the details of the crime unfolded, it became clear that Luke's intoxication had clouded his memory, and he was unable to recall the events that led to Lisa's death. The once elusive suspect was now in custody. In 2021, it was time for his trial. The courtroom was packed with reporters, family members of the victim, and curious onlookers as Luke Griffin entered flanked by guards. All eyes were on him as he took his seat at the defendant's table. Luke's fate hung in the balance as the trial began, and the prosecution presented their evidence. The jury listened intently, absorbing every detail of the case. Luke recounted the events of that fateful night in 1986 and told the jury that he had simply stopped at McDonald's and then taken a route that happened to pass by the spot where Lisa's body was later discovered. But with every word he spoke, the weight of the crime he committed seemed to hang heavier on his shoulders. As the trial went on, the evidence against him continued to mount, until finally the jury was left with no choice but to make a decision, and Luke was booked on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million. After a long and grueling legal battle, on January 27, 2023, Luke made a dramatic decision to plead no contest to the charge of homicide by reckless conduct. Again, the courtroom was tense as the judge read out the verdict, and Peter Hain, one of Luke's attorneys, argued for a more lenient sentence, citing Luke's poor health and the 2 years he had already spent in jail. However, Judge Timothy Hinkfuss was on move by Hain's request, stating that Luke's lack of accountability and failure to take responsibility had only continued to victimize Holstead's family. Hinkfuss went on to explain that the sentence he was able to give was limited by the laws in place at the time of the crime, and that current Wisconsin law only allows for a maximum of 40 years for homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony. There was a collective gasp from the crowd as Luke was found guilty of the crime and was charged with first-degree intentional homicide. It was a bittersweet victory for the prosecution, who had worked tirelessly to bring justice for their victim's family. On March 27, 2023, 67-year-old Luke Griffin was sentenced to 10 years in prison, the maximum penalty available under the law in 1986. Under the old sentencing law, Luke can be released after serving 2/3 of his sentence. He was also granted 2.5 years of time served, which means he could be released in 4.5 years and is eligible for parole in less than 6 months. The legal battle surrounding the case had been intensely fought since 2020, according to the Brown County Circuit Court Judge Timothy Hinkfuss. When delivering the sentence, Judge Hinkfuss acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a despicable and heinous act, but was constrained by the laws in effect at the time of the crime. Despite acknowledging the maximum sentence was woefully inadequate, Brown County District Attorney David Lassie called for it to be imposed, citing the severity of the crime and its impact on the victim's family. He failed to take accountability and avoided justice for 34 years. Lassie said, "The impact that has had on the family is significant." The family members' emotional impact was evident through the hearing, and they made it clear that no sentence could bring back their beloved Lisa. The courtroom was filled with emotion when 5 of Holstead's family members stood before the judge to deliver their witness statements. Their voices trembled with grief and anger when they recounted the pain and trauma they had endured for over 3 decades. One sister, a brother, a niece, a son, and a granddaughter all spoke passionately, sharing the impact the long, cold case had on their family. They described the void left by their beloved sister, mother, and grandmother, and expressed their disappointment with the maximum sentence available. Stephen Holstead's, Lisa's brother's voice was thick with emotion as he addressed the man who had caused his family so much pain. "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you," he said, his eyes fixed on Luke. "Many tears. I have thought about Lisa all these years. Every day. It's been 13,377 days since you murdered her." They painted a picture of a kind and loving woman, a devoted mother to her young son. The family spoke of Lisa's creative spirit, her love for art and music, and her trusting and outgoing nature. They shared that they had few photos of Lisa and no videos, but one family member brought a framed picture of her to the stand, and another played an audio recording of her singing as a child. The case of Lisa Holstead is a testament to the power of perseverance and the remarkable advances in forensic technology that have been made in recent years. While it may have seemed like an unsolvable mystery for decades, the tireless efforts of law enforcement and the use of cutting-edge forensic techniques ultimately led to justice being served. What sentence do you think Luke deserves for his crime? Humans are inherently doubtful and covetous beings. When confronted with perfection, their instinct is to seek out imperfections. In the absence of any, they often endeavor to fabricate them. The calamity to be recounted today was observed by a vast audience, yet no one was able to assist the seemingly flawless girl, who as a result became handicapped. Tsinghua University, often referred to as the Chinese Harvard, was hosting a distinguished performance in partnership with the Beijing Symphony Orchestra. This event held significant prominence. Gracefully attired pairs made their entrance into the majestic theater. Men in impeccably cut black suits adorned with gleaming cufflinks, and women in stunning full-length gowns clutching petite handbags. They exchanged smiles and engaged in polite conversations as they proceeded to their seats. Tsinghua University students poised to showcase their talent that evening faced immense pressure. One student, Zhu Ling, was confronting an especially daunting challenge. She was about to deliver a 6-minute solo poised to be the defining 6 minutes of her life. The audience potentially included professors, prospective future employers, and benefactors, all key figures for her career prospects, heightening the stakes. Any error or mishap was not an option. She needed to captivate them and leave a lasting impression with her performance. Her goal was to immerse herself in the rhythm and embody the essence of the ancient Chinese musical instrument, the jichuan. Revered as the instrument of the wise and favored by literati and intellectuals, those who mastered it were invariably seen as genial and perceptive. The jichuan, a symbol of prestige, boasts a rich history. One of these venerable instruments from the Song dynasty fetched $22 million, ranking it among the most valuable. To soothe Ling's nerves, numerous friends positioned themselves near the stage, their anxiety nearly matching hers, having witnessed all she had endured over the past 2 months. For this moment, Zhu Ling's entire existence up to now had been devoted to these 6 minutes. She had almost jeopardized her well-being for this event. Her nerves were so frayed that in 3 days preceding her solo, she scarcely consumed any food. Stress-induced stomach pains plagued her, and sleep was elusive, making it hard for her to keep her eyes. Her vision began to blur. Finally, Zhu Ling ascended the stage, greeted the audience with a bow, sat down, and commenced playing the jichuan. In those initial moments, her friends held their breath, but soon the tension eased, and they found themselves enveloped in the music. Zhu Ling's stage presence that evening betrayed no sign of her nerves. She seemed to become one with the melody. Her hands glided effortlessly, coaxing out exquisite sounds that resonated throughout the theater. Some of her friends were even brought to tears. It appeared that Zhu Ling had channeled all her accumulated stress and anxiety of the past 2 months into her performance, transforming it into a form of emotional release. As the 6 minutes concluded, the audience burst into applause. Zhu Ling gave a deep bow, offered a smile, and exited the stage. Unbeknownst to her, her best friend was in the crowd smiling broadly and clapping so vigorously that her hands turned red. Yet her expression also showed a hint of nervousness. That night, Zhu Ling opted out of the festivities to return home and rest. The dissipation of stress left her feeling utterly drained. In the shower, she began washing her hair calmly. Glancing at her hand, she noticed a clump of hair passing through it. Running her hand through her hair again brought a sense of urgency. She pulled back the shower curtain and dashed to the mirror. Her reflection revealed an exhausted face and small, irregular bald spots resembling the aftermath of a carelessly wielded razor. This was merely the onset. In the following weeks, Zhu Ling's condition would deteriorate further, leaving her confined to a wheelchair and bereft of ability, unable to move, speak, or even control facial muscles. She transformed from a highly promising Tsinghua University student into someone with the cognitive capacity of a 6-year-old child. This entire wasn't an illness, nor was it a genetic anomaly. Zhu Ling was experiencing something caused by another individual. For ordinary students, gaining admission to Harvard was more likely than to Tsinghua, especially for those native to China. The local acceptance rate stands at a mere 0.4%, making it more accessible to international students. The university operates on an annual budget of $5 billion. It's an institution where influential political figures' daughters and wealthy businessmen's sons receive their education. Each of them is exceptionally intelligent and well-educated, with high intellectual capacities. The real challenge isn't just in securing admission, it's surviving the intense competition and rivalry among the students. Some alumni have admitted that to stay at the forefront, they engaged in various manipulations, betraying comrades, engaging in deceit, and stabbing others in the back, all driven by the unyielding competitive spirit fostered at this institution. In 1994, Zhu Ling was among the 31 chemistry undergraduates at Tsinghua University. She ranked in the top 3 of her cohort, which consisted of 20 males and 11 females. Zhu Ling was often regarded as the epitome of excellence, the cream of the crop among students. Indeed, Zhu Ling was not only intelligent, but also tall and striking in appearance. Everyone foresaw a bright future for her, destined for significant accomplishments. Zhu Ling also had a charismatic and assured presence. Her arrival in the dormitory sparked envy among others. She had a knack for attracting a circle of friends and admirers, thanks to her warm demeanor towards others. She roamed the campus, attended lectures diligently, completed her assignments, and many marveled at her seemingly boundless energy. However, after a few months, a peculiar and unexplainable decline in Zhu Ling's condition began to be observed by all. She appeared less strained, even during graduation week. But suddenly, Zhu Ling seemed to vanish. She began arriving later than her peers, and consistently looked exhausted in lectures. Sitting there, she'd sweat as if overheating. Zhu Ling struggled to concentrate on the class content. Severe stomach pain plagued her, leading many, including her instructors, to believe it was related. Seeking relief, Zhu Ling went to the school clinic for pain relievers, but they provided minimal respite. What started as minor lateness escalated to her ceasing classes entirely. Concerned friends decided to visit her dormitory, which she shared with 3 other girls. They found her in bed, shivering and moaning in agony, with clumps of dark hair scattered on the pillow. Alarmed, her classmates urged her to consult a physician, but Zhu Ling dismissed their concerns. She insisted she was merely stressed and would return to classes the next day, assuring them that everything would normalize by semester's end. The once impeccable Zhu Ling was now unrecognizable. Her complexion had turned ghostly pale, lips took on a purplish tint. She resembled a specter haunting the campus. Her movements were sluggish. Each step seemed to inflict excruciating pain. Most of her hair had shed, leaving her nearly bald and compelling her always to wear something on her head for concealment. Occasionally, Zhu Ling's vision would blur, leading to temporary blindness for hours at a time. Various hypotheses regarding Zhu Ling's deteriorating condition spread across campus. Some conjectured it might be due to cancer or alopecia, known for causing hair loss or perhaps an autoimmune disorder. Yet darker speculations emerged. Many students linked Zhu Ling's decline to stress stemming from a dispute with her close friend Sunny. It seemed oddly coincidental that the change in Zhu Ling coincided with their falling out. After missing an orchestra rehearsal for a challenging piece, Zhu Ling faced unexpectedly harsh criticism. Sunny Fly informed the instructor that Zhu Ling had skipped because she felt overly skilled, implying the others needed to elevate their abilities to match hers. Realizing such maliciousness in real life was quite overwhelming for Zhu Ling. Different speculations circulated among university students. Some hinted that Zhu Ling, being a chemistry student, might be secretly conducting groundbreaking experiments. However, would a highly driven student risk self-harm? Beijing A, from Peking University, and a friend since middle school, decided to visit her in the hospital with a fruit basket. On entering her room, Beijing was stunned and compelled to flee. It wasn't fear of infection, but rather seeing his classmate in such a dire state that overwhelmed him. How could a vibrant 20-year-old transform into this shadow so quickly? What illness could strip Zhu Ling of all she had worked for? The medical team found her condition baffling. Just months earlier, Zhu Ling had been in peak health. Now she lay almost hairless, connected to multiple machines with tubes protruding from her nose and mouth. Her body convulsed and face showed partial paralysis. A look of silent desperation marked her wide eyes. The sight was distressing. Even the slightest touch caused excruciating pain and more erratic movements. It seemed even her hospital gown tormented her skin. Sensing his friend's silent plea for help, Beijing read the desperate message in her eyes, a look he would never forget. Seeking answers alongside Zhu Ling's parents, Beijing probed the doctors for a diagnosis, but they were equally perplexed. They delved into the onset of her illness. Initially, about a month or two earlier, Zhu Ling experienced stomach aches, resembling spasms which came and went unpredictably within a week. The pain intensified to the point that it forced her to bend over in agony. Often, she would lay on the ground curled up in a fetal position. Initially, her remedy involved consuming large amounts of Chinese herbal tea. Yet the pain escalated, eventually causing her to lose consciousness. Zhu Ling, burdened by her demanding university schedule, delayed seeking medical attention, hoping the symptoms would subside. Then, her vision began failing intermittently, first blurring and then completely vanishing for hours. Subsequently, her hair started falling out, an especially traumatic symptom for any young woman. The situation deteriorated further, leading to her hospitalization just days before Christmas. It was her first time in hospital care. During that month, her parents remained steadfast by her side as she received treatment. The medical team tested her for arsenic and mercury poisoning. However, the results showed nothing abnormal. Intriguingly, a doctor from a different hospital recalled a similar poisoning case from the 1960s and suggested the possibility of thallium poisoning. However, Zhu Ling denied any exposure to thallium in her studies. The hospital then reached out to Tsinghua University to investigate which chemical substances Zhu Ling might have encountered in her capacity as a chemistry student. Despite this inquiry, her medical records revealed no exposure to chemicals that could trigger such symptoms. This left her condition an enigma to the medical staff. Remarkably, after a month, Zhu Ling's health appeared to improve, and she requested permission to resume her studies. She was eager to sit for exams and anxious not to waste the entire semester. Her parents were adamantly opposed to her returning to university, fearing that stress was the underlying cause of her illness. Yet Zhu Ling feigned significant recovery and went back to classes in February. Unfortunately, by March, her condition had deteriorated dramatically again, resulting in readmission to the hospital, this time so debilitated that continued university attendance seemed impossible. She couldn't even speak. Jean, disillusioned with the local medical community's inability to provide answers, took the initiative. He reached out to medical experts not just in China but globally. Zhu Ling's symptoms were translated various languages, and he posted these on specialized medical forums online. In less than half an hour, he received his response. Over the next few days, around 2,000 emails poured in from 18 different countries. The respondents weren't mere internet users. Many were affiliated with national medical institutions and specialized in toxicology. The consensus among almost all of them was alarming. Thallium poisoning. The symptoms pointed to a deliberate, methodical attempt to poison Zhu Ling, designed to inflict slow, excruciating agony. Thallium, a dense and highly poisonous metal, was once used in rat poisons, but has been banned in major countries including China and the USA. In the early 20th century, it was used as a lice treatment known to cause hair loss. Its array of symptoms is so vast that it often leads to misdiagnosis by doctors, and its detection is usually alarmingly delayed. Thallium doesn't leave visible marks like bruises or wounds, making it harder to spot. The poisoning unfolds in stages. Initial stomach discomfort escalates to severe pain, then trembling, headaches, insomnia, and temporary blindness. Subsequently, the victim experiences intense skin pain, akin to severe burns, where even the slightest touch feels excruciating. Clothing and bed linens become sources of torment. The final stage involves neurological symptoms, including involuntary motor disturbances, seizures, and partial or complete paralysis, culminating in cognitive decline and mental impairment. Tragically, in Zhu Ling's case, this meant a regression from a top student at China's most prestigious university to possessing the mental capacities of a 6-year-old child. BG Zhen, in collaboration with Zhu Ling's parents, sifted through the multitude of emails and promptly conveyed their findings to Zhu Ling's medical team. Yet the doctors were skeptical of the diagnosis posited by online contributors. They emphasized that detecting thallium in the body without specific tests was not feasible. Testing for thallium involved sending the patient's blood to a lab equipped for such an analysis. Moreover, they pointed out that thallium is a rare, tightly controlled substance, not easily obtainable. The doctors also mentioned that if Zhu Ling's condition was indeed due to thallium poisoning, An antidote would likely be ineffective at this advanced stage of the disease. This revelation left Zhu Ling's family and friends in shock. The pressing question then became, who would want to harm Zhu Ling? A hypothesis emerged that the intended targets might have been her parents, given their high-profile occupations. Her father was a senior engineer at the national agency, a position that could involve sensitive information. Her mother was an engineer at a prominent Chinese company. However, this line of inquiry eventually reached a dead end. The primary task was to determine how the poison entered Zhu Ling's system, especially since no one else on campus exhibited similar symptoms. This ruled out the possibility of thallium vapors, suggesting that Zhu Ling either ingested or came into direct contact with the substance. Meanwhile, during Zhu Ling's hospitalization, her personal items were mysteriously stolen from her dormitory. The stolen items included her shampoo, contact lens case, lipstick, bath soap, and even her water glass. Intriguingly, the perpetrator seemed solely interested in Zhu Ling's possessions, an unusual incident in such a prestigious university's dormitory. With no surveillance cameras on campus at that time, an investigation was imperative. Students lived in gender-specific rooms, and access to the women's dormitory was restricted to current female students of Singer University. Neither alumni nor graduate students or professors had entry into the living quarters of over 100 young female students. Police initiated a thorough investigation into over 20 vendors known to supply thallium, a substance still used in manufacturing optical lenses, electronics, and other products. Scrutinizing their procurement records, they discovered that one supplier had provided alum to Tsinghua University's chemistry department for research. The investigation revealed that only a select group within the university had access to this compound: 2 professors, 3 graduate students, and 2 senior undergraduates. Consequently, the perpetrator likely had a role in thallium-based experiments and had the opportunity to take personal items from Zhu Ling's room. As the investigation progressed, the professors and graduate students were quickly excluded as suspects due to their lack of access to the women's dormitory. This narrowed suspicion to the 2 senior students, 1 male and 1 female. Since the male student couldn't have entered the female residence area, suspicion fell on the female student. Astonishingly, this student was none other than Sun Wei, also known as Sunny. She was not only Zhu Ling's best friend and roommate, but now the prime suspect in her attempted murder. The situation posed a question. Why would Sunny, with a bright future ahead, risk everything in such a serious manner? Acquaintances of both young women mentioned that Zhu Ling had recently triumphed over Sunny in the student elections. Sunny was not known for tolerating defeat gracefully. She possessed an argumentative nature and had deceived her closest companion on several occasions. As Zhu Ling advanced and received greater acclaim, Sunny grew progressively more agitated. Zhu Ling's individual performance at the Beijing Philharmonic served as a catalyst for tension in their relationship. Zhu Ling was attractive, highly skilled, and esteemed by both peers and faculty members alike. This probably fueled Sunny's jealousy even more. Sun Wei was questioned for 8 hours straight before her parents came to take her home. Her family had significant influence at Tsinghua University. Her father played a key role in the Democratic Revolutionary Committee, and her grandfather was a former vice chairman. Many of her relatives held positions in government or academic roles at top state universities. Consequently, Zhu Ling's case remained unresolved for quite some time. Sun Wei, one of the primary individuals associated with the incident, maintained her innocence. She claimed that the police had cleared her of any suspicion. Regardless, Sun Wei legally changed her name and birth date, married an American, and relocated to the US, where she lived without restrictions. Meanwhile, Ling's diagnosis came too late. It was eventually confirmed that thallium had caused her mysterious illness. By the time it was detected, the levels of thallium in her body were extraordinarily high. The antidote, Prussian blue, proved ineffective due to the advanced stage of poisoning. Ling was declared permanently disabled with irreversible nerve damage. She now has a child's mental capacity, experiences facial paralysis, and is bound to a wheelchair. Later on, Ling's family received $14,000 from the hospital due to misdiagnosis and mishandling of her case. The closure of the case by the police occurred quietly without notifying Ling's family, which only added to their tragedy and suspicions. Zhu Ling lived until she was 50 years old before passing away. Her parents found solace in the fact that she could live so long in such a state. Unfortunately, the individual responsible for her condition was never brought to justice. It was a dreary day on October 26, 1998, when a chilling discovery was made along the banks of the Columbia River. A body was discovered floating near Lower River Road in Vancouver, sending shockwaves through the local community. Authorities were quick to respond to the scene, hoping to uncover the identity of the unfortunate soul who had met their untimely demise. As they approached the body, they were hit with the pungent smell of decay, a telltale sign that the man had been in the water for a considerable amount of time. With no obvious clues as to who the man was, they carefully removed the body from the water and transported him out of the area to begin the arduous process of identification and autopsy. Little did they know that this was the start of a mystery that would continue to weigh on their minds for years to come. As the medical examiner's office began the process of an autopsy on the unidentified man's body, a chilling truth emerged. The autopsy revealed he had died from a gunshot wound to the head. But as investigators pored over the evidence, they were left with more questions than answers. Had the man taken his own life? Had someone else pulled the trigger? The truth remained shrouded in uncertainty. But that wasn't all. It was believed that the man had been in the water for anywhere from 6 months to a year, and this left authorities scrambling to piece together a timeline of events leading up to his tragic end. Despite the passage of time, the medical examiner's office was also able to estimate the man's age at the time of his death, putting him at around 53 years old. These findings only deepened the mystery surrounding the case. Who was this man, and how had he met such a grisly end? The investigators faced a daunting challenge in their quest to uncover the truth behind the man's tragic end. They knew they had to first identify who he was, but it was a task easier said than done, for the man had been found with no means of identification, leaving authorities with no starting point. The investigators turned to the records of missing persons in the area, hoping to find a lead, but their search came up empty, leaving them with no idea who the remains could have belonged to. Desperate for answers, they cast a wider net, notifying agencies throughout the Northwest in the hopes that someone, somewhere, could identify the unknown victim. Despite their tireless efforts, however, their search proved fruitless. Another thing that could have helped investigators in uncovering the man's identity was fingerprints. However, the hope of this was dashed due to the advanced state of decomposition of the body. As days turned into weeks, the investigation seemed to be hitting a brick wall. Frustration began to set in as the investigators were no closer to solving the mystery of the man's identity or his untimely demise. He remained an unknown John Doe, a haunting reminder of the many unanswered questions surrounding the case. Despite their best effort, the case gradually slipped into obscurity, another mystery in a world full of them. The investigators had done all they could, but the truth remained tantalizingly out of reach. The passage of time can sometimes be a double-edged sword when it comes to solving cold cases. While it may seem like hope fades with each passing year, the truth is that new technology and advancements in forensic science can breathe new life into a case once thought to be unsolvable. In 2008, the investigators working on the case decided to take a fresh look at the evidence, armed with the latest forensic tools and techniques. They reached out to the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, hoping that the advancements in DNA profiling would finally lead them to the answers they so desperately sought. The University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to develop a DNA profile of the unidentified male from samples taken during the autopsy. The DNA profile was a ray of hope for investigators, who wasted no time in submitting it to the National DNA Database, eagerly waiting for a match. But despite their best efforts, no match was found. The DNA profile had given them a new lead to follow, but it also reminded them of just how difficult it can be to solve a case with no definitive clues. Still, the investigators refused to give up hope. They knew that with each new development in the field of forensic science, the chance of finally unlocking the mystery of the man found in the river grew ever greater. After years of the unidentified man's case going cold, investigators were determined to finally uncover the truth. Around 2021, they decided to take a fresh approach and submitted a DNA sample from the remains to a renowned forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia, Bode Technology. With their expertise in extracting DNA from challenging samples, the scientists at Bode Technology eagerly took on the challenge. They knew that by analyzing the DNA sample, they could unlock the secrets to the identity of this mysterious Jane Doe. A forensic genealogist used DNA from the remains to trace the person's ancestry. Through meticulous research and comparison, the forensic genealogist discovered an ancestral link to a family from California. The lead was promising, and the genealogist pointed to one person in particular, the son of Chelsea Johnson Jr. and Ruth Marie Henson. Interestingly, this individual named Michael Johnson had no traceable activities since 1998. The investigators knew they had struck gold and were now one step closer to finally unraveling the identity of the mysterious Jane Doe. And so, as the autumn leaves fell in October 2022, Nikki Costa, the operations manager of the medical examiner's office, made a breakthrough in the case of the unidentified man. Nikki managed to track down Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's other children, Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, and they revealed some startling information. Apparently, their brother Michael had disappeared without a trace over 2 decades ago and had cut off all contact with the family. Could this be the missing link that investigators had been searching for all these years? Nikki was bent on solving the case of the unidentified man. She tirelessly pursued the lead that the DNA sample belonged to Michael. To confirm her suspicions, Nikki reached out to multiple agencies determined to find the missing piece of the puzzle. The California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program provided analysis of family reference samples, while the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office collected a DNA sample from Johnson's sister Kathy. Meanwhile, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification sent its DNA profile, which was developed in 2008, to California's Missing Persons Program for comparison. With all the evidence gathered, Clark County's chief medical examiner, Dr. Martha Burt, finally concluded that the unidentified man was indeed Michael. Nikki's persistence and the collaborative efforts of multiple agencies had finally given the man a name and a chance at justice. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Michael's death remain a puzzle to investigators, who have yet to uncover any information about his activities leading up to the discovery of his body. Nevertheless, the discovery of his identity was a huge breakthrough in the case, giving investigators a starting point to unravel the mystery. Now authorities are reaching out to the public for help, hoping that someone might come forward with information that could shed light on what happened to Michael. Every little bit of information could make a difference, and authorities are eager to get to the bottom of this perplexing case. Case of Sarah Yarborough. Sarah Yarborough was born in Portland on June 12, 1975. Shortly after, her parents relocated to Federal Way, a suburb of Seattle, where she grew up with 2 siblings, forming a strong bond with her youngest brother. From an early age, Sarah demonstrated a keen interest in music and ballet, spending considerable time honing her skills. Her academic prowess earned her a spot in a school program that allowed her to travel to New Zealand twice. As she entered her teenage years, Sarah joined the cheerleading team at her high school, where she developed a large social circle. She was renowned for her kind and compassionate nature, often lending a helping hand to those in need. On Saturday, December 14, 1991, 16-year-old Sarah was supposed to meet her cheerleading team at the school building, where a bus would pick them up for an event. She drove her father's car to the school, but arrived at the wrong time, thinking the bus would arrive at 8 a.m., when it was actually scheduled for 9 a.m. As her friends gradually arrived at the meeting point, they couldn't find Sarah anywhere. Some students noticed her car in the parking lot, but she wasn't inside. Even when the bus arrived, Sarah was still missing. Her friends found this strange, but they had no way to contact her since they didn't have mobile phones at the time. Around the same time, 2 12-year-old children were exploring the wooded area behind the tennis courts on the school grounds when they noticed something unusual. A man emerged from behind the bushes, took a breath and walked away in the opposite direction. Although the children found this odd, they didn't pay much attention and continued walking. A few meters ahead, they stumbled upon a horrifying sight. A young woman lying unresponsive on the ground, who they thought might be dead. The children rushed back home to tell their parents, and one of the children's parents returned to the scene with them. Meanwhile, the other child's father decided to follow the suspicious man they had seen earlier. The child remembered seeing a car that resembled a Chevrolet Nova leaving the area, and since he lived near the school, his father decided to try to locate that car. After a while, he spotted a similar car, but unfortunately, he quickly lost sight of it and was unable to find it again. At the same time, the parents of the other child rushed to the school, where they discovered the young woman lying on the ground, likely dead. They promptly entered the school building and contacted the police. Upon arrival, the officers confirmed the young woman's death. They also quickly identified her as Sarah. The police deduced that the victim had been strangled based on the marks on her neck. Some of her personal belongings, including her jacket, underwear, and socks, were found nearby. However, her purse and car keys were discovered in the school parking lot, leading investigators to suspect that the assailant might have attacked her near her vehicle and then dragged her behind the trees. Body was sent to forensic experts for examination, and the police initiated their search for evidence. As a first step, they interviewed everyone who was in the school premises and its surrounding area. The two boys who discovered Sarah provided a rough description of the man who emerged from behind the bushes near her body. They described him as a tall, approximately 20-year-old man with shoulder-length, reddish hair, wearing a dark coat and black trousers. Soon, the police located another witness, and this is where the story takes a surprising turn. A man out for a run observed a strange scene in the same wooded area. He saw a girl lying next to the bushes, with a man hovering over her. The girl was completely still, and the witness initially thought the couple was engaging in intimate behavior in that spot. However, when he ran back through the area in the opposite direction a few minutes later, both the man and the girl were still there in the same positions. At no point did he suspect that a serious crime was being committed. The witness, a recent immigrant to the United States from a different cultural background, was uncertain about typical behavior in the country. Despite this, he was able to provide the police with a rough description of the attacker, which matched the accounts given by the children who found Sarah's body. The police interviewed dozens of people who had been near the school, but no other useful information came to light. The medical examiners who performed the autopsy on Sarah's body determined that the cause of death was strangulation. It appeared that the attacker had used his own socks to strangle her. A severe head wound was also found, and experts believed that Sarah had lost consciousness due to this blow, which correlated with the runner's account of seeing her lying motionless on the ground. Forensic experts analyzed Sarah's clothing and discovered traces of male DNA on nearly all her garments. However, at that time, in 1991, there was no DNA database to match these samples against. So investigators had to rely on direct comparisons with DNA samples from specific suspects. Another significant finding was that although forensic experts found male DNA on Sarah's clothing, the forensic doctor reported no signs of sexual assault on her body. Based on this information, investigators pieced together their own theory of what happened. Since Sarah had arrived at the school almost an hour early, and she was alone in the parking lot, it's likely that her attacker saw her, waited for her to leave the car, struck her on the head with an object, causing her to lose consciousness. The attacker then dragged her body behind some trees, where it was later found. The assailant removed some of her clothing, engaged in inappropriate acts, and eventually strangled her using her own socks. When the children who found Sarah's body reported the car they thought the attacker had fled in, detectives started searching for a Chevrolet Nova. They soon found one, but the driver proved to have an alibi. He had just delivered donuts that morning, and his DNA didn't match the DNA on Sarah's clothes. It seemed the kids had simply seen the car driving by and mistakenly assumed the killer was inside. In fact, none of them could recall for certain whether they had seen a man get into a car from the bushes. In the days that followed, police continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but made no significant progress. Despite the horror of the event, classes resumed on Monday. The fact that the murder had occurred just a short distance from their school and the killer remained at large with no known identity, added to the unease. Afraid to walk alone, the girls were escorted to their cars or buses by the boys from the sports teams, ensuring they weren't left alone on the street. Approximately 70 potential witnesses were present at the school and its surroundings on the morning of the incident. Investigators interviewed each of them, but unfortunately no new information came to light. Based on the accounts of the two children and the runner, a composite sketch of the attacker was created and circulated to local newspapers and television stations. The case received widespread media attention, and over the next few weeks, police received hundreds of testimony. Each tip was thoroughly investigated, but in every instance it led to a dead end. One promising lead involved a man who matched the suspect's description and had a criminal record. However, his DNA did not match the sample found on the victim's clothing, and the lead was eventually ruled out. The case remained stagnant for months, with the police dealing with a staggering 4,000 tips, but lacking the resources to effectively follow up on each one. As new cases emerged monthly, the investigators' attention was increasingly divided, further hindering progress on the case. When Sarah's family learned that the police were struggling to manage the influx of tips, they stepped in to help in any way they could. One family member worked for a tech company and successfully lobbied the company's management to lend the police department a powerful computer worth $150,000 in the 1990s. This generous donation allowed the police to centralize and process the leads more efficiently, categorizing them for easy review. Despite their best efforts, however, every lead ultimately led to a dead end, and the case remained stagnant for years to come. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates prepared to graduate, and as a tribute to their friend, they raised a substantial amount of money to create a memorial in her honor. The memorial took the form of a bench featuring a metal casting of Sarah's belongings alongside a poignant photo of her dog reaching for her purse. Although the case was periodically reopened and re-examined in the years that followed, the outcome remained the same. The perpetrator remained at large. During this time, the police conducted thousands of interviews and collected DNA samples from nearly 300 potential suspects. But all these efforts ultimately proved fruitless. In 2011, 20 years after the murder, a detective decided to utilize modern technology to aid in the investigation. He contacted a genetic genealogy company, inquiring if they could help locate relatives of the individual who left DNA on the victim's body. The experts accepted the challenge, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Two main factors contributed to their failure. Firstly, genetic genealogy was still in its early stages and the experts were limited. For instance, they couldn't simultaneously search for both male and female relatives from the same DNA sample. If the DNA was from a male, they could only search for male familial connections and vice versa. Secondly, legal obstacles hindered their progress, as various laws prohibited the use of genetic data samples to search for relatives of suspects. The researchers the detective approached had spent years tracing the genetic family tree of the British passengers who arrived in the United States on the Mayflower in 1620. By analyzing the DNA of Sarah's attacker, they found a link to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, tracking the attacker's lineage proved extremely difficult, especially considering the passage of time. Although the Mayflower had only around 100 passengers, their descendants now number over 25 million. Despite the initial setback, this was the first time genetic genealogy had been used to solve a crime. The detective gathered available information and identified several local residents with the surname Fuller. He showed them pictures of the men, but none were recognized by the witnesses, including a runner and 2 men who had stumbled upon the body as children. Next, the detective collected DNA samples from all the local Fullers and sent them to the lab. Although none of the samples matched the attacker's DNA, one surprising discovery emerged. One of the men was a distant descendant of Robert Fuller from the Mayflower. However, he was not the killer and had no knowledge of any distant relatives living nearby. The detective retired in 2017, and a new team of investigators took over the case. In 2011, a company had taken over the study of the DNA sample from the assailant, and the new team reached out to them. Given the significant advancements in genetic material study capabilities, the experts agreed to try to trace the assailant's lineage. Over the next 2 years, they painstakingly worked through public databases to find even the most distant relatives of the assailant, then manually traced their family connections to individuals who lived during the time of Sarah's death. After eliminating several thousand individuals, they finally got a break in September 2019. They identified 2 new potential suspects, brothers Edward and Patrick Nicholas, who were descendants of Robert Fuller. The experts concluded that it was highly probable that a DNA sample found on Sarah's clothing belonged to one of the brothers at the time of the murder. The older brother, Edward, was a career criminal with a long history of violent offenses, and his DNA profile was already in the FBI database, ruling him out as a suspect in Sarah's murder. The younger brother, Patrick Nicholas, had also been arrested multiple times for violent crimes, but his DNA sample was not in the database because it was collected before the DNA profiles of offenders were added. The detectives put 55-year-old Patrick under surveillance right away. 2 days later, they got their chance. Patrick went to the laundromat, and while waiting for his clothes to wash, he stepped outside to smoke a cigarette. When he was done, he carelessly threw the butt on the ground. One of the officers quickly picked it up and put it in an evidence bag, then returned to his car. Patrick repeated this process, stepping outside to smoke again, and this time a cloth handkerchief accidentally fell out of his pocket. The police thought it wise to take this second piece of evidence, just in case they couldn't get a DNA sample from the cigarette butt. As it turned out, the forensic experts had no problem obtaining samples from both items. The next day, they had the long-awaited news for the detective. Patrick's DNA matched the traces found on Sarah's clothing back in 1991 perfectly. The judge immediately issued a warrant for Patrick's arrest, and the police took him into custody. It took investigators 5 days to identify the suspect and formally charge him with murder. Once his biography was made public, an obvious question arose. Why had a man with such a criminal history not been considered a suspect for 28 years? Patrick Nicholas, at 19, had attempted to assault a young woman who managed to escape by jumping into a river and swimming to safety. He was later arrested and spent 4 years in prison. In 1994, he was arrested again for trying to assault a minor, but his DNA was not recorded in any database because the charge was not serious enough. Over the next 3 decades, his name never surfaced during investigations, and he didn't appear in over 4,000 leads. It was eventually revealed that genetic genealogy experts couldn't trace him back to Robert Fuller because Patrick was adopted and grew up with a different surname. One of the men who discovered Sarah's body when they were children in 1991 immediately asserted that Patrick was undoubtedly the same killer. He admitted that the incident had deeply affected him, as he was only 12 years old when the body was discovered and the perpetrator had seen his face for many years. The witness lived in constant fear that the killer would come after him, and only after Patrick's arrest did he finally feel safe. Patrick's trial did not start until 2023. Despite claiming innocence, the main piece of evidence, his DNA on the victim's clothing, was a major obstacle. His lawyer attempted to argue that the presence of Patrick's DNA did not necessarily mean he was guilty, but this claim was dismissed. The lawyer also questioned the accuracy of the DNA analysis, but experts deemed this entirely unreliable. In the end, Patrick was found guilty of first-degree murder without premeditation on May 25th. He received a prison sentence of 45 years and 8 months, effectively ensuring he would never be released. At the sentencing, Patrick remained emotionless, in contrast to Sarah's family, who thanked the judge, trial participants, and investigators for bringing the killer to justice after 28 years of evasion. It was a chilly day on November 28, 1992, when something unusual caught the eye of a group of people near the Walker Wildlife Area, off River Road in Colorado. As they approached the spot, they were struck with horror. The decomposed body of a man lay there, missing its skull. But even in death, the man was making a statement. He wore green shorts with bold black designs and a tanned black pullover shirt with a mysterious logo on the left side of the chest. The sleeves were cut off at the biceps. The people called it in, and authorities sprang into action, racing to the scene with sirens blaring. As they arrived, they quickly got to work, scouring the area for any clues that could help them identify the man. They searched high and low, turning over every stone, but alas, nothing came up. Even the man's clothes yielded no hints as to his identity, leaving the authorities scratching their heads in bewilderment. With no other choice, they took the body away for autopsy and identification, hoping that they could at least get some answers there. The medical examiner performed the autopsy, and what they discovered left them reeling. The man had been stabbed to death, leaving no doubt it was a case of homicide. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community, and fear began to set in. Who would do such a thing and why? The investigators knew that they had their work cut out for them, and they were determined to solve the gruesome crime. Little did they know the road ahead would be filled with twists and turns, leading them down a dark path of mystery and intrigue. The investigation began with a sense of purpose, as detectives searched for any lead that could bring them closer to solving the mystery. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, it became clear that this was going to be no ordinary case. The trail was cold, and every lead they pursued led them to a dead end. The absence of the man's head was a puzzle that haunted them day and night. Where could it have gone? Was it taken as a trophy, or was it buried somewhere out of sight? The detectives were determined to get to the bottom of it all, but they were up against a formidable adversary: time. As the months turned into years, the case became colder and colder. The memories of the man in green shorts began to fade, and it seemed as though justice would never be served. However, detectives never gave up hope, and they would one day uncover the truth. Years passed, and new technologies emerged that promised to make their jobs easier. In 2011, the case was revisited, and the National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems was brought in to assist in the investigation. But despite their best efforts, the detectives found themselves once again hitting a dead end. Every lead they pursued seemed to fizzle out, and they were left with nothing but more questions. It was a frustrating time for everyone involved as they grappled with the realization that they may never uncover the man's true identity. But the detectives refused to give up, even as the years continued to tick by. They knew that there was always a chance that new information could come to light, and they remained ever vigilant, never letting the case slip completely from their minds. In the year 2022, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was determined to leave no stone unturned in their quest to bring justice for the man in green shorts. They knew that traditional investigative methods had failed them in the past, so they decided to turn to cutting-edge technology for help. They reached out to Othrim, a forensic DNA analysis company, in the hopes that advanced genetic testing could help them finally establish the man's identity or identify a close relative who could provide vital information. It was a long shot, but detectives were willing to try anything to crack the case. But advanced DNA testing doesn't come cheap, and the detectives knew that they would need to secure funding to move forward. So they turned to DNA Solves, a platform that combines crowdfunding, volunteer data, and cutting-edge genomics to solve unsolvable cases. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the detectives and the generosity of the public, the funds were raised and the testing could begin. The skeletal remains of the man in green shorts were a puzzle that had confounded detectives for nearly 3 decades. But the remarkable advancements in forensic science helped them to finally begin putting some of the pieces together. The remains were carefully packaged up and sent to Othrim's state-of-the-art lab in the Woodlands, Texas. There, a team of brilliant forensic scientists worked tirelessly to extract DNA from the bones and build a comprehensive genetic profile for the unknown man. Using a cutting-edge technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing, they were able to piece together a complete DNA sequence, painting a picture of the man's genetic makeup like never before. But having a DNA profile was just the beginning. The team at Othrim knew they needed to use this information to generate investigative leads that could help them to identify the man. And that's exactly what they did. With the help of their in-house genealogy team, they employed the power of forensic genetic genealogy to trace the man's distant relatives and create a comprehensive family tree. This information was then shared with the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, who were then able to identify a potential sibling of the unknown man. With a DNA sample from this sibling, the team at Othrim was able to confirm that the unidentified man was Edith Thomas E.T. Romero. The discovery of Edith's identity was a significant breakthrough for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office. But with the mystery of his death still unsolved, detectives knew they had to dig deeper to uncover the truth. Edith had come a long way from his early life, but the details of his upbringing remained shrouded in mystery. Despite this, detectives were able to piece together a picture of the man he had become. As detectives delved into his past, they discovered a man who had lived a life of service and sacrifice. His military service was just one example of the courage and bravery that defined him. They discovered that Edith was just 26 years old when he met his untimely end. He had ventured to Grand Junction, Colorado in the company of 2 other individuals from Louisiana in 1991. He resided in a now-demolished house on 4th Street and worked as a dishwasher in a local eatery. The details surrounding his death remained hazy, but it is believed that he was killed during the summer of 1992. Now, as detectives continue to piece together Edith's story, they're asking for the public's help. If you have any information that could shed light on his untimely death, please do not hesitate to contact the authorities. Every little bit of information could bring us closer to the truth. The case of Natalie Connolly. In the picturesque English countryside, a story of love and betrayal took a tragic turn, leaving a young mother's life in jeopardy. This is the story of Natalie Connolly, a tale of domestic abuse, resilience, and the pursuit of justice amidst unimaginable cruelty. Natalie, a devoted mother and partner, found herself trapped in a cycle of abuse that would culminate in a harrowing ordeal. Her story stands as a stark reminder of the hidden dangers lurking behind closed doors and the courage required to break free from the shackles of domestic violence. Natalie Connolly was a captivating beauty, both in appearance and charm. Her identical twin sister shared her lovely looks and deep connection. Natalie had a natural talent for bringing joy to others, easily sparking laughter and engaging in conversation with everyone she met. Despite the challenges of being a single parent, Natalie was wholly devoted to ensuring her daughter Madison had everything she needed. Natalie's unwavering dedication as a mother was evident in her constant presence and adoration for Madison, which fostered a strong admiration from her daughter. In a bustling bar, Natalie met John, a charming and debonair man who immediately caught her eye. Their connection was instantaneous, drawn together by an undeniable magnetic pull. Despite John being in his late 30s, his charm and wit quickly captivated Natalie's heart. Before long, they exchanged contact details, eager to explore their budding connection and spend more time together. Natalie found herself irresistibly attracted to John from the moment they met, though initially unaware of his occupation or wealth. As they grew closer, John revealed his status as a multimillionaire, a fact reinforced by his extravagant displays of affection. Lavish gifts flowed freely from his generous hand, and their evenings together were filled with luxurious dinners at high-end restaurants. His opulent mansion seemed to be plucked from a fairy tale, leaving Natalie spellbound by his refined and gentlemanly demeanor. Contrary to the charming facade John projected, he harbored a trove of hidden truths. It soon came to light that John's life was far more complex than he had let on. Amidst his engagement to a pregnant partner, with whom he anticipated their second child, John concealed the existence of 3 additional children. His involvement with Natalie was revealed to be an affair that persisted even as he navigated the dissolution of his prior relationship, ultimately choosing to redirect his focus towards her. Their romance unfolded like pages from a fairy tale from the onset. John and Madison formed an instant bond, while Natalie effortlessly won over John's children, showering her with lavish gifts and luxuries like spa days and a personal chauffeur. John seemed to fulfill every dream imaginable, yet amidst the opulence, reality set in. When Natalie moved in with John on his estate in Kinver, Staffordshire, England, their relationship was initially fueled by passion. However, living together revealed the true nature of their dynamic. True understanding emerges when you share every aspect of your daily lives. John's preferences leaned heavily towards the rougher side, reminiscent of scenes from the 50 Shades of Grey series, much to Natalie's discomfort. He derived pleasure from causing her pain during intimate moments, often leaving visible evidence of his aggression in the form of bruises and cuts. The extravagant dinners and romantic gestures began to lose their appeal when Natalie realized the steep emotional cost they came with. What once seemed like a fairy tale now bore the stark reality of a tumultuous relationship. Despite her reservations, Natalie reluctantly acquiesced to John's demands during their intense encounters, driven by a fear of abandonment similar to what he had done to his pregnant ex-fiancée. Despite struggling with this significant issue, she found contentment within the relationship and hesitated to leave, fearing a return to the monotony of her previous life. Seeking solace and guidance, she confided in her sister and mother, revealing the wounds and bruises that bore witness to John's violent tendencies during their intense sexual encounters. While acknowledging John's prowess in the bedroom, she also disclosed the distressing reality of his penchant for inflicting pain. Natalie found herself torn between the pleasure John provided and the harm he caused. She was caught in a dilemma, struggling to reconcile her desire to maintain the lavish lifestyle with John and her dissatisfaction with the intimate aspect of their relationship. Signs of strain became apparent as both Natalie and John sought connections outside their partnership. John engaged in conversations with other women, while Natalie also found herself messaging other men. When John uncovered Natalie's exchanges, his reaction was one of fury. While he didn't hesitate to pursue interactions with women himself, he vehemently opposed Natalie's involvement with other men, revealing a glaring double standard in their relationship dynamic. However, he remained silent, masking any signs of unease. On December 18, 2016, John proposed what seemed like a normal evening together. Drinks, watching a football game, and sharing supper. He ensured Natalie had an abundance of alcohol and even provided cocaine, though to a lesser extent than he consumed himself. This wasn't the first time he had orchestrated such a scenario, suggesting a pattern of behavior aimed at loosening her up before subjecting her to his despicable actions once they were alone at home. Natalie's heavy drinking on these occasions may have been an attempt to numb herself to the anticipated pain she knew she would endure once behind closed doors with John. For him, maintaining absolute control was paramount, ensuring he could fully indulge in his intentions towards Natalie without compromising his faculties. He meticulously regulated his alcohol intake, aiming to achieve a state of mild intoxication that wouldn't impede his actions. During their sexual encounters, following a seemingly delightful day out, culminating in a satisfying meal at one of their favorite establishments, John arranged for their driver to transport them home. However, beneath the facade of normalcy lurked John's sinister and malevolent intentions for that day. Natalie's intoxication was clearly evident, and the meal had not helped sober her up or absorb the alcohol. Disoriented, she stumbled out of the car upon their arrival home, inadvertently leaving her phone behind. The responsible course of action would have been to provide her with water and guide her to bed to sleep it off. However, John Broadhurst had far darker intentions in mind. Upon the driver's return with Natalie's phone, it remains unclear whether John accessed her messages. Subsequent toxicological testing and autopsy results painted a grim picture of Natalie's state. Despite her incapacitation, John was resolute in his desire for retribution, disregarding any potential consequences. Natalie became the unwilling recipient of his brutal advances, as he orchestrated her suffering to inflict maximum harm. He subjected her to a barrage of violence, including punches, kicks, stomps, and the act of throwing bleach at her face and genitals. To compound her agony, he used a bottle of carpet cleaner as a weapon, twisting and tearing at her. Once he had finished his cruel assault, he abandoned Natalie, naked and bloodied, at the base of the stairs. Her skirt pulled up around her waist, left to succumb to her injuries. She lay in a pool of her own blood as John callously retreated to bed. Hours later, upon awakening, he discovered Natalie lifeless, having succumbed to the numerous horrific wounds inflicted upon her, totaling a staggering 40. John's subsequent actions, including his unconvincing performance during the emergency call for an ambulance, revealed his warped psychological state. His detachment and lack of remorse were chillingly evident as he casually informed the operator of his futile attempts at CPR, referring to Natalie's lifeless state with callous indifference. Following Natalie's pronounced death, he was apprehended by authorities. In a feeble attempt to justify his heinous deeds, he offered the excuse of rough sex gone too far, claiming innocence and alleging that Natalie had actively consented to the extreme acts inflicted upon her. According to John's twisted narrative, Natalie purportedly requested the injuries, the violence, and even the insertion of the carpet cleaning bottle into her body, and she purportedly reassured him amidst the blood and pain. He claimed that she reassured him of her well-being, and expressed a desire for more of the same, painting himself as a mere pawn in her tragic demise. John attempted to deflect responsibility by asserting that Natalie willingly participated in rough sexual activities, claiming they had engaged in similar encounters numerous times without issue. When questioned about leaving her partially clothed at the foot of the stairs, he offered the feeble excuse that it was a routine occurrence, and that he had never provided blankets, as the house was consistently warm throughout the proceedings. John displayed a notable absence of remorse or contrition, instead placing blame squarely on Natalie's shoulders. Despite being found guilty of manslaughter, he received a lenient sentence of 3 years and 8 months, serving only 22 months before regaining his freedom. The Natalie Connolly case sparked widespread criticism, leading Fiona McKenzie to launch the We Can't Consent to This movement. McKenzie aims to ignite discussions on sexual assault and eliminate the rough sex defense, which trivializes violence in relationships. However, some still accept the court's decision, viewing it as an isolated incident rather than a systemic issue, risking victim blaming. This highlights the need for advocacy and education to challenge harmful narratives and support survivors. The rough sex murder defense was unequivocally prohibited with the passage of the Domestic Abuse Bill by Parliament on July 6, 2020, following the granting of royal assent on April 29, 2021. The Domestic Abuse Act of 2021 represents a crucial step forward in addressing and combating domestic violence, ensuring that perpetrators can no longer exploit such harmful defenses to justify their actions. Natalie's untimely death left a profound void in the lives of her family and friends, who continue to grapple with the pain of her loss. Their unwavering love and support for Natalie serve as a testament to her enduring spirit. In the aftermath, the community rallied together to raise awareness about domestic abuse and to support survivors in their journey towards healing and recovery. Their solidarity and compassion stand as a beacon of hope in the face of unspeakable tragedy. Though Natalie Connolly's life was tragically cut short, her memory lives on in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. May her story inspire us to stand against domestic abuse and to offer support to those in need. Our next case takes us to Loleta, a small town with a population of just over 800. Nestled in the heart of Northern California's Humboldt County, Loleta is surrounded by beautiful forest and rolling hills, providing a picturesque backdrop for outdoor activities such as hiking, fishing, and camping. But it was here in this idyllic setting that a gruesome discovery was made in 1998. On March 27, 1998, a Loleta resident and his son were on a boat sailing down the Eel River. In search of driftwood, something strange attracted their attention near Cockrebin Island as they were navigating through the river's bends and turns. They initially assumed it was just another piece of wood entangled in a nearby tree's branches. But as they got closer, they realized they were witnessing what appeared to be human remains. They were horrified at their discovery and rushed to inform the authorities at the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. The people of Loleta were shocked and dismayed as a result of this tragic day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history. On hearing the news, the sheriff's deputies wasted no time in responding. They hurried by jet boat to the Eel River, unaware at the time that this case was going to stick with them for a very long time. They finally arrived at the location where the locals had reported the discovery. Their greatest fears were realized. The body of a man was found there, only partially clothed and in a stage of advanced decomposition. The deputies could make out that he was a white adult male despite a state of decay. But other than that, they had no idea who he was or how he got into the river. The deputies were shocked at what they were seeing, and even the most seasoned were taken aback by the state the body was in. They removed the body from the water right away, meticulously going through the clothing, hoping that they would find some scrap of information that would have allowed them to identify the deceased. However, They were disappointed when they found that there was no form of identification and no personal possessions, basically nothing that could have assisted in identifying the victim. The body was taken from the scene and brought to the coroner's office for additional investigation. Although the results of the autopsy were disheartening, they provided the police with a place to start. The autopsy found that the individual had been in the water for a month before his discovery, and according to the coroner's report, the cause of death was that he had drowned. They were also able to find out some basic information about the man, including the fact that he was a white male adult, 5 foot 10 inches tall, about 170 pounds and likely 35 to 45 years old. However, when they checked the database, this description did not match any reported missing persons from Northern California. Taking this into account, they began an investigation to find this unknown man's identity, and he was given the name of the Humboldt County John Doe. As they attempted to solve the riddle surrounding the man they had discovered in the river, detectives felt a sense of urgency before they could figure out what happened before his death. They understood they had to learn who he was. They were determined to learn who this individual had been because they were positive that someone out there was missing a loved one. The investigators put in a lot of effort and made the man's description public, hoping that it would jog someone's recollection of filing a missing persons report and lead to new information in the case. Days became weeks, yet despite all of their efforts, they had no results. But they remained hopeful that a single clue could help them crack the case wide open, and in this hope pursued every possible lead to the best of their ability. When the California Department of Justice discovered one latent fingerprint on the body later in 1998, there was finally some hope for the police. The automated latent print system was then used to analyze this. The detectives hoped that this could be a break in the case that they needed. However, their hopes were again dashed when the results came back and there was no matches in the system. Despite the setback, the investigations collected the man's DNA profile, which they then submitted into a number of databases, including the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index and the California Missing Persons DNA Database. Again, they searched the databases looking for any indication of a match, but it turned up no results. As the years went by, the case remained open, as missing persons investigation cannot be closed. The DNA profile was routinely searched against profiles from both missing persons and other human remains in the combined index system COIDUS, but no profile matches were ever made. Over time, even though the investigation remained open, the case went cold. For 25 long years, the case lay dormant with no new information or leads for the detectives to follow. In December 2022, the sheriff's office partnered with a forensic genealogy company called Othram, which is based in Texas. The partnership sought to identify the man through the application of innovative forensic DNA testing. A sample of the man's DNA was submitted to the lab where the group of specialists started carefully and meticulously examining it by utilizing forensic-grade genome sequencing, a cutting-edge method. They were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile of the man after obtaining the profile. Their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations. This innovative approach combined DNA testing with traditional genealogical methods to create family profiles by studying the genetic makeup of a DNA profile and comparing it within the many profiles already in the system. Researchers can determine whether there are any biological relations of the profile they are testing for within the system and the percentage of the match. This was the method they used to identify the Humboldt County John Doe. After months of agonizing anticipation, the authorities finally heard back from Othram with the results of the testing in middle of February 2023. According to the lab's analysis, it was very likely that the Humboldt County John Doe was the relative of a woman named Cheryl, who was living in Missouri at the time. Othram believed that Cheryl was likely Humboldt County John Doe's sister. The detectives from the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office then reached out to Cheryl and learned that she did indeed have a brother who had been missing for many years named Jeffrey Todd Sadu. Cheryl was shocked to hear from detectives about her missing brother after all these years. When the detectives from the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office went out to Missouri to interview her, she told them that she had been searching for Jeffrey for many years and had almost given up hope on ever finding out what happened to him. Cheryl also told detectives that Jeffrey had been born in 1963 and would have been 35 when his body was found in 1998. However, She told them that the last contact she or anyone in the family had with him had been many years before that, as they had not seen or heard from him since the mid-1990s. She told them that he had stopped communicating with her and all of the other members of their family for reasons that were unknown to all of them. She had tried reaching out to him, but had never gotten a response. This is why they had never filled out a missing persons report about Jeffrey, as she and all of her family had thought his absence from their lives was an intentional choice that he had made. One would think that this information from Cheryl, as well as the DNA testing from Othram, would have been all the evidence that the police required to close the case. But they were determined to leave no stone unturned and confirm his identity once and for all. To do so, they obtained the fingerprints of Jeffrey and compared these to a latent fingerprint they had been able to lift off the body they found in the Eel River all those many years ago. All their hard work had paid off, as the fingerprints came back as a perfect match. Finally, after 24 years, they knew for sure that Humboldt County John Doe was actually Jeffrey Todd Cito. Now that his identity has been confirmed, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is now working with his family members to make sure that his remains are returned to them so he can be buried along with his other deceased loved ones. After decades of not knowing where her brother was or what had happened to him, she thanked the detectives for their dedication to her brother's case and making sure that it was resolved after all these years. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office thanked the California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram for their outstanding work and assistance in solving this case and providing the Cito family some closure for their missing loved one. The Sheriff's Office still wants to know what happened to Jeffrey in his final days, as they have urged anyone with information about his last known activities or whereabouts prior to his death to come forward and report it. And this is where we end it, folks. We hope you enjoyed the time with us today and learning about how genetic genealogy finally helped uncover the identities of these two John Does in 2023. We hope with these advancements in technology, more and more of these cases that have been dormant for years will be solved in the near future. The case of Mitsy Sanchez. Mitsy Sanchez was born on August 10, 1992 in Vallejo, California. She grew up in a large with two brothers and a sister. As a child, Mitsy was cheerful and bright, enjoying time outdoors with friends and playing with her siblings. From a young age, she demonstrated independence, often walking to elementary school with her brother without adult supervision, as the school was nearby. On August 10, 2000, Mitsy's 8th birthday, she was excited about the celebration party her family had planned. However, when she asked her mom if she could skip school, the request was denied. Upset, Mitsy left her home with her brother at around 7:30 a.m. The plan was for her to wait for her brother after classes, and they would walk home together. But when her brother went outside the school, he couldn't find Mitsy. Assuming she had already left without him, he headed home alone. However, when he arrived home, Mitsy had disappeared without a trace. Mitsy's older sister grew concerned when she realized Mitsy was missing, especially since her birthday party was supposed to take place that day. As her absence seemed unusual, the sister called their mother around 4 p.m. to report the situation. The mother immediately contacted Mitsy's school and confirmed that Mitsy had attended all her classes that day. However, when the mother reached out to family members and Mitsy's friends, no one had seen her after school. Mitsy's family became worried and started looking for her. Family, friends, and neighbors mounted a massive search operation. Some walked the streets, while others went door to door along the route from her home to school, asking locals if they had seen her. They also distributed flyers with information about Mitsy. Despite their extensive efforts, they were unable to find her, leading Mitsy's parents to call 911 for assistance. The police quickly joined the search and local media started covering the case. The news of Mitsy's disappearance spread quickly, not just in local news outlets but also across the state. Mitsy's family has given several interviews to raise awareness of her disappearance. Her mother desperately pleaded with them to return her daughter safely. The police received a lot of information, but none of it was useful. 24 hours after Mitsy went missing, the investigation had new clues. A man contacted the police to report finding bloody rags at a landfill. After further examination, experts discovered that the rags were actually bed sheets from a hotel in Vallejo. The evidence was sent to the lab for analysis, but it would take several days to obtain the results. Investigators also went to the hotel, but they were unable to confirm whether Mitsy was there. As the investigators waited for the lab results, they thoroughly searched the landfill for any additional clues, but they found nothing. However, the next day, August 12th, the police received a call that changed the course of the investigation. At around 11 a.m., a man called the police to report a disturbing incident. While driving through an industrial area in Santa Clara, he saw a little girl running towards his van, screaming that someone was chasing her. The girl quickly got into the van, and the driver saw a man running in their direction. A young girl escaped from her kidnapper and sought help from a van driver. As soon as she got into the truck, the kidnapper quickly fled the scene. The girl, who identified herself as Mitsy Sanchez, told the driver what had happened, and he immediately contacted the police. The officers quickly took Mitsy to a hospital for a medical examination. They also arranged for her to speak with her mother over the phone. And soon her relatives arrived at the hospital where they were reunited with Mitsy. The van driver proved to be a valuable witness in the investigation. He was able to provide the police with the license plate number of the kidnapper's vehicle, which he had seen as it sped away. The truck driver happened to be on the road that day, which was lucky. If he hadn't been there, the kidnapper might have caught up with Mitsy. Police checked the license plate and discovered that the car belonged to 39-year-old Curtis Dean Anderson, a man with a history of crime. He had previous convictions for theft and kidnapping and was also suspected of other offenses. Police took a statement from Mitsy about what happened to her. Mitsy recounted that on August 10th, she was excited to finish school and head home to celebrate her birthday with her family. When her last class ended, she decided not to wait for her brother and walked home alone. As she walked, she noticed a car parked by the side of the road about a few hundred yards away. Inside, a man was watching her through the rearview mirror. The girl felt uncomfortable, but she was not worried because it was daytime and she was walking on a familiar street. In addition, because she was young, she was not aware of the potential risks posed by strangers. Mitsy was approached by a man who got out of his car and asked for her help. He claimed to have a leg injury from an accident and needed assistance in retrieving a roll of tape from under the car seat. Despite feeling uneasy, Mitsy agreed to help, as her parents had taught her to assist others in need. However, as soon as Mitsy reached for the tape, the man's intentions became clear. He pushed her into the car, covered her mouth, and slammed the door shut. Mitsy tried to scream, but it was too late. The man drove away, Mitsy to watch in horror as they passed by her home, where her family was preparing to celebrate her birthday. The man eventually stopped in a deserted parking lot, where he gave Mitsy new clothes and forced her to change. He then threw away her old clothes in a nearby trash bin. He warned Mitsy not to try to escape, claiming he had a gun and that no one had ever managed to escape from him. For the next few hours, Mitsy was driven to an unknown location. Mitsy demanded to know why she had been kidnapped, but the man's response was that he had gone through a similar experience as a child. When night fell, he stopped the car again and began covering the windows with rags to conceal their location. He then shackled Mitsy's leg with a chain and padlock. The man pulled out a bottle of alcohol and insisted that Mitsy drink some. Despite her initial reluctance, she eventually gave in. He took pictures of her using a camera. The perpetrator then lay down in the car to sleep. Fearing that she would be at his mercy if she fell asleep, Mitsy stayed awake and began thinking of an escape plan. Her chance came when she saw a police car driving past the parking lot. However, it was too far away, and she realized that even if she screamed, the officers would not be able to hear her. The next day, the perpetrator continued to drive Mitsy around the city, forcing her to sit on the floor of the car and covering her with sheets to conceal her from view. At one point, he briefly stepped out of the vehicle, giving Mitsy an opportunity to try and escape. She attempted to free her leg from the chain, but quickly realized it was impossible. She also found a nail file and tried to use it to unlock the padlock, but unfortunately, it didn't work. When the perpetrator returned to the car and drove away, he made a disturbing claim. He had stopped by Mitsy's parents' house. Under the guise of a good citizen, he asked for flyers to distribute around town, further manipulating the situation. Mitsy was left feeling shocked and overwhelmed, knowing she had been so close to home, yet still remained in captivity. Over the next few hours, the perpetrator repeatedly stopped the car, getting in and out. Eventually, he drove to a remote area outside of town and parked. There, he committed a sexual assault against Mitsy, leaving her in a state of shock. Afterward, the perpetrator fell asleep. The next morning, he resumed driving, making several stops to buy cigarettes and alcohol. When he returned to the car and leaned into the cabin, an object fell out of his pocket. He warned Mitsy not to look, but she disobeyed. She glanced down and saw a large set of keys. Mitsy quickly realized that one of the keys could open the lock on her chain. Although afraid of the perpetrator's possible reaction, Mighty was brave enough to act. She grabbed the keys, selected one that seemed to fit the lock best, and tried to unlock it. To her relief, the key worked. Mitsy managed to free herself from the chain and moved towards the car door, which was the last barrier between her and freedom. To escape, she opened the window and tried to climb out. However, her body was exhausted, and her legs had almost no strength left. Using the last of my strength, she pushed herself upwards and finally jumped out of the car. As she moved around it, she spotted her kidnapper, who instantly saw her as well. He yelled for her to come back, but Mitsy had no intention of surrendering. She took off in the opposite direction, and her kidnapper started chasing after her. As she fled, she attempted to get help from passing cars by waving her hands and screaming. But all the cars ignored her pleas and kept driving by. Not losing hope, Mitsy kept running forward. In her desperate situation, every moment seemed like an eternity. Mitsy is driven by the fear that if she stops even for a moment, she will be captured by the perpetrator, a fate she is determined to avoid. Finally, she spotted a van and she ran towards it, jumping in front of it to stop the driver. The driver quickly halted and Mitsy climbed into the cabin, exhausted, dehydrated, and starving, but safe. At the hospital, she received the medical attention she needed, and her family soon arrived to be reunited with her. Mitsy's story quickly became top news in town. When she returned home, thousands of people gathered on her street, cheering and shouting birthday wishes she had missed while in captivity. Meanwhile, the police were searching for her kidnapper, whose location remained unknown. During the investigation, the police showed Mitsy's mother a photo of the suspect, and she recognized him. She had seen him twice before, once before Mitsy's abduction, when he was standing on their street, staring at their house, and again the day after Mitsy's disappearance, when he came to their home asking for flyers. Police eventually arrested the suspect, Curtis. He confessed to Mitsy that she was not his first victim and that no one had ever managed to escape him before. Curtis's careful planning and execution suggested he had experience with similar crimes. It is notable that Curtis had a prior conviction for kidnapping a woman in 1991, for which he served time until his release in November 1999. The trial began in April of the same year. Mitsy bravely testified in a crowded courtroom recounting every detail of Curtis's crimes against her. Even though Curtis was there, Mitsy remained calm and completed his mission. As a result, Curtis received a 251-year prison sentence. However, this marked the beginning of a new chapter in the investigation. Detectives regularly visited Curtis in jail, questioning him about potential involvement in other crimes. One of these visits, they discovered that Curtis had confessed to a fellow inmate about kidnapping and murdering 8 additional girls. The inmate agreed to cooperate with the police, sharing Curtis's confession in detail. However, Curtis himself was reluctant to reveal all his secrets. Instead of denying the allegations, he attempted to negotiate privileges in exchange for information, speaking with detectives in riddles. As for Mitsy, she was constantly bullied and ridiculed by her classmates, labeling her the kidnapped girl. They even told her she should have died instead of being rescued. The constant bullying made her school years extremely difficult, which hindered her recovery from the traumatic experience. Mitsy could no longer handle the immense pressure. As a result, she turned to alcohol as a means of coping with stress, relying more and more on it. Eventually, she lost hope of returning to a normal life. However, a car accident after a party with friends changes her life forever. Mitsy suffered serious injuries, including a broken neck and arm, and spent 2 weeks in a coma. Upon waking up, she received news from her doctors. She was pregnant with a daughter. This gave Mitsy the power to change her life for the better. She decided to devote herself entirely to her daughter and also to helping other children who were victims of various crimes. Mitsy went on to found a non-profit organization that continues to help those in need to this day. As for Curtis, he passed away in 2007 due to illness just 6 years after being sentenced. The detectives' only regret was that they were unable to obtain full confessions from him regarding other cases he was suspected of being involved in. Notably, his son followed a similar path and was also convicted of murder. Unfortunately, the son's life was cut short in prison in 2019. Battle Creek is a small city in southwest Michigan that not only offers inviting neighborhoods and friendly communities, but also a booming industry and incredible growth opportunities for its citizens. Known as the birthplace of the cereal industry, Battle Creek occupies a strategic location between states and a major highway that facilitates a steady inflow of tourists for its beautiful landscapes. Downtown Battle Creek is a thriving community with a strong suburban feel. Battle Creek, known for its natural beauty and recreational opportunity, is one of the best places in Michigan to raise a family. From the same thriving and friendly community, a 21-year-old tragically disappeared in 2005 without a trace. On October 16, 1983, Russell and Sherry Parlier had their second child, a baby girl who they later named Ashley. Ever since her childhood, Ashley had been a shy and quiet person. She also was very naive and innocent. When she got older, she did not make a lot of friends. Ashley's older sister, Nicole Campin, recalled that her sister was very trusting. She said, "One of the biggest things I remember about her is she was so trusting and she really just saw good in people. She wanted people to be what she thought the world should be, and that was good." Ashley had beautiful brown eyes and brown hair, and her smile with crooked teeth was really pretty. Ashley also had a mild mental disability that made her function at the level of a teenager between the ages of 12 and 14. Despite her problems, she managed to live life enthusiastically. She graduated from Battle Creek Central High School and got a job at the nearest Taco Bell restaurant in the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue. She wanted to get her own car, for which she had been saving up some money from whatever she earned at Taco Bell. But sadly, Ashley, young woman who wanted the world to be a happy place, had tragedy waiting for her just around the corner. And despite her kind and gentle nature, the world was not kind to her. 21-year-old Ashley Parlier had a lean build at about 5 feet 9 inches tall. She weighed only 100 pounds. So on June 12, 2005, when her parents noticed that she appeared to have a bump, they were noticeably worried. After all, Ashley was too innocent both by nature and in her mental capacity. They feared for her health, so they wanted her to see a doctor and get prenatal treatment if she decided to carry the baby. Ashley had a huge argument with her parents about the entire incident and left the house upset. She took off from her house in Bedford Township in the Urbandale neighborhood, with no car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card. However, she did have some cash amounting to about $700 with her. The family wanted to give her the time she needed to cool off, but Ashley never returned home. When minutes turned into hours and hours turned into days, the Parlier family panicked as they knew something was not right. Initially, they had believed that Ashley would spend a couple of days at one of her friends and cool down and then return home to them. But when she hadn't returned after multiple days and they were unable to get in touch with her, they were left with no choice but to report her missing to the police. The police did not have much evidence to work with or leads to follow, so they released Ashley Parlier's picture to the public, along with her physical description in the hopes this would help them generate some leads. Along with her physical description and weight and build, they also released details of the outfit she was wearing when she went missing. She was last seen in a checkered shirt and a pair of blue jeans paired with brown leather sandals. It was not long after the police got numerous tips about sightings, especially in the Houghton Lake area. The family heaved a sigh of relief. They hoped that she would be found and they could then persuade Ashley to come back home. But the police soon gave the Parlier family bad news. All the sightings were false and cannot be confirmed. So wherever Ashley was, she was not yet ready to come back home. The investigation reached stage 2, and the officers' initial doubt landed on Sherry and Russell, Ashley's parents, who had taken a while before finally filing a complaint. Her father agreed to take a polygraph test and was cleared, but Ashley's mother, Sherry, declined to take the polygraph test. The important thing to mention here is that Sherry had already started to show signs of Huntington's disease, which was properly diagnosed a few years later. Ashley's sister, Nicole, clarified that not coming home for this long was definitely unusual behavior because Ashley had never done anything like that. But the family had believed that since they had a pretty big argument before she left, she was probably blowing off steam at a friend's place. They had assumed that she would come back home by the weekend and they would be able to work through the situation. Nicole said that her parents were the last two to see her at that time, so the police had obvious concerns. She added again, "We are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." The police also tried searching for her then estranged boyfriend. At some point in months before she disappeared, they had broken up. But police in Ashley's family believed that she was carrying his child. At the time of the interrogation, he had another girlfriend who was also pregnant. He was not ruled out as a suspect, but the detectives could not find any evidence against him. Ashley's friends and close relatives were also questioned, but again no clue came into light. However, another angle emerged. The officers learned that Ashley may have been suicidal. The police suspected that if she had taken her own life, then they would be able to find the body somewhere. So the police actively searched for her body. Nothing of substance could be found. Then they theorized that maybe Ashley was robbed, but there had been no change in her social security number all the while she was gone. By now, the police were ready to give the Parlier family more bad news. They informed her family that they suspected foul play, and it was likely that Ashley was already dead. They also assured the family that they were not giving up on her. They continued an extensive search to find Ashley Parlier, but the case eventually went cold. Over the span of the next 18 years, several officers from Battle Creek Police Department worked on Ashley's case. Her disappearance became a mystery for the whole department because they kept finding persons of interest, but there was never any valid evidence against any of them to make them a suspect. In the year 2020, when they suspected that she might have been murdered outside of Battle Creek City, they assigned the case to the sheriff's department. It was only in 2021, when they were least expecting it, that they had a breakthrough in the case. Having gone nowhere for around 16 years, the case had turned cold, but then something happened that would change everything. Pennsylvania law enforcement contacted Calhoun County officers when they unexpectedly found a lead in Ashley Parlier's case. In January 2021, Pennsylvania detectives were questioning 44-year-old serial killer Harold David Hallman III for the murder of two different women, Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. At that time, Hallman asked the officers if they could merge all three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier because he did not want a trial. The police had not mentioned Ashley Parlier anywhere during the conversation. In fact, they were not sure what he was talking about. So they further interrogated him about the Parlier case, and what they found was shocking. The police had not mentioned Ashley Parlier anywhere during their conversations. In fact, we're not sure what he was talking about. So they further interrogated him about the Parlier case, and what they found was shocking. It was not just a lead, but a full-blown confession. The detectives immediately got in touch with the Calhoun County Police Department to inform them about the new development in the case. When Calhoun County PD took over, their investigative efforts revealed that Hallman had lived in Battle Creek between 2002 and 2009, and he had been in touch with Parlier. Police learned that Hallman had been in contact with Parlier after Ashley had the argument at home. She visited him at his home in Emmett Township. Ashley told him that her parents wanted to get a pregnancy test. Later, Ashley and Hallman ended up in an argument, so Hallman knocked her unconscious after assaulting her and then took her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he bashed her head in with a piece of wood until she did not move anymore. He also informed them that he left Ashley somewhere in the northern part of Newton Township and then gotten rid of his bloody clothing. Harold David Hallman III was born on November 29, 1978. He had been living in Germany with his father in his early teens until he was a young man, but then his father left for Turkey and Hallman stayed behind to live with his girlfriend. At that time, he appeared to be a normal young man. Nobody would have guessed that he would have grown up to be a serial killer. The first time Hallman took someone's life was when he was 20 years old. Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old son of an Air Force colonel, was living at a military base in southwest Germany. On May 30th, 1999, disappeared and was found outside Ramstein Air Base. A few days later, he had been bludgeoned to death using a club that was found at the crime site. When German police captured Hallman for an unrelated crime, he confessed to killing Whitehurst when he had started dancing around the campfire. Hallman said that he felt threatened by Whitehurst, so he attacked him first. Hallman also told the police, "It was the biggest rush I ever felt. Like your whole body. To this day, I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone." Despite his confession, he was only sentenced to a 6-year term at a German reform school. According to German law, a person below the age of 21 has to be tried in a juvenile court. Besides, Hallman was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time, which led to a more lenient sentence. He then came back to America and lived near Battle Creek Lakeview and the Fairfax Addition in Emmett Township and was employed as a truck driver. It was around this time that he seemed to have a huge role in the disappearance of Ashley Parlier in 2005. Later, on June 13, 2018, a mother of 2 children, Tiana Phillips, when he was finally under arrest 3 years later and police were interrogating him, he confessed that he hadn't actually wanted to murder Phillips specifically, but he wanted to kill again. Erica Schultz had doubts about meeting a person she had online conversations with. She knew him as Dave. On December 6, 2020, Erica was reported missing. Erica had autism and was a woman of habit, so when she did not show up, the police checked her phone records and connected Hallman to her murder. In his confession, he casually mentioned that killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for him. When he was arrested, he was found along railroad tracks in Duncannon, Pennsylvania, with a self-inflicted wound. He believed he needed to die for his sins. When Hallman was receiving treatment in the hospital, he admitted to killing Schultz and Phillips. When he was in jail, he wrote a confession letter to his estranged wife detailing how he had killed Phillips, who he had relations with. He said that he wanted to confess to the crime to highlight the fact that he would never do something like that with her. It obviously freaked out his ex-wife, who took the letter to the police. She also mentioned that Hallman had claimed to have killed a woman earlier, but she had not believed him. The common characteristic of his crimes made him a serial killer. All his victims had disappeared. Every one of them had head injuries. He first attacked them and knocked them unconscious, and then he finished the job. He dumped the bodies to remote places without burying them. In fact, and Schultz were murdered on the same ground. Hallman has been charged with kidnapping, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse in the cases of Erica Schultz and Tiana Phillips. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignatro said that Hallman was a transient and without a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He blamed his family and unsuccessful marriage for everything that happened. He believed that there are alphas and there are non-alphas. That's just the way. There's the master and there's a submissive, or whatever you want to call it. That's the way life's built. So when his wife didn't submit to him, he had to look for that dynamic in extramarital affairs. After Parlier's death, Hallman researched serial killers. When he was asked about which homicide he remembered the most, he consistently answered that he remembered them all with vivid details of what he did to them. Police were sure that he was a serial killer who had to be taken off the streets immediately. In fact, Hallman admitted that he hadn't been caught, he would have killed again. Hallman in his confession highlighted that he had met Ashley Parlier at a bowling alley, where she had been with her parents. The court paper confession also highlighted that he initiated a conversation with her, which led to deeper relations later. When she had the argument with her parents, she called Hallman and then visited his place. Ashley informed him that her parents were insisting on getting a pregnancy test. He confessed that he was the father of the child that Ashley was carrying. He got enraged by their subsequent argument and knocked her unconscious. Then, on the evening of June 13, 2005, He bashed her on the head several times and killed her. He said it was a field, overgrown middle of nowhere, Michigan, and it's 10 miles from town. There's like a garage close by or something, or a small house, but it was empty. We sat there. I sat there kind of in my own world. Ashley was in the back, just out. He consciously decided to kill her at that spot, when he realized that he had found a good enough place when he was sitting with Ashley's unconscious body by his side. He also mentioned, I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought this is a good place as any. Then it happened. I took her out and took her to the spot and finished the job. He hit her and watched her die. Once he was sure that Ashley was no more, he went home and took a shower. Later, he disposed of his clothing at his then place of work at Meijer, an American supercenter. What is even more shocking is that he followed up the case for years and years. He even went to check on Ashley's remains at one point, but only found bones. Upon further questioning, he came forward with an apology to the Parlier family. Hallman denied having planned it out. He said he did not want that to happen with Ashley. He went on to say that he regretted Ashley's murder more than any of them. It should be noted that this confession was released in recent years, at a time when he had already taken multiple lives. Nicole, Ashley's sister, could not control her emotions when she got to know that Hallman said that Ashley had gone over to him for help, and she was just confused. She was horrified that despite this knowledge, Hallman had murdered Ashley in cold blood. Hallman believed that things had gone out of hand and he lost control and killed her. On one hand, he said that he felt so bad after ending her life that he was drunk for 3 weeks straight. He wanted to forget that it had ever happened. On the other hand, he explained the entire killing process gave him a kind of ultimate adrenaline rush that could be compared with nothing. Nicole was disheartened to know that his apology was just another way of showing his heinous act off. She said it was really hard for them not knowing. My mother, her Huntington's, progressed very quickly due to grief and depression. My father was the same. Being a parent myself, I know what they were going through. It's hard to understand what type of person could do that. I could never imagine wanting to hurt someone that badly. Hallman accepted that he could say no words to comfort the family, but he would be willing to beat up with a log if they wanted to do that. Nicole was not happy with the apology. She not only lost her sister, but also lost her parents, who died in grief and confusion. She believed that Hallman took more than just Ashley's life, and it was the truth. The number of people Harold Hallman had killed was more than just the number of his direct victims. Many of his victims' loved ones had passed away never knowing what happened to their family. Nicole made a social media page with the name Bring Ashley Home, through which she got in touch with the older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims. They believe that they are bonded by sadness and have developed friendships. She said that the other older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims are going to join Nicole when she gives her victim impact statement on behalf of the whole Parlier family on April 10th at Hallman's trial. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters. We're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring. And he's just going to rot." It had been 18 years since Ashley left her house after arguing with her parents. She never returned home. After what happened to her, the police were determined to bring her back home. They turned over every stone possible to find answers over the years. So when Harold Hallman came forward with the confession, the police wanted him to show them the place where he had left Ashley's body. The officers in prosecution believed that the case of Ashley Parlier was a very emotional and very labor-intensive case. It had been almost 2 decades since the first investigative officers tried finding answers. Over the years that followed, multiple detectives were assigned to the Parlier case. When they couldn't find the answers within the city, they even traveled across the country to locate potential witnesses and find necessary evidence against the culprit. Sheriff Steve Hinckley informed the media in March that the officers had traveled to California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania to investigate Parlier's case. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignatro, Detective Dave Haminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police were part of the investigation team. Hallman led the police to a wooded area at a 6.5-mile road in Newton Township, which is south of Battle Creek. Almost 24 officers searched for Ashley's remains on March 30th, 2022. After they carried out the search for several hours, they could not find her body. People residing in the area informed the media that at the time of Ashley's disappearance, the area used to be farmland, but within a few years, the entire area was divided up and sold to different property owners. All the efforts by the officers went in vain. Hallman admitted that after all these years and the development that had happened in the area, he could not properly place where he had left Ashley. The police are still on the hunt to find Ashley's remains. Unsurprisingly, the man who had already killed 3 women and possibly more was afraid to get the death penalty. He was sentenced to 2 terms of life in prison. He was not granted any form of parole. In February of 2023, Hallman pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of Ashley Parlier. He agreed to help Calhoun County Police find the remains of Ashley in the area where he allegedly disposed of her. It is part of the plea deal with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office in exchange for not receiving the death penalty. He faces up to another life sentence in prison and is scheduled to be sentenced in April 2023. The Calhoun County Sheriff is still looking for any information that would be useful in Ashley Parlier's case and finding her body. If you know something, then contact the Office of Calhoun County Sheriff at 269-781-0880. Every minute is difficult when a loved one goes missing. Imagine 18 years of hurt, grief, and sadness, with only a tiny sliver of hope that someday they could return. Imagine the confusion about whether to keep waiting or just leaving the saddening experience behind. Ashley's parents, Sherry and Russell, died in the spring of 2020, without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. Imagine the pain and the agony they suffered in the end when they realized that they would never get to know what happened to Ashley, especially since she had left the house being angry with them. Imagine how they had to live their lives when everyone from true crime enthusiasts to police to the media had active suspicions against them about the disappearance of their own daughter. But Ashley's story finally received closure. Even if it was after 18 years, she may have not come home yet, as the police are still trying to find her remains, but at least her family knows what happened to her. The case of Lorie Sars, the pregnant woman whose body was found in a city landfill, highlights how even a seemingly insignificant lie can lead to serious and tragic consequences. Behind every lie lies a motive, whether it's a desire to avoid punishment, gain advantage, or simply to maintain appearances. In some cases, lies are used to protect confidentiality or spare someone's feelings. In the case of Lorie Sars, the story began with a small deception that snowballed into a devastating tragedy. Her mysterious disappearance in 2004 sent shockwaves through Salt Lake City. Her husband, Mark Hacking, reported her missing, sparking a massive search effort that captured national attention. However, the shocking truth behind Lorie's disappearance would soon come to light. Mark Hacking's deceit stemmed from childhood trauma and a fear of not meeting others' expectations. As the details of his lies unraveled, the media frenzy intensified, with the case becoming the subject of numerous television talk shows and feature films. Lorie Sars, also known by her married name Lorie Hacking, was born in 1976. The tragic circumstances of her disappearance shed light on the destructive power of dishonesty and the devastating impact it can have on individuals and their loved ones. On December 31st, in the quaint city of Fullerton, nestled in California, a girl began her journey in the most unlikely of places, a children's orphanage, where she was placed immediately after birth. Her origins shrouded in mystery, with no trace of her birth parents. At the tender age of 2, fate smiled upon her as she was welcomed into the loving embrace of a religious couple, Thelma and Geraldo Suarez. Geraldo, hailing from the sun-kissed lands of Sao Paulo, Brazil, found himself teaching the intricacies of Portuguese and English at Sunny Hills High School. It was amidst the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro in the early 70s where he crossed paths with Thelma. Their shared mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints cemented their bond, leading to a union in matrimony. Despite their devotion, biological children eluded them, but their hearts remained open to the blessings of adoption. Their journey brought them to Fullerton in the late 70s, where they embraced parenthood with open arms, welcoming Lorie into their lives. In 1987, another addition, a son named Paul, completed their family. However, life's journey took an unexpected turn, leading the couple down separate paths, and the adopted children found solace under Thelma's care. Relocating to the tranquil town of Orem, Utah, mother and children forged ahead. Lorie and Paul flourished, traversing the halls of local high schools, and later venturing into the realms of higher education. Lorie, in particular, blossomed into a compassionate, spirited young woman, her warmth and kindness touching the lives of all who crossed her path. Amidst the tapestry of her upbringing, Lorie found love for the first time at the age of 19, a chapter in her life marked by the gentle whispers of romance and the promise of a future yet to unfold. Lorie's path intertwined with that of her future husband, Mark Douglas Hacking. Born in April 1976 in the heart of North Carolina, Mark hailed from a lineage of esteemed medical professionals. As the youngest of 3 sons in the illustrious Hacking family, Mark inherited a legacy of excellence. His father, Douglas Hacking, stood as a prominent pediatrician, while his mother, Helena, contributed her expertise as a nurse. Mark's older brothers, Scotty and Lance, carved their own paths of success in the realm of science. Mark exuded an aura of determination and ambition, mirroring the aspirations of his esteemed kin. With dreams of pursuing a medical career akin to his family members, Mark radiated care and attentiveness, embodying the essence of a devoted family man. It was under the serendipitous veil of fate that Lorie crossed paths with Mark, and from that moment, their bond remained unbroken. After 5 years of nurturing their romance, the couple took the leap into matrimony, forging a life together within the quaint confines of Salt Lake City, Utah. By then, Lorie had already flourished in her career, ascending to the role of senior assistant manager in a prestigious company, while Mark, with honors adorning his academic journey, embarked on his medical odyssey at the University of Utah. Amidst their shared joy, the couple reveled in the anticipation of impending parenthood, with Lorie's pregnancy casting a radiant glow upon their lives. Plans for a new chapter unfurled as they prepared to relocate to North Carolina, where Mark would pursue his medical residency and Lorie, her professional endeavors. Theirs was a tapestry of promise and potential woven with dreams of a blissful future. Yet fate's cruel hand intervened on July 19, 2004, shattering their idyllic existence. Lorie, 3 months pregnant, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of uncertainty and despair. Mark's frantic attempts to reach her on that fateful day were met with eerie silence, signaling the onset of a harrowing ordeal. As the days stretched into an agonizing abyss of unanswered questions, the mystery of Lorie's disappearance veiled their once bright future in a shroud of darkness. Several hours elapsed before Mark made his way to the police station, his heart heavy with worry as he reported the inexplicable disappearance of his 27-year-old pregnant wife. According to Mark's account, Lorie had ventured to a nearby park in the morning, a routine part of her pre-work exercise regimen, but failed to return home thereafter. Initially assuming she had proceeded directly to her workplace, Mark's concern deepened upon discovering Lorie had left her phone behind. As he recounted the events to attentive police officers, Mark's voice trembled with apprehension. However, protocol dictated that a formal search for a missing adult would commence only after a 24-hour period had elapsed since the disappearance. Undeterred by bureaucratic timelines, Mark resolved to initiate his search, driven by the fear that Lorie may have fallen ill and required assistance. Setting out to the park where Lorie had intended to visit that day, Mark's hopes were dashed upon finding her car parked at the neighborhood's periphery, yet no sign of Lorie in sight. Returning home, he embarked on a relentless quest, reaching out to friends, relatives, and colleagues in a desperate bid for information. Their collective response echoed his distress, with no one having seen or heard from Lorie on that fateful day. Word of Lorie's disappearance quickly spread, igniting a groundswell of community concern. Before law enforcement intervened, hundreds of individuals, comprising relatives, friends, acquaintances, and concerned citizens rallied to join the search effort. Together, they combed the vicinity, engaging neighbors, local vendors, and passers-by in their quest for any semblance of information while plastering the area with flyers adorned with Lorie's visage, a poignant plea for her safe return. On July 20th, as the official report of Lorie's disappearance emerged, the news swiftly reached the media, casting a pall of concern over Salt Lake City. In response, the relatives of the missing woman convened a press conference, their faces etched with worry, beseeching the community for assistance. Mark, Lorie's husband, stood at the forefront, his anguish palpable as tears streamed down his cheeks, imploring anyone with information about his pregnant wife's whereabouts to come forward. By nightfall, a groundswell of support had materialized, with nearly 1,000 individuals joining the search effort. As police scrutinized Lorie's abandoned car, a perplexing detail emerged. Despite Lorie's petite stature, the driver's seat had been adjusted to accommodate someone much larger, a discrepancy too glaring to ignore. Further confounding investigators, a key revelation surfaced during a search of the Hacking residence: the discovery of the car keys purportedly found in the park. The incongruity was glaring. How could the keys be within the home if Lorie, as Mark had claimed, had departed in the car and never returned? This turn of events immediately raised suspicions about Mark. He claimed that the keys had been left in the ignition when he discovered the car, so he simply took them out and brought them home. While this explanation wasn't enough to detain him, it certainly warranted closer scrutiny from law enforcement. Soon, suspicions about his involvement in his wife's disappearance were substantiated in a most unexpected manner. Overwhelmed by grief, Mark's behavior took a bizarre turn. The day after Lorie was reported missing, police received reports of Mark running naked through the city streets, his cries unintelligible. His distraught demeanor and erratic actions prompted a psychiatric evaluation, raising questions about his mental state. While many attributed his breakdown to the stress of his wife's disappearance, police speculated that it could have been a ploy to feign insanity and evade accountability. As Mark underwent psychiatric assessment, investigators obtained permission to conduct a thorough search of the couple's residence. What they discovered painted a chilling picture: traces of blood in the marital bedroom alongside remnants of stained bedding. Curiously, a new mattress purchased on the morning of July 19th, the day Lorie vanished according to Mark's account, had replaced the old one. Moreover, concealed within the closet lay a sizable kitchen knife, its blade bearing what appeared to be dried blood. The most damning evidence awaited investigators in the living room. An envelope addressed to Mark lay conspicuously on a table containing a letter purportedly written by Lorie herself. In the letter, Lorie accused Mark of betraying her trust throughout their marriage, declaring their need to part ways. This revelation cast a grim shadow over the investigation, suggesting a far darker truth behind Lorie's disappearance, one that hinted at betrayal and potential foul play. This revelation finally convinced law enforcement that Mark was directly implicated in his wife's disappearance. The only remaining task was to unravel the events of July 19th. A breakthrough in shedding light on the situation came from Mark's father, Douglas Hacking. According to Douglas, Mark had never graduated from the University of Utah, nor become a certified psychologist. He had been expelled 2 years prior, shortly after marrying Lorie. Fearful of disappointing his beloved and his family, Mark continued to masquerade as a student, fabricating assignments and defending his diploma in a parade that snowballed out of control. Mark's confession to his father made just a month before the tragedy laid bare the extent of his deceit. He attributed his actions to familial pressure, feeling compelled to match the success of his relatives in the medical field. As the sole breadwinner in their family, Lorie remained oblivious to the truth, with Douglas unknowingly enabling Mark by providing financial support. When the time came for Mark to defend his diploma, Douglas arranged an interview at a medical school in North Carolina, only to discover Mark's lack of credentials. Despite Douglas's insistence that Mark come clean to Lorie, he persisted in his deception, claiming acceptance to the medical school on the premise of his fictitious psychology degree. Unbeknownst to Mark, Douglas took matters into his own hands and divulged the truth to Lorie's sister. Shocked by the revelation, Lorie grappled with the betrayal of 2 years' worth of lies from her husband, compounded by the fact that she was carrying his child. Wrestling with her shattered trust, Lorie confided in her closest friend, seeking solace and guidance in the midst of overwhelming uncertainty. On July 25th, 6 days following Lorie's disappearance, Mark, confined to a psychiatric hospital, was visited by his older brothers, where he divulged a chilling confession. He had taken the life of his pregnant wife, Lorie, with a .22 caliber rifle. However, he withheld specific details initially, leaving investigators to piece together the grim events that transpired in the Hacking household. During a search of the local hospital's dumpster, authorities uncovered a spring mattress, meticulously cut into pieces, stained with blood and dark hair, and expertise later confirmed to belong to Lorie. Mark hinted to his brothers that he had similarly dismembered Lorie's body, bagged it, and disposed of it in a dumpster. Despite exhaustive efforts, no trace of her remains surfaced, prompting a massive search of the city's landfill by police and volunteers. Amidst mounting evidence of Mark's culpability, legal complexities loomed. Though law enforcement harbored no doubts regarding his involvement, the absence of a body posed challenges. Nevertheless, on August 2nd, Mark faced formal charges of first-degree murder and obstructing an investigation, leading to his transfer to a mental health facility within the jail. A grim discovery on August 9th marked a critical breakthrough. Human remains were unearthed at the landfill, confirmed through expert examination to be Lorie's. Subsequent investigations revealed a harrowing narrative. On July 18th, Lorie penned a note to Mark expressing her intent to divorce him upon discovering his web of lies, fabrications about his education, aspirations, and reliance on familial support. Unwilling to accept Lorie's decision, Mark resorted to an unthinkable act of violence. In the dead of night, as Lorie slept, he callously ended her life with a single gunshot to the head. What followed was a calculated effort to conceal his heinous crime, orchestrating a facade of her disappearance. As legal proceedings unfolded, initial plans for seeking the death penalty underscored the gravity of Mark's actions, casting a shadow of justice over a tragic saga of deceit and destruction. For Mark, however, lingering doubts persisted regarding his awareness at the time of the crime. Subsequently, the penalty was revised to life imprisonment. Only in April 2005, under mounting evidence and legal counsel's advisement, did the accused confess to the murder. Yet he remained unable to articulate a motive for his actions. Tearfully, he lamented Lorie's significance in his life, expressing profound fear of losing her. On that fateful night, he claimed to have lost control, seized by a delirium that led him to fatally shoot his pregnant wife as she slept. Mark attributed his mental instability to familial pressures, which he perceived as relentless demands for academic excellence and unattainable standards. Following his university withdrawal, he bore the weight of shame for failing to meet these expectations, spiraling into a web of deceit from which he could not escape. Throughout court proceedings, appeared in a bulletproof vest facing incessant death threats. On June 6, 2005, the defendant was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, eligible for parole no sooner than 2035. Despite Mark and his legal team's appeals, all attempts to overturn the verdict were fruitless. Upon hearing the verdict, the murderer himself acknowledged the prison as his rightful abode, acknowledging the impossibility of fully atoning for his actions. The consequences of his unfathomable crime reverberated, leaving irreparable scars on the lives of all involved. Lorie's family made the poignant decision to erase the name Hacking from her headstone, laying her to rest under her maiden name, Suarez. For Thelma, this symbolic act served to sever ties with the man who had robbed her of her daughter and the promise of a future grandchild. A year into his incarceration, authorities discovered that Hacking was profiting from the sale of personal items, including autographs, palm prints, and even prison letterheads, on an online murder auction website. Upon being interviewed, Hacking voluntarily ceased this activity and expressed remorse for his actions. Remarkably, in the years following his imprisonment, Hacking maintained correspondence with his former mother-in-law, Thelma Suarez. Despite the deep anguish of her loss, Thelma, guided by her faith, extended forgiveness to her son-in-law and endeavored to find solace amidst the enduring pain. The tragic case of Lorie Suarez became the focal point of an episode in the television series, Escape. It also sparked extensive discussions on various talk shows and documentary projects. including being featured as the inaugural episode of the crime television series Lies Worth Dying For. Furthermore, in 2014, the second season of My Dirty Little Secret dedicated an episode to the murder of Lorie Hacking. Additionally, the true crime podcast Sword and Scale delves into the intricate details of the case in its 29th episode. It was a bright Tuesday morning on September 3, 1978, when a grisly discovery was made in an illegal landfill located approximately 1 mile south of an old bridge in Rankin County, Mississippi. The lifeless body of a young woman was found wrapped in a blanket. The area near the Byram swinging bridge was once a place of beauty and tranquility, but on this fateful day, it was transformed into a crime scene. The lifeless body of the young victim had been dumped unceremoniously amongst heaps of refuse, as if her existence had been discarded, like yesterday's trash. Despite the best efforts of the investigators, there were no clues at the scene to help identify the victim, and she had likely been deceased for several days before being found. She was a nameless victim, without any family and friends to mourn her loss. The gruesome details of her death were not immediately clear, but investigators did note that she had suffered a severe blow to the head. The woman was completely nude, with no personal effects to offer even a hint at her identity. It was as if she had simply appeared out of thin air, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a heartless killer. Who was she, and who could have done such a terrible thing to her? These were the questions that lingered in the minds of the investigators. It was difficult to imagine the pain and suffering the young woman had endured before her tragic end. Her body was then sent for an autopsy to determine the cause of her death that same day on September 3, 1978. The mystery of the woman deepened as the autopsy report revealed that her cause of death was a severe head trauma. The examiners found no evidence of physical assault or sexual abuse, but they did find multiple abrasions on her face, arms, and back. Despite their thorough examination, they were unable to determine the exact circumstances that led to her untimely demise. The only clue they had was her age, which they estimated to be between 20 to 25 years old. The investigators were determined to bring justice to the unidentified victim found at the illegal landfill in Rankin County. The next day, on September 4, 1978, they scoured the area and started with knocking on doors and asking locals if they could recall any suspicious activity or out-of-the-ordinary occurrences during the time frame when the victim's body was found. But no one seemed to know anything about who this woman could be. So the investigators gave her a name, Mississippi Jane Doe. They continued to follow leads across the United States and Canada in hopes of uncovering her identity and pursue the case. But every avenue they explored hit a dead end. The case ultimately became cold and faded into obscurity, leaving behind unanswered questions and a sense of injustice for the victim. It would remain like this for over 4 decades. Finally, a glimmer of hope shone through in April 2021. The case was entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMIS, for help, in the hope that someone, somewhere, might recognize her and bring her identity into light. The case, known only as UP 79780, had stumped investigators for over 4 decades, with no known missing person reports matching the victim's description. However, even with the help of advanced technology and the resources of the NAMA system, the woman's identity remained a mystery. It seemed like the case of the unidentified Jane Doe was doomed to be forever unsolved. But fate intervened when officials from Ohio contacted Rankin County Coroner David Ruth and his deputy, Heather Smith, about a strikingly similar case in their state which had been solved using genetic genealogy. Suddenly, the Mississippi officials found themselves reinvigorated and determined to finally get a step closer towards her identity. They filed a petition with the courts to exhume the victim's body, and after careful consideration of the evidence, Judge Dewey Arthur granted their request. The long-dormant case was about to be reignited, and the search for answers was just getting started. In April 2022, officials embarked on the mission to uncover the truth behind this decades-old mystery. With determination and a keen eye for detail, they carefully exhumed the body of the homicide victim, who had been buried for over 40 years. Coroner David Ruth and his team collected and prepared the forensic evidence with meticulous care. knowing that it could hold the key to finally identifying her. Their mission was clear: to extract the DNA necessary to unravel the secrets of the past. In the heart of Mississippi, there was a philanthropist named Carla Davis who was committed to help solve the state's unsolved cases. With a passion for justice and a generous heart, Carla stepped up to fund the exhumation of the unidentified woman and promised to continue funding the casework necessary to identify her. She knew that finding the woman's identity was the key to solving the case and bringing closure to the woman's family. Her commitment to justice and compassion for the victim and her family serves as a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there are still people out there fighting for what's right. Despite their best efforts, the first 2 attempts at DNA testing failed to provide any breakthrough in identifying the woman. However, Carla Davis and the tenacious Rankin County investigators refused to give up hope. They decided to turn to a cutting-edge laboratory with an impressive track record of solving complex cases. This forensic laboratory had already helped crack more than a dozen challenging cases in Mississippi, and they were up for the challenge of unlocking the secrets hidden within the forensic evidence of this case. With a renewed sense of hope, they embarked on a 3rd attempt, determined to bring her identity forward. In a scientific breakthrough that breathed new life into the decades-old case, Othram Laboratories received a small vial of forensic evidence from the 1978 James Doe. Despite previous attempts at DNA extraction ending in failure, the OTHRM lab team were determined to crack the case wide open. And finally, they were able to produce a DNA extract that could potentially lead to solving the case. With the advanced technology of forensic-grade genome sequencing, OTHRM scientists delved into the DNA of the unidentified female homicide victim. The genetic code contained within her bones was like a puzzle waiting to be solved, and the team at Othram worked tirelessly to put the pieces together. Using their state-of-the-art equipment and expertise, they were able to unravel the mystery of her genetics and create a comprehensive genealogical profile. After the comprehensive genealogical profile was produced, Othram's chief genetic genealogist, Carla Davis, took the lead in searching for potential relatives of Mississippi Jane Doe. A Mississippi native dedicated to solving the state's unsolved cases, Carla was determined to bring closure to this decades-old mystery. She combed through public records, social media, and other sources to identify potential family members. After extensive research, Carla discovered a potential close relative of the victim. She was possibly the daughter of Mississippi Jane Doe. Additional DNA testing was conducted, and the results confirmed the investigative leads delivered by Othram. The mystery of the 1978 Jane Doe was finally solved, and her family could finally receive the answers they had been searching for. The identity of the long-unknown Jane Doe was finally revealed on February 12, 2023. The woman was no longer a nameless victim. She was Tanya Lee Wills Mullins, and she had been 22 when her life ended in such a tragic manner. Tanya, born on May 12, 1956 in Potter, Texas, was a child with a heart full of love and compassion. Her mother, Carrie Coffey, instilled in her daughter the values of kindness and empathy, which Tanya carried with her throughout her life. As a young girl, Tanya would often sing to soothe the souls of those around her, her angelic voice bringing comfort to all who heard it. These qualities of warmth and tenderness made Tanya a beloved figure among family and friends, and they remain an inspiration to all who knew her. When Tanya was 16 years old in the early 70s, she met Jim Mullen, who was a student at River Road Independent School. Tanya and Jim were just 2 young souls, still in the prime of their youth, when fate brought them together. They met in a small town of Texas where life was slow and easy, but love had a way of making things exciting. From the moment they laid eyes on each other, they knew that they were meant to be together. Tanya had always been a shy girl, but Jim brought out the best in her. His charming smile and easygoing personality made her feel like she was the most important person in the world. And for Jim, he had never felt such a strong connection with anyone before, and he knew that he had to have her in his life. But their love was not without its challenges. Jim's family was not fond of Tanya, and they made their disapproval known from the very beginning. They saw her as an outsider, someone who didn't belong in their close-knit community. But Jim was not one to be swayed by others. He was determined to be with Tanya, no matter what. Despite objections from their parents, the two lovers stood firm in their decision and exchanged their vows, determined to build a life together. Tanya, the beautiful bride, was a force to be reckoned with, standing up for what she believed in and always putting the needs of others before her own. Her strength and determination were evident in every aspect of her life, and her love for her family knew no bounds. And so the young couple embarked on a journey of love and commitment after being wed in 1973, a journey that would define them for years to come. A year into their marriage, Tanya gave birth to their first daughter Tammy in 1974, and 3 years later in 1977 they had another, whom they named Crystal. In 1978, Tanya moved to Mississippi with her husband Jim Mullins and their 2 toddlers. Sadly, Tanya went missing after some months and was never seen again, leaving her family and friends to wonder what had happened to her for over 4 decades. But now, thanks to the dedication of forensic experts and the funding provided by philanthropist Carla Davis, Tanya's story can finally be told. Tammy Mullins, who is now 49 years old, reveals the story of her family's disappearance. Tammy's father had left to find a home for the family in Texas, but when he returned, he found his wife and 2 young daughters missing. He had no idea where they were. He made all the possible efforts to find his wife and his daughters, but it was all in vain. It was 3 months later that Tammy's grandmother received a mysterious phone call, where she was told that if she wanted her granddaughters back, then she should come to DFW Airport. Before she could understand anything or could ask about Tanya, the call ended. Jim and his mother hurriedly went to the airport, which led to a tearful reunion between the girls and their father at the DFW airport. However, the joy was short-lived as their father was informed that their mother Tanya would be in touch soon, but that never happened. The family was left in the dark, wondering what had happened to Tanya. Until now, that is, since the power of forensic science has helped Tammy and her family finally have the answers they've been seeking for over 40 years. Tammy Mullins shared that after her mother's disappearance, their family received conflicting stories about where she had gone. Some said that she had left for Mexico with a man, while others claimed that she was in Florida. Despite the uncertainty surrounding her whereabouts, and her sister remember their mother as someone who loved and adored them, Tanya had a special talent for dressing them up like little dolls. Tammy and Crystal spoke with unwavering admiration for their father, who always answered their questions with honesty and never spoke ill of their mother. They knew that he loved her until the very end and was just as heartbroken as they were. After they were informed of what had happened to her, the sisters decided to honor her memory by traveling to Mississippi to attend a memorial service on March 14, 2023. It was a journey filled with mixed emotions, but they knew it was important to be there for each other and to pay tribute to the woman who had loved them so deeply. Tammy spoke with a resolute voice as she shared her thoughts on the recent turn of events in her mother's case. She expressed that the discovery of her mother's murder had opened a new chapter in their lives, one that they never expected to face. The trauma of their mother's sudden departure has now been replaced with the urgent need to find the person responsible for her death. Tammy believes that divine justice will prevail, and that the perpetrator will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Despite the long passage of time, there is still hope of finding a suspect, as the coroner David Ruth has suggested that it is not impossible. The Mullins sisters are determined to seek closure and find justice for their beloved mother, no matter how long it takes. The unnatural death of Tanya not only left her family, but also the community of Mississippi with unanswered questions. But thanks to the tireless effort of the local sheriff's department, Tanya Mullins was finally identified. Coroner David Ruth expressed his satisfaction with the outcome, saying that revealing the identity of the victim was the most rewarding thing to him. And the best part was that the investigation didn't cost taxpayers a single penny, thanks to the generosity of Carla Davis, who funded the exhumation and forensic testing necessary to solve the case. It's heartening to know that there are still good people out there willing to help resolve these cold cases and bring justice to families like the Mullins. While the missing persons investigation is now closed, the murder investigation is still ongoing as the killer behind this heinous act is yet to be caught. Fiona Anderson, born in 1990 in the United Kingdom, was one of 3 daughters to Carrie and Michael Anderson. Her father served in the Royal Air Force, while her mother was a devoted homemaker who cared for their 3 children. Fiona had 2 sisters, Claire and Laura, and they shared a close bond, growing up in a harmonious family environment. Fiona attended various primary schools in Lowestoft, a town in Suffolk, England. She was often described as a bright and beautiful child who loved Disney movies and playing with her dolls. In her early years, she was outgoing and popular, but as she grew older, Fiona became more withdrawn and easily prone to mood swings. Her sudden changes in behavior worried her parents, who took her to several specialists. Although she was diagnosed with mental health issues, no specific condition was identified and her situation worsened over time. Despite the efforts of her family to support her, Fiona insisted that she could manage her problems on her own. She eventually met a young man named Craig McClellan and they began a relationship. In 2008, Fiona and Craig decided to move in together, even though neither had steady jobs. Craig frequently switched from one job to another, leading to an unstable situation for the couple. That same year, Fiona became pregnant, adding to their financial and emotional strain. According to family members, her mental health continued to deteriorate during her pregnancy. She refused to attend regular prenatal appointments or follow the advice of her parents and doctors. Craig also resisted any outside interference from Fiona's family. In June 2009, due to concerns about Fiona's prenatal care and the unstable family environment, obstetric services referred her case to Child and Youth Services. Soon after, the authorities intervened to ensure the well-being of the unborn child. On July 21, 2009, Fiona and Craig welcomed their first daughter, Lavina. After her birth, social workers requested that the couple agree to place Lavina under voluntary care, but they refused. Just 2 months later, Lavina was admitted to the hospital, where doctors found that she was severely underweight, likely due to malnutrition. After receiving care, she began to gain weight, confirming that she had not been properly fed by her parents. Despite repeated attempts by social workers to convince Fiona to surrender custody due to concerns about her mental health, she insisted that she was a good mother and would never give up her daughter. Shortly after this incident, Fiona and Craig were evicted from their home due to unpaid rent. They were forced to rely on the generosity of friends and family, which did not provide the stable environment needed for raising a child. For a time, they stayed with acquaintances and then moved in with Craig's parents. Things seemed to improve for a while, and the involvement of social services lessened. In June 2010, Fiona gave birth to their second child, a boy named Addie. However, with 2 small children and Craig's inconsistent income, the couple faced increasing financial challenges. Fortunately, Craig eventually secured a stable job, allowing them to rent a house in Lowestoft by February 2011, and it appeared that they were finally finding some stability. However, by May 2011, social services were once again alerted after neighbors reported that Lavina and Addie had been sleeping in a double stroller for 13 nights and had been fed only biscuits. When social workers and the police visited the home, they found the children malnourished and confined in playpens. The children were assessed, and it was determined that they were emotionally affected and had delayed language skills, leading to their inclusion in child protection plans for neglect. Fiona felt victimized and deeply offended by the suggestion that she was not a good mother. Craig, meanwhile, was often absent from home, claiming he was working extra hours to provide for the family, although his income did not reflect this. Despite their troubled relationship and the challenges they faced, Fiona and Craig did not take precautions to prevent further pregnancies. In May 2012, their third child, Kaiden, was born. Social services quickly became involved due to concerns about the parents' ability to care for another child. By August, child protection officers decided to initiate legal proceedings against the family. However, due to a lack of follow-up by a social worker, the case stalled. As their financial difficulties continued to mount, Fiona discovered in late 2012 that she was pregnant with their fourth child, a girl. Fiona's mental health, already fragile, was further strained by the hormonal changes brought on by her frequent pregnancies and childbirths, leaving her unable to cope with the mounting stress. According to her family, Fiona Anderson was growing increasingly isolated and refused any help from others, allowing only Craig to remain close, though he was drifting further away each day. By then, Craig had started an affair with a beautiful Polish woman he had met at work. The idea of moving in with her was highly appealing, as there would be no children to care for, and they could live a carefree life together. In March 2013, Craig decided to leave Fiona and move in with his lover, though he never disclosed the real reason for their separation. He simply packed his belongings and left, abandoning Fiona with 3 children, another on the way, and no job. Meanwhile, social services continued to monitor the family's deteriorating living conditions, especially now that a 4th child was soon to be born. On the afternoon of Sunday, April 14, 2013, Craig visited the house, bringing chocolate biscuits for his children. After spending some time with them, he told Fiona they needed to talk. During their conversation, the 24-year-old revealed that he had started a relationship with another woman and that their separation would be final. This news confirmed Fiona's suspicions about why Craig had been staying out late, supposedly working extra hours in recent months, and his intention to leave her and the children. Fiona's reaction was explosive. She completely lost control, and during the argument she grabbed a sharp object from the kitchen and stabbed Craig in the shoulder. He fell to the floor, bleeding, while their terrified children watched. Craig managed to escape from Fiona's rage, covering the wound with a napkin, and called an ambulance which took him to the hospital around 8 p.m. At the hospital, Craig lied to the doctors, claiming he had been attacked by a stranger trying to steal his phone. He later explained that he lied to avoid further complications with social services, fearing his children might be taken away and placed in foster care, a threat they had faced many times before. Craig believed Fiona was solely to blame for their problems with social services, and he denied any responsibility for the negative assessments they had received. As he prepared to leave the hospital, Craig received a text message from Fiona. In it, she told him to say goodnight to their children, as it would be the last time he would ever see them. Craig left the hospital and went to his new partner's house, not giving the message much thought. The hospital staff reported the attack to the police, but by the time officers arrived to speak with Craig, he had already left. They decided to visit the last address they had for him, the home he had shared with Fiona and their children. When they rang the intercom, Fiona refused to open the door and claimed she hadn't seen Craig in over a month. With no further leads, the police left. At around 8:30 a.m. on April 15, 2013, the police and emergency teams rushed to a parking lot after receiving a call from someone who had found a woman's body in a residential area. Paramedics tried to resuscitate her. Unfortunately, she was pronounced dead at the scene. The investigators noticed 4 names written on her body, and judging by her heavily pregnant appearance, it was clear she was in the advanced stages of pregnancy. After examining the scene, it was apparent that the woman had fallen from a high building, resulting in her immediate death along with that of her unborn baby. Forensic analysis would be needed to confirm the cause of death. An investigation was quickly launched to identify the deceased woman, and surveillance footage from the area showed a woman wearing the same clothes as the victim. This footage helped the police identify her as 23-year-old Fiona Anderson. With Fiona's identity confirmed, the police learned that she was known to Child Protective Services and had 3 children. Police rushed to Fiona's home, and when no one answered the door, they forced their way inside. What they found was beyond anything they were prepared for. The 3 young children were discovered lifeless on the bed in the main bedroom. They were tucked in, surrounded by stuffed animals, each with a kiss mark and lipstick on their foreheads. Messages written in green marker covered the walls. One note read, "I love you and will keep you safe. I tucked them into bed with their teddies. They love their teddies. They look so peaceful together." Each child had a message written on their torso, "I love you," along with their name in green ink and a small heart on their abdomen. Investigators also found a torn letter in the trash, offering a heartbreaking glimpse into Fiona's mental state. In the letter, she wrote about her inability to cope with Craig's abandonment and expressed her intent to take her own life while also taking her children with her. She reiterated her belief that a mother never leaves her children behind and pleaded for Craig to allow them all to be buried together. The children's bodies were taken to a hospital for autopsies to determine the causes of death. Meanwhile, police cordoned off the apartment to continue their investigation. The tragic news spread quickly, and neighbors and friends gathered outside the building, leaving flowers, teddy bears, and other tributes in a makeshift memorial at the entrance. Craig, accompanied by his mother, also visited the site, where they were met by a crowd of media reporters. In an interview, Craig admitted that he had a gut feeling it was Fiona when he heard the news about a woman who had taken her own life. He expressed his devastation, saying he had just lost his entire family. During an interview with investigators, confessed that Fiona had attacked him the previous night when he told her he was leaving for another woman. For the police, Craig's departure appeared to be the final trigger that led Fiona to end her life and the lives of her children. A young woman who knew the couple described Fiona as a charming person who didn't seem like the type of mother who would harm her children. As detectives continued their investigation, they discovered that just hours before the tragedy, Fiona had posted desperate messages on social media, revealing that Craig had left her for someone else. In her posts, she wrote that all she ever did was love him, and despite the pain he caused, neither she nor her children ever gave up on him. She also uploaded photos of her children, expressing how much she loved them. In one of her final posts, shared an ultrasound image and wrote that she was expecting a baby girl. After piecing together all the evidence, investigators concluded that it was Fiona who had tragically ended the lives of her children. Authorities released surveillance footage to the media in hopes of piecing together the final moments of Fiona Anderson's life. This strategy proved effective as around 13 people came forward to tell the police they had seen the young woman walking through the city on the morning of April 15th. Thanks to these witness reports, officers were able to obtain clearer footage showing Fiona wearing a long white coat and black shoes captured outside her home around 6:20 a.m. on that tragic morning. Fiona was seen heading toward Craig's residence, where she left a note in his mailbox. She then dropped off the keys to her apartment at a local hostel so Craig could pick them up later. Afterward, she wandered through the city for over an hour carrying her youngest son's favorite teddy bear. Several passersby reported that as she walked, she softly sang a lullaby. By 8:30 a.m. that same day, a cleaner in a multi-story parking garage spotted Fiona climbing up to the top level, still humming her lullaby. The cleaner watched as Fiona climbed onto the railings and then, without hesitation, leaped into the air, ending her life and that of the baby she was carrying. At this point, the police had received the results of Fiona's autopsy, confirming that she had died from severe head injuries consistent with a fall. However, investigators had not yet determined the cause of death for her 3 children, so further tests were needed. A close friend of Fiona's created a memorial page on social media in her memory. The page quickly filled with comments, many asking for respect and remembering Fiona as a warm and kind-hearted woman who would do anything to help others and adored her children. Other comments from friends and family expressed their grief over the loss and hoped that Fiona had finally found the peace she was searching for. Amid the mourning in May 2013, partial autopsy results were released for the children, revealing that all 3 had drowned. The post-mortem examinations found no signs of abuse or violence. According to the police's reconstruction of events, Fiona had prepared the bath, and after submerging her children one by one until they stopped breathing, she dried them off, laid them on her bed, and covered them with blankets, placing their favorite teddy bears in their arms. Once the examinations were completed, Fiona's family was able to claim her body, while Craig and his relatives took custody of the children's remains. In a televised interview, Fiona's parents, Michael and Carrie, pleaded with Craig to allow their daughter to be buried with her children, as it was her final wish, expressed in the letter she had left behind. Despite their heartfelt pleas, refused to let the children be buried alongside the woman who had taken their lives. On June 5th, surrounded by friends and family, the funeral for the children was held. Fiona's family was not allowed to attend. 10 days later, around 75 mourners gathered to say their final goodbyes to Fiona. Dozens of people, many dressed in pink, attended the funeral, which also served as a memorial for her 3 children. A horse-drawn hearse carried Fiona's body to the cemetery, where she was buried alongside her unborn daughter. Fiona Anderson's mother expressed deep gratitude to the local community for their support as they navigated the aftermath of the tragedy. She described Fiona as an amazing woman and a devoted mother who adored her children. In the wake of Fiona's death, many began to question the roles of both the police and social services in the tragedy. As a result, the Independent Police Complaints Commission launched an investigation. It was revealed that officers had visited Fiona's residence just hours before her death while investigating the stabbing of Craig. The inquiry centered around whether the police could have prevented the tragedy if they had entered the home, rather than merely speaking with Fiona through the intercom. After a thorough evaluation, the commission determined that there was no way for the officers to have predicted what would happen in the following hours. Between 2009 and 2013, social workers had visited Fiona's family more than 50 times. There were documented concerns that the children were often left in their stroller and, on some days, were only fed biscuits. An independent expert involved in the investigation noted that Fiona had been reluctant to cooperate, which hindered any psychiatric evaluation and prevented necessary legal actions. Although the deaths of her children weren't deemed predictable, the expert believed that if the children had been taken into care earlier, the tragedy might have been avoided. The coroner overseeing the case echoed this sentiment, stating that while it was not his intention to assign blame, it was evident that key steps, such as evaluating Fiona's mental health, had not been taken. He called for UK health authorities to prioritize providing support to parents with mental health challenges. The investigation also revealed communication failures and a lack of coordination between the various services involved in Fiona's care. It emerged that the assigned social worker was an unqualified trainee who had not handled the case appropriately due to inexperience and a lack of understanding of the severity of Fiona's situation. This worker should have been supported by a more experienced mentor who could have guided them in dealing with such a complex case. The head of social services in Suffolk defended the lack of intervention, acknowledging that some families are harder to engage than others. However, he also emphasized that it is the duty of social workers to protect children and provide the right support to families. As a result, several recommendations were made to improve the system's ability to support families in crisis. These included better training for social workers, improved communication between services, and a more proactive approach to identifying and assisting those at risk. Fiona Anderson's case shocked the community and underscored the need for meaningful support and monitoring for families facing similar crises. Mental health analysts confirmed that Fiona deeply loved her children, but had a distorted perception of reality due to her mental health struggles. Although she was aware of her actions, she had lost her sense of direction after Craig's departure, leaving her isolated with her darkest thoughts and fears. Fiona felt lost, and the only solution she saw to free her children from future pain was to take them with her to a better place where they could all be happy together, free from the stress of bills and financial worries. Despite knowing about Fiona's struggles and the challenges she faced with their children, Craig abandoned them all for a new life with his lover. He ignored the warning signs, including the final message Fiona sent him, which hinted at her intention to take drastic action. Many people sympathized with Craig, sharing his grief as a father who had lost 4 children. However, others criticized his behavior, considering him partly responsible for the tragedy. They believed Craig should have recognized Fiona's deteriorating mental health, especially after their first child, and taken steps to help her. Instead, by leaving her pregnant with their 4th child, he had abandoned her when she needed support the most. In this tragic story, the only innocent victims were the 4 children. They suffered from their mother's mental health problems, their father's abandonment, and the lack of protection from the official agencies that were supposed to safeguard their well-being. Monday, September 14, 2015, was remembered by 16-year-old Nolan Buchanan as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend. A traditional morning mass with his girlfriend's family, followed by a get-together with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. Waking up on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, the teenager felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman, before whom the whole world is open. After all, he was now the owner of Buchanan Construction. The young man was going to inherit cars, a house, land, monetary assets, and made plans how he would manage the family business alone, and certainly do it better than his father, who brought the company to bankruptcy. It would seem that what could go wrong? Already on October 1st, 2015, Nolan Keith Buchanan was arrested at Bonita High School in Bonita, California by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nolan was incarcerated at the Juvenile Treatment Center, JTC, in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took just 2 hours to reach a verdict. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison with the possibility of parole from the 25th year of his sentence. This is how his plan to take over the family business ended. Neighbors and classmates spoke of Nolan as a model kid and a good student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, Anita High School student Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview. He always cared about school. He seemed very kind. He was very nice. I'm even surprised he was arrested. But what really happened in the Buchanan family? Let's break down this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam Buchanan when she came to apply for a job at his firm as an office manager. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage on his own. Cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately attracted the attention of the owner of the company. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, started a romance that turned into a serious relationship, and her move to Adam. Molly dreamed of a real loving, friendly family and tried to build a wonderful relationship with her stepson. Soon she became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans claimed that they were a fairly close-knit family of 4. The head of the family, who owned a construction company, earned enough to ensure a comfortable life, and the family even purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood, a rustic cabin with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began to visit there often. On September 13, 2015, at 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township in western El Dorado County on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they found the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. Cabin located on the property was still smoldering, but had burned to the ground. The fire department personnel observed charred remains in the ashes. The scene of the fire was not touched, and at 11 a.m. firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. No one had yet realized what was at the scene. Firefighters were almost certain that the victim of the wildfire was a pet trapped in the house. The arriving coroner was faced with a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house. They had to wait for the flames to finally die down and for the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he smelled the sweet odor of burnt flesh and later discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had claimed someone's life. The officer requested backup. Officers from the sheriff's office arrived and conducted a thorough examination of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the primary residence of its owners. Rather, it was most likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were found on the property adjacent to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and find out who the car belonged to. The owner may have been the victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to find out that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, a company owned by a man named Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived 160 miles from the scene of the accident, about 3 hours away in Bonita, California. This information confirmed the assumption of the police, who decided that the house was just a country residence for those who vacation here from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remained to be seen who was inside, Mr. Buchanan himself or someone else. The name of the owner of the company gave the detectives their first clue, with which they began their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to see if all of Buchanan's family members were well and at home. They went to the correct address and were soon in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck. At a knock on the door, Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage came out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and asked what brought them to him. The officers decided to first find out who was in the house so as not to frighten the household. Perhaps the company car had been taken by someone from the company and not the owner himself. Nolan Buchanan said his father, Adam, had gone away for the weekend to his country estate 160 miles away with Molly and their 8-year-old son, Gavin, and they were due back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to look after the house. Investigators did not yet have sufficient reason to believe the remains in the cabin were those of the Buchanans, but the information received and the discovery of the remains, believed to be those of 2 people, by the evening of September 13th was enough to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The next day, September 14th, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's home to talk to him more thoroughly and try to figure out whose lives the fire had claimed. Officers were met by Adam's parents, Howard and Susan Buchanan. They said that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, does his own home repairs and therefore travels there very often. The parents were very concerned as they had not been able to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. From the story, the officers learned that the house is connected to generators. But at the time of the tragedy, it had no electricity. There were, however, gas cylinders inside. This gave 2 theories. The fire could have been either accidental or intentional. By September 15th, the fire scene had cooled down and investigators were finally able to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered that changed the direction of the case. Police found a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized that there was actually a homicide. This was not an accidental fire, reported the sheriff. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA testing. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, judging by its size, belonged to a child. The version of fatal accident dropped by itself. The version of murder came to the forefront. No one now doubted that the fire was a means of destroying the traces of the crime. It remained to find out under what circumstances the crime had taken place. Was it a burglary that had gone wrong? Or had the family taken their lives deliberately? But then by whom and why? Or could the crime be related to Buchanan Construction, a company where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone harbored a grudge against him due to a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused specifically on the latter theory. They also looked into Molly's life to determine if she had any enemies capable of the crime. Once those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to problems in Molly and Adam's marriage. There proved to be plenty of them. Investigators learned that over time, Molly and Adam's relationship began to deteriorate, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping apart for quite some time. A diary was found in which Molly described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed described rough treatment and abuse. According to them, Adam was rude not only to Molly but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Slankard, admitted to investigators, "There were times when I was afraid they would kill each other in one of their arguments." Molly did not sever her relationship with Adam, but would periodically take her son and leave to go to her parents' house and return a few days later until the next fight. It also turned out that the couple liked to hunt in the area where their country house was located. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another quarrel, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot. And when he realized what he had done, he took his own life. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy happened because of a conflict between husband and wife, it means that near the remains of one of them must necessarily be the instrument of crime, which, however, was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and may not have looked as obvious as expected. Over the course of 5 days, forensic team members took turns removing ashes from the home. The search was conducted with surgical thoroughness, but did not yield the expected result. No weapons were found in the house. By this time came the data of forensic examination. The examination confirmed that the DNA of the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds before the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the version that someone took their own life. The lack of firearms meant that someone else was in the house. A fourth person who shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to start over. Police had no choice but to turn to the 16-year-old son of the deceased. Nolan told officers that the family drove away in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father decided to use the company vehicle rather than his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway, because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks that he was going to decorate the area near his country cabin. It was this truck that police found near the burn structure. When asked why Nolan did not go on vacation with his relatives, the young man, as in the first interview, said that he had a duty to look after the house and garden during the absence of his father and stepmother. Nolan also said that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the edge of the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent arguments with this neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to go to the police. Talking about the family business, Nolan told of the company's financial difficulties. Things were not going well. The company was undergoing downsizing and the number of employees was down to 5. From what his father said, the debts associated with the business were increasing rapidly. So now the investigation had a lot of useful information. And the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, especially since in that area violent crime was often linked to the cultivation of illegal herbs. Detectives felt that the threat of going to the police could have led to the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was no one had any idea which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all the homeowners in a row. The tactic was successful. They found a man who confirmed the story of a quarrel with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. But according to him, after a sharp conversation, the conflict was over. The neighbor had an alibi and another version turned out to be untenable. What remained to be dealt with was the financial crisis that had hit the family's business. On September 18th, the police visited Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were true. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy, as the amount of debts exceeded $30,000. Because of this, some employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and therefore could be involved in the crime. And that's where investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day. The students were clearing debris from a business park just a mile from Adam's construction company. It was there on September 19th that a small purse with a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was found under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives immediately went to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator had massacred the Buchanan family with the found rifle and covering his tracks, had taken their documents from the crime scene. The discovery was important because it meant that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to kill the family and then returned to Bonita to dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The proximity of the evidence found to the location of Buchanan Construction strengthened the theory that the boss was massacred by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives sent the firearm and the bag of documents for examination, requesting a warrant to inspect the company's records and premises. Here, the investigators got lucky a second time. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera installed on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the lens of the camera was directed not at the company's territory, but at the center of the parking lot. After this discovery, the case was just days away from being solved. Since it was already known that the family had gone out of town on Friday, investigators reviewed Friday's footage and were surprised to find that Adam had attached a trailer filled with rocks to a Ford F-150, not a Dodge truck as Nolan had told them. Detectives realized that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford had towed the rock trailer to the cabin, then someone must have driven it back and parked it in the driveway of the Buchanan family home. Investigators re-interviewed Nolan, trying to keep him safe while getting as many details as possible. Nolan again recounted his weekend, where he had been and who he had seen. Only this time they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for the shopping at the mall, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. The unsuspecting Nolan answered with his father's credit card. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's home in Bonita, search the vehicles, and check financial records. The Ford automobile was still parked in the driveway. It was closely inspected, and they noticed reddish soil sticking to the wheels, similar to that in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as obvious. Unfortunately, the fire had destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house, but the dirt buildup indicated that the car had probably been to Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and found that Adam Buchanan had used his credit card on Friday, September 11th at fast food chain Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed home, did not go with his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner and checked the security cameras. They saw exactly what they expected, a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they found a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11th that included not 3 but 4 drinks. Evidence collected at the scene of the fire similarly pointed to 4 drink cups. So Nolan was in the car? The next credit card transaction took place on Saturday, September 12th at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes away from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously told detectives about the bar. They said their son and daughter-in-law liked to drop in there after renovations to the cabin. Security cameras recorded the time the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway helped track the couple's route. A Ford F-150 headed toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m. on the day of the fire, and at 3:30 a.m. drove in the opposite direction. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, and in the second, only Nolan. A few hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benita's establishments, Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that Buchanan had only one bank card. The facts contradicted Nolan's stories. By this time, forensic results had come back. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested right in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story and claimed that it was his father who shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him, and he, defending himself, took the weapon away, accidentally shooting his father. Nolan insisted it was self-defense, attributing the fire and subsequent lie to a state of panic and extreme fright. That's why he took gasoline and set the house on fire to make it look like nothing had happened there. The defense continually focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull was consistent with a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and they were simultaneously awakened by the noise and screaming. It was at the moment of awakening that Nolan allegedly saw someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin. The shooter then pointed the rifle at him, and Nolan miraculously managed to push the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which was inconsistent with forensic evidence. The prosecution came to believe that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents spent time at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. Judging by where the bodies were found, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly. Nolan then took the rifle, his parents' papers, doused the bodies with gasoline, and set the house on fire. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, creating an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury found Nolan guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury, in announcing the sentence, reflected on the verbal and physical abuse Nolan faced, on the testimony that Nolan massacred his brother because he didn't want him to go through the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already managed to do to him. But as she did, she also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson, the creation of alibis, and the plans to run the family business that Nolan had voiced to family members. The judge cited a failure to follow rules and deviant behavior noted by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where Nolan went after his arrest. "Everyone has the opportunity to change," Judge Kingsbury told Nolan. "I hope you will do everything in your power to do so. If you behave well, you will have a chance to get out on parole in 25 years under the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings. It's up to you whether you take that chance or not. Nolan continues to insist he is innocent. If he ever gets out on parole, he will have to pay a huge compensation to the victims. The amount of the payout is unknown at this time. It was a beautiful summer day on June 19, 1970, when two young men decided to take a leisurely stroll on Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado. The air was crisp and the sun shone brightly, making the day perfect for a hike. However, their adventure took an unexpected turn when they stumbled upon something ghastly. As they walked down the road, they noticed a decomposed body of a man lying in a ditch on the north side. It was partially covered with rocks that had fallen from the slope above. But that wasn't the worst part. As the two men got closer, they noticed that the entire left arm and rib cage of the body were missing. It was a gruesome sight, and their hearts raced with fear and confusion. The body was dressed in a tattered sweatshirt and gray trousers, and the smell of decay was overwhelming. Who was this man? What had happened to him? There were questions that plagued their minds as they stood there stunned by what they had just discovered. Without wasting a single moment, the two men contacted the authorities, who arrived at the scene with a sense of urgency. As they approached the decomposed body, they suspected that the man was in his early 20s. The officers carefully examined the scene, taking note of every detail that could help them solve the mystery. In addition to the missing left arm and rib cage, the officers also noticed that the man was wearing 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes. They even found a sock pulled over his left shoe. But that wasn't the only odd thing they found. Upon searching the man's pockets, they found $7 and a razor. But those items offered little insight into the man's identity or the circumstances of his death. No wallet or ID was found on the man, leaving the officers to wonder who he was and what had happened to him. Officers also extensively searched the area around the body, hoping to find any clues, but to no avail. The man's remains were quickly removed from the scene and taken for analysis, but despite their best efforts, detectives couldn't identify him. They scoured missing person reports, interviewed locals, and even searched through dental records, but nothing seemed to match. The man was a complete enigma, and the mystery only deepened as they delved deeper. The officers were perplexed by the condition of the body. It seemed as though the man had been out in the elements for a long time, possibly all winter. Yet his clothing didn't seem appropriate for such harsh conditions. The officers also couldn't help but wonder what could have happened to the missing body parts. Had they been removed post-mortem, or had they been eaten by wild animals? It was a gruesome thought, but it was a possibility they couldn't ignore. The officers could only speculate until a shocking discovery was made. On July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was found, a state highway maintenance man found the missing limb below the road where the body had been discovered. The shoulder and arm were stripped down to the bone, but the hand and wrist still had flesh on them. The discovery only deepened the mystery. How had the limb ended up there, and why was it separated from the body? The condition in which the body part was found was perplexing, leading the officers to speculate that it could have been removed after the man died, possibly by a snowplow, but they had no concrete evidence. As the years passed, the mysterious man found Independence Pass became nothing more than a forgotten memory. The lack of identification left him with no name and was simply identified as Independence Pass John Doe. He was relegated to the status of an unknown soul buried beneath a simple marker reading, "Unidentified Male," in the Evergreen Cemetery of Leadville. The case went cold, and as time marched on, it seemed that the truth behind Independence Pass John Doe's identity would remain a mystery forever. In 2011, a man named John Pearson, who had devoted years to cleaning up the Evergreen Cemetery, stumbled upon the grave of the Independence Pass John Doe while cleaning an overgrown section. Pearson, who was also a Vietnam veteran, couldn't help but be curious about the man's identity. He wondered if perhaps Independence Pass John Doe too was a fellow veteran of the Vietnam War. Pearson's curiosity led him to reach out to Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, who then enlisted the help of Sylvia Pettum, an expert in identifying John and Jane Does. Together they journeyed to the small town in August 2011, eager to uncover the truth behind the mysterious grave. But despite their efforts, the case once again grew cold, leaving independents past John Doe's identity shrouded in secrecy for a little while longer. In 2013, after 2 years of silence, the case of the independents past John Doe started to gain momentum. Audrey and Sylvia returned to Leadville and searched for the case records, only to find out that they were missing. Together with the then coroner Shannon Kent, they made sure that the case details were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Systems database. Sylvia, a determined woman, then asked the Lake County Sheriff to exhume the remains of the John Doe to enable DNA sampling. The body was exhumed, and with the help of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, a fingerprint was obtained. DNA was extracted from the John Doe's femur and skull at the University of Northern Texas, and hope was renewed for finally identifying the unknown man. But instead of being laid to rest in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery, John Doe's body remained in a casket in the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon. It took 8 long years for the man to finally be reburied. In the quiet of 2022, a breakthrough was made in the decades-long case. A team of detectives submitted DNA extracted from the unidentified John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing. The test yielded a promising lead. Details of this lead remain shrouded in mystery, but it was enough to crack the case wide open. Finally, after all these years, John Doe had a name: Gardner Paul Smith, who would have been just 39 years old when his remains were discovered. Gardner was no longer just a nameless body in a grave. He had a story, a life, and a family. Born in Modesto, California on September 22, 1930, Gardner was the older son of Paul and Bernita Smith and grew up in a skiing family. Both of his parents were skiers, and it was only natural that Gardner and his younger brother, Moore, took up the sport. For Gardner, skiing was more than a hobby. It was a way of life. He attended the University of Nevada in Reno, where he not only studied but also competed on the college ski team. Gardner's dedication to the sport was admirable, and he was always pushing himself to improve. In fact, he was known to experiment with different techniques, once even attempting giant slalom courses on cross-country skis to work on his balance. But Gardner was more than just an athlete. He was a deep thinker and a humanist, always seeking to understand what it truly meant to be alive. In the latter part of his life, he became fascinated with psychic phenomena and the powers of the mind, and he wanted to unlock the secrets of human consciousness, and he spent countless hours exploring this area of study. In June 1951, Gardner was just a young man when he joined the Army, serving 2 years of active duty, and then transferring to the reserves where he served for more years. He did his duty honorably and was discharged in June 1957. Gardner's path eventually led him to Argentina, where he met the love of his life, Jennifer Dawn Andrews, in 1961. The two got married, and Gardner brought his new bride back to California. It wasn't long before they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Jean, into the world on June 18, 1962. However, at some point, Gardner left his wife and young daughter. Jennifer eventually obtained a divorce from Gardner in 1968 and went on to marry Ernest M. Dillard. Unfortunately, Ernest passed away in 1974, leaving Jennifer a widow once again. As for Gardner, he drifted between California and Aspen, seemingly unable to settle down after his divorce. Dick Dorworth, an accomplished ski racer and Gardner's longtime friend, vividly recalls the last time he saw him in 1968. Gardner, who was living life on the road, was trying to promote a new ski pole grip he had designed. This was not the first invention he had created, as he had also come up with double-lens goggles but had failed to market it. After a week of crashing on his friend's couch, Gardner vanished into the unknown, never to be seen by Dorworth again. In fact, the last anyone heard from Gardner was through a postcard he sent to his mother dated November 12, 1969. Simply read, "I am doing all right, don't worry, love Gardner." At the time, his mother was hopeful, but little did she know that it would be the last that she would ever hear from her son. Gardner's daughter Jean was filled with unanswered questions about her father, who disappeared when she was just a baby. For years, she was left to wonder where he had gone and why he never came back for her. Her mother and family members were tight-lipped about his absence, leaving her to piece together her father's life on her own. And it wasn't until decades later in that she finally got some answers when her father's true identity was discovered. Now a 60-year-old woman with a family of her own is determined to give her father the honor he deserves. She plans to arrange a small military funeral and have a headstone made in his memory. As for where he will finally be laid to rest, Jean hasn't made up her mind yet. But one thing is for certain, she will always hold a special place in her heart for the father she never got the chance to know. The mystery surrounding Gardner Smith's death persists. While there is no record of an autopsy performed on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation reports that there was no evidence of foul play, and speculations about how he died continue to circulate. Some speculate he may have been the victim of a crime and his body was dumped in Independence Pass. Others suggest he may have hiked up there with the intent to hike back down, only to get caught in a sudden storm, become disoriented, and succumb to the cold. However, the truth about Gardner Smith's death remains shrouded in mystery, leaving many unanswered questions. The case of Mohammed Shamji, a brilliant surgeon, father of many, and ruthless criminal victims of domestic violence, sometimes not only endure abuse, humiliation, and beatings, but also blame themselves for what's happening. Each of these cases, when brought to the public's attention, is condemned, causing confusion and leading to many questions. Why does the victim allow themselves to be treated this way? Why don't they tell anyone? Why don't they leave their abuser? Contrary to popular belief that physical violence occurs primarily in dysfunctional families, statistics show that such incidents don't depend on the social status of spouses, their position in society, or their job titles. Mohammed Shamji and Alana Shamji were not only outstanding doctors, but also true luminaries of science. Mohammed made a name for himself in neurosurgery and the treatment of spine injuries and diseases, while his wife was an equally renowned family doctor with a PhD. For years, they both saved other people's lives, yet few knew what was happening in their private lives. This story shocked the entire world, and the accused admitted his guilt only to spare his 12-year-old daughter, who had accidentally witnessed her mother's death from having to testify in court. Notably, shortly before the tragedy, Alana had posted a photo of her husband in a kimono on social media, taken during one of his jiu-jitsu training sessions, with a joking comment that this doctor could not only heal but also break a neck. This post turned out to be prophetic. Alana Frick, life before meeting Mohammed. Alana Christina Frick was born in September 1977 in the Canadian city of Windsor, located in Ontario in the southern part of the country. She was the younger of two daughters in the family of George and Anna Frick, who emigrated from Croatia to North America in the early 1970s. Alana was raised alongside her older sister, Caroline, with whom she was very close from an early age. The birth of Alana was seen as a miracle by her parents, as Anna had serious complications after her first pregnancy, and doctors had said she would never conceive again. Alana's parents worked at a large car factory, striving to provide their daughters with everything they needed and to give them a good education. Both sisters were smart and did well in school, but Alana stood out for her determination and passion for learning. She spent nearly all her free time reading books, and she also managed to attend a dance studio, practice gymnastics, and compete in track and field. During middle school, Alana chose to work during summer breaks to help her family. She worked in cornfields and even then tried to manage her budget wisely. Alana excelled in math and other sciences, and by high school, she had decided to pursue a career in medicine and become a doctor. She graduated from high school as the top student and enrolled in a prestigious medical university without issue. Around this time, she also began a romantic relationship with a man named Matthew Ryan, whom she had known since high school and who was now studying in the same department. Their student romance lasted until graduation, but afterward, Frick decided to go to Ottawa and continue her studies in the capital's university residency program. Her boyfriend settled for a job at a local hospital and didn't consider furthering his studies. Alana's and Matthew's relationship continued long distance and lasted until nearly 2002. They even planned to marry, but eventually decided to remain friends. By then, Alana was interning at one of the country's top clinics, and aimed to earn a doctorate while Matthew hadn't advanced in his career. Love at first sight. In February 2003, during a night shift at the hospital, Alana went to the staff room and saw a new colleague who immediately caught her attention. The young man, Alana Shamji, was just a year older than Alana and was doing his residency in the neurosurgery department. Mohammed came from a family of prominent doctors. He was born and raised in Ottawa in a family of the renowned surgeon Farid Shamji and his talented psychiatrist wife, Edith. Mohammed's older brother, Ali, was an experienced medical biophysicist. Both brothers graduated from Yale University, and Mohammed later returned to Canada to earn his doctorate from Western Ontario's Research University. Mohammed was also interested in the blonde, but initially, he made no effort to approach her. Alana, however, fell for this tall, dark-skinned man at first sight and tried to attract his attention. Soon, Mohammed asked his colleagues for her number and sent her a message, and their relationship began to blossom. Alana considered Mohammed a shy and modest man. He rarely took the initiative, felt uncomfortable on dates, jumped from topic to topic, or fell silent, appearing detached and introverted. Later, it turned out these oddities weren't due to shyness, but rather a lack of interest. Mohammed was already seeing another woman, but for some reason, he kept this from his infatuated colleague. When Frick discovered the existence of a rival, she resolved to win over Mohammed and become his one and only. Their relationship was rocky during the first year, with the couple breaking up 3 times before rekindling, mainly due to Alana's persistence. Her parents were aware of this and urged her to leave Mohammed, but she stood firm, believing she had found her one true love. Alana often pampered her lover with gifts, made surprises, and brought him home-cooked meals. Mohammed seemed to just let himself be loved, readily accepting everything but reciprocating only occasionally. This one-sided game appeared to create an emotional dependence on Mohammed for Alana. Unplanned pregnancy, wedding, and the beginning of a nightmare. In the summer of 2004, Frick informed her partner that they were going to have a child. This news came as a surprise to both of them, causing more anxiety than joy. Nonetheless, Mohammed, raised in a strict conservative Muslim country, felt compelled to follow tradition and marry the mother of his child before its birth. In early September that year, the couple had a wedding with 2 ceremonies. The first adhered to all cultural customs respected by the groom's family, and the second took place among the couple's friends at one of the trendiest restaurant complexes. The newlyweds seemed happy and in love, but no one could have imagined that their marriage would be the start of a nightmare that would end in tragedy. The couple moved into a spacious house in one of Ottawa's prestigious neighborhoods. In January 2005, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Yasmina. Unfortunately, the birth of their daughter didn't strengthen their marriage. The young father was entirely focused on his career and planned to continue his education with his wife and newborn daughter taking a back seat. Moreover, Mohammed didn't hide his disappointment, as he had hoped for a son. After the birth of her child, Alana went on maternity leave, focusing on household chores and caring for her daughter. This irritated her husband, who, after returning from work, would retreat to his home office, spending little time with his wife and child. Over time, he became increasingly nervous and irritable, criticizing his wife's appearance, refusing to eat what she cooked, and calling her stupid and useless. Alana tried not to complain about her family issues, not even to close friends or parents. However, one day while talking to her mother on the phone, Mohammed, returning home in a bad mood, began berating and insulting his wife, which her mother overheard. She tried to defend her daughter, but her son-in-law blamed Alana for their crumbling marriage. Anna tried to convince her daughter to file for divorce and leave the man treating her this way, but Alana flatly refused, saying she loved her husband and would handle everything. She kept quiet about Mohammed's physical abuse, simply because the verbal abuse no longer seemed enough for him. In the summer of 2005, the situation spiraled out of control when Mohammed, in a fit of rage, punched Alana in the face, breaking her nose. Alana, with her baby in hand, fled to friends and filed a police report for domestic violence. She also decided to get a divorce and leave the man she had married for good. Unexpectedly, Muhammad began begging his wife to return, promising never to hit her again or even raise his voice. He swore he would change and that their family life would be everything Alana had ever dreamed of, and he would control his emotions. Shamji seemed sincerely remorseful, but this behavior was driven by certain circumstances. The young neurosurgeon was preparing to enroll at Duke University, aiming to earn his doctorate, and a criminal conviction could end his promising medical career. Muhammad cared only for himself and his future, but he succeeded in convincing Alana to drop the charges and not file for divorce. She even agreed to follow him to the United States, to North Carolina, where he was to continue his studies and earn a degree. A period of relative calm. Friends and family were baffled by why Alana didn't leave her tyrant husband and withdrew her police report. When she announced her intention to move to another country with Muhammad, they tried to dissuade her, but Alana stood firm. Was smart, educated, driven, and ambitious, financially independent, and capable of achieving any career goal, but her destructive relationship and emotional dependence on her husband were stronger. She was ready to abandon everything and sacrifice all for a marriage that didn't bring her happiness, only suffering. However, after moving to the United States, a period of relative calm came to their family. Muhammad was admitted to an elite biomedical engineering program, difficult to enter due to the intense competition. Meanwhile, Alana enrolled in a master's program at the School of Policy and Health at Duke University, receiving a scholarship covering her tuition. The couple seemed to reconnect, spending more time together. Their relationship became stable enough that they decided to have a second child. In August 2007, they welcomed their younger daughter, Fiza. However, Muhammad again couldn't hide his disappointment, as he had hoped for a son. What does the happy family keep secret? In late summer 2009, the couple and their children returned to Canada, settling back into their home in Ottawa. This time, Alima decided not to stay on maternity leave for long, and she quickly secured a position at a prestigious hospital as a family doctor, earning a solid reputation. Meanwhile, her husband balanced work, studies, and teaching at the university. In the late 2000s, social media was gaining popularity worldwide, and the couple started a personal blog showcasing a seemingly ideal family in every sense. They posted photos of their travels, spoke about achievements in science, flaunted their luxurious lifestyle in a lavish home, attended prestigious conferences and trendy resorts, and spent time with friends at expensive restaurants. From the outside, they appeared to be a happy, successful, wealthy, and deeply in love couple with no problems. But their followers couldn't fathom what was hidden behind this facade. In reality, Muhammad again distanced himself from his wife, continuing to exert strict control over her. He carefully monitored who she interacted with, what she wore, and even checked her email and social media accounts. He openly criticized her appearance, style, and parenting methods. But Alama preferred to remain silent. Tension and aggression from Shamji grew, with him yelling at his wife and blaming her for all their arguments and discord. In 2011, the talented neurosurgeon was offered a fellowship in spinal surgery at one of the largest medical centers in Calgary. He accepted the offer, but this time he went alone, leaving his family in Ottawa since Alama couldn't leave her job. For over a year, they maintained a long-distance relationship, but during one visit home, Muhammad left his laptop on, and Alana saw a message from a woman on his social media. The content suggested they were romantically involved. When Alana directly confronted Muhammad, he didn't deny it, admitting to having an affair. This was another painful blow for Frick, and she again considered divorcing her rude, unfaithful husband. Her family was sure she wouldn't forgive him this time. Surprisingly, Alana gave their family another last chance. Muhammad promised to end his affair and said they would start fresh in Toronto, where he had been offered a prestigious, well-paying job, domestic violence, and revenge affair. Shortly after moving, Muhammad expressed his continued desire for a son, suggesting they try again. Alama agreed, thinking that having a third child might help solidify their family. In October 2013, they welcomed a long-awaited boy, named Marius. The father was happy, but his attitude toward his wife remained unchanged. Over the next few years, Shamji focused entirely on his medical career, becoming an accredited neurosurgeon with a reputation for handling the toughest and most hopeless cases that other doctors avoided. Frick also advanced, becoming a delegate for the Ontario Medical Association. However, tension between the couple began to rise again. Mohammed didn't stop at rudeness and insults, but resumed hitting the mother of his children. During a family ski vacation, Alana had a deep cut on her arm that required stitches, along with other injuries, but she claimed she hurt herself skiing. After returning home, Alana confided in her best friend that all the injuries were inflicted by her husband following another argument over a newly discovered affair he had with a colleague. Alana had overheard part of a phone conversation between Mohammed and his mistress, and when she asked him about it, he beat her. Her friend again suggested she divorce him, and when Alana refused, joked that she should get a revenge affair. The women laughed, but the hurt wife might have thought it was a good way to get back at her cheating husband. The summer of 2016 was challenging. While the older kids were at camp and the youngest stayed with maternal grandparents, the couple's relationship completely fell apart. In early September, they celebrated their 12th wedding anniversary, sharing the news on social media. But a week later, they spoke of divorce. Mohammed refused, stating he was content, while a desperate Alama had an affair with a colleague who had shown interest in her. She immersed herself in this new relationship, basking in the care and attention of another man, enjoying the long-forgotten feeling of being loved and desired. Did she run away with her lover, leaving her kids behind? On November 25, 2016, a heated argument broke out in the family when Elena told her husband that divorce was inevitable. The next day, she met with a divorce lawyer and then left for a 3-day medical conference in another city. During this time, Mohammed sent her messages, pleading with her to reconsider and save the marriage, at least for the children. On November 30th, Alana returned home and made her final phone call to her parents. Her voice revealed some anxiety, but she assured them everything was fine. Later, it was discovered that she had tried calling the police that evening, but in her panic, misdialed one digit, leading to a tragic outcome. On December 1st, Anna couldn't reach her daughter, so she called her son-in-law to find out what had happened. Mohammed calmly told her that his wife had packed her bags in the middle of the night and fled to her lover, abandoning him and the children. Her parents didn't believe him, knowing their daughter would never leave her daughters and young son like that. They contacted a close friend of Alana's who lived nearby, asking her to discreetly watch the Shamji home while they took the first flight to Toronto and reported their daughter's disappearance to the police. Alana's friend reported that her car was still in the driveway, which only heightened the family's concern. Upon arriving at their daughter's house, they found nothing immediately suspicious. But Mohammed was agitated, saying they had called the police unnecessarily and insisting that Alana was with her lover. He had already told the police this version when they visited earlier. Following the report of Mrs. Frick Shamji's disappearance, body in a suitcase. In the early morning hours of December 2nd, a man walking his dog along the river about 24 miles from Shamji's home saw a large suitcase at the base of the bridge. He was initially going to pass it by, but curiosity got the better of him, especially since the suitcase looked almost new. When he opened it, he was horrified to find the lifeless body of a blonde woman inside. He immediately notified the police, and the suitcase and body were sent to the medical examiner's office for identification and to determine the cause and circumstances of death. There were no issues with identification, as the criminal hadn't even bothered to remove the luggage tag from the suitcase from Alana's recent trip to a conference. Her parents confirmed her identity. The body had multiple abrasions and bruises, but the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation and a broken neck. The woman was dressed in pajamas and had no shoes, and based on the position of her body, she had been placed in the suitcase immediately after her death. The young witness Mohammed was arrested that evening at a coffee shop where he was meeting with a lawyer. It was evident he was planning to leave the country, but he didn't have the chance. He was charged with first-degree murder, but the neurosurgeon denied any involvement. However, a horrific detail of the incident emerged. It turned out that the couple's eldest daughter, 12-year-old Yasmina, had accidentally witnessed her mother's assassination. According to the girl, She heard screams and noise coming from her parents' room and ran there. She cracked open the door and saw her father kneeling behind the bed. Her mother was likely lying on the floor, but Yasmina couldn't see her from the doorway. Muhammad yelled at his daughter, ordering her to leave immediately, shut the door behind her and go to bed. In the morning, he told the girls that their mother had left. Yasmina, despite her age, understood something terrible had happened, but couldn't imagine that her father had taken their mother's life. A confession, trial, and sentence. To spare his daughter from having to testify in court, the accused confessed and recounted what happened that dreadful evening. According to him, he and his wife argued about her infidelity and desire for a divorce. Muhammad claimed he didn't mean to harm Alana, but things escalated spontaneously. The argument turned physical, and she tried to call the police, but he knocked the phone from her hand. She began screaming, and Muhammad struck her multiple times in the face, then pinned her to the floor and strangled her with his hands. At this moment, their daughter walked in but couldn't see what was happening due to the bed. When Muhammad realized his wife wasn't breathing, he attempted to resuscitate her, but it was in vain, as in his rage, he had broken her neck. He then put her body in a large suitcase, loaded it into the trunk of his car, and drove around aimlessly for hours, unsure of what to do next. Upon reaching a small bridge over a river, he decided to throw the suitcase down, hoping the current would carry it away, making it impossible to find. However, in the darkness, he didn't see that the suitcase got stuck against the bridge's foundation. In fall 2017, while the trial of the criminal surgeon was underway, a new scandal erupted involving his father, Fareed Shamji, who made disparaging remarks about his deceased daughter-in-law. He attempted to justify his son's actions, saying his wife had been unfaithful and provoked him. These comments led to an investigation into the elderly man, and his medical license was revoked. In April 2019, Muhammad was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, though with the possibility of parole in 14 years. Given the time served during the trial, he may be released as early as 2030. Moreover, Muhammad was forbidden from contacting his children or Alama's parents and ordered to pay them a large sum as compensation. He was also permanently stripped of his medical license. Washington Heights is a neighborhood in the northernmost part of the New York City borough of Manhattan. With a population of over 100,000, the neighborhood is home to a vibrant and diverse Latin American community. The neighborhood offers a unique cultural experience and a good number of recreational centers which attract several people. However, Washington Heights was known to have high crime rates, especially from the 60s to the early 90s. And it is here in that era that we begin our story. But first, to go back to the very beginning. Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells, was born on December 18, 1938. He was the last child of a family of 7, a family he didn't spend much time with before his arrest. In 1963, he was convicted of abuse and assault of a woman and ended up spending 3 years of his life in Sing Sing prison in upstate New York. After Bobby was released from prison in 1969, he changed his name from Robert Worley to Bobby Wells, and he moved in with his brother Fred Worley at Edgecombe Avenue in the Washington Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, New York City. There, he worked as a building superintendent for an apartment building. Bobby stayed with Fred for some time before he disappeared between 1966 and 1967, never to return. Fred and every other member of the family never heard from Bobby for more than 2 decades until 1993, when they got closure most unexpectedly. Fred received a call that his brother was found dead at an apartment that belonged to Dorian Corey, a deceased drag queen. Dorian Corey was born on June 6, 1937 in Buffalo, New York. She attended college at Parsons School of Design in the late 1950s. While Dorian was studying, she was drawn to the underground culture of the ballroom. Since then, Dorian appeared in drag queen beauty pageants. Dorian pushed for her name to be heard, and eventually she gained the fame that she worked for as a drag queen. She appeared in a game-changing documentary titled Paris is Burning, and also appeared on talk shows like The Joan Rivers Show to discuss the ball culture and other things. But even with that, Dorian needed to pay the bills, so she did extra work on the side. She worked out of her apartment as a seamstress, and at the same time, Dorian made her house a safe space for those in need of a home. Folks who came out with their true identity and were rejected by their family found comfort and love in Dorian's home, named House of Corey. In August 1993, Dorian was working with Pepper LaBeija, an American drag queen and fashion designer, on a ball at Webster Hall. Unknown to them, the ball would never take place. On August 29, 1993, 56-year-old Dorian died of AIDS. The 1980s were particularly horrendous for people with AIDS. There were no treatments, and everyone who had AIDS back then died pretty quickly. In the 90s, there were improvements, but there were not enough to cure the likes of Dorian. The whole neighborhood mourned Dorian, as she was one of the people they looked up to in the community. But no one knew the drag queen had a skeleton in her closet. After Dorian died, her belongings were left for her caregiver and friend, Lois Taylor, who sold Dorian's dresses as costumes and made money off them. Taylor would visit Dorian's home with her clients to look at the costume they needed every time there was a business deal. Dorian's apartment was the go-to for any kind of jaw-dropping costume at the time, and as she had worked as a dress and costume designer. It was not a large apartment, and in addition to her belongings, she had a lot of things stored that belonged to her brother. On October 19, 1993, almost 2 months after Dorian's death, Taylor was at her apartment on West 140th Street in Harlem, with one of her customers as usual for business. They were there in hopes of finding a good costume for Halloween. The apartment was filled with lots of fabrics, sequins and beads, tailpieces and elaborate gowns. A place so jam-packed that you could lose a small child in there. The search took them to a large closet space which was the size of a small bedroom, but they found nothing to their taste when they got to the closet. But among the dresses and costumes, a large musty garment bag caught their eyes. In hopes to get something better from the garment bag, Taylor moved closer to it, but discovered the bag was too heavy for her to move. After pulling it with the help of her customer, she saw that the bag was tightly sewn, and so she decided to loosen it. She handed a pair of scissors to her customer to use on the bag, but they stopped almost immediately, driven away by the foul odor that the bag gave off. Immediately, Taylor knew she wouldn't be able to go on with the search, and so she picked up her phone and dialed 911. The early 90s were busy years for the NYPD as they were working tirelessly to curb crimes in the city, especially in Manhattan. But as busy as they were, the call from Dorian's apartment was one they would never forget. The police arrived at the apartment and walked to the closet. They noticed the foul odor coming from the garment bag, an odor that was very common to what police called a DOA, or dead on arrival. The garment bag was transported to the medical examiner's office for examination. The police department also involved an anthropologist. The content of the bag was tightly wrapped in thick fabrics and sewn closed with precision, leaving nowhere to enter. Once the wrappings were undone, everyone cringed at the gruesome sight. Before them was the mummified body of a man, bound up and wrapped in plastic. He was folded into the fetal position with a bullet hole in his head. The body was in a dried and shriveled state, so it was difficult to know who he was or when he died. At the time, technology was not advanced enough to identify the remains. The police had a lot to do. They needed to find out the identity of the mummy, how he died, who or what killed and kept him there, the motive behind the murder, and the time it happened. But out of all of these questions, they were able to answer only a few. The identity was unknown, but they found a bullet hole in his head which suggested he was shot to death. In the bag, they also found beer can caps which they used as an indicator of approximately how long the person's remains had been kept there. The type of flip-tops found in the bag were a type that had not been used since the mid-70s, leaving the police to assume that the body had been concealed in there between 15 and 25 years before discovery. The police contacted the missing persons squad to see if anyone was reported missing around the speculated time of death. But to make matters worse, there were no missing reports of anyone from that time. The only thing that could be done was to obtain a fingerprint from the mummy to identify the owner. The state of the body made it difficult for authorities to get a fingerprint from the fingers. Without the identity of the mummified body, the police would be unable to communicate properly regarding the case. And so the remains were named Jane Doe, a name given to unidentified bodies. The detective in charge of identifying Jane Doe Detective Raul Figueroa, took permissions from his supervisors to remove the body's fingers and work on them. With the approval of his superiors, Detective Raul removed the fingers and placed them in 10 different specimen bottles. He also injected them with acetone to plump them up. Even Detective Raul was not 100% sure that his method was going to work. He could only hope that the method would help them to identify the body. Suddenly, the fingers started turning from nothing at all to fingers that could provide good prints. After that, they were able to put ink on them and roll them onto a fingerprint card to send to another unit. After the proper examination of the fingerprints, they finally got the answers they had been waiting for. Jane Doe was identified as Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells. But even after the authorities were able to uncover his identity, they still had a few questions. What was the relationship between Dorian Corey and Bobby Wells? Did Dorian kill Bobby? These questions remain difficult to answer as the two people involved in the case were both deceased. Nevertheless, the authorities continued their search for answers by trying to search for the friends and family of Dorian and Bobby to find any information that could lead to solving the mystery behind Bobby's death. The search led the police to Fred Worley, Bobby's brother. Fred explained how Bobby lived with him and his family and how he tried to talk Bobby out of his lifestyle. According to Fred, Bobby lived a crazy lifestyle where he would drink, get into trouble, and drink again. Whenever Fred tried to talk him out of it, alcohol got in the way. He kept trying to get Bobby to quit drinking, but it seemed he was too deep in it. According to Fred, Bobby got attracted to a woman who lived next door, but soon the relationship grew from sweet to sour. Bobby and the woman had a serious issue that involved the woman's 7-year-old son. Somehow Bobby hit the child and the woman threatened to call the police. Bobby, who had just been released from jail, knew if the woman called the police it would mean bigger trouble for him. And to avoid trouble, he fled the neighborhood without a word to anyone, even his brother. That was the last time Fred heard from Bobby, until he was called almost 25 years later and told that his brother had been found dead. When Fred was interviewed, he was asked if he was surprised to know that his brother was dead, and he said he was not really surprised because once they didn't hear from Bobby for many years, they had already assumed that something had befallen him. He was also asked if Bobby was friends with transvestites, people who wear clothes primarily associated with the other sex. Fred said he knew his brother was in a relationship with a certain transvestite. Bobby had mistakenly dialed Fred's contact one day when he was drunk, and he ranted about having issues with a transvestite. Fred didn't remember the name of the transvestite, but when he was asked if the name he heard was Dorian, he said that was the name. All the information that Fred gave the police didn't point to anyone as Bobby's murderer. It only made solving the case more difficult. The first person the police suspected after the 911 call at Dorian's apartment was Taylor, who made the call. But Taylor gave them a reason to eliminate her from the suspect list. She told the police she couldn't have possibly moved the bag with the body as it was far too heavy, and she weighed only 135 pounds. The case was, and still is, disturbing as a lot of questions are unanswered. Many of those who knew Dorian personally were very shocked to learn about the mummy in her closet all these years. While some were disappointed in Dorian, some didn't believe she would kill anyone. There were many speculations and theories about this case. Many friends of Dorian admitted that she was in a relationship with Bobby, and according to the friends, both Dorian and Bobby would always get drunk and violent with each other. Whenever they had too much to drink, they ended up fighting seriously. Fred also mentioned that he knew his brother to be macho and violent, and that he sometimes could go too far. Because of these accounts by friends, there's a theory that one of Dorian and Bobby's violent spats led to Dorian shooting Bobby in the head. Most people believe that Bobby had potentially been an abusive ex-lover of Dorian and that she may have shot him in self-defense when he was abusing her, as this was a common occurrence in the trans community. The abuse that became rampant in the trans community probably made Dorian own a handgun. Dorian's friend Jessie Torres affirmed during her interview that Dorian had a small .22 caliber. Many others maintain that Bobby was a burglar who broke into Dorian's home, prompting her to act in self-defense. Allegedly, Dorian attached a note to Bobby's body reading, "This poor man broke into my home and was trying to rob me." The note was never confirmed by police. However, this theory suggests Dorian kept the body because a drag queen like her, who lived in a poor and dangerous area in the 60s and 70s, had little chance of gaining sympathy from the police. According to Taylor, after she discovered the heavy bag, she found a short story written by Dorian. She said the story was written in the third person about a transgender woman who killed her lover in revenge. The lover had pressured the trans woman into having sex reassignment surgery. Many believe the story relates to Dorian's. She had a breast implant and had possibly taken female hormones. Therefore, the story references Dorian's life, including the Pearl Box Revue, which was a touring drag show she had performed with in the 60s. According to Trisha Zeigenhorn's article, Did You Know?, a friend of Dorian claimed that Dorian confessed on her deathbed to committing a murder. It is not clear if the police interviewed the said friend, but if they did, nothing came out of it. In spite of all these theories, some people believe Dorian had nothing to do with the killing. Len Telmy, who was also Dorian's friend, said he had been to her place several times and never smelled a foul odor aside from a musty stench he said was common in older New York City buildings. After the police spoke to some of Dorian's friends, they were thrown into more confusion as some implied that in 1988, Dorian moved from her apartment at 150th Street, St. Nicholas Avenue to one located 10 blocks over on West 140th Street. With this information, some posited that the body was in the closet of the apartment before Dorian moved in. Therefore, some believed that Dorian was probably hiding the body in her closet to protect the actual murderer. None of these theories were confirmed true by the police, as there was no valid evidence to back these claims and stories. However, the most accepted version was that Bobby was an abusive ex-lover who got shot in self-defense. Bobby's family didn't claim his body. He was buried on Hart Island off the coast of the Bronx in November 1993 in an area called Potter's Field. No funeral was held for Bobby. Dorian's ashes were also spread on City Island. And that's how the case of Bobby Wells remains a mystery today. All that Bobby's family knows is that he was murdered, but they are not sure who killed him or what led to his death. No one knows what happened except for Bobby and Dorian, who are both dead. Without any type of first-hand testimony from either of the two or both of them, we can agree that the mystery of how Bobby died and how he ended up mummified in a famous drag queen's closet will never be solved. But if Dorian truly killed Bobby, we could say she got away with murder. The case of Alice Adams and Tibor Vass. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass were colleagues at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Living just 6 miles from the hotel, Alice had joined the team 3 weeks prior and quickly formed friendships with her co-workers, particularly Tibor. Born and raised in Budapest, Hungary, Tibor was a people person who loved music, playing almost every instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He had taught his younger sister, Isabella, to play piano, and they would often perform together for their parents. Tragedy struck in 2007 when Tibor's father passed away, leaving the family struggling to cope. Tibor, then a teenager, took on a more significant role in supporting his mother, Rosalia, and younger sister. At 15, he started working full-time to help alleviate his mother's burden. He later applied to the University of Budapest in 2008, hoping a college degree would lead to a better job and greater financial stability for his family. Despite his exceptional talent, Tibor was unfortunately denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed his plans to move to Great Britain with his mother, who seemed to support the idea. In July 2010, at the age of 19, Tibor relocated to the United Kingdom and settled in London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel, where he enjoyed his job, responsibilities, and interactions with colleagues and new clients. Tibor quickly formed a bond with Alice, a talented musician, as they often found common topics to discuss. Both Tibor and Alice worked as receptionists at the hotel, along with Attila Ban, a 31-year-old who had been employed there the longest. Attila was recognized as the hotel's best employee in 2010. As Tibor and Attila were both from Hungary, they developed a close relationship. The hotel provided accommodation for its new employees, and Attila and Tibor lived in a company apartment behind the hotel. This arrangement was convenient, as it saved them money and reduced their commute time. Tibor was thrilled to be in England, but he didn't abandon his plans for higher education. He reapplied to the university in Budapest and was accepted this time around. Overjoyed, he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. To bid him farewell, a small party was organized on August 9, 2011, attended by Tibor, Attila, Alice, and other hotel employees. The next day, the trio was scheduled to work, but none of them showed up. Their colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to report for work at 7 a.m., and the police were notified at 7:53 a.m. Upon arriving at the house, the police found the door unlocked and the interior quiet. When an officer opened the door, he was met with a disturbing scene. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face covered by a pillow with 22 stab wounds on her body, as later confirmed by the medical examiners. In the bedroom, Tibor's naked body was found on the bed, having died from 2 stab wounds to the heart. Attila, however, was nowhere to be found. The police surrounded the house to secure the area, and investigators and forensic experts started their investigation. As they examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed where Tibor's body was found was not where he was actually killed. The bed was too tidy, indicating that Tibor had met his fate elsewhere. It appeared that the perpetrator had initially wounded him, removed his clothes, cleaned his body, and then placed him on the bed. Upon further inspection, the apartment was found to contain empty alcohol bottles and illicit substances, suggesting that they had been used during a party. Police officers thoroughly searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic for Attila Ban, but he was nowhere to be found. His personal belongings, including his papers, were still in the apartment. As a result, Attila became the prime suspect in the investigation. While forensic experts continued to analyze the crime scene, investigators began questioning Attila's co-workers at the hotel. The staff reported that Attila had taken a particular interest in Tibor, a new employee from the same country, immediately showing him around and helping him settle in. Attila even went so far as to adjust his work schedule to match Tibor's. Tibor was a young and attractive man who attracted a lot of female attention. However, investigators discovered that Attila had romantic feelings for Tibor, which he openly expressed. According to the hotel staff, Tibor had rejected Attila's advances, making Attila unhappy. Things took a turn for the worse when Alice joined the hotel staff 3 weeks before her death and Tibor started paying attention to her. Attila became jealous despite knowing that Tibor was only interested in women. The investigation raised an important question. Could Attila have committed the murder out of jealousy and unrequited love? A disturbing Facebook post from Attila, made before the police discovered the bodies, suggested that he was indeed involved. At 6:23 a.m., Attila had posted, "I would like to wake up from that nightmare." Friends commented on the post, expressing their concern, but Attila never responded. This message further solidified the investigators' suspicions that Attila Ban was responsible for the deaths of his colleagues. The number of stab wounds provided a clear indication of what had transpired. Alice sustained 22 stab wounds, while Tibor was stabbed only twice. Furthermore, the positioning of the victims was telling. Alice was found on the floor with a pillow over her face, while Tibor was discovered on the bed. When investigators spoke with the other people who had been at the apartment earlier that night, they learned that Attila, Tibor, and Alice had been the only ones left behind. This suggested that the tragic events had unfolded after the others had left, in the hours leading up to dawn. The news of Alice's death sent shockwaves through the families of both the victim and the perpetrator. The Adams family, Alice's family, released a statement in which her mother, Sarah, paid a tribute to her daughter. She expressed her overwhelming grief, saying, "My heart is shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. I will carry this sadness with me for the rest of my life. I deeply miss my beloved Alice and would do anything to have one more chance to hug her tightly and see her bright smile. The loss of my child has awakened intense emotions within our family, sorrow, anger, and a sense of devastation that we can hardly bear. As a mother, I feel that I failed to protect my child, and that realization is something I must confront every day. Not knowing exactly what happened to Alice on the night of her murder is a constant torment. I would rather face the harsh truth than be left to imagine the sequence of events that led to her death. Alice was an extraordinary and unique individual who brought so much love, joy, passion, and kindness into the lives of everyone she touched. Her loss is a tragedy that cannot be put into words. Meanwhile, police were searching for Attila Ban, but he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. When they attempted to track his phone, they found that it was transmitting signals from the same area as the hotel, which was unusual. It was later revealed that Attila was actually much closer than anyone had suspected. After spending 2 days examining the crime scene, the investigative team left the house, only to have the forensic team return later to conduct additional tests. Upon re-entering the house, they found that the door they had left unlocked was now locked from the inside. Inside the room, they discovered Attila Ban lying on the bed, intoxicated and wounded after attempting to harm himself with scissors and a knife. The investigators questioned Attila, but he responded bizarrely, using gestures to convey his thoughts. He was then taken to the hospital for medical attention. Unbeknownst to the investigators, Attila had created a hiding space within the sofa bed where Tibor Vass's body was found. To create this makeshift hiding spot, he had made a slit in the bed's base, grabbed a phone, several bottles of water, and climbed inside. Throughout the investigation, Attila had been secretly watching and listening to the police through the holes he had made. Attila Ban was arrested at the hospital as the main suspect in the crime. His trial began on July 9, 2012, and during the proceedings, details of the heinous crime were revealed. The party had escalated out of control after Tibor, Alice, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors confirmed that there was a consensual physical encounter between them with DNA evidence found on Ms. Adams' body. The evening took a devastating turn. Attila claimed to have no memory of the events that followed, only recalling waking up the next morning to find Alice and Tibor lifeless. Overcome with guilt and remorse, he considered taking his own life but was too afraid to do so alone. The court learned that Attila had been consumed by jealousy towards Tibor, particularly after a team-building event where he had thrown a tantrum because Tibor was in a photograph and he was not. The situation worsened when Attila discovered that Tibor had been accepted into a university program in Hungary and would be leaving the UK soon. The final trigger was likely witnessing Tibor and Alice kissing, which sent Attila into a fit of rage, ultimately leading him to take the lives of his two friends. Prosecutor Richard Whittam revealed in court that Attila Ban was discovered naked on a single bed with injuries to his wrists, forearm, and neck. It was later found that he had been hiding in the base of a double bed. Remarkably, he had managed to conceal himself and remain undetected throughout the entire investigation, including the pathologist's examination, the removal of the crime scene examiner's investigation. When questioned about the oversight, Detective Inspector John Finch defended the police, stating that it would be impractical and potentially damaging to lift up every bed in search of people. He explained that this could result in the loss of crucial forensic evidence and was not a standard procedure in such cases. Rosalia, the mother of Tibor Vass, paid a heartfelt tribute to her son, remembering him as a friendly, outgoing, and talented young man. She recalled his childhood interests in music, arts, and sports, as well as his passion for photography, which led him to invest in a professional camera with his first paycheck. According to Rosalia, Tibor had many friends in both Hungary and the UK who appreciated his kind and supportive nature. She said that, on August 11th, I received devastating news. My 20-year-old son, Tibor, and his friend Alice had been murdered. The killer was a shocking revelation, Tibor's own friend, who I had trusted to look out for my son. This friend had personally promised to keep Tibor safe, which made the news even more difficult to accept. Days before, I had taken comfort in knowing that Tibor had found a mature and intelligent friend in London. Now, I was consumed by grief and struggled to comprehend the tragedy. The subsequent police investigation and trial only added to my suffering, forcing me to relive the horrors of that fateful night. The pain and loss my family experiences will stay with us for the of our lives. The perpetrator, Attila Ban, pleaded guilty but claimed he couldn't recall the details of the crime. On July 18, 2012, the jury delivered a guilty verdict after just 5 hours of deliberation. A month later, on August 17th, Attila Ban was sentenced to 2 life terms. He will have to serve 26 years before being eligible for parole. Laurel is a small city located in Yellowstone County, Montana, with a population of just over 7,000 people. It is known for its friendly community and picturesque surroundings. The city is situated along the Yellowstone River, which provides numerous opportunities for outdoor recreation, such as fishing and kayaking. Laurel also has a historic downtown district with charming shops and restaurants. Overall, Laurel offers a peaceful and welcoming atmosphere that is perfect for those looking to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. And it is here our story begins. In contrast to the quiet town of Laurel, Miranda Colleen Fenner's birthplace of Sacramento was a bustling city located in California. She was born on December 26, 1979 to Mike and Sherry Fenner. She was not an only child, but had a younger brother by the name of Tim. When Miranda was just 11 years old, her family packed up their belongings and moved to Laurel, Montana. Despite leaving her childhood friends and familiar surroundings, Miranda adapted quickly and soon made new friends in her new home. She attended Laurel High School, where she excelled both academically and socially. But it wasn't just books and academics that kept her busy. She also had a creative side that she nurtured by spending time with her loved ones, drawing, and exploring the latest trends in fashion. Whether it was indulging in a shopping spree with her gal pals or sketching her latest design, Miranda always found joy in the little things in life. After years of hard work, finally graduated from Laurel High School in May 1998, proud of all she had accomplished. Fresh out of high school, Miranda was ready to take on the world. It wasn't long before an opportunity presented itself in the form of a job at the movie store, a charming video rental store located at 419 Main Street in Laurel. Miranda loved her job and quickly became a familiar face to the store's regulars. With her infectious smile, she greeted every customer with enthusiasm and a willingness to help. The store was only a stone's throw away from her family home, and Miranda often walked to and from work, taking in the sights and sounds of her beloved town. Miranda was content with her life, but fate can be cruel, and tragedy soon struck like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. On Sunday, November 15th, 1998, just a few minutes past 8 p.m., the Laurel Police Department received a frantic call reporting a shooting at the movie store where 18-year-old Miranda worked. The caller, who had been driving by, noticed a woman desperately trying to crawl out of the doorway of the video store and immediately pulled over to help. He said that as he approached, he realized with horror that the woman seemed to have been shot in the neck and was fighting for her life. Police officers rushed to the scene, their sirens wailing as they sped through the quiet streets. When they arrived on the scene, they were met with a shocking sight. 3 people huddled around a woman who lay in a pool of blood directly to the right of the front door of the video rental store. The officers immediately rushed to her aid, but it was clear that she was in bad shape. Her body was drenched in blood, making it difficult for them to determine where the injuries were. She was unconscious and unresponsive, with only a weak pulse to indicate that she was still alive. The officers knew they had to act quickly to save her life. As they worked to stabilize her, they noticed the deep slashing injuries to her neck and their heart sank. They wondered if a shooting had taken place or if something even more sinister was at play. The officers called for medical personnel to respond to the area, and they continued to do everything in their power to keep the victim alive. It was a race against time. The evening air was thick with tension and fear as an ambulance pulled up to the scene of the shooting. The officers worked quickly as they helped to move the badly injured victim into the ambulance. The ambulance then raced through the streets, its sirens blaring as it rushed towards a nearby location where a helicopter was waiting to take the victim to St. Vincent Hospital in Billings. As they arrived at the hospital, the victim was whisked away to an operating room, where a team of skilled surgeons worked tirelessly. The hospital was filled with a sense of urgency, and everyone worked together with a singular purpose to save the victim's life. It didn't take long for the victim to be identified as none other than Miranda. Meanwhile, back at the movie store, a flurry of activity was going on. Police officers had made their way in through the back door of the store, which they noticed was slightly open. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. The store was in complete disarray. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a trail of blood leading from the back of the store to the front door where Miranda had evidently crawled in agony. The officers were shocked by all they saw. After securing the scene of the crime, they quickly notified the command staff and detectives from both the Laurel Police Department and the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office. When detectives arrived, they quickly got to work. They took measurements and sketches of the outside of the store before swiftly moving inside. The scene was gruesome, and the detectives couldn't help but feel a twinge of horror as they checked for fingerprints and footprints. The flash of cameras filled the room as they photographed the scene, capturing every last detail. In their pursuit of justice, they seized several physical items that could help bring the perpetrator to justice. As they worked, patrol officers also scoured the surrounding area, knocking on doors and talking to locals, hoping to gather more information and identify witnesses. One of the officers, simply identified as Officer Wells, was soon dispatched from the crime scene to St. Vincent Hospital to check on the condition of Miranda and to secure any valuable evidence that might help in the investigation. Upon arriving, he was quickly escorted to the operating room, where he donned a sterile gown and entered the operating room. There, he witnessed the surgeon's valiant efforts to save Miranda's life. But sadly, at 10:01 p.m., she was declared dead. Her injuries were just too severe. It was a heartbreaking moment for everyone. The news of Miranda's death spread like wildfire and soon reached her family's ears. The weight of the tragedy hit them like a ton of bricks, leaving them devastated and struggling to come to terms with the reality of what had happened. The following day, November 16th, 1998, an autopsy was conducted on Miranda's body by Dr. Tom Bennett, who was assisted by Dr. Ken Mueller. As they examined her, they discovered the brutal truth. Miranda had been stabbed and slashed in the throat, leaving her with no chance of survival. The only other wound they found was a defensive laceration on her right index finger. With heavy hearts, they classified her death as a homicide. In the wake of Miranda's tragic death, detectives and law enforcement officers began an intense investigation to catch the killer. They left no stone unturned, interviewing hundreds of people and combing through every possible lead. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to locate a suspect or identify a clear motive for the crime. It was noted that a small amount of cash had been taken from the video store's register, so the detectives could not entirely rule out the possibility that robbery was a motive. The days that followed were filled with frustration and despair as the investigation seemed to hit one dead end after another. Despite months passing by, the case remained open and active, and detectives continued to work tirelessly to uncover any leads. Meanwhile, Miranda's family refused to give up hope, and they took matters into their own hands. They printed posters with Miranda's picture and the haunting words, "Murdered in Montana," and plastered them across the country. Their determination to find justice for Miranda never wavered, even in the face of uncertainty and grief. It was a hot July day in 2000, just 2 years after the brutal murder of Miranda, when Dawson County Sheriff's deputies received a tip about a man they wanted to question in connection with a traffic-related incident. The officers spotted the man, whose identity they did not reveal, in the city of Glendive, Montana, and attempted to stop him. But before they could even approach him, the man pulled out a gun and shot one of the deputies in the leg. In an instant, the peaceful town turned into a chaotic scene as officers scrambled for cover and returned fire. The exchange ended with the man losing his life. The news of the man's death soon sparked a new wave of rumors and speculation about Miranda's unsolved murder. It was said that he had made some shocking claims before his death. Claims that he was involved in the brutal killing of Miranda in 1998. These rumors were enough to catch the attention of the then Yellowstone County Sheriff Chuck Maxwell. He was determined to leave no stone unturned in his quest to bring Miranda's killer to justice. He dispatched 2 of his best detectives to Glendive to investigate any possible links between the man who was shot and killed and the death of Miranda. After an extensive investigation, the detectives reported that the rumors were unfounded and unconfirmed. The search for Miranda's killer continued. Years passed after this, and the murder remained unsolved. In February 2006, the case was thrust into the limelight, this time on a national TV talk show called The Montel Williams Show. Sherry, Miranda's heartbroken mother, appeared on the show with psychic Sylvia Brown, who claimed to have some insight about the case. During the show, Sylvia revealed that she believed the killers were customers at the video store and had been loitering there. The psychic also shared that two men, aged 19 and 24, were responsible for Miranda's death and that they lived within a 5-mile radius of the store. Despite her emotional turmoil and skepticism of the psychic Sylvia, Sherry believed that being on the show was vital to bring Miranda's case to the attention of a larger audience. In the end, it wasn't about her doubts or fears, but about honoring her daughter's memory and finding justice for her senseless death. The Montel Williams show proved to be a turning point in Miranda's case. After the show aired, Sherry began receiving a flood of phone calls and letters from people who had watched the program. Sherry was overwhelmed with hope and made it her mission to pass all the information she received to the detectives working on Miranda's case. However, despite the seemingly positive leads, detectives were unable to uncover any concrete evidence that would lead them to Miranda's killer. Years went by, but Sherry never lost hope. She continued to receive tips and leads about the brutal murder of her daughter Miranda. Every time she received new information, it was like opening up old wounds. But she knew that even the tiniest lead could be the key to finally finding her daughter's killer. In 2012, with an unwavering determination, Sherry printed new reward posters with Miranda's photo and the headline, "Justice for Miranda," in bold letters. The posters offered a $25,000 reward and pleaded for anyone with information to come forward. The posters were distributed not only in their state, but also across the country, as Sherry refused to rest until justice was served. It was a glimmer of hope for Miranda's family when the Billings Police Department's cold case unit was established in March of 2012. Finally, there was a dedicated team of detectives to work on unsolved murders. Miranda's murder case was transferred to the unit, and they didn't waste any time in redoubling their efforts to solve the case. Two detectives, Frank Fritz and Shane Bancroft, took charge of the investigation, poring over old leads and finding new ones. Other detectives who were part of the cold case unit and working on Miranda's murder were confident that justice would finally be served. They knew that people in the community had information that could break the case wide open. With new technological advances in DNA testing and a constant stream of tips and leads, they were convinced that the killer's days were numbered. In October 2013, a woman named Beverly Saylor contacted authorities, claiming that she had valuable information regarding the homicide of Miranda Fenner. Detective Bancroft was assigned to speak with her over the phone, and what she revealed left him stunned. Beverly was previously married to a man named David Saylor, who had children from a previous marriage. At the time of Miranda's murder, they were living in Laurel. Beverly said that she believed David's stepson Zachary O'Neill was involved in the crime and described him as a violent person. She recounted specific incidents that deeply troubled her and painted a disturbing picture of Zachary's personality. According to Beverly, her husband mentioned on several occasions over the years that Zachary had rented a movie on the night of the homicide. She left Montana shortly after the murder, but was now returning, which brought up memories and motivated her to call the authorities. Detective Bancroft was grateful for the information, but knew they had to investigate further to see if there was any truth to Beverly's claims. As he dug deeper, he found that while Zachary did live in the area at the time of the homicide, there was no other evidence linking him to the crime. It was yet another frustrating dead end for the detectives. As the years passed, various people even stepped forward to confess to the murder of Miranda, but each claim turned out to be a false lead, causing the detectives to end up chasing false confessions. The case seemed to be stuck in a never-ending loop of dashed hopes and futile attempts at closure. In a surprising twist of events, in April 2016, Zachary, the stepson who had been implicated by his former stepmother, made a shocking confession while at a psychiatric hospital in Spokane, Washington. He claimed to be responsible for the murder of Miranda. However, detectives were skeptical of his confession and considered him non-credible, since the details he provided were already widely known. In addition, Zachary had also taken responsibility for a second murder that had not occurred, and this even further cast doubt on his credibility. As a result, detectives were forced to redirect their focus elsewhere in their pursuit of justice for Miranda. Almost a year later, on March 19, 2017, None other than Zachary walked into the Yellowstone County Detention Facility and asked to speak to deputies. As he was led into the interview room, the deputies couldn't help but notice that he didn't seem well. He appeared to be high on something, and they wondered what was going on with him. It was déjà vu as Zachary repeated the same story he had told almost a year earlier. He had murdered Miranda at the movie store in Laurel. He explained that he had been in and out of jails and prisons over the past several years, and that he had tried telling medical staff in Spokane about what he had done, but they did not take him seriously. He then went on to reveal that he had used methamphetamine, which explained his current state. After Zachary's confession, the deputies wasted no time in informing Detective Fritz of his revelation. The detective was determined to get to the bottom of the case, so he promised to contact Zachary the next day. Concerned about Zachary's well-being, one of the deputies offered to give him a ride to a crisis center. As they drove, the deputy urged Zachary to keep his phone charged and ready for a call from the detectives. Zachary nodded in agreement. 2 days later, on March 21, 2017, Zachary went to the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office to meet with Detectives Fritz and Bancroft. As they escorted him to a conference room, Zachary's face was stained with tears. Detectives inquired about the cause of his distress, and Zachary revealed that he had seen the Miranda reward posters in the lobby, which had triggered a wave of emotions within him. As Zachary sat in front of the detectives, he was visibly nervous and fidgety. Detective Bancroft noticed Zachary's unease and tried to make him feel at ease by letting him know that he wasn't there to arrest him. They read him his rights, and Zachary acknowledged that he understood. The detectives made it clear that they would need time to verify the truthfulness of whatever he was going to tell them before taking any action. Zachary then hesitated and revealed his desire to inform his parents before going public with the information. The detectives nodded, reassuring him there was no need to rush and that they would give him time to speak to his parents. As Zachary began his confession, he took the detectives back in time to his teenage years. He recounted that he had been living in Spokane but had returned to Laurel around May of 1988, at the young age of 18. He claimed he lived with his stepfather David Saylor at 702 West 12th Street. Zachary admitted to spiraling down into the depth of drug addiction, committing thefts and burglaries to fund his habits. He soon began to talk about the day of the homicide. He revealed that he had been at home with his mother on that fateful day when she asked him to rent some movies. Due to this, he drove to the movie store and rented 4 or 5 movies, including an adult film. He described the car he drove at the time and said he paid cash for the rentals. The detectives confirmed that the account linked to Zachary's stepdad David was used to rent 4 movies at 5:04 p.m. on the evening of the homicide. As Zachary spoke, he recalled vivid details about that fateful day. Miranda, wearing a blue shirt and glasses, had done nothing to provoke him when he rented the movies. But when he returned home, his mother was enraged upon discovering the adult film he rented and had ordered him to take it back. He took the film back to the movie store, and that was when he decided to rob it. He waited until other customers left, then pulled out a small .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol and demanded money from Miranda. She complied, and he took the cash without harming her. But then his paranoia kicked in, and he took Miranda to a back room where he described in detail how he tied her up with tape so that he could make his escape. However, the thought of her being a witness still bothered him, so he reached for his knife and slit her throat. As Zachary recounted this gruesome scene to the detectives, he broke down into tears. He recounted that he had then panicked when he thought he had heard someone coming and fled out the back door, leaving Miranda behind, mortally wounded. Detectives leaned in, their eyes fixed on Zachary as he described the chilling details of how he supposedly took Miranda's life. But their questioning wasn't over yet. They needed to know if this was the first time he had heard someone. The answer was far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. Zachary's voice quivered as he confessed to a brutal misconduct and attempted murder that had occurred just 1 month before Miranda's murder. The victim? A woman he had seen on Broadwater. Someone he decided to prey on. With a coldness that sent shivers down the detective's spines, Zachary recounted how he had cut her throat and left her for dead. But then a shocking revelation. He had worn a condom during the attack and believed he had left it behind when he fled the scene. The detectives listened in horror as Zachary explained that he thought the victim had survived because her death hadn't been reported in the news. But why had he tried to kill her in the first place? Zachary's answer was simple. He was afraid of going to prison. As the interview progressed, detectives asked Zachary what had driven him to come forward after all these years. He spoke of the guilt and remorse that had plagued him ever since his stepbrother perished in a fire back in 2013. Zachary revealed that he had been struggling with depression and had considered taking his own life, and that he felt it was finally time to own up to his crimes. The detectives were no doubt stunned by the level of detail and consistency in his account. But despite this, they remained skeptical, and this led them to ask him why they should believe him. To this, Zachary confidently responded that he knew specific details that were never released to the public. The detectives couldn't believe Zachary just yet, because they knew that a confession alone was not enough to prove guilt under Montana law. They needed more concrete evidence to ensure justice was served. As the interrogation came to a close, the detectives made one last move to ensure that they had all the evidence they needed to solve the case. With Zachary's permission, they obtained buccal swabs from him to collect a DNA sample. The swabs were carefully packaged and sent to the Montana Forensic Division for analysis, where they hoped that the results would be the final piece of the puzzle that would bring justice to Miranda. After their interview with Zachary, Detective Fritz and Bancroft worked to corroborate his confession. They began by investigating the other case Zachary mentioned. Their research led them to an unsolved cold case with the Billings Police Department, which they immediately shared with Detective Kruger. As they compared notes, Detective Kruger became convinced that Zachary's admissions lined up with the brutal abuse of a newspaper carrier named Julia Lilly then on September 5, 1998. With this in mind, Detective Kruger took the DNA evidence from the case and compared it to the buccal swab obtained from Zachary. And on April 18, 2017, the Montana Forensic Division reported the astonishing news. The DNA profile from a condom found at the scene of the crime matched Zachary's. The evidence was undeniable, and Zachary's long-hidden crimes were finally coming to light. Detectives Fritz and Bancroft did not stop there. Their investigation led them to a friend of Zachary's, simply identified as SB. During an interview with detectives in May 2017, SB revealed that he had known Zachary since he was a young boy, and that Zachary had a history of violent tendencies. SB recounted specific instances of Zachary's violent behavior, and also disclosed that Zachary had confessed to him about killing Miranda 2 months before he confessed to the detectives. SB was devastated by Zachary's confession, especially because he knew Miranda and her family. SB went on to tell detectives about Zachary's stepbrother, who had died in a fire in 2013. Zachary had been seeking justice for his stepbrother's death, and when the people involved were convicted, he thought justice had been served. SB said he told Zachary that Miranda's family also deserved to have justice done, and he said he encouraged Zachary to turn himself in. SB claimed he drove Zachary to the sheriff's office for his interview with detectives in March of 2017. The detectives were amazed by SB's stories, and it gave them another piece of evidence to add to the puzzle. That same May of 2017, detectives Fritz and Bancroft made their way to Spokane, Washington for another round of questioning with Zachary. As soon as Zachary started talking, the detectives realized they had not heard everything yet. This time Zachary confessed to violating a third woman. He didn't shy away from the details as he recounted how he found her and took her to Riverfront Park, where he took advantage of her. The detectives were horrified, but they pressed on with their questioning. Zachary maintained that he had not killed or hurt the woman beyond the violation. The detectives listened closely, knowing that every piece of information that he gave them could potentially help them bring justice to his victims. In early 2019, Detective Fritz was determined to find any case that could be connected to Zachary's heinous crimes. With Autumn Fry's help, they searched through records of defilement cases reported in 1998. And there it was, a case that occurred in Riverfront Park on September 12, 1998, just a week after the abuse of Julia, the newspaper carrier. As Detective Fritz dug deeper, he found eerie similarities between the victim's reports and Zachary's account of the events. The victim had been examined at a hospital and DNA evidence was recovered. Detective Fritz decided to test this DNA evidence against the sample collected from Zachary, and the results were undeniable. It was a match. This only further corroborated Zachary's story. Sadly, the victim in this case had passed away in 2013. But Detective Fritz was more determined than ever to bring justice to all those who were victimized by Zachary. After discovering all of the compelling evidence against Zachary, the detectives knew it was finally time to take action. Now, following their interview with Zachary in Spokane, Washington back in May 2017, he had gotten into trouble and was already serving a prison sentence for burglary and possession of firearms since December 2017, with the release date set for 2024. However, Zachary was eventually transferred from Washington to Montana to face charges for the brutal murder of Miranda and the abuse and attempted murder of the newspaper carrier in September 1998. Prosecutors decided not to charge him with the third crime, possibly because the victim had already passed away. On July 23, 2019, a hearing was held in a Montana courtroom where Zachary was formally charged with both crimes. Without hesitation, he pleaded guilty. Sentencing for both crimes was set for the following month, August, and Zachary agreed to remain in Montana until then. The day of reckoning finally arrived, August 23, 2019. Emotions ran high inside the district courtroom where Zachary was to be sentenced. He was brought in, shackled, in chains and handcuffs. As people settled in their seats, District Court Judge Jessica Fair made an announcement, warning everyone that any outbursts would not be tolerated. She singled out Zachary, reminding him that officers were present in the courtroom. The tension in the room was palpable and everyone held their breath waiting for what was to come. The courtroom listened intently as Detective Bancroft testified, recounting how Zachary became a suspect in the case years after being overlooked. Then the air grew still as Julia, Zachary's victim from the September 5, 1998 attack, bravely took the stand. She shared the harrowing details of that fateful day, describing it as the worst of her life and the day she came face to face with pure evil. As Julia recounted how Zachary abused her and stabbed her repeatedly in the jaw, throat, hands, and arms, the room was filled with sniffles and tears. She described how she tried to reason with her attacker, telling him she was a single mother with cancer. But to no avail. The attack left her permanently injured with limited mobility and a lifetime of pain. But the trauma didn't end there, so Julia was left to grapple with depression, anxiety in the aftermath of the attack. It was a powerful testimony that left many in the courtroom moved and saw prosecutors asking for the stiffest of penalties for Zachary. Tension filled the courtroom as Miranda's parents took the stand. The pain of their loss was still fresh and raw, and the sight of Zachary sitting in chairs before them only added fuel to their emotions. When Sherry, Miranda's mother, began to speak, her voice quivered with barely contained rage. She glared at Zachary and called him a vicious monster, spitting out the words with venom. She went on to say that she could not find any forgiveness in her soul for the despicable acts he had committed against her daughter. Her words echoed through the courtroom, leaving no doubt that Zachary's actions had forever shattered the lives of everyone he had hurt. When Zachary's defense attorney, Chris Copenhaver, took the stand, she painted a different picture of her client. She revealed how Zachary's addiction to meth began at the tender age of 10 and grew stronger as the years went by. However, Copenhaver told the court that Zachary had undergone a transformation since confessing his crimes to law enforcement. She believed he had the capacity for change and that he deserved the second chance. In a last-ditch effort to humanize Zachary, his biological father Mark O'Neill and his sister took the stand to offer their support. They expressed their heartfelt apologies to Miranda's family and expressed their hope for them to move forward despite the heart-wrenching ordeal they had gone through. It was soon time for the sentencing, and the courtroom held its collective breath as all eyes turned to Judge Jessica as she delivered Zachary's fate. The tension was palpable and the silence was deafening as the judge declared the sentence that Zachary would be forced to serve. She handed him not one, not two, but 3 life sentences for the atrocities he had committed against Miranda and Julia. But that wasn't all. Zachary was also designated as a level 3 high-risk violent offender, which means that he would be closely monitored for the rest of his life. The severity of his crimes demanded that he be kept off the streets, and the judge made it clear that he would not be eligible for parole until he had served a minimum of 30 years behind bars. The weight of the sentence hung heavy in the courtroom as Zachary was led away knowing that he would spend the rest of his days paying for the horrors he had inflicted upon his victims. And with that, the case of Miranda Fenner came to a close. A man who had evaded justice for so long was finally held accountable for his heinous crimes. Although justice was served, the scars of his actions will forever remain with the victims and their families. But if Zachary had not confessed to the crimes, the case of Zoe Hastings. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, in Kansas, as the oldest of 5 children. She was a responsible sibling, often putting her parents' needs before her own. Her family was deeply rooted in their faith, spending a significant amount of time at church. When Zoe was in high school, her family moved to Dallas, where she attended a school that fostered her creativity and passion for the arts. She excelled in drawing and enjoyed participating in school plays. Outside of school, Zoe worked at an art studio and as a lifeguard during her summer breaks. After graduating, Zoe had the opportunity to attend top universities, but she decided to delay her education to focus on her church. In October 2015, at the age of 18, Zoe was preparing for a mission trip with her church. She planned to attend the Sunday service to discuss the trip's details. Zoe left her house around 4:40 p.m. in the family minivan, promising her parents she would return for dinner. However, she failed to come back, which was unusual for her. Zoe's parents tried to reach her after the service, but she didn't respond to their messages or calls. They then contacted her friends, thinking she might have visited someone, but no one had seen her. As the evening wore on, her parents grew increasingly worried and decided to call the church to see if Zoe had shown up there. However, they were surprised to learn that Zoe had never arrived at the church. This was highly unusual behavior for Zoe, as she had always kept her parents informed of her current whereabouts and had never disappeared without explanation. So they drove themselves to the police station to report Zoe missing, and the police began the search. The police spent all night retracing the route from Zoe's house to the church but found no sign of Zoe. Using an iPhone tracking app, police were able to locate her phone. They discovered Zoe's phone just a few hundred yards from the church, near a small creek across the street. Zoe's parents rushed to the creek. An officer approached them and informed them that a car accident had been reported a few hours earlier and that police had received a call from a witness walking a dog. That witness claimed that a man had approached him and said that a woman had been injured in a car accident near the creek. The witness rushed to the scene and found a woman lying in a pool of blood, so he called 911. As the police investigated, they quickly identified the victim as Zoe Hastings. However, it soon became clear that she had not died as a result of the accident. The evidence suggested that she had been murdered. Zoe's body was found a short distance from the minivan, which was partially submerged in the creek. There was a significant amount of blood near her body and police observed multiple cuts on her neck. Her dress was pulled up and her underwear was rolled down, leading detectives to suspect that the killer had likely assaulted and abused her. The police prevented Zoe's parents from approaching her body, shielding them from the gruesome scene. As they investigated further, they discovered several clues. Notably, all the minivan doors except the driver's side were locked, suggesting that the perpetrator may have driven the vehicle themselves or approached Zoe directly at the scene. Beneath the bridge, about 10 feet from the creek, a blood-stained knife was discovered. It's likely that this was the weapon used in Zoe's murder. By examining her phone records and GPS data, investigators established that Zoe had arrived at the creek by 5:01 p.m. after leaving home at 4:41 p.m. GPS revealed she drove there in approximately 20 minutes, indicating her death probably occurred within a few minutes of arrival. To account for this timeline, investigators reconstructed her activities that afternoon, tracing her home. During the examination, investigators uncovered evidence Zoe visited the nearby DVD rental store after departing home. To return a DVD she borrowed from that rental shop situated beside a Walgreens, near her place of residence. More than 50 people near that area had confirmed it. Among them had been Lester Clark, a tattoo shop employee who had worked next door to the DVD store. It wasn't until a few hours after work around 4:45 p.m. that Lester revealed he had seen a female customer who had been shopping at the store and had approached her. Lester admitted to having witnessed Zoe going to the DVD rental store. Lester added that he saw a man behaving suspiciously near the crime scene. Lester described the man as short and heavily built, an African American. However, Lester was too far away to notice any other distinguishing features. Later that evening, Lester saw the same man walking towards the store alone. The second witness, Gary Whitman, a homeless man, corroborated Lester's account. At around 4:45 p.m., Gary saw a woman approaching a white minivan in the parking lot. A man then approached her from behind, preventing her from entering the vehicle. The man showed her something from his pocket and the woman subsequently got into the car, moving to the passenger seat. The man then drove away. Gary also described the suspect as short and heavily built, an African American, and found the situation highly suspicious. He went into the store and asked the clerk to call 911, but it is unclear if the clerk made the call. During the investigation, experts made several key discoveries. A forensic pathologist examined Zoe's body and found a small amount of male semen, indicating that Zoe had been sexually assaulted before being murdered. However, the amount of semen was too small to conduct a full DNA analysis. Investigators analyzed Zoe's car for any foreign fingerprints on the doors or steering wheel, but found none. This discovery, combined with witness statements, suggested that the killer may have driven Zoe away in her minivan. However, the lack of fingerprints did not mean that the killer did not drive the car, as they may have wiped down the surfaces after the crime. When examining Zoe's body, investigators found several hairs, but they were too small to extract a full DNA sample from. However, a breakthrough came when a DNA sample was found on a knife near the crime scene. The DNA was matched to 34-year-old Antonio Cochran, who had a violent criminal history, including arrests for theft, assault, and home invasion. 1 year before the murder, Antonio was accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl, the daughter of his girlfriend. According to the girl, Antonio offered her a ride, but took her to a secluded area and assaulted her. He was arrested and claimed that the sex was consensual, but the prosecution was unable to prove his guilt, and he was acquitted. Antonio became the prime suspect in the murder investigation. As a result, he was arrested. However, during the interrogation, Antonio denied any involvement in the crime. To gather more evidence, investigators collected a DNA sample from Antonio and compared it to the semen found on the victim's body. Unfortunately, both DNA samples were too small for a full analysis, so the experts used a different method. The partial DNA profiles from the hair and semen were then compared to Antonio's DNA. The results showed that it was match, but not definitively. Meanwhile, detectives searched Antonio's smartphone and found some incriminating text messages. On the day before the murder, Antonio sent a message to a friend he lived with, stating he was moving out and would never see him again. At 1:48 a.m. the next day, Antonio sent another message to his ex-girlfriend, telling her that his stepmother had died right in front of him. But this information was later found to be false. In the hour leading up to Zoe's death, Antonio sent 2 texts to another woman, revealing that he had been drinking, driving around the city, and crying. These messages were his last before the incident. Later that evening, at 9:30 p.m., Antonio texted a friend, expressing confusion and despair about his life. The next day, he sent a message to his ex-girlfriend, stating that his life was over and that she would soon understand why. Detectives investigating Antonio's online activities found that he had visited local news websites over 30 times before his arrest, with a particular focus on the crime sections. Notably, 5 of these accesses were directly related to articles about Zoe's murder. This was unusual, as prior to the death of Zoe, Antonio rarely visited news sites. His browser history also showed a single visit to a page about gang activity. Further investigation of Antonio's smartphone revealed GPS data that, at 4:34 p.m., Antonio's phone connected to a cell tower covering the area where the store was located, coinciding with the time Zoe was there. Although this data was not conclusive evidence, It suggested that Antonio's phone was in the vicinity of the store just minutes before Zoe left the parking lot. This was significant, as Antonio's home was far away, and his phone had been connected to a different nearby tower throughout the day. Detectives discovered that Antonio had started working at a grocery store just 3 days before the incident. However, on the day after the murder, he skipped his shift without providing any explanation. Despite the extensive circumstantial evidence against Antonio, the strongest evidence remained his DNA on the knife handle. Nevertheless, this evidence alone might not be enough for a conviction, as merely holding a knife does not prove involvement in the murder. It is possible that Antonio used the knife in a different context, and someone else could have used it to commit the crime. Since no other evidence was found, detectives decided to proceed with the case and take it to court. The prosecution presented its report of the events. According to the prosecution, Antonio approached Zoe in the parking lot, threatening her with a knife and forcing her to get into her car. He then took the driver's seat and drove away. The prosecution argued that Antonio, who was emotionally distressed due to the death of a relative and intoxicated from consuming a significant amount of alcohol. The investigators' theory was that Antonio had intended to assault Zoe when he abducted her. He chose his victim, Zoe, by chance when he spotted her in the parking lot. Antonio saw an opportunity to commit a crime and acted on it. He then drove to a secluded creek area that was difficult to spot due to the surrounding trees and low-lying terrain. At this location, he forced Zoe out of the car and attacked her, stabbing her 6 times in the neck area. Antonio got back into the car and tried to drive it into the creek, possibly to hide any remaining evidence. However, the car only partially submerged, allowing Antonio to potentially wipe his fingerprints from the steering wheel and door handle before fleeing the scene and return to the store, where Lester had seen him according to initial testimony. The defense argued that most of the evidence was not convincing enough and did not prove Antonio's guilt. For example, hair analysis only showed that the DNA could not be ruled out as belonging to Antonio, but it did not confirm his involvement. DNA on the knife also did not necessarily prove that Antonio committed murder. The defense argued that Antonio could have touched the knife under different circumstances before working at the store. They suggested he might have used the knife while working at a movie theater, where he sometimes collected items left behind by visitors. However, there was no evidence to support this claim. Furthermore, if someone had taken the knife from the theater and used it to commit the murder, they would have had to be careful to avoid removing Antonio's DNA from the handle, which would have been a difficult task. The defense attempted to downplay the testimony of the second witness, Gary, by revealing that Gary had a warrant for his arrest due to a parole violation. They tried to exclude Gary's testimony, but the prosecution argued that Gary's willingness to cooperate with police, despite the risk of arrest, proved his sincerity. Gary insisted he wanted to do the right thing, even if it meant getting arrested. Antonio's argued that their client was elsewhere at the time of Zoe's murder, in order to helping a friend, but they failed to provide any substantial evidence to support this claim. Initially, the prosecution sought the death penalty for Antonio, but as the trial progressed, they realized this would be difficult to achieve with the available evidence. They dropped the request for the death penalty. After a lengthy deliberation, the jury found Antonio guilty of murder and sentenced him to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Zoe's parents expressed gratitude to the investigators and all those involved in the trial for delivering justice for their daughter. Her father shared that he had always warned his children about the dangers of the world and had taken every precaution to protect them. However, despite his efforts, his eldest daughter was abducted just a short distance from their home, and he was powerless to prevent it. Crystal Perry had been born on August 23, 1963, in Rumford, Maine, the youngest of 10 children. Her parents had faced significant difficulties providing for their large family, leading Crystal and her siblings to grow up independent. Crystal and her siblings had always wanted to build their own lives as soon as possible. They eventually moved to different cities and states in search of new opportunities. Had met her future husband Tom in high school. Crystal and Tom married and initially moved to California, but Crystal soon discovered that life in the city was not right for her. After a year and a half, They decided to return to Maine, settling in the small town of Bridgeton, about an hour from Crystal's hometown of Rumford. Crystal found a job at a local shoe store while Tom worked various odd jobs. Crystal and Tom's lives took a new turn when Crystal became pregnant and they welcomed daughter Sarah. Although Tom was initially excited to become a father, Sarah's arrival complicated Tom's relationship with Crystal. Tom began spending more and more time at a local bar, spending almost all of their limited income on alcohol. One time, he even took the money Crystal had saved to buy alcohol, leaving them with almost nothing. As Tom's drinking habits worsened, the family did not have enough money for basic needs, including food. Finally, Crystal decided to file for divorce. After the divorce, Tom occasionally saw Sarah, but he was largely absent from her life. The situation got worse when Tom got a new girlfriend and she started harassing Crystal. This girlfriend would call Crystal, make threats, come to her house, and cause provocations, all because she was upset with Crystal's past relationship with Tom. Crystal's fears for Sarah's safety grew and she became hesitant to let her daughter visit Tom, worried that Tom's new girlfriend might actually harm Sarah. Crystal moved in with her mother and worked hard to save enough money to buy her own house. After years of saving, she bought a small house near a peaceful lake on the outskirts of Bridgerton, was excited to provide a stable and loving environment for her daughter, Sarah. Crystal prioritized giving Sarah the attention and love she deserved. In their free time, Crystal and Sarah enjoyed spending quality time together, often watching movies or chatting with each other. One day was like any other day. Crystal went to work and Sarah went to school. They had their usual dinner together, and Crystal carried Sarah to bed. However, a few hours later, Sarah's peaceful night was broken by a loud scream that startled her. At first, she thought Crystal was arguing on the phone, but it quickly became clear that there was something much more serious going on with Crystal. Crystal had been screaming loudly in the kitchen, causing Sarah to fear that her mother was being attacked. The bedroom door had been slightly open, but the kitchen was out of sight. Stiff with fear, Sarah could not move or make a sound. As she listened, she heard footsteps approaching, making her think that the next attacker would come for her. Feeling scared, she quickly hid behind the bed. However, the footsteps stopped and Sarah heard the sound of a kitchen drawer opening, followed by the clatter of someone rummaging through utensils. Crystal's screams continued, filled with pleas for mercy, until she was stabbed. With each stab, Crystal's voice grew weaker. Sarah realized she could do nothing and would likely be killed as well. After her mother's screams stopped, she left the room and went into the kitchen, where she witnessed a terrible scene. Her mother lay in a large pool of blood covering the floor. Confused, Sarah asked her neighbors for help and eventually found an Italian restaurant whose owner lived in an adjacent building. They opened the door for Sarah and called 911 to report the incident. The officers immediately went to their home. Upon arrival, officers witnessed a gruesome scene. The kitchen was covered in blood, including the floors, walls, and kitchen appliances. Crystal had died, and medical experts determined that Crystal had lost too much blood. Police found a handprint on the front door glass, possibly Sarah's. No other fingerprints were found, but there were many bloody shoe prints on the kitchen floor. Investigators took photos to determine the shoe size and model, assuming they belonged to the killer. A trail of blood led to Sarah's bedroom but suddenly stopped as if the killer had changed his mind. One particular detail caught the detective's attention. The killer had tried to wipe away some blood on the floor. With the blood stains spreading, this effort seemed futile. Further investigation revealed that some of the drops of blood on the floor were irregularly shaped, suggesting they had fallen from the knife. This led investigators to believe that drops of blood might have flown out of the knife during the attack. Investigations showed that, in addition to the initial drops of blood, other drops of blood on the floor appeared to have fallen at a 90-degree angle, suggesting they originated from a higher point. Detectives suspected these drops might belong to the perpetrator, who might have been injured during the crime. Further supporting this theory, the trail of blood drops led directly to a roll of tissue. This showed that the perpetrator used a tissue to stop the bleeding before hastily leaving the scene. Autopsy results showed that Crystal's body had suffered more than 50 stab wounds. The murder weapon, possibly a kitchen knife, was not found at the crime scene, suggesting the perpetrator might have brought it with him. An important detail revealed that the force used was so great that part of the knife broke and was stuck in Crystal's body. The investigation also found evidence of a previous sexual assault. As a result, medical experts were able to collect and analyze the perpetrator's semen along with the blood samples obtained, sending both for further laboratory testing. However, there was a problem. The local DNA laboratory was severely understaffed due to funding problems, leading to a significant backlog. As a result, detectives had to begin the investigation without forensic evidence, which would take at least 6 months to process. The investigation began by ruling out robbery as a motive because nothing was missing from the house. Furthermore, there were no signs of forced entry, so the police suspected that the victim had arbitrarily opened the door to let the perpetrator in. Since she was wearing pajamas, it was unlikely that she was expecting visitors. Detectives came up with 2 theories. Either the victim knew her killer or someone she didn't know knocked on her door and convinced her to let them in under false pretenses. To pursue this lead, detectives turned their attention to the only witness, Sarah, who was undergoing a medical examination at the hospital. The police began questioning Sarah about the killer, and she explained that she had stayed in the bedroom until the incident was over. However, the police were a bit skeptical about her story. They asked her how she knew her mother had been attacked with a knife, and Sarah replied that it was obvious. Despite her reaction, detectives continued to pressure her, suspecting that she might have been withholding information and might have seen the perpetrator. During the first 3 days after the murder, police questioned Sarah 18 times in the hope that her story would change. However, she always maintained that everything happened as she initially described. Meanwhile, detectives pursued other leads and achieved their first breakthrough. They discovered a pair of boots at a local shoe store whose sole pattern resembled bloody footprints found at the crime scene. Additionally, they learned that Crystal had been harassed by Teresa, Crystal's ex-husband's girlfriend. Despite evidence that the killer was a man, the police decided to investigate Teresa, considering her history of threatening to kill Crystal. Maybe Teresa had found an accomplice to commit the crime. However, detectives found no evidence to support this theory. Further investigation revealed that Crystal was in a relationship with a man named Dennis at the time of her death. The two had met 2 years ago when Dennis started working at the shoe store. Dennis and Crystal began dating, and Dennis eventually proposed to her. Although Crystal accepted, they never married. Their relationship was tense, with frequent arguments and Dennis engaging in aggressive behavior, such as breaking objects and banging on walls. However, there was no evidence that he ever physically harmed Crystal. The day after Crystal's murder, detectives visited Dennis at his home. When they asked if he had left the house the night before or if he had seen Crystal, Dennis immediately asked if she was dead and then fainted. After regaining consciousness, he answered the detectives' questions. Dennis explained that he had planned to visit Crystal that evening but was delayed because he was helping a friend fix his car. When he later called Crystal, she said it was too late, leading to an argument in Dennis staying home. Police were able to verify Dennis' alibi, confirming that he had helped his friend that evening. Dennis also agreed to take a polygraph test, which showed no signs of deception, except when asked if he felt responsible for Crystal's death. He replied no, but the test detected his tremors. Additionally, detectives discovered that Dennis had the same shoe size as the killer, but no matching shoes were found in his house. Dennis agreed to provide a DNA sample but made a special request. Dennis had made a special request to the detectives. If they decided to arrest him, he had asked them to enter his workplace through the back door instead of the main entrance. He had explained that he did not want to disrupt the work environment or make noise in front of his colleagues because his boss had always treated him kindly. However, because he had continued to claim innocence, this request had raised suspicions. The police investigation had led to another important discovery. They had contacted Crystal's best friend, who lived in another town, and she had revealed that Crystal had confided in her just weeks before the murder. Crystal had expressed her fear towards Dennis, saying their arguments had escalated and had become more and more heated. Dennis' behavior had also become more and more aggressive, causing Crystal to consider ending their relationship. However, she had hesitated to do so because she was afraid of his reaction. Detectives had also interviewed one of Crystal's co-workers, but she had not provided any useful information during their conversation. However, as soon as the police had left, Dennis had gone to the person's workplace and had begun asking about her conversation with the detectives. The police investigation had continued despite the lack of evidence against the initial suspect, as DNA test results would have taken several months to process. Meanwhile, they had pursued other leads. A strange tip had led them to a local man named Donnie, who had allegedly bragged about killing Crystal while drunk at a party. However, when questioned, Donnie had claimed to have no memory of the party and had denied any involvement in the murder. The police investigation into Crystal's murder had had difficulty finding any concrete clues. In an effort to uncover new information, Crystal's family had offered a $10,000 reward and had distributed flyers around town. However, Teresa, Crystal's ex-husband's girlfriend, had been seen repeatedly tearing up these flyers, raising suspicions. The ex-husband, Tom, had been thoroughly investigated, but had eventually been ruled out as a suspect due to his severe alcoholism. His heavy daily drinking had made it unlikely he would commit a crime, and he had had no clear motive. Police had also investigated 2 other men Crystal had dated after her divorce, but had found no evidence linking them to the crime. All 3 men, including Tom, had provided DNA samples to be sent to a laboratory for analysis. 9 months after the murder, the lab results had finally come in, but they hadn't matched any of the suspects, including Dennis. This had left detectives with no new leads. They had asked to take Dennis's DNA sample again for further testing, but the results had still been the same. The investigation into Crystal's murder had hit a dead end, causing detectives to reinvestigate their only witness, Sarah. They had suspected that Sarah might be hiding information or that a traumatic experience had caused her to repress memories of the killer. To question her further, police had gone to Texas, where Sarah was living with her aunt. Polygraph tests had been administered to Sarah, but the results hadn't shown any deception. Despite this, investigators had continued to question her for days, asking the same questions over and over again. However, Sarah had always maintained that she had not seen the killer. The case had remained unsolved for several years. Police had continued to interview potential suspects and follow up on leads, but to no avail. The breakthrough had come in the late 1990s with the introduction of the FBI's DNA database. Investigators had uploaded the killer's DNA sample, but unfortunately, no matches had been found. The detective asked Sarah to work with a psychologist to try to recall any repressed memories of the crime. Even though Sarah agreed, the psychologist ultimately concluded that she really didn't remember anything and was telling the truth about not seeing the killer. The case remained unsolved for many years. Detectives continued to investigate but found no new leads. This changed in 2006 when a surprising development occurred. A DNA sample was entered into the FBI database, and it matched blood and semen left at the crime scene where Crystal was killed. The DNA belonged to a man named Michael Hutchinson, who was never suspected in the case. Detectives discovered that in 2003 Hutchinson was arrested for assault and threatening with a weapon, resulting in a sentence of 6 months in prison and 3 years of probation. During his arrest, a DNA sample was collected, but it was not uploaded to the FBI database at the time. It was instead stored in a laboratory. 3 years after the initial DNA sample was taken, Michael was arrested for drunk driving with his children. He was released on bail but failed to appear in court, leading to jail time. Ironically, Michael was arrested on the day of the wedding and put in a prison cell. His DNA sample was retrieved and quickly uploaded to the database. The detective contacted Sarah, informing her of the development but asked her to keep the information confidential until formal charges were filed. When asked if she knew the suspect, Sarah replied that she did not. Given that Michael was already in custody, the detective carefully built the case to prevent any possibility of him evading punishment. Further investigation revealed that at the time of the murder, Michael lived in Bridgerton, just 2 miles from Crystal's residence. When he was 19, Michael lived near the Italian restaurant where Sarah called the police. He regularly drove to his mother's house, which was just a short distance from Crystal's, meaning he often passed by her residence. The detective discovered that Michael could have easily encountered Crystal multiple times before the murder. When questioned in prison, Michael insisted he was not involved in Crystal's murder and denied knowing her. Despite the presence of his semen and blood on her body at the crime scene, the detective found his denial unconvincing. During the visit to the prison, the detective observed the noticeable scar on Michael's palm. This was very significant because it was likely that Crystal's killer injured his hand during the crime. While this alone would not have been enough evidence in court, combined with DNA evidence, it contributed to Michael's eventual murder charge. According to the prosecution, Michael, an illegal drug user, saw Crystal as he passed her house on the night of the murder. He decided to assault her, leading to her death. While Michael refused to confess, the available evidence clearly showed that he was responsible for the assault and murder of Crystal. During the trial, an explanation was found for the murderer's lack of fingerprints at the crime scene. It turned out that Michael's job as a bricklayer was the reason. Over time, the constant wear and tear on his hands had erased the patterns on his palms, making it impossible for him to leave fingerprints. Michael presented testimony about his timeline to defend himself. He claimed he had met Crystal at a bar and they had returned to her place to have consensual sex. However, his story became suspicious when he described a strange man wearing a black motorcycle jacket breaking into the house, knocking him unconscious and killing Crystal. When Michael regained consciousness, he allegedly tried to fight off the attacker but had injured his hand. The attacker then fled and Michael also left the crime scene without a reasonable explanation. Michael's story was very unconvincing. The investigation revealed that the only shoe prints at the scene had belonged to Michael. If his story was true, the intruder would have had to take off his shoes before entering the house, which still wouldn't have explained the lack of other marks on the floor. Furthermore, no witnesses had come forward to confirm that Crystal had been at the bar with Michael. The trial ended on April 9, 2007, with Michael being unanimously found guilty. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole and remained incarcerated. Sarah's life was deeply affected by her mother's death, but she found the strength to move forward with time. She pursued further education, became a writer, and wrote a book about her mother's murder. The devastating news of the death of Nikki Allen, a 7-year-old English girl, shocked the people of Tyne and Wear, Sunderland, England, on October 7, 1992. After her body was discovered in the basement of an old desolate building, the police were called right away to the scene. She had suffered a brick to the head as well as 37 stab wounds. Who could have committed this evil act on a once cheerful little girl? And what was the reason for such wicked deed? Northeastern England's Tyne and Wear is a metropolitan county with a lengthy history. One of its major cities, Sunderland, is a fusion of tradition and modernity. Living in Sunderland offers access to both leisure areas, such as parks and beaches, and historical sites that provide insight into the city's past. The locals are renowned for their friendliness and sense of belonging. The maritime heritage of Tyne and Wear is a significant characteristic, and the River Tyne was crucial to its growth. Despite the region's generally low crime rate, the tragic death of Nikki Allen in 1992 has left a permanent mark on its past. Nikki Allen, the adored daughter of Sharon Henderson and David Allen, was born on August 30, 1985, in Sunderland, northeastern England. She grew up with 3 sisters in the Weirgarth apartment complex, which offered a beautiful view of Sunderland's East End ports. Those who knew Nikki well recall her as a lively and spirited young girl. Nikki enjoyed playing with her friends and cherished her toys, just like any other 7-year-old. Cheese and onion crisps was her favorite, and it was a regular snack for her daily school lunch. The fact that Nikki's maternal grandparents resided in the same building demonstrated how close-knit her family was. Her grandparents were crucial to the upbringing of the kids. Frequently helping Sharon with childcare, it was clear that Sharon was a committed mother. The welfare of her children came first to her. Nikki and her family were living a simple, happy life, but they had no idea that everything was about to change for the worse. Nikki Allen's routine appeared to be typical on the fateful day of October 7, 1992. She spent the evening playing with Stacy, her older sister and cousin. As evening sets in, Nikki's mother, Sharon, made the decision to go outside briefly. She promised her daughters to be back in 5 minutes. The place she was going was not far. She was making her way to the apartment shared by her father and stepmother, which was in the same estate. On getting there, it didn't take long before Nikki and her cousin's playful laughter could be heard echoing down the hallway behind Sharon. "Mom, can we go to the park tomorrow?" The innocent question came from Nikki. Sharon gently told Nikki to go home and meet her sisters after noticing the excitement in her daughter's voice. She then assured her that she would join shortly. By the time Sharon arrived, the mood in the Allen family home had changed from one of merriment to obvious apprehensiveness. Stacy's voice, which was tinged with worry, broke the stillness. "Mom, Nikki didn't come home," she said. Fear took hold. In the hallways, Sharon persistently called Nikki's name. Every shout she made was filled with anxiety, but Nikki was nowhere to be seen. Nikki Allen appeared to have disappeared out of thin air in what seemed like a matter of seconds. Only 150 yards separated Nikki's house from her grandparents' apartment, where she was last seen. The shortness of this distance only added to the intrigue surrounding her abrupt disappearance. The police were notified of her disappearance, and they showed up within an hour. Even though it was economically underdeveloped and frequently disregarded, Sunderland's East End was home to a tight-knit neighborhood. Here, neighbors were more like an extended family who knew each other's daily routines. The rapidly spreading news of Nikki's disappearance caused the locals to come together as a matter of urgency. A search team made up of more than 100 police officers and community volunteers was quickly put together. Finding Nikki was their only task. There was a thorough search. The search team combed through recreational areas, industrial buildings, alleyways, and even the waterfront where the river curved through the city. The search was made more terrifying by the fact that this river was notorious for its deceptive depth and perilous undercurrents. The following morning, a terrifying discovery was made as dawn broke. The center of this tragic story would be the long-abandoned and dilapidated Quayside Exchange building. The search team, led by Nikki's aunt, noticed a pair of shoes outside the building. As they entered, there was a sense of dread in the air. However, what they saw inside would forever haunt them. Inside, Nikki's lifeless body lay with the horrifying signs of a terrible crime. She had endured a vicious attack with a brick and more than 37 stab wounds. The community was shocked by the discovery. An area where people knew one another and where kids could play unrestrained was now surrounded by a foreboding cloud of sorrow and anxiety. The search for Nikki's killer got underway, but the perplexing question persisted. Who could carry out such a heinous deed against a young, defenseless life? Following the tragic discovery of Nikki Allen, the police launched a thorough investigation. Interviewing the locals was their first course of action. This was done in an effort to piece together Nikki's final hours before she disappeared. The more they examined the accounts, the more discrepancies they found, especially when it came to the moment Nikki left her grandparents' apartment. While some said it was 7:30 p.m., others thought it was more like 9:30 p.m., some even suggesting later times. However, the majority of testimonies all agreed that Nikki left about 10 minutes before her mother. Numerous witnesses claimed to have seen Nikki near the Boarhead pub, which was located directly across from her home. Around 10 p.m., she was said to have been engaging in the British custom of asking a guy for a penny on bonfire night. Unsettlingly, a different witness claimed to have heard what appeared to be a young girl scream coming from the direction of the Quayside Exchange building. In a reconstruction shown on BBC Crime Watch, a happy Nikki can be seen skipping past the bar. The video appeared to show her walking alone toward the dock, but she eventually came across a man. Nikki was seen skipping gleefully behind this man who was wearing a crisp white shirt as they crossed the street. The police were able to find CCTV video that appeared to support these eyewitness accounts. Despite the not-so-great video quality, it provided a chilling glimpse of Nikki's final moments before her untimely passing. One name kept coming up as the locals were being interviewed. The Quayside Exchange building, where Nikki's life was tragically cut short, was frequently graced by this person, who was known locally as the Weirdo. 1 week later, following up on this tip, the police took an important step. by apprehending 24-year-old George Herron in connection with the murder of Nikki Allen. The neighborhood waited impatiently, hoping that soon, justice would be served for the young girl whose life was taken far too soon. The following years, in 1993, the investigation spotlight focused on George Herron, a young man who lived close to the Allen home. George Herron's involvement appeared to be supported by a number of pieces of evidence. In his living space, a knife matching the wounds on Nikki was found. Blood was found on his clothes and shoes as well. Herron's sister gave a puzzling account to the police, which increased the suspicion. She recalled Herron spending an unusually long time in the bathroom the night of the murder, likely washing himself and his clothes. He had never acted in this manner before. Herron vehemently denied any involvement despite the mounting evidence against him. He insisted that he hadn't left the house the night Nikki was killed. For witnesses who saw a man who looked like Herron in two neighborhood pubs, the Boar's Head and the Clarendon, refuted this claim. It's interesting that he was seen buying Nikki's favorite snack, cheese and onion crisps. The police speculated that Herron may have lured Nikki inside the abandoned building using her favorite snacks. Herron's defenses appeared to give way after 3 days of difficult interrogation, which caused him to admit to the crime. It's important to note that he had vehemently denied the accusations 120 times before he finally admitted to the crime. Even though it was circumstantial, the evidence seemed solid, and the police were optimistic about getting a conviction. His trial took place in the Leeds Crown Court, where he was accused of killing Nikki Allen. But things changed in an unexpected way. Herron's recorded confession was rejected by the judge, who cited overbearing police methods as the cause. Herron was cleared of all charges relating to the murder of Nikki Allen. Herron was given a new identity after the trial and relocated from Sunderland for his safety. In an unexpected turn of events, Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, brought a civil lawsuit against Herron in 1994. She charged him with killing a child by abusing her. Henderson won her case, and the judge ordered Herron to pay her more than £7,000 in damages. The ordered sum, however, remained unpaid because Herron's whereabouts was elusive. Nikki Allen's pursuit of justice was still met with more questions than solutions. Years after the tragic death of Nikki Allen, the pursuit of justice never abated. A new development occurred in February 2014 when Stephen Grieverson, a convicted serial killer, was detained in connection with the killing of Nikki. He was told, however, that he wouldn't face any further action in the case after a lengthy questioning. 2 years later, in May 2016, optimism started to emerge. Sharon Henderson was approached by a woman whose identity was kept secret to the general public, who claimed to have previously unreleased details about Nikki's murder. This young girl, who was babysitting nearby when Nikki vanished and was only 12 years old at the time of the crime, decided to speak to the police after keeping quiet for so long. Encouraged by this fresh information, Henderson fervently argued for a thorough re-examination of her daughter's murder in September of the same year. She started an online petition, requesting that the Northumbria police investigate the case from the scratch. With the petition, the neighborhood showed its unwavering support, gathering more than 500 signatures in less than a day. The following month, Sharon Henderson contacted Grieverson, pleading with him to share any information he might know about Nikki's passing. This was done in an effort to leave no stone unturned. By April, Henderson had met with the Detective Chief Inspector, Lisa Holstead, and the Chief Constable of the Northumbria Police, Constable Steve Ashman. The two officers reaffirmed their unshakable dedication to seeing that Nikki receives justice. There was a significant development in October 2017. The police declared that they had been successful in obtaining a DNA sample from a male who may be connected to the crime. This new development gave hope for a solution. The investigation then took a clear turn in April 2018. A suspect in connection with the murder of Nikki Allen was taken into custody after Northumbria police conducted a raid on a home in the Stockton neighborhood of Teesside. The person arrested was formally charged with the heinous crime in 2022, 4 years after his arrest. 54 years old, David Thomas Boyd was the suspect. David Thomas Boyd was originally born David Thomas Bell on June 1, 1967, in London. As a result of his father's military service, David Thomas Boyd experienced a childhood characterized by constant movement. He had no close relatives when he moved to Sunderland. He may have been more likely to frequently change his identity because of this detachment. He changed his name several times over the years, going by the names Jason Branson, John Eastman, and David Thomas Smith, among others. When David Thomas Boyd was found guilty of disturbing the peace in 1986, a darker side of him became apparent. This conviction was the result of a disturbing incident in which he approached a young girl and asked for a kiss. More disturbing fantasies about young girls were revealed during his subsequent conversations with the probation officer. David Boyd was uncomfortably close to Nikki Allen's family. He shared a floor with Nikki's grandparents at Weirgarth. He was more than just a farf neighbor. He was closely connected to the family. Nikki's babysitter at the time was his girlfriend, but despite being so close, he continued to have dark tendencies. Boyd was one of those questioned by the police when the news of Nikki's case first surfaced, but he was able to avoid being suspected by providing a false alibi. Boyd frequently changed his name over the years, perhaps feeling the net of capture tightening in on him, or being motivated by guilt. His constant name change was a futile attempt to get away from justice's looming shadow. The trial for David Thomas Boyd began at Newcastle Crown Court on April 20, 2023. The prosecution painted a terrifying picture, alleging that Boyd had lured Nikki Allen, a young girl, to a desolate area close to the River Wear. It was thought that she had taken a blow to the head there, which had caused her to bleed. Nikki was not in distress when the witness saw her. Instead, she was skipping to keep up with the man. As the story went on, the prosecution claimed that Boyd had dragged Nikki inside the abandoned old exchange building. The unexpected event got worse inside. Nikki's skull was broken after being hit with a brick. The bloodshed continued after that. Her chest, heart, and lungs were the targets of numerous stab wounds. According to the post-mortem findings, Nikki was probably knocked out by the initial blow before being stabbed. A witness's chilling testimony accurately identified the time of the crime, recalling a scream on the evening of October 6th around 10 p.m. The evidence at trial showed that David Thomas Boyd, who went by several names, was 25 years old when this evil act was committed. He was charged with having circumstantial but strong evidence against him. DNA from Boyd was discovered on Nikki's clothes. Boyd offered an absurd defense, claiming that Nikki may have been exposed to the DNA from his saliva after he spat from his balcony. He also mentioned that he was familiar with the old exchange building because he had gone there a few days earlier with a young boy for pigeon hunting. Defense attorneys claimed that the evidence was just a collection of unintentional coincidences. Justice Christina Lambert emphasized the circumstantial nature of the evidence and emphasized the lack of specific evidence linking Boyd to the crimes. Interestingly, Boyd declined to give a witness statement at the trial. After 2.5 hours of deliberation on May 12, 2023, the jury found Boyd guilty of killing Nikki Allen. The long-awaited decision gave Nikki's family some measure of comfort. Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, shared her thoughts with BBC News as she reflected on the agonizing 30-year pursuit of justice. On May 23, 2023, Boyd was given a life sentence with the requirement that he serve at least 29 years before being considered for parole. David Thomas Boyd's first opportunity to achieve freedom would therefore come in August 2049. For those involved, the resolution of the Nikki Allen case caused a flurry of emotions. 57-year-old Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, expressed her utter dismay at David Boyd's sentence. She thought the decision was shameful and that Boyd shouldn't ever be eligible for parole. "This is the recurring narrative for families like mine in justice," Sharon said. Nikki was remembered by Sharon, who was only 25 years old when her daughter was tragically taken from her as an energetic youngster with a radiant smile. Over the years, felt the weight of the community's misdirected rage because many people falsely accused her of being a bad mother. They focused their anger on her rather than the real offender. Boyd's actions destroyed Sharon's family, but she persevered in her pursuit of justice for her daughter, displaying incredible fortitude. There were many difficulties along the way, including her own arrest due to her accusations against people she thought were protecting the guilty. At the time of the tragedy, Nikki's father, David Allen, was 28 years old. He said that after that fateful night, his life took a dark turn. He was incredibly hurt and furious with Boyd. "The anguish is indescribable," he said, highlighting the striking contrast between Boyd's existence and Nikki's short life. A surprising turn of events saw George Heron, who was initially charged in the case, receive an apology from Northumbria police. Heron's reaction was a concoction of sorrow, disgust, and rage, especially toward the initial investigators who, in his opinion, had betrayed him. Prosecutor Richard Wright Casey noted that the 1992 investigation was rife with mistakes. The team that reopened the case, however, approached it with fresh eyes and without preconceptions. They meticulously gathered 2,500 documents, recorded 1,200 statements, and obtained DNA samples from over 800 men across the country. The judge praised their extraordinary efforts and emphasized the crucial role DNA evidence played in convicting David Thomas Boyd. The case of Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh attempted to follow in his family's footsteps by pursuing a law degree from the University of North Carolina, where he met his future wife, Margaret Maggie Branton. They started dating in 1991 and got married 2 years later, on August 14, 1993, at the Second Presbyterian Church in South Carolina. Alex and Maggie had 2 sons, Richard Buster Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. Alex joined his family's law firm, PMPD, as a personal injury attorney, aiming to continue his family's legacy. However, unlike his ancestors, Alex misused the power and influence his family's firm provided, covering up financial crimes, theft, and possibly even murder. For over a decade, Alex's dishonest dealings went unnoticed until his youngest son, Paul, was involved in a fatal boating accident. This incident was the latest in a series of suspicious deaths surrounding the Murdaugh family, leading people to speculate that these accidents were not coincidental and were instead part of a larger cover-up, given the family's history and resources. Here's what happened on February 23, 2019. Paul Murdaugh, fresh out of high school, took his family's boat to Pucas Island for a party with friends. The group, including his girlfriend Morgan Doe, Anthony Cook, and Miley Allman, wanted an unsupervised night of fun. They planned a house party and oyster roast on the island. To make the night complete, used his older brother's ID to buy beer and hard liquor. They left the Moordal River house around 7 p.m. and continued partying until midnight. Feeling restless, Paul suggested driving the boat to downtown Beaufort, where he and his friend Connor had 2 rounds of shots at around 1 a.m. As they headed back to the boat, a surveillance camera caught a tender moment between Anthony and Mallory. Paul, who was heavily intoxicated, started acting strangely on a boat ride with friends. At 1:15 a.m., the group got back on the water, but things quickly spiraled out of control. Paul drove the boat in circles, showing signs of intoxication, and got into an argument with the others. Anthony wanted to get out on a nearby rock, but Paul refused. GPS footage later showed that the boat's speed increased at some point. Although Paul denied deliberately speeding up, he was in control of the wheel. The boat crashed into Oro Creek Bridge at 2:20 a.m., throwing Mallory into the water. The others were severely injured. Connor broke his jaw, and Morgan's hand was badly hurt. Connor called 911, and help arrived soon after. When the deputy sheriff arrived, he saw blood in the main compartment and a large split in the hull from the impact. All the teenagers involved were extremely drunk, and everyone except Anthony required hospital treatment. Paul refused treatment despite being extremely agitated and having a blood alcohol level of 0.243, significantly higher than the legal limit. The search for Mallory's body took 8 days, and she was found to have died from a combination of blunt force trauma to the head and drowning. Despite multiple eyewitnesses stating that Paul was out of control while driving the boat, he was not arrested or charged. This led to rumors that Alex Murdaugh had used his influence to protect his son from justice. In March 2019, the Murdaugh family was served with a wrongful death lawsuit. Mallory's family alleged that Paul's mother, Maggie, was aware that her son was drunk when they went boating and that Buster had helped them obtain fake IDs to buy alcohol. Paul was finally charged with 3 felonies on April 18, 2019, but he never made it to court because he died before his trial. A series of mysterious deaths have been linked to the Murdaugh family. One incident involved Stephen Smith, a gay teenager, who was found dead on July 8, 2015. His official cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, and it was initially ruled a hit-and-run incident with no suspect arrested. However, Stephen's mother believed he was the victim of a hate crime. There were rumors that Stephen was in a relationship with Alex Murdaugh's oldest son, Buster, and that Buster might have been involved in Stephen's death. Gloria Satterfield, the Murdaugh family's longtime housekeeper, died on February 26, 2018 due to complications from a severe head injury. Alex Murdaugh claimed that his dogs had caused her to trip and fall, but there was no autopsy to confirm this account. The case was reopened on March 22, 2023, and it was revealed that Gloria's death was actually a murder, although no suspects have been named. Alex Murdaugh's family was involved in a wrongful death lawsuit after his housekeeper Gloria Satterfield died in 2018. The lawsuit resulted in a $4.3 million insurance policy settlement, but the money never reached Satterfield's sons instead. Murdaugh allegedly conspired with his friend Corey Fleming, a lawyer and godfather, to one of Murdaugh's sons to steal the payout. The money was diverted to Murdaugh's bank account and the Satterfield family was never notified. A Satterfield's sons filed a new civil lawsuit against Murdaugh in September 2021. On the same day, state investigators opened a criminal investigation into Satterfield's death, citing inconsistencies in the coroner's report. The Satterfield family allowed authorities to exhume Satterfield's body for further investigation. Meanwhile, Murdaugh was facing numerous financial and embezzlement charges. He was allegedly involved in a money laundering and painkiller ring with his distant cousin Curtis Smith, which lasted from 2013 to 2021. On September 4, 2021, Murdaugh orchestrated a scheme in which Smith shot him in an attempt to collect a $10 million life insurance policy. However, the bullet only caused superficial injuries, and Murdaugh was able to call 911 himself. Days later, Murdaugh confessed to the scheme and was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. He surrendered himself and was taken into custody. 2 days later, he announced his resignation from his family's law firm and entered rehab. However, it was soon revealed that Murdaugh had misappropriated $792,000 from his law firm. His law license was indefinitely suspended in September 2021. Investigators continued to uncover numerous financial crimes, tax evasions, and embezzlements committed by Murdaugh. After leaving rehab, Murdaugh was arrested again and charged with 2 felony counts of obtaining property by false pretenses. He was denied bond and later indicted on 27 counts of financial misconduct, accused of stealing money from clients, lawyers, and the Satterfield family. Alex Murdaugh faced additional charges on December 9, 2021, with 21 new counts added to the existing 27, bringing the total to 48. The charges included forgery, money laundering, computer crimes, breach of trust, and obtaining signature or property by false pretenses. It was estimated that Murdaugh had stolen over $6.2 million from his victims. The state's investigation into his business dealings took months, with new charges emerging almost daily. By June 2022, the charges against him had risen to 81. And by the time he was formally disbarred on July 13, 2022, he faced 84 criminal charges and 11 lawsuits. One of the victims' mothers filed a legal claim against the estates of Margaret and Paul Murdaugh, raising questions about the character of the once prominent attorney. Could he be hiding something even more sinister, such as the murder of his wife and son? What could have been his motive? The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLRD, revisited the double murder case, considering new information gathered during the investigation into Murdaugh's financial crimes. They discovered that Alex and Maggie Murdaugh's marriage was troubled, and Maggie was living apart from her husband at their beach home on Edisto Island. Maggie's sister, Marion Proctor, told law enforcement that Maggie had not planned to see Alex on the night of the murders. Alex had asked Maggie to meet him at the family's hunting lodge, where she and her younger son were later found shot dead near the dog kennels. Alex claimed to have taken a long nap before leaving to visit his ailing mother, who suffered from dementia. He stated that he was away for 45 minutes to an hour and a half and found his wife and son dead upon his return. However, law enforcement suspected that Alex's timeline was questionable and lacked a clear motive for the murders. The investigation revealed that weeks before the murder, the state grand jury had subpoenaed Alex Murdaugh's finances, which threatened to expose his financial wrongdoings. Additionally, his law firm had discovered his misappropriation of company funds, and he was confronted about it on June 7, 2021, the day of the murder. State authorities believed that the financial pressure had pushed Alex to hatch a plan to divert attention from his crimes and garner sympathy in the public eye. 13 months after the fatal shooting, Alex Murdaugh was charged with the murders of his wife and son. The prosecutor alleged that Murdaugh had shot and killed his wife and son at close range with a shotgun and an AR-style rifle. The murder weapons were never found. Murdaugh's defense team argued that two shooters were involved due to the different weapons used. Expert witness testimony suggested that the shooter was likely between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 4 inches tall, which ruled out Alex Murdaugh as a suspect due to his 6'4" height. However, under cross-examination, the expert admitted that there were other possible explanations for the bullet trajectory beyond the shooter's height. The investigation revealed that Maggie was shot with 300 blackout ammunition from an AR-style rifle, and a box of this ammo was found at the Murdaugh family estate. Prosecutors argued that Alex killed his wife and son to gain sympathy and avoid accountability for his financial crimes. Alex's lawyers countered that this didn't make sense, as it would only shift attention to himself and put him in the spotlight of a murder investigation. Alex was a person of interest from the start of the investigation, but his lawyer claimed he had an ironclad alibi for the night of the murders and no motive to kill his family. Prosecutors presented 2 videos taken on the night of the murder, which appeared to show Alex wearing different shirts. The Snapchat video taken from Paul's phone showed Alex wearing a blue shirt, while the body cam footage showed him wearing a different shirt. Investigators couldn't find the blue shirt, and prosecutors suggested Alex tried to influence a key witness's account of what he was wearing. Cell phone data and testimony from Alex's mother's caregiver confirmed that Alex was only at his mother's home for 15 to 20 minutes, contradicting his claim of staying for 45 minutes to an hour and a half. The most crucial piece of evidence was a video found on Paul's phone recorded at 8:44 p.m., just minutes before the murders. The video featured the voices of Paul, Maggie, and Alex, placing Alex at the scene of the crime. This contradicted his previous alibi and confirmed his presence at the dog kennels where the murders occurred. Alex testified that he didn't shoot his wife or son, but admitted to lying about his alibi. Alex Murdaugh changed his story, claiming that his opioid addiction and resulting paranoia led him to lie to law enforcement. However, prosecutors argued that Murdaugh fabricated this excuse after murdering his wife and son. They believed he used his wife's phone to create an alibi by making calls and sending texts, including, "Me babe" at 9:47 p.m. Phone data showed that Murdaugh's and his wife's phones locked simultaneously, and Alex's phone recorded a sudden increase in steps around the time of the murder. Prosecutors suggested this was evidence of him trying to hide or dispose of evidence, but his lawyers disputed this, pointing out that the step patterns on Alex's phone did not match his wife's. The decisive evidence came from a video recorded at the dog kennels. After deliberating for just 3 hours, the jury found Murdaugh guilty on all counts on March 2, 2023. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without parole. Additionally, he received a 5-year sentence for possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Murdaugh pleaded guilty to 22 financial crimes as part of a deal, but maintains his innocence in the murders. He appealed his conviction on March 9, 2023. In a surprise move, his lawyers filed a motion for a new trial, alleging that Rebecca Hill, a court clerk, had engaged in jury tampering. Hill denies the allegations, which include advising jurors to disregard Murdaugh's testimony and other defense evidence, pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and misrepresenting critical information to the trial judge. A hearing is scheduled for Murdaugh's lawyers to present evidence and witnesses to support their claim. However, a judge has not yet been assigned to preside over the hearing. With over 100 financial and drug crime charges pending, as well as multiple lawsuits, it is clear that the Alex Murdaugh case is far from over. In the early hours of July 20th, 1971, a 911 call went out of Burlington, Vermont when a lady contacted the police to report the murder of her roommate, Rita Curran. It appeared that the lady who had been at work a day before had returned to see Rita Curran in the pool of her own blood on the bed they both shared. When the police arrived, they discovered that someone had broken into the lady's apartment and had beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled Rita Curran to death. They also found evidence that Rita Curran had strongly resisted her attacker, putting up a fight. The question of who killed Rita Curran bugged her family and the Burlington Police Department for years, but the killer remained a mystery for decades despite the police looking into hundreds of tips. However, 52 years later, Rita Curran's killer was eventually identified. Rita Curran was born on the 21st of June, 1947 in Brooklyn, Kings County, New York, to Thomas and Mary Curran. She was described as a kind, generous, and beautiful person who wouldn't do anyone any harm. When Rita Curran turned 24 years old, in the summer of 1971, she decided to move out of her parents' home for the first time, into a shared apartment on Brooks Avenue in Burlington, Vermont, with 3 other roommates whom she did not know well. At the time, she was a second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School and had started graduate courses at the University of Vermont, while she worked during the summer break as a maid at a local motel. Unfortunately, just 2 weeks after she left her family's house, she was murdered in her apartment in Burlington, Vermont. According to police report, she seemed ready for bed the night she was attacked, as she was found dead with curlers in her hair. Many people know Burlington to be a small and friendly city, but when Rita Curran was killed, it caused ripples of fear in the city because at that time, many Burlington residents left their front doors unlocked. This could explain why Rita Curran's apartment door might not be locked at the time of her murder, since the police did not discover any visible force used on the entrance door. During the investigation, police officers collected evidence from the crime scene that included a single cigarette found near Rita Curran's arm, which was believed the killer left to burn out. They also interviewed Rita Curran's neighbors and investigated hundreds of tips. Among the neighbors interrogated were a newly wedded couple, Williams and Michelle DeRuse, who lived in an apartment 2 floors above Rita Curran's at the time of her murder. They, however, told investigators that they had been together all night and didn't hear or see anything. The police had a list of 13 suspects, in which Ted Bundy was one of them. It appeared that the location of the local motel where Rita Curran worked was adjacent to serial killer Ted Bundy's birthplace, the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers. Rita Curran's murder and crime scene was similar to how Ted Bundy attacked his victims, and this led retired FBI agent John Bassett to propose him as a suspect at the time. In order to find closure and to ask if truly he killed Rita Curran, Mary Campbell Curran, Rita Curran's sister, wrote a letter to Florida's death row where Ted Bundy was being held. In response, the FBI told her that Ted Bundy had refused to confirm or deny his involvement in Curran's death, and there was no evidence that firmly placed him in Burlington on that date of the murder. However, Detective Robert D. Keppel interviewed Ted Bundy, who later told him that he had murdered a young woman in 1971 in Burlington when he was there to obtain information about his birth. But on January 22, 1989, the eve of his execution, Ted Bundy denied his involvement in Rita Curran's case to FBI Special Agent William Hagmaier. Having exhausted all leads, and without an improved DNA technology to pinpoint a suspect, the case went cold for over 4 decades. According to Burlington's acting police chief, John Murad, the department never stopped seeking justice for Rita Curran's family. In 2014, the Burlington's police department sent all the evidence collected at the crime scene, including the cigarette, to a forensic lab in New York City for DNA testing. Though the tests compiled a DNA profile of the person who had smoked the cigarette, it didn't match any DNA in databases compiled by law enforcement agencies across the country. That meant the person with the DNA on the cigarette but likely never had genetic material entered into the database, possibly because the person didn't have a felony conviction. The DNA testing also didn't match the known DNA of any of the police's 13 main suspects. However, in 2019, Detective Lieutenant James Trebb decided to try a new approach to the case. Instead of having a single detective work on the case alone, per the usual department strategy, Lieutenant Treb decided to bring in a new team of detectives and expert technicians who discussed and reviewed the Rita Kearns case. This team treated the case as if it had just been committed. They began retesting evidence by sending the cigarette for DNA analysis again, but this time, they used genetic genealogy, which is a process that uses DNA databases for genealogy research to identify possible family members of the person whose DNA is unmatched. After the DNA analysis, the genetic genealogy expert concluded that the cigarette DNA had strong connections to relatives of William DeRoos, the man who lived 2 floors above Rita Kearns' apartment in 1971, who had been questioned alongside his wife by detectives and claimed to have been in his home during the time of the murder. The investigators then searched and found a living half-brother of Williams DeRoos who willingly provided a DNA sample. After the test, it was however concluded that the cigarette DNA belonged to Williams DeRoos. In 2022, more evidence at the crime scene, including Rita Kearns' ripped housecoat, were sent to a crime lab in Florida where they performed new DNA extracting techniques. Before then, the detectives had sent the genetic evidence from the cigarette to a genealogy company to see if a bigger database of DNA could help them pinpoint the killer. The scientist and genealogy expert was able to match the DNA from the cigarette William DeRoos within hours of research through genealogical records and public records. Also, finally, the DNA left on Rita Kearns' ripped housecoat also matched the DNA on the cigarette butt. The investigators later discovered that William DeRoos died at age 46 in 1986 at a San Francisco hotel from a drug overdose. Shortly after Rita Kearns' murder, he and his wife left Vermont and got divorced. In an interview with the police, William DeRoos' ex-wife, Michelle, who had moved to Eugene, Oregon, and had changed her name, told investigators she had lied in 1971 about her husband being with her all night in their apartment. It was established that William DeRoos had gotten into an argument with his wife on the evening of July 1971 and had gone out for a walk to supposedly cool off. He returned later that night and told his wife the next morning to tell the police investigating Rita Kearns' death that he had never left their apartment, warning her that his past criminal record might unfairly make him a suspect in her death. Detective Thomas Chenette, who interviewed Michelle, said he didn't believe she knew William DeRoos had killed Curran, but was protecting him because they were newly married and obviously in love, and he had a criminal record. After their divorce, William DeRoos moved to Thailand and became a monk. He then came back to San Francisco, United States in 1974, where he met his second wife, Sarah Hepting. Sarah Hepting said in an interview with Burlington Police that William DeRoos had a penchant for sudden outbursts of violence. She said there were 2 instances where he had been extremely violent around her. One of which was when they both were having a conversation with a female friend and he had taken a pocket knife and stabbed the woman in her abdomen for no reason whatsoever. He was arrested, but the woman did not press charges. DeRoos later told Hepting that he thought it was her he stabbed. Sarah Hepting said the second instance of DeRoos violence was when he suddenly started to strangle her for no reason when they were having dinner. She said that was the last straw and the reason she left him. After Rita Kearns' case was declared solved, even though her parents unfortunately died without knowing her killer, her living family and friends remembered her and were glad that they finally have closure. Jim Rabber, Rita Kearns' second-grade student, remembered her as a kind and beautiful person. He said, "We actually did a play the year that I had her. I forgot what the play was about, but I was a dancing clown holding a teddy bear. She told me that I could keep the teddy bear, and I still have the teddy bear, I just can't find it." Her sister, Mary Curran Campbell, said, "We now have 2 generations in our family who never knew her." Tom Curran, her brother, said, "I don't think so much about the guy who did this as I do about Rita and my parents and what they went through. I pray to my parents and I pray to Rita." Closing the case, Lieutenant Trabe said, "We're all confident that William DeRoos is responsible for the aggravated murder of Rita Curran. But because he died in a hotel room of a drug overdose, he will not be held accountable for his actions, but this case will be closed." Around 6:30 a.m. on January 18th of 1981 in Camarillo, California, about 50 miles from Los Angeles, 2 newspaper delivery boys discovered the naked body of 20-year-old Rachel Zendejas, an Oxnard college student and a single mom of 2 who had recently gone through a divorce. She was murdered in an apartment complex's carport just across the street from her apartment in 700 block of Mobile Avenue, which she shared with her brother and 2 daughters, who were 1 and 2 years old at the time of her murder. The police got to the crime scene and retrieved evidence. During the investigation, detectives learned that Rachel Zendejes had gone out the evening before her murder to hire a couple of babysitters to stay with her girls. She then went out that evening and came back home the following morning, after which she dropped off the babysitters. Her killer was believed to have attacked her as she got out of her vehicle after returning home from dropping off the babysitters. Her case was investigated for several years until all leads were exhausted and the case eventually became cold. However, before the end of the year, in the early hours of December 12, 1981, a neighbor called the police to report a fire outbreak at an apartment in Oxnard. Members of the Oxnard Fire Department rushed to the scene and extinguished the fire. When done, they discovered the naked body of 21 years old Lisa Gondex in the bathtub of the apartment. Her killer had raped her, strangled her, and then set the apartment on fire. Her neighbors heard screams but did not call 911 until they smelled smoke. Lisa Gondex was a retail worker living in Oxnard, about 10 miles west of Camarillo, and she had attended a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base on the night of December 11, 1981. She went to a disco with her friends, after which her friends later dropped her off at her home at around 1:30 a.m. the following day. She was discovered dead in her bathtub, and her killer was unknown for decades. Lisa Gondex was said to have been on a visit to Oxnard from Connecticut for a planned 2-week trip to visit a friend in the U.S. Navy. However, she ultimately decided to move to Oxnard months before she was murdered. She had made a promise to her loved ones to spend the Christmas with them. In her words, she said, "Mom, I'll be home for Christmas." Lisa Gondex had moved in with a childhood best friend and got a job at a teen clothing store in the Esplanade Shopping Center in Oxnard. Being new to the area didn't stop her from quickly making new friends. According to her roommate, Lisa Gondex was a kind person and beautiful in and out. In her words, she said, "If Lisa had $1, she would split it with you." Rachel Zendejes and Lisa Gondex cases were separately investigated from each other until in 2002, when the suspect's DNA from Rachel Zendejes' crime scene was sent to the FBI's combined DNA index system. A search was conducted on the criminal database for felons in order to pinpoint the killer, but it yielded no results. However, 23 years after the murder, in 2004, the investigators working on Lisa Gondex's case utilized DNA testing and later informed the Ventura County Sheriff's Office that they had linked both Rachel's and Daha's and Lisa Gondex's homicides cases to a single suspect. The DNA, however, did not return any results that could put a face to the suspect, and the case went cold again. Another stunning connection about both women going to a nightclub called Huntington in the hours before their deaths was established. The club, now closed, was a hot spot across from the Esplanade Mall. In December 2019, Ventura County's Cold Case Unit took over the cases again and applied genetic genealogy, an advanced DNA testing that is used to identify possible relatives to the suspects. The investigation then provided new leads, and further DNA testing confirmed that Tony Garcia was the suspect in both homicides. Tony Garcia resided in Oxnard at the time of his arrest in February 7, 2023. He had been right under the noses of the detectives for over 4 decades. He was born in Roswell, New Mexico, but was enlisted in the U.S. Navy and stationed at Point Mugu near Oxnard. Tony Garcia was, however, discharged from service in 1980 but remained in Oxnard, where he became a karate student and instructor for many years. He was working as a carpenter at the time of his arrest. It is not known if Tony Garcia knew any of his victims. Tony Garcia was charged with 2 counts of murder, plus special allegations of committing murder while engaged in a rape and committing murder while engaged in a kidnapping. At his first appearance in court, he was ordered to be held without bail. Following Tony Garcia's arrest, Rachel Zendejes' brother, Roy Rodriguez, said, "I am alive for this. It is my purpose to get this thing solved for Rachel." The case of Kate Waring. Kate Waring was born in Charleston, South Carolina, into a loving family with 2 siblings and parents who worked hard to provide the best possible life for their children. From a young age, Kate demonstrated a deep love for animals, which led her to volunteer at various animal shelters during her teenage years. Apart from her compassion for animals, Kate was also an accomplished dancer with a wide circle of friends and a radiant personality. To all appearances, Kate grew up in a supportive and nurturing environment, and in many ways this was true. However, Kate's life took a dramatic turn just before she went off to college. In a private conversation with her parents, Kate revealed that she had been abused by someone close to the family when she was younger. Although she chose not to disclose the identity of the perpetrator, her revelation sent shockwaves through her family. Her parents were unaware of the trauma Kate had been silently enduring for years, leaving them reeling from the news. After sharing her dark secret, Kate's parents did everything in their power to support her, but the trauma's consequences only seemed to intensify over time. Initially, Kate struggled with addiction, first with alcohol and later with illegal substances. Her parents suggested therapy, which she reluctantly agreed to. They also encouraged her to move back home, hoping the family's presence would help her cope. Despite being an independent adult, agreed to return home. At first, therapy seemed to be having a positive impact, but Kate struggled to break free from the past's heavy burden and live life to the fullest. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with depression, but everything changed when her father, always concerned and eager to help, suggested a trip to anywhere she desired. Kate was thrilled by the idea and soon set her heart on traveling beyond the Arctic Circle. Her dream was to witness polar bears in their natural habitat, and despite her traumatic experience, her love for animals remained unwavering. Kate and her parents searched for the perfect tour and soon purchased tickets for a trip to the Arctic Circle. Kate was thrilled to be embarking on this adventure, and as a result, her parents witnessed a significant transformation in her demeanor, replacing her depressive state with a cheerful and optimistic outlook. When they finally embarked on the trip, Kate was ecstatic. During the journey, Kate and her parents had a fantastic time on the boat, which took them to the Arctic Circle, where Kate befriended a Russian tourist. They remained in contact throughout the trip and continued exchanging letters afterward. Kate developed strong feelings for him, and eventually, after returning home, she decided to visit Russia. Upon arriving, they reunited, and she even contemplated staying longer in the country. But due to visa problems, Kate was forced to return home. Despite this setback, it seemed that Kate had finally overcome her depression. Back home, she planned to resolve her visa issues and even started writing a book for her children. Her life was finally taking a turn for the better. On Saturday, June 12, 2009, Kate's life took a dramatic turn. Her family was away on a business trip, leaving her alone at home. Normally, Kate would call her father to reassure him that everything was okay, but this time, she failed to do so. Her concerned father tried calling her back, but there was no response. Given Kate's past struggles with alcohol and substance abuse, he asked someone to check on her at home. When the person arrived, Kate was nowhere to be found, but her bedroom light was still on, suggesting she might return soon. However, she didn't show up. Furthermore, Kate had left behind her essential medication, which she was supposed to take regularly. Despite their growing anxiety, Kate's parents decided not to panic and waited for her return, considering her age of 28 and ability to take care of herself. Her father decided to wait until Monday before involving the police. On Monday morning, Kate Waring's father received a call from the bank. A bank employee informed him that someone had tried to cash a check worth more than $4,000, supposedly signed by Kate. However, the bank couldn't get in touch with Kate directly, and as her father was a co-signer on her account, they reached out to him instead. The situation seemed highly unusual, because Kate's father was certain that his daughter only had a few $100s in her account, which is why the bank's security team contacted him. However, Kate's signature on the check appeared genuine. They also provided the name of the man who had brought in the check, Ethan Mack. The father did not recognize him, but since the bank authenticated Kate's signature, he assumed the man was an acquaintance of his daughter. Nevertheless, he decided to contact the police, as Kate remained unreachable. The detectives began investigating Kate's disappearance, and Ethan Mack was their first point of inquiry. He claimed to have known Kate for years, and stated that she had written the check to settle old debts. According to Ethan, he frequently provided Kate with money for clothing, jewelry, and other purchases. Conversations with Kate's friends revealed that she had been friends with Ethan for an extended period, although they indicated that their relationship had never been romantic in nature, despite being close. Ethan claimed that he and Kate met on Friday night and dined at a restaurant together. Afterwards, he drove her home and went about his own business. He even produced correspondence with Kate, which corroborated his account of their dinner. Ethan allowed the detectives to search his house, where he lived with his mother, as well as his car. Although the search yielded nothing suspicious, the police still found the situation surrounding the check to be peculiar and were not quick to dismiss him as a suspect. Ethan eventually called the police station, demanding to be left alone. The police worked to reconstruct the timeline of the Friday night Kate was last seen. She had met with her therapist that afternoon, followed by a trip to the gym. Later, she entered a store, purchasing a bottle of wine. Security cameras captured her on the phone at that time, possibly speaking with Ethan, who later picked her up and they headed to a restaurant. Kate's parents remembered another unsettling detail. On the day she vanished, Kate had mentioned having some problems, but refused to elaborate. Her parents didn't recall this conversation until days later. Unfortunately, this information didn't aid the search, as weeks passed and Kate remained missing. Her parents felt the police weren't doing enough, given Kate's troubled past. However, in August, the case gained new life when a group of former police officers, led by lawyer Andy Savage, took it up. This group had been privately investigating unresolved cases, and Kate Waring's case had caught their attention. The team of 5 individuals, all with extensive police experience, began investigating Kate's disappearance. Former Detective James Randall was the first to examine Kate's bedroom, where he found 2 suspicious elements. The first was a packet of medication that Kate regularly took, which was concerning because her parents confirmed she would never intentionally stop taking it. Therefore, the fact that the packet was left at home was alarming. The second suspicious element was Chinese currency on Kate's bed, which was peculiar because her parents had no idea where she had obtained it or why she needed it. The team then involved Bobby Mitter, an expert in gathering online information about individuals and tracking them. His skills proved invaluable, and he quickly discovered that on the night of her disappearance, around 10 p.m., Kate had called her friend James, who did not answer the phone. Instead, she left him a very troubling voicemail, claiming someone had stolen her credit cards. The investigation also revealed that her phone was last active at 1:53 a.m., when for some reason she called her own voicemail. Further investigation led team member Lewis to discover that the call was made from the area of James Island, which was a few kilometers from Kate's house. Another team member, former homicide detective Eugene Fraser, made an intriguing discovery. He spoke with several acquaintances living in James Island and found it odd that Ethan Mack, who had voluntarily let the police inspect his home, did not actually live there. Instead, he rented an apartment in a nearby building, which Eugene was fortunate to uncover, because one of his acquaintances happened to be the landlord of the apartment Ethan had rented. Digging deeper, the detectives discovered that the police had barely scratched the surface in their investigation into Ethan. A cursory search of his mother's house was all they had done. The team decided to take matters into their own hands and uncovered a vital lead. Ethan had a girlfriend, Heather Camp. When they questioned Kate's parents about her, her mother recalled a peculiar encounter. Kate had met Heather on a train from Washington, D.C., about a month before her disappearance, when Kate was having issues with her Russian visa. Heather claimed her wallet had been stolen, leaving her penniless, and Kate sympathetically offered to lend her a substantial amount of money. Heather stated she had landed a pediatric surgeon position in South Carolina, set to start soon. Later, she announced her daughter had died in a New Jersey car crash, but her behavior was eerily calm, suggesting the news hadn't greatly affected her. The detectives also stumbled upon an intriguing fact. Heather was facing a fraud charge in Indiana for posing as a licensed doctor by falsifying documents. This new evidence forced them to re-examine the case from a different angle. They presented their findings to the police, but the authorities were surprisingly uncooperative and unwilling to continue the investigation. The team understood that the only way to get the police to take action was to gather irrefutable proof that linked Heather to Kate's disappearance. To achieve this, the team went to great lengths. They convinced the person who rented the apartment to Ethan Mack to install a secret camera outside his apartment door. Additionally, they placed a hidden GPS tracker in Ethan's car, enabling the team to track his movements and observe his activities. It didn't take long to yield results. After analyzing Ethan's travel patterns, the detectives found that he had visited numerous pawn shops across the city, selling small batches of various jewelry pieces. Although they couldn't confirm whether the jewelry belonged to Kate, the detectives believed they were getting close to a vital clue. After some time, Ethan and Heather faced a serious problem when their landlord threatened to evict them due to non-payment of rent. The team knew that if this happened, they would lose the opportunity to observe the couple's behavior and movements. To prevent this, they tried to persuade the landlord to change his mind. At the same time, the detectives quickly came up with a new plan. They asked the landlord to give Ethan and Heather more time to pay the rent, but only if they agreed to sign a contract promising to clear the debt. The strategy worked, and as soon as the landlord handed over the contract, the team sent it to the laboratory. The goal was to compare Ethan and Heather's handwriting on the contract with Kate's signature on the $4,000 check. This led to a significant breakthrough. The handwriting expert conclusively confirmed that the check signature was from the same person who had signed Heather's name on the contract, proving that Heather had forged Kate's signature. The team knew the police would be slow to act, so they came up with a new plan. They persuaded the landlord to cooperate and told Ethan that his apartment needed to be treated for insects. The team leader wore an exterminator suit and went to the apartment with the landlord. They waited until Ethan left the apartment, confirmed by his car moving away from the house before entering. However, they were met with an unwelcome surprise. Ethan was still at home. It turned out Heather was driving his car, but it was too late to abort the operation. The investigator had to improvise, insisting that fumigation was necessary, and asking Ethan to wait outside while the chemicals were sprayed. Ethan, none the wiser, agreed and left. Meanwhile, the investigator carefully searched the apartment for any evidence linking Ethan to Kate's disappearance. He searched Ethan's backpack and found Chinese money, the same notes found on Kate's bed. This was their first clue. Unfortunately, no other potential clues were found. The investigator and landlord pretended to finish the treatment and left. The team needed to regroup and devise another plan. Upon reviewing the footage from the camera in front of Ethan's apartment, detectives identified a frequent visitor, Terry Williams, a neighbor of the couple. They suspected Williams might have information about Ethan and Heather's involvement in Kate's disappearance, so they took a bold step. The team offered Williams a substantial sum of money in exchange for information about his friend's actions regarding Kate. They brought the money to Williams' apartment, but were met with an unexpected turn of events. At the time of the offer, Heather was at her home, where she overheard the entire conversation. Apparently, there was a prior discussion between Ethan and Williams. When the detective approached Williams, Heather panicked. She frantically called Ethan, explaining the situation. The investigation team was caught off guard and spent the following days struggling to determine their next move. In a shocking turn of events, Williams unexpectedly reached out to the detectives and asked them to come to his home to talk. When the detectives arrived at his apartment, Williams was surprisingly open and honest. He told them that although Ethan and Heather hadn't directly confided in him, he had had his suspicions about their involvement in Kate's disappearance. Williams then handed over an iPod he had received from Heather shortly after Kate went missing, which he had assumed belonged to Kate. The detectives analyzed the iPod and were able to trace its ownership to Kate using its serial number. This discovery provided the final piece of evidence needed to reopen the case. This time, the authorities couldn't ignore the evidence and finally arrested Ethan and Heather. During the initial interrogation, Heather agreed to cooperate with the authorities in exchange for a lighter sentence. She claimed Kate's body was located on Watala Island, approximately 20 miles from her residence. A police search team scoured the area all day but failed to find Kate's body. It became apparent that Heather had deliberately misled them. Andy Savage decided to employ a new tactic. Recognizing that Heather was likely directly involved in Kate's murder, he met with her and promised to help. Andy offered her a deal. In exchange for revealing the exact location of Kate's body, he would assist in getting her off the forgery charges. Heather, believing it was her only chance, agreed. She provided a detailed description of the location, indicating that Kate's body was still on the outskirts of Walhalla Island. The detectives, minus the police, decided to investigate the location without alerting the authorities. However, they faced disappointment and did not find Kate's body. The next day, they returned and made a discovery. They found the remains of the young woman. Although the forensic doctors could not determine the cause of death, the perpetrator soon began to confess. In August 2009, Heather signed a confession for murder, obstruction of justice, and bank check forgery. It was discovered that she had been committing fraud for years and had targeted Kate as her next victim during a trip from Washington. Later, she met Ethan and began a relationship with him. Ethan's trial began in October 2010, during which the prosecution presented Heather's testimony to reconstruct the events surrounding Kate's disappearance. According to Heather, on the day Kate vanished, Kate discovered that Heather had deceived her and stolen her credit cards. Kate threatened to inform her father, which would likely lead to police involvement. Heather confided in Ethan, who sided with her despite his long-standing friendship with Kate. The investigation revealed that Kate was not alone with Ethan that night. Heather was also present. It appears that the pair attempted to negotiate with Kate at the restaurant to prevent her from exposing the deception. Heather may have promised to return the stolen credit cards and money, which were at Ethan's apartment when the three arrived. The court questioned Heather's account and ultimately sentenced her to 39 years in prison. Ethan received a slightly lighter sentence of 25 years, largely due to Heather also being charged with fraud. Nova Welsh was born in Jamaica on June 1957. She had a loving family where everyone looked out for one another. When she was 10, she and her family relocated to the United Kingdom to start a new life. By the age of 16, she had found herself a boyfriend and had left her family's house to move in with him when she got pregnant with their first child. They ended up having 2 children, Jonathan and Leah. They lived in a 3-story apartment in Lighthorn Avenue in Ladywood, Birmingham. Osmond Bell, Nova's boyfriend and the father of her children, was a violent person, and more often than not, they both get into arguments. Those close to Nova were aware of the toxic relationship between her and Osmond Bell. Nova had once told her sister, Valerie Welsh, that Osmond had hit her occasionally, and their neighbors who lived just below their flat said the couple would always get into arguments while raising their voices. After some time, Nova Welsh became unhappy living with Osmond Bell, and her initial love for him began to dwindle and eventually vanished, due to his constant abuse. She then found a new love and started dating and going out with another man called Wayne Newby. Just like every normal relationship, Wayne Newby often visited Nova Welsh in her flat. But this wasn't approved by Osmond Bell, who didn't like seeing another man. This caused further problems in their relationship as they constantly argued about her going out at night. According to Nova Welsh's stepsister, Sonia, the couple had a heated argument in June of 1981. Sonia, who was in the apartment at the time, said she heard screaming and went into the kitchen to see what the problem was, only to find a terrified Nova and an angry Osmond Bell who had a dishcloth wrapped around his hands. Clearly seeing and sensing trouble in the air, Sonia decided to call the police even though Osmond Bell had told her not to. The police eventually came around, but Nova Welsh didn't make a complaint against Osmond Bell. She told the police that they had been arguing and she wanted him to leave. Osmond Bell eventually left the apartment in the early days of July 1981. Since the apartment was rented in Nova's name, had lashed out because he couldn't stand by and see another man coming into the flat. Probably made him feel small. By the time all these were happening, Nova Welsh's family had moved to the United States of America with the hope of having her and her 2 sons join them soon. Nova was loved by everyone and easily found family and friends. She was outspoken and had friends whom she told her relationship ordeals. She had once told her friend, Joan Campbell, that Osmond Bell had grabbed her round the neck so tight that she complained to him that it hurt. She also showed her friend, Pauline Davis, the marks on her neck. She said Osmond Bell had tried to strangle her because she went out at night. Days after he left, Osmond Bell would write threatening letters to Nova Welsh telling her if he couldn't have her, then nobody could. He had also threatened to kill her in one of his letters that said, "If you don't have me back, then you know what I will have to do." Nova Welsh cut all ties with him and focused on her new relationship with Wayne Newby. On the 27th of July, 1981, Nova Welsh stopped answering her phone. Her mother, Lorna Welsh, had tried to call her from the United States to confirm when she would be coming to join the family, but the 24-year-old mother of two wouldn't pick her calls and had disappeared with no trace. Her friends were equally surprised about her sudden disappearance because it was very unlike her to leave without informing anyone. According to her friends, before her disappearance, she had dropped off her two children with her ex-lover, Osmond Bell, and had gone out dancing with her new boyfriend Wayne Newby and a group of friends. She returned that evening but appeared upset. Neighbors said that they had heard crying and fighting coming from Nova's apartment on the day she disappeared. They felt it was a usual occurrence as her ex-lover was known to be violent and abusive. Weeks went by without a word from Nova. Her mother became even more distressed that she couldn't get a hold of her daughter. Nova Welsh didn't show up at her job where she worked as a part-time cleaner. Her disappearance was getting worrisome to everybody around her. So, 2 weeks later, on August 9, 1981, Lorna Edmond, her best friend, reported her missing to the police. The police then came into her apartment to search for clues that could have led to her disappearance. While they were investigating her case, Osmond Bell was interviewed by the police. He knew she was missing but never reported it to the police, claiming that he thought she had ran away with her new boyfriend or visited her family in the United States. His explanation seemed logical enough, and without evidence, the police were forced to release him. The search for Nova continued. On August 12, 1981, Nova's friend, Lorna Edmond, received an anonymous letter saying that the author's boyfriend had seen Nova and the same guy she had been out with night before grabbed her and hit her. The writer was implying that Wayne Newby had something to do with Nova Welsh's disappearance. The police investigated the letter and still had no clue on what had happened to Nova Welsh. The forensics determined the letter to be truly written by a female. The police who had interviewed Wayne Newby before called him in for another round of interrogation. He still maintained that he had nothing to do with Nova Welsh's disappearance. On August 18, 1981, there was a shocking discovery made in the flat where Nova Welsh lived. Neighbors reported an awful smell coming from somewhere in Nova's apartment. When the maintenance team came around to search the apartment, a strong smell pulled them towards the stairs. Just beneath it, they discovered a utility cupboard, and in it lies Nova's decomposed body, covered in a blanket and newspapers. Nova Welsh, whom the police and the public had been looking for, was in her apartment, dead and rotting away. According to her autopsy results, Nova had suffered from a broken neck which led to her death. Her death came as a shock to everyone in her community. Her family in Miami was informed about the discovery, and they were so sad and heartbroken. In a bid to find the perpetrator of this evil act, the police started their investigation. The first suspect that came to mind was Osmond Bell. He was then arrested and held in custody for 4 days while the police did their initial investigation. The issue of the letter Lorna Edmond had received was brought up, and the police asked Osmond Bell if he knew anything about the author of the letter. He, however, denied it. Due to lack of sufficient evidence to link Osmond Bell to the killing, they were forced to release him again. The police did all they could to find Nova Welsh's murderer, but all efforts was in vain. After a while, the case went cold for 35 years. In 2016, when there was a significant advancement in DNA technology, detectives from the cold case department were going through cold cases. They became particularly focused and hopeful in Nova Welsh's case. Her file contained a piece of chewing gum that was used to close secure the cupboard door of where her body had been found, and also, there was the letter that had been sent to Lorna Edmond. Having taken the evidence to a crime lab, they found out that the DNA on the chewing gum is the same as the DNA on the seal of the letter. After that, they got a court order to secure DNA from the initial suspects in 1981. Osmond Bell's DNA was taken and compared with that of the chewing gum and letter. Fortunately, there was a match. He was then arrested and had his trial started in February of 2017. At the court, witnesses took their stand, citing his abusive nature and the letters he had written to Nova Welsh threatening to kill her if she left him. Nova Welsh's neighbors, Carmen and Wendell Turner, who lived in the flat below, had heard what appeared to be the cupboard door being forcibly shut on the night Nova Welsh disappeared on July 26, 1981. At around 12:30 a.m. in the early hours of the next day, Carmen and Wendell Turner heard two bangs. They said the second bang sounded like somebody was kicking the door. Carmen said the noise could have come from the cupboard. The prosecution of the case argued that despite finding out that Nova Welsh was missing, Osmond Bell never reported to the police because he is the killer. He further mentioned that the letter and the seal of the envelope was taken for testing for DNA and it matched with that of Osmond Bell. The prosecution said he sealed the envelope to divert suspicion onto Wayne Newby, which it did at the time. However, Osmond Bell had a different opinion to that, saying his DNA must have appeared on the letter when he touched it while being subjected to a dark and terrible interrogation in the days after Nova Welsh's body was found. He claimed that during a break in police interviews, he was left alone in the room where he had been allowed to touch and read the letter. When asked by his attorney, Jeremy Dine, if he had ever been in the cupboard where Nova Welsh's body was found, he said he had been there up to 3 times while running a business restoring washing machines from a nearby garage. Osmond Bell mentioned that he had also been in the cupboard with his business partner and his brother. He said in court, the very first time we went in was to gain access to the pipe. We were going to attach a hose to the stopcock. He further claimed to have used a discarded piece of gum as a form of filler in order to secure the door after he had forced it open. He said he had secured the cupboard by using the screws that were there and also used a chewing gum in place of glue. To him, all these explains why his DNA was found on the letter and chewing gum. Osmond Bell fervently denied killing Nova Welsh. In his words, he said, "We had 2 wonderful children and, although we had our differences towards the end, you do have feelings for the mother of your children." The prosecutor, who wasn't buying Osmond Bell's lies, said, "It's a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance of the DNA not matching Osmond Bell. He is the man that tampered with the lock on the cupboard door and hid the body there. It would be an extreme coincidence if the killer was somebody other than Osmond Bell." However, after a long 6 weeks trial, the court determined that the murder had not been premeditated. The judge said Osmond Bell got into a fit of rage when he found out that Nova Welsh was seeing another man. Some people seemed to disagree with the judge, citing letters Osmond had written to Nova Welsh, threatening to kill her if she left him. They concluded that it was indeed premeditated. Regardless, Osmond Bell was cleared of murder but was convicted of manslaughter by an 11-1 majority verdict at the Birmingham Crown Court. He was then sentenced to 12 years in prison. The judge said he would serve half of his time in prison and the other half on license. Nova Welsh's family and friends are happy for the eventual justice and closure they now have. Nova Welsh's sister, Valerie Welsh, said the family had forgiven her sister's killer. In her words, "To be honest, my family and we forgive him, but he still need to pay for what he done." Lorna Edmond, Nova's best friend, said, "Nova was a lovely person, always happy and smiling. She was a devoted mother who loved her 2 boys very much. I often think about the old times and the things we used to do. I still miss Nova and only hope that her family can now find some peace. Nova can rest in peace knowing that justice has been done. I will never forget her. Till we meet again, Nova. Love, your friend Lorna." Nova's mom, Lorna Welsh, said, "Finally, after 36 long years, Nova can rest in peace. The family can now have closure knowing the person who took Nova's life has been brought to justice. I would sincerely like to thank everyone involved in bringing this case to court." In her victim's impact statements, Lorna Welsh said that Nova was gentle, loving, and full of life, and that but the unfortunate and tragic loss of her life prevented her from seeing her children grow up as young adults. Recently, many cold cases are being solved. Families of murder victims now have a glimmer of hope. We hope that the perpetrators of evil acts be brought to justice before they get a chance to go 6 feet under the ground. The chilling case of Grace Mullane. Grace Emmy Rose Mullane was born on December 2, 1996, in Wickford, Essex, to her parents Jillian and David Mullane. She was the youngest of her 3 siblings and was known to be a lovely, outgoing, fun-loving, and family-oriented daughter who loved creativity and the arts. Given the family's close bond, Grace maintained daily contact with her siblings and parents even while she had been away at the University of Lincoln, where she studied advertising and marketing. In 2018, 21-year-old Grace Mullane finally graduated with a bachelor's degree in advertising and marketing. Like most young people around that age, Grace decided that she would celebrate the end of her university education with a gap year before she settled down into a steady career. She decided to take a year out to travel South America before heading to New Zealand to tour there. She set out for a 10-month solo adventure in October 2018, initially visiting Peru before setting off for South America on November 19th. Grace arrived in New Zealand and checked into the base backpackers hostel in Auckland, ready for a 2-week stay traveling around the Upper North Island. It was in New Zealand that Grace met up with her Tinder match, a 28-year-old man named Jesse Kempson, on December 1st, 2018. Jesse Kempson was born on December 28, 1991, in Lower Hutt, New Zealand, but he grew up in Wellington. His parents separated when he was young, and for a time he was raised by his grandparents. He moved to Australia with his mother as a teenager, but by 2016, he had returned to New Zealand and was living in a boarding house in Wellington. Little did Grace know that Jesse had a more sinister side to him. Jesse was known to be a very charming lad, and he used that to his advantage to manipulate people. He couldn't hold a job or accommodation because of his compulsive lies. On one occasion, Jesse lied to his former landlord that he was a professional softball player, freshly signed up by New Zealand's national softball team, the Black Sox, and claimed that his contract money was coming, so that he could pay for rent. This went on for 2 months, only for the landlord to find out from the Black Sox management that nobody knew who he was. Unfortunately, the landlord found out also that he fled to another place without his knowledge, leaving him more than $1,700 out of pocket. At times, he had also claimed to have a bachelor's degree in international law, come from a family of millionaires who were looking to buy a top Auckland restaurant, and have contacts within Immigration New Zealand, and many other lies he mentioned to people. In reality, Jesse was nothing more than a fantasist who could only impress people with exaggerated stories. His former roommates in a boarding house in Green Lane found him unsettling and untrustworthy before he eventually moved into city life apartments. On another occasion, a woman he lived with claimed he stole money from her home and fled, leaving his city life landlord thousands of dollars short after Jesse lied that he got paid monthly and still failed to make rent payments. Jesse remained an enigma to many, fabricating his way through life and seemingly evading consequences repeatedly. Back in the hostel where Grace was staying, she was happily conversing with Jesse. The unsuspecting 21-year-old Grace was charmed by Jesse, even sending a text to her close friend Anna back home, telling her that she clicked with the guy. As it was a Saturday and her 22nd birthday was the next day, Grace didn't want to spend it alone and decided to go out to celebrate. She decided to meet up with Jesse Kempson, as he lived 5 minutes down the road from where Grace was staying, and they needed to get to know each other better. On the day the Tinder matches were supposed to, Grace got ready for her big night out and felt nothing but excitement and optimism for the evening ahead. Grace left the base backpackers hostel in Auckland at 6 p.m. and went into the city center streets, dressed in a black dress and carrying a small handbag, unaware of the tragic turn of events that was about to unfold. The evening appeared to be going well, and the two visited a room with blue-colored walls before leaving together around 9:30 p.m. The next day was Grace's 22nd birthday, but she was not responding to the birthday wishes from her family and friends. This silence caused concern and panic, especially among her family members. It was unusual for Grace, as she would regularly update her family about her trip, bombarding them with details and pictures of her adventures. Grace's parents contacted the Auckland police and reported her as missing on December 5th. The detectives did not initially suspect any foul play, as they learned that Grace had not returned to the hostel on the night of December 1st, and thought that perhaps she was staying with some new friends. It did not take long to trace Grace's whereabouts on the night she disappeared due to the extensive network of CCTV cameras around the city, and the mysterious man she was seen with that night was identified as Jesse Kempson. On the night Jesse was going to meet Grace, he dropped by a local bar, the Blue Stone Room, right next to the City Life Hotel where he was living. Jesse was observed consuming 4 bottles of beer, half an hour before their scheduled meeting with Grace, appearing solitary in a drinking establishment, away from the main commercial area of Milan. Meanwhile, Grace was already at the base of the Sky Tower, the location they had agreed to meet, demonstrating her eagerness to potentially commence a holiday romance. The Sky Tower is very well known in New Zealand's biggest city and is one of the most obvious icons on the city's skyline, visible for miles around and the focus of many events. Most importantly, it is highly public and the sort of location where Grace would have felt safer to meet someone. As Jesse arrived, the pair recognized each other almost immediately, and he hugged her as she smiled and moved towards him. Their first stop was a burger restaurant and bar on the first floor of the adjacent Sky City complex. Their entire time together at Sky City was caught on camera, and the footage showed them chatting as they went up on an escalator to Andy's Burger and Bar, where they ordered cocktails from a barman and moved on to a table to talk. An hour and a half later, they left the bar and headed back outside and onto a restaurant less than a block away, the Mexican Cafe. After consuming 2 jugs of margarita and 1 of sangria, they left the cafe and headed to the Blue Stone Room where he had been drinking alone earlier. At 8:40 p.m., Jesse put his hand behind Grace's head and pulled it towards his, kissing her for a second or so. Over the next hour, they kissed several times more, only stopping briefly while Kempson walked out of shot, and Grace checked her phone, as it turned out, sending her final message to her friend Anna. Then Grace also walked out of the shot. Jesse had gone onto his phone to post a message on her Facebook profile picture, saying she was beautiful and very radiant, an act that led the detectives right to him. Soon after 9:30 p.m., the footage showed them leaving and heading to the lobby of the City Life Hotel, where they entered the lift. Jesse searched for his keycard as they made their way towards room 308. What happened in room 308 after the couple arrived is unknown, apart from the fact that Jesse murdered Grace. By 1:30 a.m., Grace was found dead inside the room. It is clear that Grace never left the building, and Jesse did not call emergency services or even ask for help when she died. After Grace's death, Jesse carried out several internet searches, which indicated not only how unconcerned he was about her death, but how he was actively planning to conceal it. Using his mobile phone, he searched for information on the most intense fires and the ranges of waiter care. He also searched for the location where he would later try to bury Grace in a shallow grave. The perpetrator then browsed a website to watch videos. Jesse also took 7 intimate photographs of Grace's dead body, including close-ups, manipulating her body to get the shots he wanted. The following morning, with Grace still lying dead in room 308, he texted another woman he had met on Tinder, trying to arrange a date for later that day. Shortly after, he was again captured on CCTV footage, moving from his room to a leisure store to purchase a suitcase, and then to a supermarket to acquire some cleaning supplies. He then rented a red Toyota hatchback vehicle, and as Grace lay deceased in his hotel room, he departed in the afternoon to meet up with the woman he had been exchanging text messages with earlier in the day at a bar named Rory, located in the fashionable Ponsonby suburb. Soon after meeting him at the Rory bar, he told her that all his friends were police officers and that his closest friend was coming to New Zealand to be a Crown prosecutor. When they discussed a murder trial she had once attended, he told her it was crazy how people can make one wrong move and go to jail for the rest of their lives. He then went on to say that he had heard about a guy who asked his girlfriend to have rough sex, but it had gone wrong and she had died in the process, which made the woman uncomfortable. Jesse continued with his lies for the rest of the conversation, and she became increasingly uneasy. When she left the bar, despite her anxiety, Jesse later texted her asking for another date, which she turned down. After he returned to his room around 5:45 p.m. on December 2nd, he hired a rug doctor machine to thoroughly clean the carpet, telling the shopkeeper he needed it to remove a red wine stain. Later, he parked his rental car outside the hotel, retrieved a trolley from the reception, went upstairs and came back with the trolley, which was now carrying 2 large suitcases, one of which matched the one he had purchased earlier. He loaded the cases into the car and moved it to a nearby car park. The silver suitcase contained Grace's body, while the second case was used as a cover to avoid suspicion. Throughout the day, the CCTV revealed he changed his clothes repeatedly. Early the next day, at around 6:15 a.m., Jesse was spotted leaving the hotel and driving off in his car, stopping only to buy a shovel at a store out of town. By that time, Grace's parents were concerned after she did not reply to birthday wishes they sent her. 3 days later, Grace was reported missing by her parents, and a huge hunt got underway on the 7th of December, 2018. Grace's father, David Mullane, arrived in New Zealand to make an emotional appeal for any information about his daughter's disappearance. Jesse had been identified by a detective as a suspect after Grace's mother had noticed that he had left a message on her Facebook page at 9:29 p.m. on the 1st of December, just 11 minutes before they left the Blue Stone room and went to his room. Jesse was interrogated for the first time by Detective Diana Levinson. He claimed that he had met Grace, but they parted at 10 p.m. on Saturday, and that was the last time he saw her. In the meantime, the detectives had acquired the CCTV footage from the hotel, which proved he was lying. By the time of his second interview, he had no choice but to admit to killing Grace, relying instead on the excuse that she had died during sex by accident, after she asked him to choke her in an attempt to make sex more pleasurable. Following the interview, he was arrested and took officers to Grace's body. Grace's body was found on the 9th of December at around 4 p.m. She had been buried off Scenic Drive in the Waiheat Care Rangers Regional Park, and a post-mortem examination was done on the 10th of December. The autopsy determined that Grace had been strangled, and the bruises on her body were consistent with being restrained. The murder trial began in Auckland on November 4, 2019. Kempson attempted to explain Grace's death as being accidental after a rough encounter had gone wrong, but the jury rejected his claim and found him guilty. Jesse Kempson was convicted of murder on the 22nd of November 2019, when he was 28 years old. During his trial, he was described as a sociopath who made some of the women he met or communicated with on Tinder highly uncomfortable. It later emerged that he took another British tourist out on a Tinder date before bringing her back to his Auckland motel room 8 months before he met Grace. Jesse sexually assaulted the tourist, then 21, while she lay on the bed crying and frozen with fear after she refused to have sex with him. She kept the attack secret until she recognized Jesse from media coverage the day he was charged with Grace's murder. Another of the women he communicated with on the internet, who was wary of meeting him, shared a series of messages in which he detailed his sexual preferences and admitted to her why he enjoyed doing what he did. It was speculated that Jesse's desire for domination was the underlying factor that led to Grace's tragic demise. In another trial, he was convicted of terrorizing his former girlfriend over months, subjecting her to violent assaults, threatening her with a butcher's knife, and forcing her into humiliating acts after telling her he had been sent by the CIA to kill her. Jesse was unwilling to accept what he had done and showed no remorse. On the 21st of February 2020, Jesse was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum non-parole period of 17 years. Grace's story has raised awareness about the importance of safety for travelers, especially young women, exploring the world. It has sparked initiatives and support networks to empower individuals and enhance safety measures. As we remember Grace, we honor her memory by advocating for safer travel experiences and raising awareness about the risks that travelers may face. Her legacy serves as a reminder that no one should experience harm while exploring the world. In the end, Grace Emmy Rose Millane's legacy will be one of remembrance and hope. May her memory inspire us to continue working towards a world where travel is safe and where every individual, no matter where they are, is free from harm and can pursue their dreams. 20-year-old Renee Blackmore was an Army private. She was stationed at Fort Benning in Georgia in April of 1982. She was last seen leaving her barracks. A month later, in May 1982, Renee's wallet and sweater were discovered beside a road a few miles from the Army post. Then in June, Renee's body was found on a logging road a few miles away. Investigators determined that someone fatally shot her. Despite an extensive investigation, it took a few decades for investigators to find the person responsible. Then, in April 2022, investigators announced that 64-year-old Marcellus McCluser was arrested in connection to the case. He is already serving a life sentence for an unrelated slaying. Kimberly Schwartz, who is the Assistant District Attorney of the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit, had this to say. "We know that she didn't get to celebrate her 21st birthday. We don't know who she might have loved or the relationship she might have built, what dreams she might have realized. All of those things got extinguished by a blast from a cheap shotgun about 2 miles from the middle of nowhere down in South Chattahoochee County 40 years ago. There is no expiration date on that kind of evil." Renee's mother, Donna Reitman, said in a statement that her daughter was a focused young woman who loved laughing and having fun with friends. "I have lived these 40 years always feeling the pain her absence causes," Ryman said, "and believing no one outside of her family and friends even cared. It is with a grateful heart that on March 28, 2022, this belief was shown to be untrue." Investigators haven't said what exactly led to the arrest, but said McCluster had always been a suspect. They just never had enough evidence. The investigation gained new life in 2020 when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation formed a cold case unit made up of retired agents. McCluster is currently awaiting trial. Brittany Drexel was born in Rochester, New York on October 7, 1991. Her mother is Dawn Drexel. In her teens, Brittany aspired to a career in nursing, cosmetology, or modeling. She suffered from depression. In April 2009, 17-year-old Brittany asked Dawn if she could go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina over spring break with her boyfriend, John Greco, and some other friends. Dawn refused, since she did not know any of the other teenagers, and there were no adults on the trip. She also had a bad feeling about it. Dawn's refusal led to an argument between her and Brittany for the next few days. Then, on the 22nd, Brittany asked her mom if she could go to her friend's house for a few days. Dawn agreed. Instead of going to her friend's house, Brittany left for Myrtle Beach that day with her friends. Her boyfriend John did not go along due to work commitments. She and her friends stayed at the Bar Harbor Hotel. 3 days after arriving there, Brittany called Dawn to tell her that she was at the beach. This did not alarm Dawn as she believed it was a beach close to home and not Myrtle Beach. That evening around 8 p.m., Brittany left her friends at the Bar Harbor Hotel beachfront. She then walked about 2 miles south down South Ocean Boulevard to visit a friend of hers. The friend is 20-year-old Peter Borisowitz, who is a nightclub promoter. They met a few years back in Rochester, New York. He was also vacationing in Myrtle Beach, and he was staying at the Blue Water Resort with his friends. There are security footage at the Blue Water Resort showing her entering the building. She was carrying a beige purse and wearing a black and white tank top, flip-flops, and shorts. The cameras captured her leaving around 8:45 p.m. After leaving, Brittany started texting John. They texted back and forth until 9:15 p.m. Her text then suddenly stopped. John got worried, so he called her friends at Myrtle Beach to see if they knew where she was or what had happened. When they couldn't help him, he decided to call Dawn. This was the first time she had heard that Brittany had gone to Myrtle Beach. She tried reaching Brittany, but when that failed, she called Rochester police so they could contact Myrtle Beach police to help find Brittany. The next morning, Myrtle Beach police started to look for her. They followed her movements and took a look at the security footage from Blue Water Resort. They also questioned Broswitz as he was the last person to have seen her. Thereafter, they searched Brittany's hotel room. All of the clothing she had packed was there, but not her cell phone or her purse could be found. With the help of cell phone towers and service providers, the police tracked her phone on a path leading 60 miles south of Myrtle Beach in an area near the Georgetown-Charleston County line. The pings from the phone had stopped abruptly early on the morning of April 26th. This was the morning after she had last been seen. Areas around there and Myrtle Beach where a body might have been disposed of were then searched for nearly 2 weeks. In 2011, investigators searched an apartment in Georgetown County, but this resulted in no useful leads. Brittany's case was featured on Dr. Phil. Dawn and Brosowitz had several confrontations on the show. Brosowitz seemed to be more concerned at the damage to his reputation than his longtime friend being missing. Dawn permanently relocated to Myrtle Beach to be close to where Brittany was last seen and better monitor the progress of the investigation. Don's theory was that Brittany went to Myrtle Beach because she had been promised something of interest, such as a modeling job. Don believed that her daughter had been trafficked. Myrtle Beach police claimed this was not the case as there was not trafficking in the area. This is complete nonsense as Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is located, is listed as the #1 county in South Carolina for reported trafficking victims. In the years since Brittany has disappeared, there have been a lot of theories and suspects and false confessions, but I decided it's not necessary to cover all of it in this video. In early May 2022, Georgetown County deputies arrested 62-year-old Raymond Moody in connection to Brittany's disappearance. We learned that he had been a person of interest for a decade. A week after being arrested on May 11, 2022, investigators found human remains buried in the woods off a gated private drive outside Georgetown. The remains were identified as Brittany's using DNA and dental records. The arrest warrants alleged she had been strangled by Moody on the day that she was last seen and buried on the following day. Don had this to say at a press conference. "This is truly a mother's nightmare. I am mourning my beautiful daughter Brittany as I have been for 13 years, but today it's bittersweet. We are much closer to the closure and peace that we have been desperately hoping for. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter. The search for Brittany is now a pursuit of Brittany's justice. Is currently being held without bail at the Georgetown County Jail. As this case is still unfolding at this point in time, we do not yet know how investigators came to identify Moody as the one who took Brittany's life. We also don't know why he did what he did." Sheriff Carter Weaver said at the press conference, "The why may never be known or understood. But today this task force can confidently and without hesitation answer the rest of those questions, along with the who is responsible. To the Drexel family, we mourn with you and pray for you as you cope with the tragedy of 13 years ago. No one deserves to go through this, and our hearts go out to you. Our only hope is that this finding allows your family to grieve properly for Brittany. We know that Brittany's body was found 2.5 miles from a motel where Moody had been staying when she went missing. We also know that Moody spent 21 years in prison for abducting and assaulting a 9-year-old California girl. He was considered a suspect in a lot of similar cases but never charged. While I was writing the script for the video, new information came out. We now know that Moody confessed to the crime. Prosecutors now say that Brittany left the Blue Water Resort and voluntarily got into a car somewhere nearby. She was then driven 35 miles south to Georgetown County, where she was held against her will. She was then assaulted and strangled at a boat ramp on Santee River and then buried in the wooded area. Georgetown County Sheriff's Office said that those details are from Moody and warned that the information should be taken with a pinch of salt. Deputies also said that Moody was the one that led authorities to Brittany's body. This heavily implicates him, as how else would he have known where she was buried? Police said Moody had been pulled over for speeding on April 26, 2009 in the town of Surfside. This was a day after she was last seen and a day after he buried her body. But just think how amazing it would have been if they caught this asshole there and then. Monica Diane Sanders was born April 15, 1968 to Doris and James Sanders. She was described as a sweet, kind-hearted person that loved children. She graduated from Falk High School and became a fifth-year ballet student. On August 21, 1988, 20-year-old Monica went to a dance club, formerly called The Pines, on Highway 67 in Texarkana, Arkansas, which is now called Electric Cowboy. Her friends were ready to leave before she was, so a man named Johnny offered to give her a ride home so she could stay. She was later seen leaving with 26-year-old Johnny Westbrook, a man that lived only a couple of blocks from her family. Monica had planned a birthday party for her 7-year-old sister, Christy, the very next day, but she never showed up. Concerned, her mother walked over to the neighbor's house where Monica was supposed to have stayed the night. However, Monica was nowhere to be found. They quickly went to police to report her missing, but were frustratedly told that they had to wait 48 hours before making the report. Sadly, 9 days later, her body was found in Mercer Bayou in a wooded area in Texarkana. Investigators say she had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and shot 3 times in the chest, and her teeth had been knocked out. Strangely, her killer neatly folded her clothing and placed them along with her boots next to her body. The man she left the club with that night, Johnny Westbrook, was later arrested and charged with her murder. There were 3 suspected accomplices as well: David Brown, Kendall Payne, and Rick Flippo. One was arrested, but the charges were dropped. The other men were never charged, but all 4 reportedly failed a lie detector test. While interviewing Johnny, police noticed he had 3 scratches on his torso the day after she went missing. They took pictures and questioned him about the scratches, but he gave conflicting stories on how he received them. However, this info was never turned into the jury during his trial for first-degree murder, and Johnny would be acquitted. Her family believes someone out there knows what happened, and they pray that they come forward to give them closure. Because Monica was known for her love of children, the Fox City Park was renamed Monica Sanders Memorial Park. Sadly, it was later vandalized, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of Angie Houseman. Angie Houseman was born on February 18, 1984, in St. Louis, Missouri. Her father left before she was born, so she never had the chance to know him. When Angie was 1 year old, her mother remarried a man named Ronald, with whom she later had a son. Angie had a good relationship with her stepfather and shared a close bond with her younger brother. She was a warm, sociable child who made friends easily. Angie grew up with her family in a peaceful suburban neighborhood in St. Louis. In 1993, when Angie was 9 years old, she was in the 4th grade at a local elementary school located just over a mile from her home. She traveled to school by bus, boarding at a nearby stop, and her parents felt comfortable letting her go on her own because of how close it was. Angie typically walked to and from the bus stop with other children from the neighborhood. Several parents kept watch from their windows, making sure the children arrived home safely. It was a long-standing neighborhood custom for residents to look out for one another's children and ensure their safe return from the bus stop. On November 18th, Angie followed her normal routine and went to school, finishing the day at 3 p.m. She boarded the school bus with several neighborhood children and got off at her usual stop. Because the other kids lived closer to the stop, they continued ahead, leaving Angie to walk the short remaining distance home by herself. When Angie did not arrive home, something that was highly unusual, her parents became concerned about half an hour later. They decided to retrace Angie's regular route from the house to the bus stop in hopes of finding her. Along the way, they spoke with other students from her school, who confirmed that Angie had gotten off the bus with them and was heading toward her home. They also questioned neighbors who typically watched over the children, but those neighbors had been occupied that day and had not noticed anything out of the ordinary. Despite searching the area with the help of friends, Angie's parents were unable to locate her. As night fell, Angie's parents contacted the police for help. Officers quickly began searching for her. Given the cold weather, it seemed unlikely that Angie had simply wandered off, leading investigators to suspect that something more serious may have occurred. Their concern was intensified by a recent kidnapping attempt in the neighborhood involving an 11-year-old girl just 10 days earlier. In that incident, a man had approached the girl as she stepped off her school bus and attempted to pull her into nearby bushes, but she managed to escape. Since the suspect had not yet been caught, police considered the possibility that he could be connected to Angie's disappearance. Police brought in trained scent tracking dogs, which picked up Angie's trail near the bus stop. The dogs followed the scent for roughly halfway to her home before losing it. This led investigators to believe that Angie may have entered a vehicle at that point, raising serious concerns that she had been abducted. Authorities also deployed helicopters equipped with specialized sensors to search the area and check the banks of a nearby stream close to Angie's home. Despite these efforts, neither Angie nor any of her belongings were found. The initial day of searching for Angie produced no results, leading police to seek help from the media. News of her disappearance quickly spread across the city, resulting in more than 300 calls to the police department within the first 24 hours. To manage the influx of tips, over 20 additional officers were assigned to the case. Despite the extensive response, none of the leads resulted in finding Angie. Detectives examined every possible angle, and early in the investigation, Angie's stepfather came under scrutiny. He denied any involvement in her disappearance, insisting that he would never harm her. In an effort to clear his name, He agreed to undergo a polygraph test and other evaluations, urging investigators to concentrate on finding Angie rather than focusing on him. The investigation also uncovered Angie's biological father, who had never had direct contact with his daughter. However, Angie's mother reported that he had been seen driving past their home on several occasions, watching Angie play outside. While this behavior raised concerns among detectives, the man was able to provide a solid alibi that was verified. On the third day after Angie went missing, the FBI joined the local police in the investigation, prompting even more officers to be assigned to the case. By that point, it had become clear to everyone involved that something terrible had likely happened to Angie, as the freezing temperatures made it improbable that she could have survived on her own. A new lead soon emerged when a witness reported seeing a suspicious man slowly driving a blue sedan through Angie's neighborhood. The description closely matched that provided by a young girl who had narrowly escaped an abduction attempt just 10 days before Angie disappeared. Police produced a composite sketch of the suspect and released it to the media. Thousands of flyers featuring the sketch were distributed by volunteers, but despite the widespread exposure, the man's identity remained unknown. As the case gained national attention, it was covered on television, attracting even more leads. The police carefully examined each new lead, but none of them led to Angie's discovery. The case also drew in psychics. They began calling Angie's home to share their alleged visions. One psychic claimed that Angie was alive and even provided a specific location where she was being held, a large national park 25 miles from her home. However, the detectives did not give any credence to these claims. A reward of $10,000 was offered to anyone who could provide information about Angie's disappearance, which led to a large number of tips being submitted. During the investigation, detectives discovered a concerning detail. Angie had told her teacher a few days before she vanished that she planned to go on a nature trip with her uncle. However, Angie's parents were unaware of any uncle, and it seemed Angie had fabricated this story. This led investigators to consider the possibility that Angie might have known her abductor beforehand and referred to them as her uncle. Unfortunately, the conversation with her teacher did not provide any information about this mysterious individual. The investigation stalled, with no progress made in the following days. On November 27th, 9 days after Angie's disappearance, an important development in the case occurred. A hunter contacted the police, reporting that he had found a body in the woods of a national park. Upon arriving at the scene, police were met with a disturbing sight. A young girl's body was tied to a tree, naked, with her head completely wrapped in tape except for her nose. Her hands were also bound with handcuffs. Near where the body was found, they found a bag containing personal items, which were quickly identified as Angie's. Among the belongings were notebooks with her name. After being transferred to the medical examiner, a detailed examination of the body revealed additional shocking facts. The removal of tape from her head uncovered a piece of underwear lodged in her mouth. The autopsy results indicated that Angie's death had occurred only a few hours before the body was discovered. This suggested she was held captive for 9 days, only to be left to freeze to death at the scene. Experts further determined that Angie suffered numerous injuries and had been sexually assaulted during her ordeal. Forensic analysts carefully inspected every piece of evidence collected from the crime scene and identified a fingerprint on the tape used to wrap Angie's head. They cross-referenced this evidence against potential suspects in their database, but unfortunately, this led to no new leads. The discovery of the body accelerated the police investigation, prompting the allocation of additional resources to help solve the case. The community was shocked by the extreme brutality of the crime and was deeply concerned for their children's safety, with many escorting their kids to bus stops and keeping a close watch over them at all times. A few days after Angie's discovery, concerns escalated further. On December 1st, a 10-year-old named Cassidy went missing from a nearby town, just 10 miles from Angie's home. Cassidy asked her mother for permission to visit friends who lived just a few hundred yards away, but then she disappeared. Cassidy's disappearance sparked an extensive police investigation, and detectives began to suspect the possibility that Cassidy's case might be linked to a serial killer. Although they considered the possibility that the same person was behind both abductions, they lacked concrete evidence to support this theory. 10 days later, Cassidy's body was found in St. Louis, wrapped in bed sheets and covered with a pink curtain. The cause of death was severe head injuries. Despite efforts, detectives couldn't find any leads to the killer. Furthermore, they started questioning whether the same person was responsible for both Angie's and Cassidy's deaths. Detectives suspected they might be dealing with two different killers due to the distinct characteristics of the crimes. Around the same time, they identified a 37-year-old man named Gary as a potential suspect. Gary had previously attempted to abduct a girl just before Angie went missing and regularly traveled to St. Louis for work. The man was initially investigated for potential involvement in the murders of Angie and Cassidy, but he had an alibi for the time of their disappearances. Although he was not connected to these crimes, he did admit to assaulting 4 other girls and was subsequently sentenced to 5 years in prison. In February of the following year, a significant development in the case was revealed when detectives finally found Cassidy's body. Nearby, they found tire tracks that were identified as coming from a pickup truck model frequently used by a prominent car rental company. The distinctive vehicles were easily recognizable due to their vibrant brand logos. With this new information, detectives interviewed residents in Cassidy's neighborhood, asking if anyone had seen one of these pickup trucks. One woman reported seeing a vehicle from the car rental company near her neighbor's house about a week after Cassidy's disappearance. Police found a woman who lived with her husband and brother at the house they were investigating. When questioned, the woman claimed neither she nor her husband or brother had rented the pickup associated with the crime, and they had no involvement in the case. However, detectives were skeptical of her claims and obtained a search warrant for the house. Upon searching the house, investigators found blood traces from the victim, Cassidy, in the basement, along with the murder weapon. Further investigation revealed that the woman's brother, Thomas, was the one who had rented the pickup in question. Initially, Thomas denied any involvement but eventually confessed when confronted with the evidence. According to Thomas's confession, Cassidy had come to his door, wanting to invite his nephews out to play. He invited her into the house and led her to the basement, where he attempted to assault her. When Cassidy screamed, Thomas struck her with a heavy object and then covered her body with bed sheets. After committing the crime, Thomas went to work as usual. Upon returning home, his sister told him that she had discovered the body in the basement. She made it clear that she didn't want to know the details of what happened and insisted that the body be disposed of immediately. Cassidy's body remained in the basement for a week due to ongoing searches, and Thomas was too afraid to move it. Once things had calmed down, he rented a pickup truck and took the body to St. Louis, where he hid her body. Thomas was eventually sentenced to death for his crimes but died in prison several years later due to illness. Despite being questioned about Angie's case, he maintained his innocence, leading detectives to conclude that the crimes were unrelated. The investigation stalled for many months with few leads coming in. Years after Angie's murder, detectives faced another challenge when the reward for information was set to expire, sparking concerns that the public would stop providing tips and assistance in the case. However, in 2001, a local businessman donated $250,000 as a reward for information on Angie's case. This large sum of money caused a spike in information to the police. But unfortunately, there were no clues to help solve the case. In 2001, a new development emerged in the Angie Houseman case when Corey Fox, an inmate, turned himself in and confessed to multiple murders, including the murder of Angie Houseman. Corey Fox provided detailed information about Angie's abduction and captivity, including being tied to a tree with her underwear used as a gag. However, upon further questioning, detectives found inconsistencies in his confession, such as incorrectly stating that Angie's hands were restrained with plastic handcuffs instead of iron ones. Further investigation revealed that Corey Fox also fabricated parts of his confession, possibly due to extensive media coverage of Angie's case. Another tragic case happened in 2002. The abduction and murder of a 6-year-old girl briefly sparked renewed interest in Angie's case. However, it was soon determined that the two cases were unrelated. The perpetrator in the 2002 case was a neighbor. He quickly confessed during interrogation, while Angie's case remained unsolved. Several years after Angie's murder, detectives reopened the case in 2007. They re-examined the documents and found a peculiar detail. A man named Roger Martin was in a parked car near the crime scene when Angie's body was discovered. When questioned, Roger claimed he was in the area for hunting, but a search of his car found no hunting gear. Further investigation revealed that Roger had a criminal record involving children, including an assault near the location where Angie's body was found. These crimes occurred before Angie's death, but the police had not thoroughly investigated Roger at the time. The new detective team called Roger in for questioning. He denied any involvement in Angie's murder, claiming he was in the area by chance. Roger stated that he was still at work when Angie's body was left at the crime scene. The investigation stalled after a 9-hour interrogation of Roger failed to yield results. Although his fingerprints were taken and compared to those on the tape from Angie's head, no match was found, leading to his release due to insufficient evidence. The case remained stagnant until 2018 when the St. Louis Police Department established a dedicated task force to re-examine the evidence using advanced technology. The team focused on 3 crucial pieces of evidence: the handcuffs, the tape from Angie's head, and the underwear used to silence her. Despite previous failed attempts to find the perpetrator's DNA on these items, the detectives were determined to try again. They began by re-examining the handcuffs but encountered difficulties due to the presence of Angie's blood. They then turned their attention to the tape from Angie's head, but discovered it had deteriorated over time, rendering their efforts meaningless. The investigators examined the underwear as a last resort, despite low expectations due to it being in Angie's mouth for several hours, which could have erased any foreign DNA. Using advanced technology, they thoroughly inspected every inch of the underwear and eventually found a tiny sample of unfamiliar DNA, sufficient for analysis. The DNA was confirmed to belong to a male and was immediately uploaded to the FBI database. In cases like this, it's common for the DNA not to match anyone in the database, requiring further efforts to identify the person. However, in this instance, the detectives got lucky. As soon as the DNA sample was uploaded, they received a match. The DNA belonged to a 58-year-old named Earl Cox, who had been in prison since 2003. Cox was not on police radar in connection with Angie's case, but he had a significant criminal record. His first stint in prison was in 1982, during his military service in Germany, where he worked as a part-time babysitter. However, his babysitting job ended when 4 girls accused him of sexual assault. Cox initially received an 8-year prison sentence in the United States but was released after serving only 3 years. Following his release, he relocated to St. Louis. However, his freedom was short-lived as he was arrested again 4 years later when 2 7-year-old girls accused him of sexual assault. Although the charges were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence, he violated his parole, resulting in an additional year in prison. After his release in 1992, he moved to St. Louis to live with his relatives. The following year, he allegedly abducted and murdered Angie. In 2002, Cox was arrested again, this time for operating a major online platform where users shared child abuse materials. The FBI had been investigating the platform and caught Cox in a sting operation when he attempted to meet an undercover agent posing as a 14-year-old girl. Cox had planned to make the girl his slave and had sent her money for a bus ticket. However, when he arrived at the meeting place, he was met by armed FBI agents and arrested. A search of his computer revealed over 45,000 images of child abuse, as well as evidence that he was the mastermind behind the online platform. This led to the arrest of 60 more individuals associated with the site, marking one of the largest operations against pedophiles in the country. In 2003, Cox was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, when his term ended, a judge used a legal loophole to keep him detained, citing him as a serious threat to children. He remained in prison until 2019, when his DNA sample matched the DNA sample from Angie's case. Detectives visited Cox in prison to discuss the match, but he denied any involvement and requested a lawyer. Given the strong DNA evidence against him, the police knew Cox's chances of winning in court were slim. Instead of pursuing a trial, investigators contacted Cox's lawyer with a proposal. In exchange for Cox's confession to Angie's murder, the prosecution would drop the death penalty and seek a life sentence instead. Aware of the strong evidence against him, Cox agreed to the deal. Detectives returned to the prison to hear Cox's account of the events. Although some parts of his story seemed unlikely, the crucial aspect for investigators was his admission to the murder. Cox claimed that on November 18, 1993, he was driving near his mother's and sister's neighborhood when his car broke down in the middle of the road. When he tried to examine the car, a school bus stopped and several children got off. The children went into their homes except for one girl, Angie. According to Cox, Angie approached him and they briefly talked. He noticed she was cold, so he offered her a ride in his car, which she allegedly accepted. Cox then took Angie to Burger King to eat and later brought her to his home, where he claimed to have sexually assaulted her over several days. Eventually, Cox decided to get rid of Angie, taking her to the location where her body would later be found. He tied her to a tree, claiming she was still alive at that moment. Detectives were skeptical about certain parts of Cox's story. Angie was unlikely to get into a car with a stranger, given the short distance to her home. The investigators also questioned the car breakdown in Cox's story. He claimed the car stalled, but it started again when Angie approached. It's more likely that the perpetrator targeted Angie and decided to abduct her. This hypothesis seems more plausible than Cox's account. The detectives got what they needed: a confession to the murder. In August 2020, Cox was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Unfortunately, Angie's mother didn't live to see justice served. She died of cancer in 2016. Angie's stepfather, Ronald, told reporters that Cox was responsible for his wife's death and should have been tried for 2 murders. A woman's life was forever changed after the loss of her daughter. She lost all interest in life and eventually passed away. Cox's story, however, took a different turn. The prosecutor reopened a case involving the sexual abuse of 2 7-year-old girls, for which Cox had previously received a lenient sentence of 1 year in prison for violating his parole. The police reached out to one of Cox's victims, now an adult, and asked her to testify against him. Cox ultimately admitted to his crimes and was given an additional 10-year prison sentence. In court, his victim spoke out, saying that despite Cox's terrible actions, she would go on to live a happy and fulfilling life, while Cox would spend the rest of his life in prison. When police arrived at Michael Polding's apartment in Brighton, they noticed piles of unopened mail and an eerie silence. No one answered the door. Something felt off. When officers forced their way inside, they found a horrifying scene. In the basement, wrapped in sheets and left to rot, was Michael's body. He had been missing for nearly 2 months, and now the truth was finally coming to light. But how did he end up there? And where was Ricardo Pisano, the man who had been living with him? As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered a disturbing story of trust, lies, and betrayal. Michael had opened his home and heart to someone he believed cared for him. Instead, he had been used, manipulated, and ultimately left to die. But what really happened in that apartment? And how did Ricardo manage to escape justice for so long? Ricardo Pisano was born in South Africa in 1977. His early life, much like his true identity, remains shrouded in mystery. Most of what is known about his past comes from his own interviews, but their accuracy is often questioned. While he insisted that Ricardo was not his real name, we will refer to him as such for clarity. Raised in a household that, like many in South Africa, struggled with poverty, Ricardo faced hardships from an early age. As he grew older, these challenges only intensified. In his teenage years, he met a young woman with whom he had a daughter. The responsibility of fatherhood pushed him to seek ways to provide for his new family. Accounts of his work history are vague, but there are strong indications that Ricardo became involved with drug trafficking gangs that controlled the streets of Cape Town. According to later statements, he claimed to have been threatened by a group known as Pagada, which emerged at the time as a vigilante movement aiming to combat crime through street justice. While some saw this organization as a force for good, law enforcement viewed it as a radical entity that took justice into its own hands. Feeling endangered by this group, Ricardo, then 23 years old, fled South Africa leaving behind his wife and daughter. From that point on, his life became a series of struggles and deceptions, characterized by the use of false identities to evade the authorities. His journey led him to New Zealand, where he was soon arrested for extortion. Sentenced to 15 months in prison, he managed to escape after serving only 8 months by taking advantage of a prison event in 2001. Despite an intensive manhunt, he vanished without a trace. Resourceful and elusive, Ricardo made his way to Australia, where he lived under a different identity for about a year and a half before moving illegally to the United Kingdom in 2004. Once in the UK, with no legal status and no financial resources, he was forced to find ways to survive while staying under the radar. It was during this time that he crossed paths with 2 individuals who made a living through sex work. Seeing it as an easy way to make money, Ricardo joined them. Initially, he catered to female clients, but he soon realized that male clients were more willing to pay for discretion. One of these clients was Michael Polding, a 59-year-old man whom Ricardo met in December 2009 after Michael responded to an ad Ricardo had placed in a gay magazine offering escort services. Michael was born in Scotland in 1950 into a large and wealthy family, being one of 9 siblings. Though his childhood was a happy one, his teenage years became more difficult as he came to terms with his attraction to men, something his family and the conservative society around him did not accept. Seeking a life of greater freedom, Michael moved to London at the age of 20, settling in Croydon, South London, where he secured a stable job in the urology department of a hospital. His career provided him with financial security, and despite the distance, he maintained strong ties with his family in Scotland, who described him as kind and loving. As the years passed, Michael found happiness with his partner, Henry, with whom he shared his life until Henry's passing in 2001. This loss devastated him, leading to a deep depression. He turned to alcohol to cope, and as his health declined, exacerbated by osteoporosis, his relationships became fleeting. Nearing 60, loneliness weighed heavily on him, prompting him to seek the company of younger men. This search led him to Ricardo, in whom he hoped to find companionship. What began as a straightforward exchange, money for companionship, soon developed into something deeper, at least for Michael. Ricardo quickly realized Michael's loneliness and generosity, and saw an opportunity to take advantage of it. Within months of meeting, Ricardo had moved into Michael's apartment. To explain his presence, he told different stories. Some believed he was Michael's caretaker due to health issues, while others were told he was his godson. In October 2011, after losing his job, Michael decided to relocate to Brighton, specifically to the Kemptown area, known for its vibrant LGBTQ community. He hoped that moving there would allow him to live more openly as a gay man. Using some of the proceeds from the sale of his former apartment, he paid a full year's rent upfront for his new home, where Ricardo also moved in with him. The remainder of his savings, he entrusted to his sister Mary for safekeeping. Aware of this financial cushion, Ricardo and his associates persuaded Michael to invest his savings in a beauty salon, a decision that would later have dire consequences. In an effort to oversee the supposed beauty salon business, one of Ricardo's associates temporarily moved into the apartment that Ricardo and Michael shared. However, from the very beginning, the venture was doomed to fail. By May 2012, Ricardo convinced Michael that they needed additional funds to keep the business afloat. Trusting him, Michael reached out to his sister and transferred several sums. First $600, then another $120, and finally, a larger sum of $1,900. After this last transaction, all communication between Michael and his family abruptly ceased. Concern quickly spread among his loved ones. It was highly uncharacteristic of Michael to ignore calls and emails, raising alarms. As weeks passed with no word from him, his sister officially reported his disappearance to Sussex police on July 16, 2012. When officers arrived at Michael's residence, they immediately noticed stacks of unopened mail piling up at the entrance, a telltale sign that something was wrong. Upon forcing entry, they made a grim discovery. Michael's body was found wrapped in bedsheets in the basement, already in an advanced state of decomposition. The autopsy revealed multiple injuries, including broken ribs and a fractured collarbone, prompting police to launch a full-scale homicide investigation. As detectives questioned neighbors, they learned that Michael had moved into the area with two younger men. Witnesses reported that the relationship between the three often seemed tense, sometimes even violent. Authorities attempted to locate both individuals. Ricardo's associate was found and taken into custody as a suspect, but was later released on bail due to a lack of concrete evidence. Ricardo, however, had disappeared without a trace. A key testimony came from Ricardo's supposed business partner. He recounted that on May 22, 2012, he had visited the apartment and found Michael in a severely weakened state. When he suggested calling an ambulance, Ricardo refused. This statement led investigators to a critical discovery. Michael had been hospitalized just weeks earlier with head injuries and fractured ribs. Piecing together the evidence, authorities determined that Michael had likely died sometime between May 23 and May 30, 2012, nearly 2 months before his body was found. This timeline reinforced the theory that Ricardo was the last person to see Michael alive, making him a prime suspect and intensifying the urgency to locate him. As the investigation deepened, police uncovered disturbing details about Ricardo's past. Though he had been close to Michael, their relationship was marked by manipulation, control, and escalating violence. To build a case against him, detectives compiled a psychological and behavioral profile, highlighting his history of financial exploitation and the turbulent nature of his involvement with Michael. Given the seriousness of the case, Sussex police launched a major operation, Operation Diary, dedicating extensive resources to track him down. For over a year, Ricardo's face appeared across media outlets and crime watch programs. Authorities described him as approximately 35 years old, of slim build, with olive-toned skin. Reports suggested he was last seen in Brighton in mid-May and could have altered his appearance, possibly growing a beard or disguising himself. He was known for his South African accent and history of using false identities. As the case gained international attention, the search extended beyond the UK. Given his past ties to South Africa and New Zealand, multiple law enforcement agencies collaborated to locate him. Media outlets gave him various nicknames, while a South African newspaper dubbed him the cunning escapist. London tabloids branded him New Zealand's most wanted, as he was the only one of 55 fugitives in Waikato who had evaded capture in over a decade. To encourage public assistance, authorities offered a $6,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. Leads began trickling in. A crucial piece of evidence emerged from surveillance footage recorded in July 2012, showing Ricardo in a Southampton shopping center. This confirmed that he had not left the UK and was still actively evading authorities. Despite these clues, he remained elusive. The urgency to capture him intensified in April 2013, when forensic experts released the final autopsy results. The medical examiner ruled Michael's death a homicide, confirming that blunt force trauma to the chest was the cause. With this revelation, Ricardo was officially named the prime suspect, prompting law enforcement to ramp up their efforts. The manhunt finally ended on May 9, 2013, when Ricardo was located and arrested following an altercation at a residence in Southampton. Despite his attempts to conceal his identity, authorities confirmed his true background and took him into custody. Following his arrest, Ricardo was transferred to Brighton, where Sussex's major crime unit began their interrogations, determined to unravel the full story behind Michael's tragic death. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Ricardo maintained that he was not in the city at the time of the crime. In an emotional statement, Michael's family expressed both their anguish and relief. While knowing that the person believed to be responsible was behind bars provided some closure, they struggled to understand what had truly led to Michael's tragic end. Now, investigators turned their focus to uncovering the motive behind the crime. As detectives delved deeper, they confirmed that Ricardo and Michael's relationship had evolved into a toxic dynamic riddled with manipulation and abuse. From the start, Ricardo had relied entirely on Michael for financial support, claiming he had no job or income. Under the guise of being a caregiver, he gradually drained Michael's savings, taking advantage of his generosity. Along with two associates, Ricardo convinced Michael to invest nearly all his money into a business that failed almost immediately. With his bank account nearly empty, financial strain may have been the breaking point. Witnesses recalled seeing Michael in distress during the time frame in which his death was believed to have occurred. This discovery raised significant concerns. It suggested that Ricardo had intentionally denied Michael the care he needed, possibly sealing his fate. Further investigation uncovered a crucial contradiction in Ricardo's alibi. Phone records proved he had, in fact, been in Brighton at the time of Michael's death, despite his earlier claims. Additionally, police found messages he had sent shortly after Michael's body was discovered, in which he feigned concern over his absence. This appeared to be an attempt to establish an alibi and divert suspicion away from himself. With mounting evidence, Ricardo was officially charged with murder and grievous bodily harm. His trial began in September 2013. During the trial, prosecutors painted Ricardo as a master manipulator, a man who had built his life on deception, using false identities to evade justice. They argued that Michael, a vulnerable and trusting individual, had fallen victim to Ricardo's calculated schemes. The prosecution maintained that once Michael's financial resources were depleted, Ricardo saw no further use for him and callously ended his life, leaving his body to decay for weeks. The jury was also presented with evidence of Ricardo's actions after the crime. Following Michael's death, he had sent text messages in an apparent effort to create a false narrative, pretending to be concerned about his well-being. The prosecution asserted that this was a deliberate ploy to cover his tracks, motivated by his fear of being exposed, not just for the crime, but also due to his illegal immigration status. When it was Ricardo's turn to testify, he attempted to steer the focus elsewhere. He spoke at length about his past, detailing his reasons for fleeing South Africa and claiming that returning would put his life at risk. Though he reiterated that Ricardo was not his real name, he once again refused to disclose his true identity. Regarding Michael, Ricardo portrayed himself as a devoted companion who had shared an emotional bond with the older man. He claimed that Michael had been aware of his troubled past, even offering to marry him so that he could remain in the UK legally. He also insisted that Michael had financially supported him not out of manipulation, but out of genuine care, even providing money for him to send to his family abroad. When addressing the circumstances of Michael's death, Ricardo put forth an entirely different version of events. According to his testimony on May 29, 2012, he had gone for a walk along the beach. Upon returning home, he claimed to have found Michael hanging from the staircase railing. In an emotional recounting, he described the moment as devastating, insisting that he had desperately tried to revive him, but found no pulse. He explained that he had covered Michael's body with a towel and later wrapped him in a blanket, but fearing the consequences of contacting the authorities due to his immigration status, he chose not to report the death. Ricardo admitted feeling guilty for not arranging a proper burial, but insisted that he had not caused Michael's death. Michael's family, however, rejected Ricardo's claims, stating that he had never exhibited any signs of suicidal thoughts or mental distress. The prosecution also dismantled Ricardo's version of events, citing forensic evidence that ruled out suicide. The autopsy report had confirmed that Michael died from blunt force trauma to the chest, not from asphyxiation. The jury deliberated on December 9, 2013, weighing Ricardo's role in the crime. After several hours of discussion, they reached a verdict. Ricardo Pisano, now 37 years old, was found not guilty of murder, but was convicted of manslaughter, grievous bodily harm, and preventing a lawful burial. 1 week later, on December 16, 2013, the court sentenced Ricardo to 18.5 years in prison. In his final remarks, the judge emphasized the disturbing nature of Ricardo's actions, describing Michael as a victim of sustained manipulation, financial exploitation, and ultimately, violence. He condemned Ricardo's callous treatment of the man who had supported him, stating that leaving Michael's body to decay only added to the cruelty of his crime. The lead prosecutor in the case fully supported the sentence, echoing the judge's condemnation of Ricardo's actions. He emphasized that what made the crime particularly heinous was not just the financial and emotional exploitation of Michael, but the utter disregard Ricardo showed for him in death, leaving his body to decay in his own home, abandoned and forgotten. For Michael's sister, Mary, the verdict brought a sense of justice, but it could never be enough to compensate for the horror of what had happened. She described Ricardo as a despicable and ruthless individual, incapable of remorse. Though relieved that he would spend years behind bars, she and her husband Sam felt a deep responsibility to speak out. They decided to share their experience publicly, hoping that their story might prevent others from falling into similar situations. Their message became a call to action, urging those in abusive relationships to seek help before it was too late. Mary stressed that no one should suffer in silence and encouraged people to reach out to their loved ones for support. She firmly believed that open conversations about abuse, no matter the age, gender, or circumstances of the victim, were crucial for both protection and healing. If their testimony could help even one person escape a dangerous situation, she said, then sharing their pain would have been worth it. This case shed light on the complexities of relationships where power imbalances and emotional dependence can create a dangerous dynamic. While Michael and Ricardo's relationship may have initially appeared consensual, the evidence showed how Ricardo systematically manipulated him, taking advantage of his loneliness and financial security. Michael's murder was an extreme but tragically predictable outcome of unchecked abuse, where greed and control ultimately led to a devastating loss of life. The investigation also confirmed that Michael had endured prior physical mistreatment, red flags that, in hindsight, should have been recognized and acted upon. His death underscored the urgent need for greater awareness and intervention in situations where vulnerable individuals, particularly the elderly, are at risk of exploitation. Losing his long-term partner and struggling with health issues had left Michael increasingly isolated, making him an easy target for someone like Ricardo, an opportunist with no regard for the well-being of others. Only through awareness, education, and proactive measures can similar tragedies be prevented. Michael's family hopes that by sharing his story, they can help spark conversations and inspire real change, ensuring that no one else falls victim to the same kind of betrayal and cruelty. The case of Victoria Nazarova. Olga Tsbyk, a 35-year-old Ukrainian immigrant eyelash artist, reported a robbery at her home. The incident occurred on September 2, 2016. Olga Tsbyk called the police after discovering that several valuables had been stolen from her bedroom. When the police arrived at the scene, Olga Tsbyk explained that she had gone to the hospital earlier due to severe dizziness and nausea. To investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident, the police conducted a detailed interview with Olga Tsbyk. During the interview, she recalled a recent unpleasant encounter with a client named Victoria Narova, who had come to her home to request urgent eyelash extensions. When Victoria came to Olga Tsbyk's home to request urgent eyelash extensions, Olga Tsbyk told Victoria that she only did eyelash extensions in the salon and did not take clients at home. However, explaining to Victoria was useless and Olga Tsbyk had to agree to take her in. During the investigation, it was discovered that Victoria had come to Olga Tsbyk's apartment bringing 3 slices of cheesecake from a famous local bakery. Victoria enjoyed 2 slices and insisted that Olga Tsbyk eat the 3rd slice. After drinking tea and eating the cheesecake, Olga Tsbyk began to feel unwell. After Victoria left, Olga Tsbyk suffered from severe nausea, eventually passing out for about 30 minutes. After regaining consciousness, Olga Tsbyk called an ambulance and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. However, medical tests found nothing unusual in her blood. When Olga Tsbyk returned home, she discovered that several valuables were missing and reported the theft to the police. The police found Olga Tsbyk listless and looking unwell. The police suspected that Olga Tsbyk was under the influence of drugs and had made up the story. Despite the police's suspicions, Olga Tsbyk maintained that she had not taken any medication, and Olga Tsbyk believed that the cheesecake she had eaten was the cause of her condition, possibly poisoning. When searching the scene, police discovered a box of cookies from a local store in the trash, which Olga Tsbyk identified as the packaging for the cheesecake Victoria had brought. Police collected the remaining baking residue from the cheesecake, which was taken for in-room analysis to determine whether the cheesecake was the cause of Olga Tsbyk's health problems. But the forensic examination revealed nothing suspicious. Despite this, Olga Tsbyk insisted that the cheesecake was the cause of her condition. Olga Tsbyk mentioned that she had been to the hospital and that doctors had examined her body when she was admitted, and the police had contacted the medical facility to ask about Olga Tsbyk's condition and the test results. However, the doctors refused to provide information, citing patient confidentiality. The police considered this a reason not to believe Olga Tsbyk. The customer that Olga Tsbyk had told them about could not be found, so the case was adjourned. These details were told by a neighbor who the very next day noticed a suspicious woman at Olga's apartment. This woman came and went several times, hanging around the beauty master's apartment until she came face to face with her neighbor. The strange woman said that her friend Olga was sick and hurriedly left the house. The neighbor saw that the door to Olga's apartment was open and looked in to check on her. It was unbearably stuffy in the victim's apartment. The heating was on full blast despite the 30-degree summer heat. Olga was alive, but she was unconscious. She was lying on her bed, but she was wearing an unusual combination of clothes, revealing underwear and warm sports pants. When the detectives heard about this, they had the feeling that someone was deliberately trying to change the victim's clothes. Scattered around Olga were pills containing a powerful drug. It looked as if Olga had taken the pills with the intention of taking her own life. A neighbor immediately notified 911, describing the strange woman as dark-haired, attractive-looking, and very similar to Olga. After learning new details, investigators became convinced that the doppelganger woman was not a figment of Olga's imagination. Then the detectives took up the case more actively. Everything they saw in the apartment seemed to be a description of a crime scene they wanted to frame as a voluntary demise. Detectives believed that the persistent cheesecake customer named Victoria Nerova was involved. The police began searching for Victoria, but they had no leads, no information about who she was or her photograph. Later, however, the department was approached by a private detective, a former police officer who had long been following the con artist's violent activities. He had already tracked Victoria online, where she advertised escort services on a dating site and through social media. The private investigator believed that the woman used online promotion to find victims for her crimes, and the scheme worked perfectly. Victoria would arrive at the home of the next client. Then she would drug the person with psychoactive substances so that they would lose consciousness. After that, she would take everything of value and then go into hiding. This activity could have been concealed indefinitely if not for this tragic circumstance. Meanwhile, Alsvik finally recovered from the unpleasant events. Then, having discharged from the hospital, she shared on her page in social networks the story of poisoning. After that, one of her clients unexpectedly told that she knew a man named Ruben Barakov who was in a similar story. Ruben was the owner of a dry cleaner, and the man met Victoria Nazarova on a Russian dating site about a couple of months before Olga's cheesecake poisoning. The new acquaintance invited Ruben to her home and boasted that she was a very good cook. He agreed and came to her place, but as soon as he tasted the dishes, the man lost consciousness. The friend emptied his pockets, took expensive watches, money, and cards. The man was under the influence of a very strong psychoactive substance and sincerely believes that it almost killed him. Later, when he began to regain consciousness, Victoria took him to the dry cleaners, gave him to his colleagues, and told them that he was drunk and then left. From there, only then did Ruben realize that he had been robbed. Private investigator assumed the situation was much more serious, and the two victims of the poisoner were very lucky. In 2017, he worked with a client from Russia to help track down an elusive criminal. Nadia Ford turned to the private detective after the disappearance of her own mother, Alla Alexenko. The girl herself lived in New York, USA, but was born in Russia. Nadia was originally from Kotor. Her mother, Alla Anko, single-handedly brought up her daughter and son, and she had a hard time. She worked 5 jobs to provide for her children. Nadia dreamed of living in the USA since childhood, and her dream came true when the girl came to study in America in 2007. There, she met a guy whom she married and took his surname, Ford. But the marriage did not work out, and the spouse is divorced. Nadia stayed to live in the United States and successfully settled there. She maintained close relations with her mother, who at that time was left alone. Years later, Alla Alexenko went missing in Russia, and Nadia hired a private investigator to find her mother, Alla Alexenko, in 2017. In an effort to find her, Nadia hired a private investigator who discovered that Victoria had rented a car on the day her mother went missing. The investigator looked into the car's information and found surveillance footage from October 5, 2014. The footage showed the car driving on the highway with two people inside, the driver, Victoria, and a motionless woman in the front passenger seat who looked like the missing 54-year-old Alla Alexenko. Nadia believed that the woman in the footage was her mother. Nadia went to the police, who verified that Victoria had indeed rented the car. As a result, the police summoned Victoria for questioning. During an interview with Victoria, she revealed that she had indeed driven the rental car involved on October 5th, but said she was alone. Victoria agreed to take a lie detector test. Victoria was released pending the results, but later it turned out that Victoria failed a lie detector test and became the prime suspect in the case. Before the police could arrest her, Victoria took advantage of the opportunity, quickly fleeing the country on the first available flight. Meanwhile, the police expanded the search for the missing Alla Alexenko. Nadia actively participated in the investigation for 6 months, holding out hope that her mother was still alive. During the investigation, the police followed the route of the rented car, which led them to a forest near Victoria's hometown of Armavir. Upon reaching the forest, the police discovered a body about 3 hours away from Alla Alexenko's residence. The body was so badly burned that it was unrecognizable. Nadia identified her mother's body by her teeth. Despite a thorough investigation, the cause of Alla Alexenko's death has not been found. The police issued an arrest warrant for Victoria Nazarova and sent it to Interpol. However, Victoria escaped for a long time. Nadia returned to the United States after attending her mother's funeral in Kodar. For a long time, Nadia struggled to overcome the pain of losing her loved one. Finally, Nadia regained her health and vowed to her mother that she would pursue justice and hold the killer responsible for her mother's death accountable. One day, while surfing the internet, Nadia came across a post on social media. Victoria Nazarova, prime suspect in her mother's death, was living a lavish life in Mexico, seemingly unconcerned about her wanted status. Nadia informed the U.S. police about Victoria's whereabouts and the police began an investigation. Nadia then hired a top U.S. private investigator to speed up the investigation. A wealthy friend of Nadia's paid for the detective services, as Nadia could not afford them. At the time, Nadia had been unemployed for months due to her search for her mother. The private investigator analyzed Victoria's social media photos, including recent posts by Victoria. The investigator discovered that Victoria was in the United States. In one selfie, the sunglasses reflected the dashboard of a car. After examining several models, the investigator identified the car as a Chrysler 300. Detectives successfully tracked recent photos of Victoria to the Russian neighborhood of Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn. By checking a database of similar cars in the area, police were able to narrow down the search and identify the culprit. Despite the challenges, police located Victoria and discovered that she lived with her boyfriend in a complex where the Chrysler was registered in his name. Unaware that Interpol was searching for her worldwide, Victoria posted the photos online without hesitation. Detectives identified Victoria's boyfriend and contacted him. It turned out that the boyfriend had been poisoned by Victoria and was seeking help. Furthermore, Victoria had poisoned her boyfriend's beagle, causing the dog to die. On March 20th, 2017, 41-year-old Victoria Nazarova was finally found and arrested. Nadia, the private investigator, and the police were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Leaving Victoria at large posed a significant threat as she had the potential to harm many more people. When searching Victoria's apartment, the police discovered Olga TSBYK's identity card. Victoria's main motive for targeting Olga TSBYK was not only her desire for money and valuables, but Victoria also wanted a passport. Victoria's temporary visa was about to expire, and she needed a new ID card to stay in the country and avoid being tried in Russia. The face on Olga Tsyvyk's passport bore a strong resemblance to Victoria's. The police suspected that Victoria intended to kill Olga Tsyvyk and take her identity. Fortunately, Olga Tsyvyk's neighbor intervened, saving her life. When they further examined the poisoned cheesecake in the laboratory, they discovered a banned sedative, which Victoria had added to the cake. The investigation revealed that Victoria had used this sedative to carry out her plot. Victoria would increase the dosage to make the victim unconscious. Olga Tsyvyk was lucky to survive the incident. The unusually high temperature in her apartment was not accidental. Victoria deliberately increased the temperature to increase the effect of the sedative, which could have been fatal. Victoria clearly knew the situation in advance. To avoid suspicion, Victoria tried to cover her tracks by increasing the temperature in the house and dressing Olga Tsyvyk in warm clothes. After her arrest, Victoria denied all charges, including her involvement in the disappearance and murder of Nadia's mother, as well as the intentional murder of Olga Tsyvyk and the other victims. Police said Victoria was a suspect in the theft of 2 fur coats in May 2016, but the case was never solved. After several other incidents, it emerged that Victoria had been involved in the thefts, meeting men online, going to their homes, giving them drugs, and stealing from them. Most of the men did not go to the police for fear of publicity, and Victoria escaped conviction. The trial was postponed for about 6 years due to the pandemic and the lengthy preparation of the case file. The case finally went to trial in January 2023, attracting media and public attention. Throughout the trial, Victoria remained silent. The court was forbidden from going into details about Alana Alexenko's death because the crime was committed in another country. Victoria's defense attorney said that there was no direct evidence or testimony linking Victoria to the crime, specifically the poisoning of the cheesecake and forcing Olga Tsyvyk to eat it. According to Olga Tsyvyk's testimony, Victoria brought 3 pieces of cheesecake to Olga Tsyvyk's apartment, ate 2 in front of Olga Tsyvyk, and then Olga Tsyvyk ate the 3rd piece without hesitation. The prosecution argued that it was not an accident and that Victoria had deliberately added the drug to only 1 slice of the cake, knowing which one it was, and tricked Olga Tsyvyk by eating the other 2 slices. After a thorough review of the case, the jury found Victoria Nazarova guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. Although the maximum sentence for this crime was 25 years in prison, the judge reduced the sentence to 21 years. However, by law, Victoria would be eligible for parole after 15 years in prison. Victoria Nazarova had been a sophisticated and stylish woman, but her life changed completely when she was sentenced to prison. The harsh realities of prison life took their toll on Victoria with inadequate and poor nutrition. A fight in prison left Victoria severely injured, almost losing her sight. Victoria took the prison to court, filing a lawsuit against the prison for negligence on the part of the guards who failed to assist during the violent incident. The case was eventually settled out of court, with Victoria receiving $325,000 in damages. In an interview from prison, Victoria maintained her innocence, denying the charges related to the crimes she committed. Victoria will serve the remainder of her sentence in a U.S. prison before being deported to Russia, where she will stand trial for her alleged involvement in the murder of Alana Alexenko. Alana Alexenko's daughter Nadia has expressed relief that Victoria is facing justice for her actions and will no longer be able to escape punishment. Alana Frick was born in 1977 in Windsor, Canada, to Joseph and Anna Frick. She had an older sister named Caroline. Her parents were originally from Croatia and had moved to Canada in the 1960s to work for General Motors. After Caroline's birth in 1970, the Fricks faced heartbreak, losing 2 pregnancies and being told by doctors they wouldn't be able to have more children. Against all odds, Alana was born in 1977, and her parents saw her as nothing short of a miracle. When Elena was young, the family relocated from Windsor to Tecumseh, a small town in southwestern Ontario, where she grew up. Known as a bright and curious child, Elena spent much of her free time immersed in books. She attended St. Peter's Elementary School and later Santa Ana High School. In high school, She participated in Croatian folk dance and spent her summers working in nearby cornfields. Alana was also athletic, joining her school's track and field team. During her school years, Alana met a boy named Meshu Rinald, and the two quickly became inseparable. They shared everything, from meals with each other's families to a deep love for music. In the 1990s, they fulfilled a shared dream of attending a Nirvana concert, their favorite band. Their bond seemed unshakable, and friends and family believed they were destined to marry. However, life took a turn after high school when Alana began studying medicine at the University of Ottawa while Matthew stayed in their hometown. The long-distance relationship proved challenging, and despite their engagement, Alana eventually ended it, focusing entirely on her studies. Alana's drive to succeed stemmed from witnessing her parents' grueling work at the General Motors factory. She often remarked on how exhausting their jobs were and resolved to secure a career that offered financial stability and a better quality of life. Her determination paid off, and she excelled during her time at medical school. In 2003, while working as a resident at the Ottawa hospital, Alana was playing pool in the recreation room when she caught the eye of Mohammed Shamji, a neurosurgery resident. Mohammed, the son of renowned thoracic surgeon Dr. Farid Shamji, came from a wealthy and prestigious family in Ottawa. He had attended the country's best schools and was considered a medical prodigy. Mohammed began joining Alana for games of pool and eventually asked her out. Alana was captivated by his intelligence, ambition, and elite background. Despite her growing feelings, she sometimes doubted whether she was good enough for him. Their relationship, however, was far from perfect. While Alana was deeply invested, Mohammed's behavior often left her disappointed. He skipped her medical school graduation under the pretense of being ill, only for her to later discover he had been out with friends. He was also unfaithful, seeing another woman from his university days. Despite these red flags, Mohammed's charm and persistence convinced Alana to stay with him, even after she had tried ending the relationship twice. In April 2004, Alana introduced Mohammed to her parents. Joseph and Anna were unimpressed, finding him distant and disinterested in engaging with them. Joseph advised Alana not to settle for someone like Mohammed, believing she deserved better. One morning, Anna overheard the couple arguing. When she asked what was wrong, Alana, visibly upset, insisted it was nothing more than a sleepless night. Anna left them alone, assuming it was just a harmless disagreement. Not long after, Alana discovered she was pregnant. Mohammed faced a dilemma, as his Muslim parents would be furious about an out-of-wedlock child and his choice to marry outside their faith. Weighing his options, Mohammed decided marriage was the best solution. Together, he and Alana began planning 2 weddings, one to honor his family's traditions and another for hers. On September 1st, 2004, Alana and Mohammed held a traditional Muslim ceremony in Ottawa. At nearly 5 months pregnant, Alana adhered to the customs, including having her hands adorned with intricate henna designs, which her Christian mother found unsettling. The wedding highlighted the stark contrast between the couple's backgrounds. Alana's guests were primarily hardworking relatives, while Mohammed's were prominent figures in the medical community. Alcohol was officially forbidden at the ceremony, though some guests discreetly drank in the parking lot. While their union seemed like a compromise between their different worlds, the complexities of their relationship hinted at the challenges that lay ahead. Before their second wedding at a Catholic church, Alana and Mohammed were required to attend several counseling sessions. Mohammed, however, refused to participate and asked John Mark, a mutual friend, to attend in his place. When John declined, the sessions were skipped entirely. Despite Mohammed's indifference and lack of effort, the couple proceeded with a small wedding ceremony at St. Francis of Assisi Church in Windsor. Unlike their first wedding, this one was modest, with fewer guests. To hide the lingering henna tattoos on her hands, Alana wore elbow-length white gloves. After the ceremony, the couple rode in a limousine to the Caesars Hotel and Casino, where they spent part of their honeymoon. Shortly after, they purchased a home in Ottawa and moved there. Alana began working as a family doctor at the Ottawa hospital while Mohammed continued his residency in neurosurgery. In January 2005, after a challenging pregnancy, Alana gave birth to a baby girl. She was overjoyed by the arrival of her daughter, but Muhammad appeared detached and uninvolved. His focus remained on his career, often retreating to the upstairs study as soon as he returned home, barely interacting with his wife or child. Tensions grew when Muhammad's family visited shortly after the baby's birth. Alana, upstairs breastfeeding, didn't come down to greet them, which enraged Muhammad. Later, he berated her, claiming it was her duty to welcome guests at the door as a sign of respect. Feeling increasingly isolated, Alana confided in her parents, saying she felt as if she were walking on eggshells in her own home. Over time, Muhammad's controlling behavior escalated, and he began having unprovoked fits of anger. While Alana rarely spoke about her struggles, friends and family noticed her growing unhappiness. Muhammad also criticized her appearance, ridiculing her weight gain and belittling her cooking. A month after the baby's birth, tensions reached a breaking point when Muhammad, in a panic, called Alana's parents, claiming she wanted a divorce. Alana quickly took the phone from him, assured her parents that everything was fine, and ended the call. Not long after, while her parents were preparing to attend church one Sunday, they received a missed call from Elena's home. Using their phone's redial feature, they called back, only to overhear a heated argument. Muhammad's furious insults toward Alana echoed through the line, leaving her parents horrified. In the spring of 2005, Muhammad was accepted into a prestigious PhD program in biomedical engineering at Duke University in North Carolina. Seeing this as an opportunity, Alana enrolled in Duke's master's program in public policy, and the couple planned to move to the United States that fall. However, just days before the move, an argument turned violent, and Muhammad physically assaulted Alana. Terrified, she took her daughter and sought refuge at a friend's apartment. Muhammad, unaware of her location, began calling mutual friends until he eventually found her. After 3 days, he promised to stay with his parents if she returned home. Still afraid, Alana agreed, but asked John Mark to stay nearby for protection until her own parents could arrive. Following the incident, Muhammad faced 3 criminal charges, 1 for assaulting Alana and 2 for issuing threats. These charges jeopardized both his career and his ability to cross the U.S. border to begin his studies at Duke. To salvage his future, Muhammad worked to reconcile with Alana. A few weeks later, the family baptized their daughter in a church in Windsor. When guests at the reception asked why Muhammad wasn't there, Alana told some he was working, but privately admitted to her cousin Rob that they'd had another fight. Rob urged her to leave Muhammad, assuring her she could find someone who truly loved her. Alana, however, insisted they would work things out. On July 27, 2005, the authorities agreed to drop the charges against Muhammad if he signed a peace bond. As part of the agreement, he had to acknowledge that Alana had reasonable grounds to fear him and accept a 12-month probation. With the charges dismissed just in time, Muhammad was able to begin his PhD at Duke and cross the border without issue. He moved to Durham, North Carolina to start his program, and Alana and their daughter joined him a few months later. Friends and family couldn't understand why Alana returned to Muhammad. She was intelligent, financially independent, and had the unwavering support of her family. While some speculated that she was drawn to the status her relationship with Muhammad provided, others believed she truly loved him and held on to hope that their relationship could improve. In Durham, the couple settled into a routine. They began running marathons together, often waking up before dawn to train. Afterward, Alana would drop their daughter off at daycare before heading to Duke University with Muhammad. Muhammad excelled in his program, completing his 5-year PhD in just 3.5 years. Despite his professional success, the cracks in their marriage remained, hinting at deeper challenges that could not be resolved by a change in location. Alana excelled during her studies at Duke University, earning a rare scholarship that covered most of her tuition and being recognized as the best in her class. After her classes, she would pick up Muhammad and their baby before heading home to prepare dinner, a routine she repeated almost daily. In 2007, nearly 2 years later, Alana became pregnant again and gave birth to the couple's second daughter in November. Friends of the couple noticed an imbalance in their marriage. Alana was the one who drove Muhammad everywhere he needed to go. When her friend Valentina Nikolova asked her about it, Alana simply explained that Muhammad disliked driving. But the imbalance extended beyond transportation. Alana was responsible for nearly everything in their household, from grocery shopping to assembling furniture and even changing light bulbs. Despite her efforts, Alana often downplayed her own importance, frequently telling friends how brilliant Muhammad was, and how insignificant she felt in comparison. To outsiders, Alana appeared to hold control in the relationship. Yet, she always sought Muhammad's permission for even the smallest decisions, displaying an unusual submissiveness. Meanwhile, Muhammad would call her multiple times whenever she was out, demanding to know where she was and who she was with. In 2009, after completing their studies at Duke, the couple returned to Ottawa and moved into a house near the hospital where they both began working. Alana quickly became a beloved family doctor admired by her patients, while Muhammad advanced in his neurosurgery specialization, earning an award for the exceptional care he provided. Around this time, the couple became active on social media, portraying themselves as a wealthy, happy family with beautiful children. However, close friends knew that Muhammad controlled Alana's accounts, dictating which photos she could post and even pressuring her to harass people he didn't like. Muhammad's controlling nature extended beyond social media and into their daily lives. He denied Alana permission to subscribe to her favorite newspaper and restricted who their daughters could play with, dismissing children from less affluent families. He often insulted Alana, calling her useless and stupid, and claimed he would have been better off without her. In 2011, Muhammad moved to Calgary for a year to complete a spinal surgery fellowship. Shortly after, Alana discovered he was having an affair. She found emails confirming the relationship and noticed a credit card charge for a hotel stay with his mistress on Mother's Day. When confronted, Muhammad didn't deny the infidelity. Devastated, Alana considered leaving him, encouraged by friends who believed she deserved better. Yet she stayed. Alana yearned for his approval, believed she had invested too much in their life together, and hoped to prove she was worthy of his love. Muhammad promised to end the affair, and shortly after, he secured his dream job as a neurosurgeon at Toronto Western Hospital. The couple relocated to Toronto, purchasing a $1.5 million home in North York. Alana left her job in Ottawa and eventually found a position at the Earl Bales Clinic. However, she admitted to friends that the new job didn't excite her. She had worked hard to gain knowledge and felt her skills were underutilized. Once settled, Muhammad suggested having another child, noting they had an empty room in their home and expressing his desire for a son. Alana agreed, hoping a new baby would breathe life into their strained marriage. In October 2013, the couple welcomed a baby boy. For nearly 2 years after his birth, their relationship seemed to stabilize. During this time, Alana grew close to her new boss, Allison Kaufman, who lived across the street from their home. Their daughters thrived in private school, and Muhammad gained a reputation at Toronto Western Hospital for performing miraculous surgeries. In 2015, Alana left her clinic job to work at Scarborough Hospital's Family Medicine Unit and became a district delegate for the Ontario Medical Association. Though her career was flourishing, Muhammad resented her success, reigniting tensions in their marriage. In March 2016, the family traveled to Vermont, stopping in Ottawa first to leave their youngest son with Muhammad's parents. That evening, Muhammad called Alana's parents, claiming she had severely cut her right palm and was undergoing surgery. Alana later provided conflicting explanations for her injury, including hitting a glass on the counter, cutting vegetables, and breaking a dish while washing. None of her stories seemed plausible, and it was clear her wound wasn't accidental. In Vermont, tensions escalated further. The couple argued about Muhammad's affair in Calgary, during which he cruelly compared Alana to his former mistress, claiming the other woman was far superior. The argument turned violent when Muhammad attempted to strangle Alana. Later, Alana confided in friends about the incident, but chose not to report it, fearing how U.S. authorities might handle a man named Muhammad. A few months later, the couple celebrated their 12th wedding anniversary, which would ultimately be their last. Alana gave Muhammad a heartfelt card that read, "My dearest Muhammad, I love you with all my heart. 12 years, 3 kids, 4 cities, 2 countries, and a lifetime of memories. I can't wait for the next 50 years. But the truth was far darker than her words suggested. By late 2016, Alana had started discussing divorce with Muhammad. Panicked, he begged her to reconsider, and though she agreed to think it over, her suspicions grew that he was involved with another woman. When Alana confided her suspicions to her friends, one jokingly suggested that she should get a lover herself. Surprisingly, Alana did just that. She met another doctor who was also married with children. He treated her with kindness and made her feel desired again. Alana later told a friend it was the first time she'd experienced a shred of happiness since marrying Muhammad. Her lover encouraged her to leave Muhammad and imagine a life without him. Emboldened, Alana consulted a lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings. She revealed something she hadn't told anyone else, that Muhammad had assaulted her violently in October. It was the final straw for Alana, who decided she needed to leave, not just for herself, but for the safety of her children. By late November, Alana officially filed for divorce. Muhammad attempted to win her back by gifting her a large box of chocolates, but she remained resolute. On November 24th, she sent an email to a friend apologizing for her recent absence. I'm in the process of separating from my husband and things at home are chaotic. I'll try to catch up with you this weekend. I'll be away at a conference. Alana attended the conference that Friday where she spoke on panels, networked, and socialized. Muhammad messaged her throughout the weekend, feigning the role of a supportive husband. Upon returning home Sunday night, Alana told her close friends that she had served Muhammad with divorce papers. Her lawyer had contacted him on Monday, emphasizing Alana's desire for an amicable and swift resolution and requesting full financial disclosure. Alana moved into the basement of their home, but Muhammad repeatedly moved her belongings back into the master bedroom. On December 1st, 2016, Alana's family tried unsuccessfully to reach her throughout the day. Worried, they called Muhammad, who hesitantly claimed that Alana had left the house the night before with a suitcase and her boyfriend. Alana's mother, knowing her daughter would never abandon her children, contacted Allison Kaufman, Alana's former boss and neighbor, asking her to check the house. Allison peered into the garage and saw that Alana's car was still parked there. She informed Alana's parents, who immediately called the police and set out on an overnight drive from Windsor to Toronto. When officers arrived at the house, Muhammad repeated his story about Alana leaving with a suitcase. Following protocol, they searched the residence for any signs of her, but found nothing. Later that day, police discovered a woman's body stuffed inside a suitcase near the Humber River. She was barefoot, dressed in pajamas, and had severe head injuries. The autopsy revealed she had been beaten, sustaining blunt force trauma before being strangled. The body was taken to Elena's parents for identification. While Elena's mother, Anna, couldn't recognize her daughter due to the swelling and damage to her face, her father, Joseph, tearfully confirmed her identity. "This is my daughter." The investigation quickly pointed to Alana Shamji as the sole suspect. He was arrested the next day at a cafe where undercover officers handcuffed him at his table. Police discovered that Alana had attempted to call 911 on the night of her murder, but only managed to dial 611 before Muhammad stopped her. It was also revealed that he killed her while their 3 children were in the house. Their eldest daughter later recounted hearing her mother's screams from her room. Fearing an intruder, she crept to her parents' bedroom and saw her father lying face down on the bed. When he noticed her, he ordered her back to her room. The crime shocked Canada, garnering widespread media attention. The seemingly perfect marriage of 2 accomplished doctors had ended in unimaginable tragedy. Elena's funeral was held on December 17, 2016, at St. Francis of Assisi Church in Windsor, the same church where she had been baptized and married the man who would eventually take her life. While awaiting Muhammad's trial, Joseph and Anifrik moved into their daughter's home to care for their grandchildren, ensuring they could remain in their school during such a difficult time. In May 2019, over 2 years after the crime, Alana Shamji pleaded guilty as part of a deal with prosecutors, avoiding a full trial. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 14 years. The case received extensive media coverage, and millions of Canadians followed the sentencing. Alana's eldest daughter publicly stated that she hated her father for what he had done and doubted she could ever forgive him. Today, Alana's children live with their maternal grandparents in Windsor. They frequently talk about their mother, but refuse to mention their father's name. The case of Candi Rogers. Candice Rogers, also known as Candi, was born on July 18, 1949, in Spokane, Washington. She was an only child in her family, and soon after she was born, her parents divorced. Despite this, Candi maintained a close relationship with her father. Her father lived in the same city, so she got to see him frequently. Candi was a bright and cheerful child who loved spending time outdoors with friends, exploring nature, and playing with her dog. She had a strong desire to join the Campfire Girls, a well-known organization that provided girls with opportunities to learn new skills, go on hikes, and form lasting friendships. In 1959, at the age of 9, Candi finally got the chance to join the Campfire Girls, and she was overjoyed. As a member of Campfire Girls, one of her responsibilities was to sell mints door to door in her neighborhood. The organization provided her with boxes of sweets to sell. On Friday, March 6th, Candi planned to sell mints after school. After returning home, having dinner, and playing with her dog, she packed 8 boxes of mints and set out around 4 p.m. Candi had a plan to go door to door in her neighborhood, offering sweets to her neighbors. To avoid duplicating efforts, she and the other girls in the area had assigned specific streets to visit. However, when Candi failed to return home by 6 p.m. as expected, her mom started to worry. As night began to fall, her mom and grandfather set out to search for her, scouring the neighborhood streets but finding no sign of Candi. Soon, some family friends and neighbors joined the search, but despite their combined efforts, no one could find any trace of Candi. At this point, her mom decided to call the police for assistance. By the time the police arrived, the streets were dark and something might have happened to Candi. The police began their investigation by questioning the neighbors and soon discovered that Candi had only sold 1 box of mints, suggesting that something might have occurred shortly after she left her house. A resident reported suggesting that something might have occurred shortly after she left her house. A resident reported seeing a girl matching Candi's description on a nearby street around 6:30 p.m. This was unusual, as Candi's mother had already begun searching for her by that time. Candi's grandfather had a strange experience as well, which occurred when he searched for her on the very same street. He narrowly avoided being hit by a speeding green 1953 Ford, which struck the curb. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the license plate number. The police issued a detailed description of the vehicle and initiated a search, but so far they have not been able to locate it. Later, around 9 p.m., several mint boxes were found scattered along the road near a bridge. These boxes belonged to Candi, increasing concerns for her safety. The police focused their search in this area, thoroughly searching both riverbanks and a small wooded area on either side. Despite an all-night search, Candi was not found. By morning, news of her disappearance had spread through local newspapers, and soon the case was being covered by statewide media. In 1959, child disappearances near their homes were unusual because it happened extremely rarely. The townspeople were extremely worried about this. To resolve this alarming situation, police have stepped up search work. They added mounted police, all-terrain vehicles, and helicopters and military personnel to thoroughly search the area. In addition, over 1,000 volunteers joined in the massive search from both local areas and nearby cities. It became one of the most extensive search operations at the time. Despite these efforts, they still could not locate Candi. Another incident that added to the trauma of the town was when a search helicopter struck power lines and crashed. As a result, 3 of its crew members died. However, police remained dedicated and relentless, operating 24/7 on this case. With so many investigations open, officers still tried everything. Throughout the case, nearly 750 initial leads turned up. Officers closely inspected every detail. Regrettably, these investigative trails did not help discover any definitive proof about Candi's. 2 weeks after Candi's disappearance, 2 military personnel from a local base went on a hunting trip in the woods west of Spokane. They stumbled upon children's shoes on the ground, which immediately reminded them of Candi's case. Since many military members had been involved in the search, they were familiar with the details of her disappearance. The military personnel reported their discovery to the police, who then showed the shoes to Candi's grandfather for identification. He confirmed that the shoes belonged to his granddaughter. The police quickly launched a search operation in the woods. Within minutes, an officer spotted a foot protruding from the bushes and discovered Candi's body. She was found lying in the underbrush, covered with pine branches. A medical examination revealed the cause of death was strangulation. Also found marks on Candi's hands and feet, indicating that she had been bound, although no ropes were found near the body. Furthermore, the medical experts concluded that Candi had been sexually abused. During the investigation, the police found a green car seat cover near the crime scene. Additionally, a small purple stain was discovered on Candi's clothing, which smelled like grape-flavored chewing gum. However, the police were unable to establish any connection between the stain and the crime. The police searched for any possible clues to find the killer. They examined incoming tics and investigated hundreds of individuals, including neighbors, suspicious characters, and previously convicted criminals. Their attention eventually turned to a 50-year-old man named Alfred Braves. Alfred became a suspect due to unusual circumstances. He took his own life on the same day Candi's body was discovered, in his car, near where the mint boxes were found. He also lived close to Candi's home. When police found Alfred's body, they discovered a rope and woman's hair pins in his car. After searching Alfred's house, police found numerous newspapers about sexual crimes against women and girls. They also learned that several women had accused him of harassment and his wife suspected him of Candi's murder. However, investigators were unable to find any evidence directly linking Alfred to Candi's murder. Despite their reluctance, detectives had to eliminate him from the suspect list as they did not have enough evidence to prove his guilt. As a result, they began investigating other suspects. Several months after the murder, the police had compiled an extensive list of suspects, but despite their diligent efforts, the investigation has made no new progress. Later, the investigators turned their attention to a new suspect, a serial killer named Hugh Morse. Hugh was arrested in 1961 for a string of crimes, and 2 factors made him a person of interest in Candi's case. Firstly, he was known for constantly chewing grape-flavored gum, which was similar to a substance found on Candi's clothing. Additionally, Hugh had killed 2 women in Spokane just a few months after Candi's death. Hugh's history of violence was also a concern. His first arrest was for assaulting a woman, but he received no serious consequences, merely being discharged from the army, where he was serving at the time. Hugh committed a string of robberies in Los Angeles, but only served 6 months in jail. After his release, he lured 2 8-year-old girls to a secluded area with the promise of ice cream and then sexually assaulted them. Despite being arrested again, he managed to avoid prison time. A medical commission evaluated him and deemed him a sexual psychopath, leading to his placement in a mental health facility. 2 years later, doctors believed he was cured and released him from the facility. Hugh then moved to Spokane, where he began spying on women through their windows. In November 1959, Hugh broke into the home of a 28-year-old woman, assaulted her, and ultimately killed her. 10 months later, he entered the residence of a 69-year-old woman and repeated the same violent actions. A month after that, he attacked another woman, stabbing her multiple times, but she survived the assault. Hugh continued to travel from city to city, committing numerous crimes, including attacking women and girls with a knife, sexually assaulting them, and killing 2 more victims. His crimes eventually caught the attention of the FBI, and he was added to the list of the country's 10 most wanted criminals. He was eventually captured and sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. While serving his sentence, Hugh attempted to take his own life, but was saved by the prison guards and continued to serve out his sentence. Detectives investigating Candi's case visited him in prison multiple times, but he consistently denied any involvement in the crime. A polygraph test was also administered, which suggested he was telling the truth. However, lie detector test results are not considered reliable because their accuracy is only relative. Despite the lack of evidence, but investigators initially considered Hugh a primary suspect, due to his background and the fact that he lived in Spokane at the time of the murder. However, he continued to deny any involvement and police were unable to find any evidence to prove his involvement in the crime. The investigation then shifted focus to another suspect, 49-year-old Howard Barnett. He was arrested in February 1960 on suspicion of molesting a minor girl. Before taking his own life in his cell at the Spokane police station, Barnett wrote a cryptic message in his own blood on the wall, stating, "I have a sin before the Lord." Detectives then began investigating Barnett's potential involvement in the crime, but they were once again unable to find any evidence of his guilt. Howard remained a primary suspect in the case due to his proximity to Candi's residence. Despite years of investigation, police continue to follow new leads and examine other potential suspects. A woman eventually came forward claiming to have seen a green car following Candi on the day she disappeared. Police refocused on locating the vehicle, but this lead ultimately yielded no results. It was notable that the woman waited many years to share this information. The case was reopened at various times, but each time investigators reached a dead end. Throughout the investigation, police not only had to pursue new leads, but also had to verify the validity of confessions. 13 people gave false confessions to the crime. However, none of them were able to provide specific details that only the actual killer would have known. Instead, they often repeated details previously reported in the media. High-profile cases often exhibit unexpected and surprising behaviors, such as false confessions. In the case of Candi's murder, numerous detectives worked on the case over time, but none were able to solve it. This crime stood out as one of the most prominent and mysterious in the city and state. Before the murder, parents felt safe letting their children play outside, but the case led many to reconsider their views on safety. Years later, in the early 2000s, the case was reopened and a new detective decided to use modern technologies to re-examine the evidence. Fortunately, the police had carefully collected and preserved the evidence in 1959, including a sample of male semen on Candi's clothing. Despite being stored for decades, experts were able to re-examine the sample, although it extremely challenging due to its age. After a lengthy investigation, experts finally extracted a DNA profile from the evidence and uploaded it to the FBI database. However, a search of the database yielded no matches. Further cross-examination of the profile with numerous suspect samples also proved unsuccessful. For many years, suspicion fell on Hugh Morse, but forensic evidence revealed no link between him and the crime. This lack of progress brought the investigation to a halt once again. Although the police had the killer's DNA, they struggled to identify the perpetrator. In 2021, a new detective reopened the case and decided to employ a new approach: genetic genealogy. This innovative method had already solved numerous cold cases and offered hope for finally resolving the standing mystery surrounding Candi's murder. The detective reached out to multiple labs that specialized in this type of analysis but was met with disappointment once again. To use this method, experts needed the original DNA sample, which was a challenge. Several labs attempted to work with the semen sample, but each concluded that it had degraded too much, making it impossible to extract the necessary information. The detective then consulted the final lab, which led to a long-awaited important discovery. With the help of state-of-the-art tools, the experts were able to successfully analyze the sample and obtain the perpetrator's DNA profile. This profile is then uploaded to a genealogy database to begin searching for the DNA owner's relatives. After a thorough investigation involving thousands of individuals, researchers pinpointed one family as the likely source of the DNA sample. They discovered that the DNA probably belonged to one of 3 brothers, all of whom had passed away. However, the team found that one brother had a daughter, and the police reached out to her for assistance. The daughter was shocked by the possibility that her father might be the killer, but she immediately agreed to help. She provided a DNA sample, proving that she was closely related to the person whose semen was found on Candi's clothing. With this new information, detectives obtained a court order to exhume her father's remains. A DNA profile extracted from the remains revealed a complete match with the DNA found on Candi's clothing, identifying the killer as John Hoff, 62 years after the crime. Hoff had never been a suspect despite hundreds of others being investigated over the years. Detectives investigating Hoff's biography uncovered his involvement in multiple crimes. At the time of Candi's murder, Hoff was 20 years old and lived close to her house, less than a mile away. He was also a soldier in the army, stationed at a nearby base where Candi's body was found. 2 years after the murder, attacked another woman, binding and sexually assaulting her before attempting to kill her. However, the woman survived the attack. Following his arrest, Hoff received a 6-month prison sentence and was dishonorably discharged from the army. After his release, Hoff started a family, having 2 sons and 2 daughters, and he living an ordinary life. He changed jobs several times and at one point, suffered a severe chemical burn to his face while working at a food packaging plant, leave a scar to his face. Hoff's life ended in June 1970, 11 years after Candi's murder, when he took his own life without leaving a note. Further investigation revealed that Candi might have known Hoff, as she was friends with his 10-year-old sister at the time. Years later, Hoff's sister told detectives that she had cried in Hoff's arms after Candi's murder, unaware that he was the one responsible for Candi's death. Candi's parents did not live to see the day when the killer's identity was revealed. Her mother passed away in 2006, and her father had taken his own life in 1963, 4 years after the tragedy. The reason behind his death remains a mystery. There is speculation that he was unable to cope with the loss of his daughter. Despite this, the case was eventually solved, marking one of the longest investigations in history, spanning over 62 years and involving multiple detectives across different generations. At the press conference, where the killer's name was announced, only one officer who had worked on the case in 1959 was present. He expressed gratitude for having lived long enough to learn the truth. Hoff's daughter initially struggled to accept that her father had committed such a horrific crime. However, she eventually came to terms with the fact, referring to her father as a monster who took an innocent life. She expressed regret that he was not held accountable during his lifetime. A chilling coincidence is that Hoff took his own life when his daughter was 9 years old, the same age as Candi was when she was killed. A group of hikers in Tennessee discovered a dead body on December 22, 1974, while using a shortcut close to the Ober Mountain Aerial Tramway. Then known as the Gatlinburg Ski Lodge Tramway, the woman's corpse was found next to a tree, face down on her cloak, as if she had been sitting there moments before her untimely demise. The most puzzling part is that it took almost 50 years to identify a woman who went by only Jane Doe, with the body not being identified until 2023. According to the initial forensic reports, she was estimated to be about 35 years old when she passed away. How could it have happened that she ended up in this isolated place? How come it took nearly 50 years to identify this victim? Hello and welcome to Mystery Detective, a channel dedicated to delving into the murky mysteries surrounding both cold and solved cases worldwide. Tennessee is to the east of Gatlinburg, praised for its astounding natural beauty. It is well known as a gateway town, surrounded by the magnificent Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Despite being rather expensive, Gatlinburg has maintained its cozy, family-friendly atmosphere over the years. This quaint mountain community with a resort feel is well known for its rich history, excellent shopping, and stunning scenery. With only 3,800 residents, Gatlinburg might seem like a small town. However, beneath its lovely exterior, the location hides mysteries that have been kept secret for a very long time. It was December 22, 1974, a chilly morning in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. A bunch of Georgian friends made the decision to go hiking in a remote area that isn't often visited. They chose to go to their chalet by a shorter route. As they strolled along the lonely trail, something unexpected caught them off guard. At Gatlinburg Ski Lodge under the tramway station were found the remains of a woman beside a tree. She lay face down on an open cloak as if she had been sitting there prior to her untimely demise. The state of affairs was appalling, and the remains had decomposed to such an extent that it seemed impossible to identify her. As they attempted to make sense of the startling discovery, many questions raced through their minds. The men knew they needed to report this to the police. Facing such a terrifying discovery, they quickly called the Gatlinburg police, hoping for a prompt response to look into this horrific circumstance. What they found was a horrifying enigma, a riddle with no clear answers. Identification was nearly impossible due to the decomposition of the dead body. There were no obvious hints discovered in the area or close to her body that would have indicated who she was or how she died. This woman seemed to have been consumed by the remoteness of the place. Authorities encountered an investigation that appeared to grow more intricate by the minute as they started their probe. Her remains, when found, revealed that she had passed away approximately 2 months prior to their discovery. The investigators later referred to this woman as Jane Doe because they had no idea who she was. According to the assessment, Jane Doe was 5 feet 8 inches tall, white, and between 30 and 45 years old. Her weight was about 140 pounds. Her hair, which was cut short and had a blonde and brown combination, was found mostly near her remains. When Jane Doe was found, she had no shoes on and was only wearing short brown men's socks. Beside her, her sweater and coat were neatly laid out. She wore extra-large male-like marpai slacks, a white short-sleeve shirt with yellow flowers, and a white button-down sweet tree sweater. There was no finding of any jewelry or other personal items she might have had on her at the time. In the absence of immediate identification, authorities turned to the resources at their disposal. Both her DNA and dental records were available for potential future research. Her fingerprints were regrettably unusable, which increased the mystery surrounding her case. Identifying Jane Doe's body proved to be a challenging task for Sevier County Medical Examiner Dr. John Hickey. Given the complexity of the situation, Dr. Hickey sought assistance from the state's forensic anthropologist, William Bass. They consented to have the body brought to the hospital mortuary for an autopsy. The investigation into Jane Doe's unexplained death commenced, and case number 74-11 was assigned to it. The goal of the autopsy was to determine what caused her death. Regretfully, the report did not provide a conclusive cause of death, despite the best efforts of the medical professionals. Although this finding eliminated the possibility of foul play, it raised more questions about Jane Doe's demise. In January of 1975, the hunt for the identity of this enigmatic woman intensified. Investigators put in a lot of overtime, contacting neighboring states such as South Carolina, Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia, and writing letters to different police departments. The TBI and FBI were contacted to offer support. They searched for clues to her identity, but were unable to find any, which led to a depressing stop. Investigators were baffled by the Jane Doe mystery for years. They created a composite image of her face in 2007 using computer technology. The investigators were able to get a glimpse of her actual appearance thanks to this incredible reconstruction. Her height, weight, hair color, and eye color were all calculated in the hopes that this composite would help someone remember her and help identify her. But when this new lead failed to yield a breakthrough, investigators' hopes were dashed again. Unfazed by the persistent challenges, they looked into a state-of-the-art identification technique in 2007 by utilizing the dental identification system of the National Crime Information Center. Jane Doe's identity remained a mystery in spite of this. It seemed that the case would never be resolved. In an effort to find out the truth, the case was reported to the National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems. The identity of Jane Doe remained a mystery for decades despite constant investigation. Consequently, this case eventually turned cold. Just like a lot of others, Detective Cindy Myers of the Gatlinburg Police Department took on this case in 2021. Myers had been plagued by the mystery of the mysterious Jane Doe for a considerable amount of time, even after years of intensive research. She wasn't sure the mystery would ever be unraveled, but Detective Myers was determined to revive the cold case, even though she knew that technology had advanced significantly since the 1970s. A specialized laboratory in Texas, renowned for its proficiency in forensic genetic genealogy testing, was the place Detective Myers turned to for answers. A US-based company called Offram focuses on utilizing genetic genealogy to crack cold cases, like unsolved murders and disappearances, through the use of single nucleotide polymorphism and short tandem repeat testing. They provide law enforcement agencies with the instruments and techniques necessary to ascertain family ties among victims, regardless of how closely or distantly related they are. They also offer DNA forensic genome sequencing as one of their services. Jane Doe skeletal remains were carefully transported to Offram's lab, where a thorough examination was conducted. A thorough DNA profile was created by Offram's experts using forensic gray genome sequencing. The DNA profile was utilized by Offram's genetic genealogy team to locate potential Jane Doe relatives. They carefully pieced together a likely connection to the unidentified woman, following each lead that led them down a convoluted path through public records and family trees. It was a challenging process that required perseverance and unwavering concentration. February of 2023 brought rewards for their efforts. Officials from Offram called Detective Cindy Myers with some startling information. They had found a possibility in a mass to an Arkansas-based woman. Investigators traveled to find this woman, and they learned an incredible fact. She disclosed that her sister had vanished in August of 1974, with the last known sighting occurring in Tennessee. This discovery allowed for the critical piece of the puzzle to be assembled. The woman in Arkansas promptly provided a DNA sample, which was then submitted for direct comparison with Jane Doe's remains. Finally, after all these years, the result was known. Charlotte Roberta Henry, who was only 35 years old when she passed away, was positively identified as Jane Doe. She was the sister of the individual whose DNA was obtained for comparative analysis. On January 4, 1939, Charlotte Roberta Henry was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to Paul and Roberta. Her sister's name remains unknown, but she had a brother named Paul Henry. But what is known about her early years is scarce. She had blonde-brown hair, hazel eyes, and was about 5 feet 8 inches tall. We don't know anything about her marital status or if she had children. The only thing that is known for sure is that her family last saw her at her father's funeral in April of 1974. All communication with her abruptly stopped after that terrible incident. Her family didn't receive a letter from her until August of that year. The family had no idea that this would be the last letter they would receive from her. The authorities never wavered in their quest for answers, and the confirmation of Jane Doe's identity as Charlotte Roberta Henry was a momentous occasion. They have now received closure on this protracted case. Although the reason for Charlotte's passing and the events leading up to it are still unknown, her identification ends a nearly half-century-long mystery. The Gatlinburg Police Department's investigative division has received praise from Police Chief Randy Brackens for their unwavering commitment to solving this case. Over the years, a number of detectives in our investigative division have worked this case to ascertain Ms. Henry's identity. Despite a tragic conclusion, the revelation provides much-needed peace to Ms. Henry's sister, who had been living in constant uncertainty for almost 50 years about her sister's whereabouts. Now that the family has answers thanks to the investigators' persistence, the situation's ongoing tragedy can be put to rest. Though it is impossible to claim that this poor victim received justice, at least this tragic case was resolved when it appeared impossible at first. What do you think happened to Charlotte Roberta Henry? A skeleton wearing a checkered shirt surfaced from the waters of a deserted island. With few to no hints, the remains washed up on Spencer Island, carrying a sinister mystery that has baffled detectives for years. The body was buried by the sheriff's office on the grounds that it was a cold case. However, as time goes on, the man would speak from the dead and give his identity 44 years later. Hello and welcome back to Mystery Detective, where we explore the most engrossing stories of murders that have been solved and unsolved, as well as dark secrets from all around the world. In the late 1970s, a terrifying discovery occurred on the outskirts of Spencer Island in the middle of the rapidly expanding suburban environment of Marysville, Washington. This peaceful location, well known for its stunning variety of shorebirds and ducks, ended up serving as the unexpected location for a terrifying occurrence that would forever haunt the neighborhood of Marysville. As the natives gathered on the Spencer Island in search of consolation in the peace that bird viewing offers, an unwary duck hunter approached the island's shore, unknowing of the tragedy that waited for him. It happened on January 3, 1979. In the early morning, the previous week's temperature had been below freezing, and by January 3rd, the air finally felt a little bit warmer. A few residents of Marysville decided to have some serene moments at Spencer Island. Among these residents was a desperate duck hunter who entered the barren abyss in search of a catch, despite the icy winter of 1979. At that point, he had no idea that fate had another surprise in store for him. He came out of the depths and witnessed something that was nearly surreal. A horrifying image appeared before his eyes. The mysterious island's bleak tidal flats were plagued by a ghostly skeleton that looked like a Halloween decoration and was tragically caught in a web of fishing line. In the Snohomish River Delta, a shoe, a leg bone, and a pair of tampons were found together in an odd grouping by a 12-foot wooden piling. The hender's focus was then caught by a red checkered shirt next to a downseater. Soon after, he made the startling discovery of a skull and another black leather shoe with a foot inside. The scene was nothing less than a terrifying riddle that needed to be solved. The hunter called the police right away to report what his eyes had witnessed. When officers arrived, the red, orange, gray, and white checkered clothing was identified by detectives working on the case. A human skull and a shoe with a foot still inside were lying 5 feet apart. While keeping in mind all these horrifying facts, detectives also discovered a belt in a size 33 or 34 and a pair of lace-up shoes in a size 8. The rubber heels of the shoes were imprinted with the O'Sullivan logo. The khaki pants tag stated that they were made in the USA. These discoveries provided crucial information for the man's identity. His leather wallet was also discovered. Although it was empty of cash and identification, the victim seemed to have passed away many months prior. From the point of discovery onward, the victim was identified by the sheriff's office as John Doe 79-1. Due to the skeletal remains decomposition, it was impossible to ascertain the cause of death. At the time, there were no dental records that could be matched to the body. The body was buried in Cypress Lawn Cemetery a few months later, on March 15, 1979, by the Cassidy Funeral Home. Because there wasn't much technology available at the time, unexplained bodies were frequently buried. In the past, DNA technology wasn't as developed. Therefore, human remains weren't stored in the medical examiner's office until they were identified or claimed. Since nobody in the neighborhood was reported missing, there was no chance of identifying this body. The need to identify the body became less urgent as the years went by. The investigation quickly went cold and was forgotten. In 2008, a team of detectives started revisiting unresolved or unexplained crimes in Snohomish County. Many of these cases were solved thanks to developments in DNA technologies. In an effort to locate and identify 1979 John Doe through DNA samples, the team sought to exhume the deceased. However, the examination itself and the considerable documentation required to secure permissions for the excavation can make the entire procedure take years. John Doe was unaware and unaffected by all that was happening above his grave. 7 years later, in 2015, the remains were finally excavated from Cypress Lawn, under the supervision of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office team and the Medical Examiner's Office. This came about after many years and a lot of paperwork. After the body was moved to the Medical Examiner's Office, he was then identified as Spencer Island Doe that same year in 2015 in an effort to identify Spencer Island Doe by his teeth. Forensic dentist Dr. Kyle Tanaka had collected his dental radiographs, charted his teeth, and uploaded the information to the National Crime Information Center. The National Crime Information Center is the FBI's computerized index that covers both criminal cases and instances involving missing persons. It enables law enforcement officials in other parts of the country who lack jurisdiction to find a mat for their victim or prospective suspects. This effort, however, was in vain. The teeth of this unidentified body were just unmatchable. Natalie Murray, a very accomplished forensic artist, was given the case in April 2016, and within a month, Natalie had successfully taken measurements, taken photos, and rebuilt the face of Spencer Island Doe using sketches and drawings. She based her reconstruction on facial morphology to provide a sense of how the victim must have appeared in real life. By securing rubber pegs to the skull in all the gaps, Natalie rebuilt the face. She then imagined what he may have looked like. His flat cheeks and small nose appeared typical of people with Asian ancestry. In order to imagine him at the moment of his disappearance, she sketched him from the shoulders of wearing the same red checkered shirt. The basic plan was to have someone recognize the face from the sketch, while Natalie worked on the sketches. The skeletal remains of Spencer Islando were examined by Dr. Kathy Taylor, a forensic anthropologist from Washington State, at the King County Medical Office. She determined that they may have belonged to a Caucasian adult male between the ages of 21 and 61, who stood between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 6 inches tall. The bones were not broken, but the leg's fractured femur had a pohealing outcome. In actuality, the largest bone in the human body is the femur. The man would have had continuous discomfort for some years, because an X-ray showed that the central part of his torso was protruding like the claw of an ice scraper. Detectives made the observation that they had never witnessed a fracture heal in such a manner, which prompted them to make the assumption that the individual may have chosen not to seek medical attention at all or had lived in a third world nation with no access to medical care. Since there were no definitive solutions, Jane Jorgensen, an investigator at the medical examiner's office, was perplexed by the circumstance. It is improbable that the man would not have sought prompt medical attention, which is offered for free in many nations, even if he was homeless at the time of his death. It raises the question of why this man endured such agonizing anguish while remaining in silence. The individual also had 2 missing front teeth on his left side and 2 missing molars, both of which appeared to have been lost before he passed away, because the sockets had fully healed. Investigators were perplexed as to why the man had not received immediate assistance for his leg after discovering that he had a gap in one of his teeth and 3 teeth with alloy fillings, which suggested that the man had sought medical care at some point in the past. Regarding the circumstances surrounding the man's existence and eventual passing, the detectives felt confused and puzzled. Had he endured torturous treatment, officers noted that he might have been a prisoner as well because prisoners have access to dental care. But even if he had a limp and hypothetically had missing teeth, why wouldn't anyone recall this man? Due to the fracture, this person might have been 2 inches shorter on one side and would have had to walk with a limp. Did anyone not remember seeing a man limping around town? After much publicity, a former police officer from the 1970s reported to the police that he remembered seeing a man walk with a limp in the town in the late 1970s, but he couldn't remember his name. This provided access to medical records, but there was a significant age of ambiguity. He might have been a fisherman, and he might have either perished or been buried at sea by his companions. In September 2018, the University of North Texas Health Sciences Center received a portion of the victim's femur. It was then subjected to additional DNA extraction testing and uploaded to CODIS, a database used by the FBI to identify samples based on forensic genealogy. The institution was able to obtain mitochondrial DNA and SDR pictures in March of the following year. But because there were no matches, the results were inconclusive. The officers persisted nonetheless. They simply had to come up with alternative ways of identifying Spencer Islando. By 2018 and 2021, using a combination of circumstances, including short tandem repeat testing and dental records, the Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office investigators ruled out a number of missing people as probable matches. They did, however, begin a collaboration with Offermink in 2021 to develop a sophisticated DNA profile that may be utilized for investigative genetic genealogy to solve their and resolve cold cases. Through this collaboration, a number of unsolved cases have been successfully identified and solved. By January 2021, Offermink had received a portion of the femur for DNA extraction. DNAsolves.com provided funding for the entire endeavor, in the anticipation that the technology will one day lead to the identification of the Spencer Islando. In other words, it made it much simpler to narrow down probable descendants when the search was reduced from 1,000 persons to 100. A DNA profile was successfully created in May 2021, and the collected DNA was sufficient for forensic-grade genome sequencing. Spencer Islando's race was finally verified as being Caucasian. Anyone trying to trace their own family history or locate long-lost relatives follows this same procedure. Investigating police constructed family trees from numerous stop matches and discovered a male who had gone missing in Everett, Washington in the late 1970s. Finally, the Spencer Island John Doe was identified. He went by the name Gary Lee Haney. The 29-year-old had vanished in the late 1970s, but either no one reported him missing or the records were mismanaged. In any case, the skeletal remains now had a name thanks to the DNA match with his half-sister. The chief medical examiner formally identified the descendant as Gary Lee Haney on February 10, 2023. The cold case was ultimately solved after 44 years. On September 23, 1950, Bernice Schaefer, Gary Lehaney's mother, gave birth to him. When Gary was still a little child, Bernice divorced his father and remarried in 1955 to an Air Force officer by the name of Sheldon Lehaney. Gary was adopted by his stepfather, who also legally altered his middle name. This young man and his parents were able to explore the globe. Gary was a fan of the Beatles and reportedly had excellent hand-eye coordination when playing the piano. Fame Gary's 71-year-old cousin assisted in putting together a variety of recollections and details regarding Gary's life. He maintained records for the large, dispersed family. A couple black and white pictures showed the dark-haired Gary clutching a large dog's leash. His mother is with him and wearing a stylish outfit, and his stepfather is dressed well. The images depict the boy's life, including a photo from his school. The family relocated to New York from Kansas. The Haneys were always away when the family would gather for a celebration every year. Thane has a faint recollection of Gary behaving slightly differently because of some sort of mental condition. The youngster actively hallucinated as an adult, which may have been caused by schizophrenia, but it also could have been autism. Gary's biological father, Joseph Candamati, passed away at the Missouri Veterans Hospital when Gary was 16 years old. 3 years later, his mother passed away. Gary Haney never got to meet his half-siblings neither. His stepfather likewise completed his military service and began working as a commercial pilot for Boeing when Gary's real parents passed away. From the early 1970s through at least 1990, Sheldon Lee Haney resided in the Everett, Washington area. Gary may have lived with his stepfathers, and he was the only living relative he had. Sheldon Haney occasionally had a wandering lifestyle after retiring. He liked traveling by road to Bayo, California in Mexico during the winter, although it's obvious that he had little responsibility. Perhaps the weather was too cold for the man. Is it possible Gary was an independent? Thane then recalled that his uncle had visited him in Texas somewhere in the middle of the 1980s. His nephew, Gary, was never brought up or addressed by him. According to certain documents, Gary was residing in a boarding home, and according to Social Security, he passed away on Christmas Eve in 1976. However, given that no living relatives listed him as dead, disputed this fact, investigators suggested that Sheldon and Gary may have quarreled or that he may have moved out on his own. In any event, Sheldon Haney couldn't locate his grown-up stepson. However, it should be emphasized that the paper record-keeping back then was not as comprehensive as it is now. Recent investigators who looked into the matter did not discover a missing person report. As a result, it's likely that the documents were misplaced before being converted to digital format. Sheldon Haney passed away in 1997 without knowing where his stepson was. Despite careful examination, after so many years, there was still no conclusive proof of foul play. Their research led detectives to the conclusion that Gary might have been carried away by the river current and eventually ended up where he was discovered. Or he might have drowned close to where he was discovered, with suspected explanations ranging from drowning to a head injury. Or a medical issue. The precise cause of death is still shrouded in mystery. Thane has no idea what his cousin looked like as an adult other than the pictures from their childhood. He planned to erect a monument or gravestone where Gary was discovered. It seems that after 44 years of detours and turns, the answers to this case have only raised new queries. What specific details surround Gary's passing? There was no known cause of death and no hint. The Spencer Island Doe at least have a name and some sort of resolution. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.